Chapter 88. The Dragon of Dark Crystal. The ominous clouds descend upon the city. By the way, Su Jin's voice was low yet resolute. The design of the mech must align perfectly with my clever capabilities. The specifications must not exceed that threshold. A fleeting shadow crossed his gaze as he recalled Zhao Wenyuan's anguished expression while piloting the upgraded Crimson Magpie. That image was vividly etched in his memory. A mech with excessive specifications would impose an unbearable burden upon its pilot. With a subtle shift in thought, the Mechanical Sovereign Corps immediately responded, refining the design once more. The dimensions of the machine gradually diminished, shrinking from 28 meters to 21, a modification that rendered the mech more compatible with Su Jin's current level of prowess. Observing this transformation, Su Jin felt a quiet sigh of relief within. He understood that if the mech specifications were too high, even if it were successfully constructed, he would be unable to master it truly. A mech is not necessarily superior merely because it is powerful. The more formidable the machine, the greater the mental fortitude required to wield it effectively. Should a pilot lack sufficient mental strength to manipulate a high-performance mech, even the slightest movement such as a mere finger twitch could evoke an overwhelming sensation of tearing within their psyche. Such agony, stemming from the depths of the soul, is something an ordinary person could scarcely endure. At last, the design plan was finalized. Su Jin eagerly set about arranging for the necessary materials to be delivered. He also ordered the damaged dark crystal bodies to be cast into the dimensional factory. Boom! As the sounds of the factory's operations echoed in his mind, the manufacturing process officially commenced. 5 minutes seemed to stretch into eternity. However, when the final procedure was completed, a brand new mech materialized within the dimensional factory. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement flickered in Su Jin's eyes. Shortly thereafter, a wondrous mental resonance emerged between Su Jin and the mech, causing his mental strength to surge dramatically. The most immediate manifestation of this was the bone dragon within his sea of consciousness becoming notably more solid. Indeed, only a mech that belongs to me can generate mental resonance. A wave of uncontainable joy swept across Su Jin's face. With a mere thought, a towering mech appeared before him as if conjured from thin air, standing resolutely like a colossal steel edifice. Standing at 21 meters, this mech was entirely crafted from precious dark crystal, which shimmered with a mysterious and captivating luster under the refraction of light, reminiscent of the vastness of the starry sky. The head of the mech was designed to resemble a fearsome dragon's visage, mirroring the image of the bone dragon manifested from Su Jin's mental energy, exuding an aura of boundless majesty and strength. Each shoulder was outfitted with massive shoulder cannons, akin to 2 ferocious beasts poised to pounce. The death energy reactor embedded in the chest served as the heart of this mech, supplying a continuous flow of power. Every inch of the mech was adorned with sharp, dark crystal spikes that were strikingly prominent, evoking a visceral sense of danger. The distinctive hue of the dark crystal rendered the mech nearly invisible in dim environments, akin to a ghost eluding detection by foes. From this day forth, you shall be called Dragon of Dark Crystal. Su Jin gazed affectionately at the mech before him, as though observing his own child. This was his first true mech, each detail aligning with his inner pursuit of a design that exuded overwhelming charisma. Suddenly, Su Jin's eyes brightened, and his mental strength began to reach out towards the Dragon of Dark Crystal, attempting to forge a connection. At the moment of contact, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fluidity, as though this mech were an extension of his very being. His mental energy seamlessly merged with the core control of the Dragon of Dark Crystal, creating an ineffable synergy. With a single thought, the cockpit of the Dragon of Dark Crystal slowly opened, akin to a colossal beast parting its jaws. Su Jin leaped gracefully, landing firmly within the cockpit. Everything around him felt utterly novel, yet strangely familiar, as if every inch of space and every button had been crafted specifically for him. Possessing the innate talent of mechanical affinity, he shared an intrinsic rapport with this mech that was solely his. Instinctively, he began to maneuver the mech, clenching his fists and taking strides around the hangar. He even executed several flips and performed a series of intricate maneuvers. The sensation of commanding the mech, as if it were an extension of his own body, filled him with elation. This exemplified the advantage of a pilot's high compatibility with their mech. In contrast, those with lower compatibility struggled to maneuver their mechs with anything resembling the grace of an elderly Parkinson's patient. Suddenly, as Su-Jin tested the new mech, the light within the hangar was abruptly consumed, as if shrouded by an inky darkness. A jolt of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to halt his actions. Something's amiss. The heavenly palace cannot possibly experience night. Su-Jin murmured to himself, his expression turning grave. He swiftly disembarked from the mech and hurried towards the exit. Upon reaching the threshold, he abruptly looked up at the sky, instantly rendered speechless by the sight before him. The fleet of the Dark Crystal clan loomed overhead, like a horde of enormous black specters, materializing above the Blue Star military base. The flagship, spanning 2 kilometers, resembled a floating fortress of darkness. Its immense bulk and cold, hard lines exuding an unparalleled sense of authority and intimidation. It hovered silently in the air, akin to a slumbering giant, poised to awaken and unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. 9 500-meter escort ships encircled the flagship, contributing to the oppressive atmosphere. The entire fleet resembled a vast cloud of darkness, blotting out the sun and plunging the military base into an oppressive gloom. Yo-yo! The shrill sound of alarms suddenly reverberated throughout the military base. Like invisible blades, they sliced through the erstwhile tranquility. Chaos erupted within the military base. Soldiers sprang into action, responding swiftly to the unexpected alarms. Akin to a disturbed ant colony, executing emergency combat orders with urgency and precision. Seriousness and determination were etched upon their faces. As the defense system activated, a brilliant blue energy shield gradually ascended, enveloping the entire military base. Simultaneously, various caliber artillery pieces aimed skyward at the fleet of Dark Crystal ships. Yet, in the face of the formidable Dark Crystal fleet, these preparations seemed almost trivial, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Su-Jin stood at the hangar entrance, gazing up at the massive fleet with a grave expression. He quickly contacted AI Songxian via his smart terminal. Master, I completed the upgrade on the Falcon 4. AI Kongshin's voice resonated from the communicator, filled with excitement. Is that so? Wonderful. He'll arrange for people to head over immediately and prepare for battle. Within the command room, AI Songxian ended the communication with Su-Jin and turned to Zhao Wenyuan beside him. Old Zhao, I have an important task for you. Lead teams 1 through 5 to meet Su-Jin and receive those 50 upgraded Falcon IVs. Understood. Zhao Wenyuan saluted sharply, though his brow was furrowed. Commander, those mechs have just been upgraded and haven't been tested yet. Won't deploying them directly to the battlefield pose a risk? AI Songxian sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Do we have a better option at this juncture? It's better than sending our flesh and blood to block the enemy's firepower. Zhao Wenyuan nodded, refraining from further comment, and turned to leave the command room. At that moment, Qiu Yin also rose. I suppose it's time for this old bone of mine to stretch its legs. AI Songxian, well aware of Qiu Yan's temperament, knew he could not dissuade him and could only warn. Old Qiu, you must exercise caution. Ha! Qiu Yin laughed heartily. Rest assured, I won't die before you. With that, he strode out of the command room, leaving AI Songxian to shoulder the weight of command alone. Chapter 89. The resolve to charge into battle, life or death. As Zhao Wenyuan led an impressive contingent of 50 elite pilots from the 1st to the 5th Squadron into the warehouse. Their gazes were immediately captivated by the sight before them. Inside the warehouse, 50 brand new and formidable upgraded Falcon 4 mechs were lined up in perfect order, each exuding a chilling and powerful aura. Su-Jin, behold, Zhao Wenyuan declared solemnly, these are our finest pilots to date, and now, I entrust them all to you. Rest assured, Uncle, the upgraded Falcon 4 will not disappoint you. Su-Jin's gaze swept from Zhao Wenyuan to the faces of the assembled pilots. What he observed were pairs of sharp and resolute eyes, the result of countless battles that had honed their spirits at the brink of life and death. The mental fortitude of these pilots was evidently high, starkly contrasting with the fledgling C-class superhuman Ling Wenji and her peers. The iron-blooded temperament they exuded seemed to narrate tales of past warfare and glory. Yet, he also took note of the scars adorning their bodies. These varied in size and depth, and while none were fatal, they chronicled each confrontation with mortality they had faced. Though inexperienced, Su Jin could discern at a glance that these individuals were undoubtedly the Army de la Army of the military. Very well, he concluded, his voice resolute and powerful. Let us seize the moment. Each of you should find a mech to interface with. I shall initiate the binding process. With her command, the 50 pilots sprang into action. They dispersed swiftly and methodically, each positioning themselves before a mech, each adorned with a clear numerical designation from 1 to 50. In their hearts, they understood that this mech before them would henceforth be their new partner, a comrade with whom they would fight side by side. Standing before the pristine, upgraded Falcon IVs, anticipation and curiosity filled each pilot's heart. They gazed up at the mechs, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Could this enhanced Falcon 4 truly vanquish the formidable Black Crystal Clan mechs? With this uncertainty lingering, they began to attempt communication with their mechs through their mental prowess. This method of binding was a novel experience for them. Previously, they had merely been granted access keys for operation. As they focused, a kaleidoscope of mental energy began to emanate from each pilot, resembling tangible branches that slowly entwined with the mechs. The precise moment their mental energies successfully intertwined with the mechs. Su Jin, already poised at the control panel, swiftly entered a command on the keyboard and decisively pressed the enter key. Instantly, a crisp notification echoed in each pilot's mind. Greetings, I am Falcon number 01. Pleased to fight alongside you. Greetings, I am Falcon number 02. Pleased to fight alongside you. Greetings, I am Falcon number 03. Pleased to fight alongside you. The pilots were taken aback by the gentle yet mechanical feminine voice, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. They began to formulate questions within their minds, and the mech's artificial intelligence system promptly responded. This innovative mode of interaction filled them with both curiosity and excitement. They silently assessed, the upgraded artificial intelligence is indeed significantly more intelligent and convenient than before. Time is of the essence, so I shall keep this brief, Su Jin asserted, his tone unwavering and powerful. He surveyed the poised pilots and continued. The upgraded Falcon mechs retain the original operational logic, with enhancements only to their performance and combat modes. There is no need for concern regarding operation. The AI system will provide real-time guidance. With a glint of intensity in his eyes, Su Jin shifted his tone, commanding loudly, now, please pilot your mechs and prepare to greet our forthcoming guests. We must ensure they experience the unique hospitality of the Blue Star people. His words, brimming with fervent combat spirit, seemed to invigorate each individual. In response, the pilots displayed resolute expressions and rendered a crisp military salute to Su Jin, expressing their respect and gratitude. Subsequently, as the pilots concentrated, the cockpits of the mechs automatically opened. They leaped in with precision, settling into the cockpit. As the hatches sealed, a deep humming resonated, igniting the death engine, awakening the slumbering giants. One after another, in an instant, all 50 Falcon mechs roared to life, their avian eyes igniting with a chilling azure glow. Zhao Wenyuan stood before them, his demeanor grave and his gaze piercing. Drawing a deep breath, he began to outline the forthcoming battle. Brothers, this battle pertains to the very survival of Blue Star. We must exert ourselves fully to execute a decapitation strike, targeting the enemy's core. However, our current forces are vastly outnumbered by the Black Crystal Clan. His voice resonated with authority, each word imbued with tremendous weight. Thus, I shall personally pilot the Crimson Magpie to lead the charge. We will form an indomitable spearhead formation, he declared. Our aim is to pierce deep into the enemy's ranks, striking at their heart. Only in this manner can we secure a glimmer of hope for this war. The speed and maneuverability of the Falcon mechs are our advantages, and we must leverage this to swiftly disrupt the enemy's formation. In combat, we must maintain close formation, supporting one another as we face the enemy's artillery. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. In this battle, we do not seek to retreat unscathed. We only wish to fulfill our mission and wrestle a chance for survival for Blue Star. You are all heroes of Blue Star. I believe that through your collective efforts, victory is within our grasp. The resolve to charge into battle, life or death. Zhao Wenyuan's voice rang out with unwavering conviction, echoing through the vast warehouse. Following his lead, the pilots responded in unison, the resolve to charge into battle, life or death. Their voices converged into a torrent, resonating deeply. Each pair of eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. As though they were prepared to sacrifice at any moment, Su Jin stood aside, witnessing this scene with profound astonishment. Observing these warriors, willing to face death, he felt the fervent spirit of combat and the ethos of sacrifice emanating from them. Chapter 90. The Falcon on the Offensive. I am departing. Zhao Wenyuan's voice was deep and resolute as he approached Su Jin, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and determination. There exists a highly concealed escape route within the underground base. I have already sent the detailed path to your smart terminal, he added, producing a tag from his pocket and handing it to Su Jin. This is the access key. Keep it safe. Su Jin accepted the key, gripping it tightly, and nodded silently. If we cannot withstand the enemy, Zhao Wenyuan continued, his tone imbued with an undeniable decisiveness, you must evacuate through that escape route as quickly as possible. At the end of the route lies an escape pod, along with sufficient food and water. These provisions will sustain you until you reach a safe planet. He paused, fixing his gaze intently upon Su Jin, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. Remember, as long as you survive, there remains hope for Blue Star. Zhao Wenyuan gently patted Su Jin's shoulder. In that moment, his demeanor shifted from that of a commanding general to that of a senior relative imparting final words of wisdom to a younger family member. Having said all this, Zhao Wenyuan resolutely turned and departed the warehouse with firm strides, his towering figure gradually disappearing from Su Jin's sight. Shortly after, a piercing avian cry suddenly erupted in the sky outside the warehouse. The sound sliced through the air like a sword, stirring the soul. Chirp! That shrill cry cleaved the heavens, signaling the commencement of battle. Within the spacious warehouse, the 50 Falcon mechs were already poised for action. As the signal resonated, brilliant azure particles erupted from their backs, twinkling like radiant stars in the darkness. Following this, a thunderous crash echoed as the 2-meter-thick alloy walls of the warehouse were obliterated by the incredible force of the mechs. Debris scattering in all directions, like cannonballs discharging, the 50 Falcon mechs broke free from their confines, soaring into the sky. In that moment, the pilots experienced an unprecedented, intense sensation of propulsion, their faces contorted by the force. When they regained their bearings, they were astonished to find themselves soaring above the military base. The shock within their hearts was ineffable, incredible, so powerful. As the pilots came to their senses, they couldn't help but exclaim. Their voices brimmed with disbelief and exhilaration. All were profoundly impressed by the robust power exhibited by the upgraded Falcon. They had never anticipated such a transformative change resulting from this upgrade. Though the operational methods remained familiar, the mechs now unleashed a velocity that reached an astonishing 1/5 the speed of light. Reflecting on the pre-upgrade Falcon, it had seemed akin to a child's toy. Yet the current Falcon was as formidable and swift as a fighter jet. Leaving them in awe, this earth-shattering transformation has rendered the drivers more cautious, no longer daring to unleash their full power as they did before. On board the flagship of the Black Crystal Clan, the atmosphere is remarkably relaxed, reminiscent of nobles engaged in a hunting competition. The Grand Elder Mario gazes down upon the sudden appearance of 51 mechs in the military base, forming a phalanx as they charge forth. The corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful sneer, a desperate struggle for survival. He scoffs, his tone dripping with contempt for Zhao Wenyuan and his companions, deciding to let them play their little game and see how long they can endure. The Grand Elder Mario turns to the Minister of Operations, Thomas, and commands, Thomas, send a few of your men down to capture them alive. I intend to hang them aboard the flying ship, allowing the resistance of Blue Star to witness the fate that awaits those who defy us. Yes, Grand Elder, Thomas replies, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. He strides towards the hangar where the mech troops are stationed, bellowing, I need 10 volunteers to go down and stretch their limbs, first come, first served. No more than that, 1 extra, and I'll have your feet chopped off. Just watch me, Lord Thomas, damn it. I'll go, just let me. Don't you dare steal my chance. It's my turn now. As soon as Thomas finishes speaking, the mech troops within the Black Crystal flagship erupt into a cacophony of noise. The soldiers scramble eagerly towards the mechs, desperate not to miss this opportunity to earn merit. With the automatic opening of the hatch, several Black Crystal warriors at the forefront leap into the air, piloting lizard-like mechs, propelled by jets of black particles, charging towards Zhao Wenyuan's Falcon unit with audacious flair. Meanwhile, those who missed their chance lament their fate. Pounding their chests and shaking their heads in regret, helplessly watching their comrades rush forth to revel in the fray. Zhao Wenyuan, his gaze steely, watches the approaching enemy mechs and issues a firm command. First squad, advance to engage and ensure you block their advance. His voice betrays an unwavering resolve. The first squad, upon hearing the order, swiftly pilots their mechs out of formation, racing towards the front lines, their machines carving sharp trajectories through space. Although the warriors are filled with fighting spirit, a flicker of doubt lingers in their hearts. This is not cowardice. Rather, they have experienced firsthand the devastating destruction of their mechs in previous encounters with the Black Crystal Clan. And those haunting memories linger still. Past experiences have taught them that at least 2 or 3 small teams are necessary to successfully encircle a single Black Crystal mech. Yet now, the enemy has deployed 10 mechs simultaneously, and they too have only sent out 10 in response. A sense of trepidation begins to swell within the warriors, and they cannot help but question whether General Zhao has placed too much faith in the upgraded Falcon mechs. Despite their doubts, the first squad executes Zhao Wenyuan's orders without hesitation. On the battlefield, they never question the commands of their superiors, even if it means facing death. Just as the soldiers prepare to press the shoulder cannon button on their control panels, a cold, mechanical voice of the artificial intelligence suddenly resonates in their ears. Based on the current operational proficiency of the pilot, it is recommended to switch to automatic combat mode to enhance battle efficiency. Automatic combat mode. Does that mean relinquishing control of the battle entirely to the artificial intelligence? This unexpected suggestion momentarily stuns everyone. However, after a brief pause, they quickly reach a consensus, as this is their first time piloting the upgraded Falcon mechs. They are not entirely familiar with the performance and combat style of the new machines. In such a scenario, blindly fumbling through combat is clearly unwise. Thus, entrusting the battle to the artificial intelligence is undoubtedly the best course of action at this moment. Chapter 91. The Astonished Black Crystal Clan. Switch to automatic combat mode. With the command issued, a flicker of resolve passes through everyone's hearts. The mechs seem to resonate with their intentions, instantly responding with agility. A humming sound erupts as the Falcon mechs accelerate like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the Black Crystal enemy. This move leaves everyone astonished, taken aback. The artificial intelligence has opted for close combat against the Black Crystal Clan. The formidable defensive capabilities of their mechs have left an indelible impression on everyone. Engaging in close quarters is undoubtedly an extremely risky and unwise tactic. Based on past combat experiences, they would prefer a long-range attrition strategy, avoiding direct encounters with the Black Crystal Clan until their energy reserves are depleted, and then overwhelming the enemy in a final assault. However, it is too late to disengage from automatic combat mode now. Under the control of the artificial intelligence, the Falcon mechs have already plunged into furious close-quarters combat with the Black Crystal forces. The Black Crystal warriors are evidently thrown into disarray by this abrupt turn of events. They are momentarily stunned. How dare the enemy initiate a close-range attack? Have they lost their minds? They feel profoundly insulted and hastily maneuver their mechs, activating laser blades that can sever anything, launching them fiercely towards the Falcon. We're doomed. As the colossal Black Crystal lizard draws ever closer, the soldiers' faces turn pale with dread. They can almost foresee the grim fate awaiting them. They will be pulverized by the Black Crystal Clan. Yet what transpires next leaves both sides utterly astonished. The Falcon deftly evades the incoming attacks with remarkable agility, easily sidestepping the onslaught of the Black Crystal mechs. Then, its claws extend with precision, seizing the limbs of the Black Crystal lizard. Seizing the opportunity created by the Black Crystal's missed strikes, it secures a firm hold. Damn it! You're asking for death. The Black Crystal warriors struggle desperately, only to find themselves immobilized. They immediately direct their mech's head to gather energy for a laser cannon. The first squad, witnessing this scene, scrambles to control their shoulder cannons, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the Black Crystal Clan. However, the artificial intelligence acts even faster. The reactor of the Falcon mech suddenly illuminates, pressing against the reactor of the Black Crystal mech. In the next instant, the reactor on the Black Crystal mech flickers like a candle in the wind. Extinguished in an instant. What just happened? Within the cockpit of the Black Crystal warriors, darkness envelopes them as all systems lose power. Even the laser cannon they were charging is extinguished, rendering the entire mech silent and lifeless. But this is not the end. The Falcon mech resumes its assault. It releases one claw, viciously grasping the cockpit of the black crystal mech, and then exerts a tremendous force amidst the cracking sounds. The once indomitable black crystal mech succumbs to the overwhelming pressure. In a mere 2.5 seconds, the onlookers can only watch in disbelief as the sturdy cockpit crumbles under the grip of the Falcon. Like a fragile eggshell, the black crystal pilot inside has no time to react before being met with utter devastation. His body bursts forth like a crushed tomato, splattering into a grotesque mass of flesh. This bloody and shocking spectacle leaves the first squad of warriors in the Falcon cockpit utterly dumbfounded. They gape in astonishment, rendered speechless by the horror before them. Each pair of eyes is filled with disbelief. The artificial intelligence is this powerful? Simultaneously, Zhao Wenyuan, the remaining warriors, and even the Grand Elder Mario, high-ranking officials, and all soldiers aboard the Black Crystal Fleet witness this astonishing scene through the battle footage. They are left in a state of shock, as if frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Time appears to stand still in that moment, the air thick with an indescribable heaviness and silence. Each face is etched with a myriad of expressions. Awe, fear, and an unspeakable sorrow grip them. Damn. What in the world is that thing? On board the Black Crystal flagship, Grand Elder Mario's eyes widen in disbelief as he fixates on the blue star mech in the battle footage. His voice resonates with shock and anger, as if the scene before him has surpassed the limits of his comprehension. When did the blue star people acquire such advanced mechs? Mario's emotions are a tempest of astonishment and fury. He never imagined that the black crystal mechs, which he held in such high regard, would be so easily dismantled before the blue star forces. It feels as if he is trapped in a surreal nightmare. Previously, the blue star mechs appeared as fragile as paper in their eyes, yet today this mech is ferociously formidable, effortlessly overpowering their black crystal mechs in an instant. Thomas. The Grand Elder Mario senses something amiss and urgently calls out to the Minister of Operations through the communication device. You must personally lead a team down there with all our mechs and uncover what in the world that thing is. Thomas, who is currently with a group of mech warriors, is equally stunned by the unfolding battle scene. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's command, he snaps back to reality and shouts, "Quick! Everyone follow me. We must eliminate those down below and reclaim our dignity." With Thomas's order, the black crystal mechs swarm forth like a disturbed hornet's nest. 500 black crystal lizards emerge from the flagship and escort ships. A swarm of figures surged toward Zhao Wenyuan and his companions, enveloping them in a formidable encirclement. The scene was awe-inspiring, reminiscent of an impending apocalyptic tempest. Among the mechs, the most striking was that of Toma. He piloted a custom-built machine forged from the precious black crystal stone. Toma's bespoke mech took on the sleek form of a powerful black panther. Exuding an aesthetic of primal beauty and strength, the entire machine resembled a predator of the night, awakening like a colossal beast, roaring as it joined the fray. "Kill!" Zhao Wenyuan bellowed, his voice laced with a chilling intent to slay. Leading the Red Crow, he charged headlong into the enemy, accompanied by the Hawk. Their formation was tight, their momentum unstoppable, akin to an arrow soaring through the air. With unwavering focus, Zhao Wenyuan's gaze fixed upon Toma. The most conspicuous figure within the ranks of the black crystal mechs, he commanded the Red Crow, which radiated an ethereal blue glow, boldly challenging Toma. His mech darted across the battlefield with agility, weaving past countless foes. Vile blue star insects, upon seeing Zhao Wenyuan advance, Toma's eyes blazed crimson, bursting forth with a bloodthirsty fury. He ruthlessly commanded his mech, its massive claws gleaming ominously as they swung toward Zhao Wenyuan with thunderous force. Intent on crushing him in a single blow, a sinister grin spread across Toma's face, as if he could already envision the destruction of Zhao Wenyuan's mech. Chapter 92. Intense Battle. Soul-devouring Phoenix Wing Halberd. With a piercing cry, Zhao Wenyuan's mech, the Red Crow, seemed to come alive under the influence of his mental prowess. An ethereal bird of prey materialized around it, its wings beating fiercely, exuding an aura of fierce majesty as if it were about to break through the heavens. Simultaneously, Toma did not falter. His mental energy enveloped his mech tightly, and in a flash of black light, it transformed into a roaring black panther. The panther's eyes glinted with a cold light, its form agile. Like a shadowy hunter of the night, The two forces of mental energy rapidly expanded, rendering the nearly 1,000-meter radius a forbidden zone. The intertwining hues of ethereal blue and black resembled two colossal dragons spiraling in the air, ultimately merging into a vast vortex that consumed everything in its vicinity. Those possessing abilities below grade B found themselves ensnared in an invisible mire, their movements sluggish, even their breaths becoming labored. They gazed in terror at the clash of these two titans. Both Zhao Wenyuan and Toma shielded their respective soldiers within the confines of their mental energies, gently propelling them out of the perilous area. At this moment, only the two remained on the battlefield, poised for a breathtaking confrontation. The collision of their transformative mental energies erupted in a deafening roar. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. Seemingly intent on devouring everything around it, the battlefield was instantly cleared, creating a vacuum where no other life forms existed besides Zhao Wenyuan and Toma. On the periphery of this arena, the Hawk and the Black Crystal mech forces had already descended into chaos, exchanging fire amidst a storm of laser blasts and shattering mech fragments. However, the Hawk held its ground, the artificial intelligences demonstrating exceptional combat techniques and seamless coordination, engaging the enemy in a fierce stalemate. Meanwhile, the pilots gritted their teeth, nervously fueling their machines. There was little they could do to aid their commander. Zhao Wenyuan clenched his jaw, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His mind felt as if it were being torn apart. Yet he persevered in piloting the Red Crow. The intense agony fueled the flames of his fury, igniting a desperate desire to obliterate every obstacle in his path. Suddenly, a sharp whistling cut through the air as Toma unleashed black crystal missiles from his mech, resembling meteors in the night sky, hurtling toward the Red Crow. However, as they approached within a 10-meter range, the missiles appeared to encounter an unseen force, twisting and extinguishing before plummeting helplessly to the ground. Toma's pupils dilated in disbelief as he witnessed the unbelievable scene. A faint, invisible force field enveloped the Red Crow, acting as a mysterious shield that repelled all attacks. Toma's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. He had never anticipated such a phenomenon. The peculiar technology and formidable defense of the enemy mech far exceeded his imagination. His assault had been effortlessly neutralized. Seething with rage, Toma resolved to abandon subtlety and adopt a more direct and powerful approach. With a violent tremor of his hands, a pair of razor-sharp blades sprang forth from his mech's arms. Glinting ominously, he swung the blades, leaving deep, menacing gashes in the fabric of space with each stroke. These scars concealed raging spatial turbulence. Seemingly capable of devouring all, kill, the cruel and frenzied glint in Toma's eyes signaled that he regarded Zhao Wenyuan as a doomed adversary. Throughout his illustrious combat history, no one had ever withstood the lethal strike of his claws. He was convinced that nothing could withstand this pair of talons forged from the pinnacle of black crystal technology. Yet, in the face of Toma's threat, Zhao Wenyuan remained unflustered. He took a deep breath, calmly preparing for the forthcoming challenge. With a surge of determination, he swiftly commanded the Red Crow to switch to close combat weaponry, readying himself for a melee confrontation with Toma. As his resolve solidified, a torrent of blue flames erupted from the hands of the Red Crow. The flames blazed brightly, seemingly containing boundless energy. As the flames receded, a unique weapon materialized in Zhao Wenyuan's grasp. It resembled a trident, with an imposing and formidable blade. The tips of the spear branched out, curving upward in a crescent shape. The edges of the curved blades were lined with numerous sharp teeth, capable of rending anything asunder. Ethereal blue flames danced upon the weapon, radiating an entrancing brilliance. Zhao Wenyuan gazed in astonishment at the weapon in his hand, its name emerging unbidden in his mind. The soul-devouring Phoenix Wing Halberd. It was his first encounter with such an armament. He had previously wielded laser swords and knives, but this uniquely shaped, exotic weapon was entirely new to him. Halberd, Zhao Wenyuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. However, he quickly realized a pressing issue. He had no idea how to wield such a weapon. Throughout his life, his martial training had never encompassed the techniques of halberd combat. What was he to do? In this critical situation, there was no time for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wenyuan resolved to wield the halberd as a makeshift club, swinging it with all his might. Though this strike lacked finesse, it was delivered with overwhelming force. Ants. Toma scoffed derisively, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes. To him, it was evident that his opponent had succumbed to fear, delivering an attack devoid of strategy, an obvious opening. Undaunted, he charged forward, meeting the strike with his blades. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, the cruel smile on Toma's face vanished, replaced by sheer panic. He was shocked to discover that his blades, upon touching Zhao Wenyuan's weapon, were effortlessly cleaved in two as if they were mere tofu. How could this be? Toma recoiled in terror, attempting to evade Zhao Wenyuan's lethal onslaught, but his reaction came a moment too late. With a resounding crack, his mech's arm was severed. The sudden, devastating blow sent a jolt of shock through Toma's heart, but even worse was yet to come. Sparks erupted from the severed arm, but they quickly extinguished. As a mysterious energy silently infiltrated the mech's interior through the fracture, the black crystal structure began to fade dramatically, as if being eroded by an invisible force, ultimately disintegrating into a fine powder. Toma watched in horror as his mech crumbled, his astonishment beyond words. What in the world was this? Toma's expression darkened as he sensed an unprecedented aura of danger in this life-and-death moment. He unhesitatingly pressed the escape button. Instantly, a spherical capsule was ejected from the mech, plummeting toward the ground. Zhao Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Toma's vulnerability. As he saw the enemy escaping in the capsule, a primal instinct urged him to pursue. However, at that very moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed him. His movements froze mid-air as he looked up, horrified to find that the main ship of the Black Crystal Clan had locked onto him. The enormous warship loomed like a colossal beast, its gaping maw opening wide a cannon, with a diameter of several hundred meters, slowly extended from the main ship, the darkened aperture coldly aimed at Zhao Wenyuan. A terrifying energy began to coalesce within the cannon, forming a menacing sphere crackling with black lightning. The energy sphere emanated a destructive aura, as if it could consume all. Zhao Wenyuan's heart raced. Realizing he could not evade this impending doom, Chapter 93, The Dark Annihilator, the fierce bird of ethereal blue flames. Within the command chamber of the Black Crystal Clan's flagship, the atmosphere was tense and somber. The Grand Elder Mario leaned over the vast observation window, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on the heart of the battlefield. His face bore the marks of incredulity as he muttered, "How is this possible? Toma is not a match for him at all." Toma, as the Minister of Operations, was exceptionally gifted, towering at an imposing height of 5 meters, setting him apart within the Black Crystal Clan. He possesses the purest ancestral bloodline of the Black Crystal Clan, making him an indisputable warrior among his people. Yet, in this moment, the mightiest Black Crystal Warrior appears utterly powerless before a being from the Blue Star. Mario feels as though he is plunged into a nightmarish abyss. He fiercely digs his nails into his flesh until he draws forth dark crimson blood, awakening from his stupor to the harsh reality that this is not a mere illusion, but a brutal truth. Absolutely, absolutely not allowed. Mario's eyes blaze red, veins bulging with fury as he fixates on the crimson magpie below, his voice laced with determination and ire, declaring that the future of the Black Crystal Clan will not be obstructed by such filth. He abruptly whirls around and strides purposefully to the center of the captain's chamber, placing his hands heavily upon a control console. With his movements, a black crystal pedestal slowly rises from the ground, upon which lies a black scepter, quietly resting. The scepter, as thick as a child's arm and half a meter long, is crowned with a multifaceted black crystal that radiates a brilliant, mysterious glow in an instant. The entire captain's chamber is enveloped in this enigmatic light, as if transported to another realm. The other high-ranking officials in the chamber, upon witnessing the emergence of the black scepter, immediately kneel, palms open and foreheads pressed to the ground in reverent worship. They chant incantations as if recounting an ancient spell or prayer. This black scepter, the mystical key to activating the Black Crystal flagship's main cannon, now shimmers with profound luminescence in Mario's grasp. He tightly clasps the scepter, inhales deeply, and begins to softly intone an ancient incantation. Source of darkness, root of power. The will of the Black Crystal permeates the stars, coalescing into boundless artillery to obliterate all barriers obstructing our clan's advance. As the incantation is uttered, the mysterious light in the captain's chamber grows ever more radiant, resonating with the dark energies of the cosmos. The flagship begins to tremble slightly, the black crystals adorning its surface seemingly coming to life, flickering with a profound light. Subsequently, a massive fissure slowly tears open in the midsection of the ship, revealing a colossal cannon barrel, hundreds of meters in diameter, emerging gradually. The surface of the barrel is adorned with intricate runes and mysterious energy patterns, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. This main cannon, known as the Dark Annihilator, represents not only the pinnacle of black crystal technology but also symbolizes the clan's inexhaustible destructive power and conquering will. Beneath the barrel of the Dark Annihilator, any foe shall be reduced to cosmic dust. The enormous cannon's mouth begins to shimmer with a deep light, as black energy condenses within, gradually forming an energy sphere imbued with dark lightning. This energy, potent and shadowy, seems capable of devouring all light. Zhao Wenyuan feels himself ensnared by an invisible force, the surrounding space seemingly frozen, rendering his movements exceedingly laborious. An overwhelming sense of despair wells up within him, a sensation he has never encountered before. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberates, causing the entire starry expanse to tremble. The black lightning sphere finally erupts from the Dark Annihilator's barrel, hurtling towards the Crimson Magpie with cataclysmic force at an eye-watering speed. Though the sphere's descent appears deceptively slow, it carries an irresistible power. The Crimson Magpie stands frozen, as if bound by this force, unable to move. Zhao Wenyuan screams in a frenzy, his voice echoing through the cosmos, revealing boundless despair and defiance. The black lightning sphere envelopes Zhao Wenyuan and ultimately detonates. The destructive force is unleashed in an instant, akin to a supernova erupting in the universe, its might capable of rending space and shaking time. In that moment of explosion, a blinding flash of black light sweeps across, darkening the entire starry sky. Following this, a colossal shockwave radiates from the epicenter of the explosion, expanding violently outward, vaporizing stardust in its wake and birthing scorching energy storms. General! The cries of the Falcon team resonate through the cosmos, laced with shock and sorrow. Old Zhao! Within the military base, Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin stare helplessly at the explosion on the screen, a profound sorrow swelling within them. Uncle! Su Jin's eyes glisten with moisture, his voice trembling with endless grief as he fixates on the center of the explosion, yearning to pierce through the darkness and find that familiar figure. The elder Mario stands resolute in the captain's chamber, regaining his composure and pride, coldly stating, "Dying beneath the Dark Annihilator, Blue Star Dweller, you have met your end fittingly. This terrifying energy storm, capable of altering celestial phenomena, has surpassed the B-grade threshold, reaching A-grade. As the remnants of the explosion gradually dissipate, a profound black void remains in the starry expanse, resembling a scar upon the universe, a testament to the cataclysmic strike that just transpired. Yet, amidst this eerie silence, a sudden piercing bird call shatters the stillness. Chirp! At the heart of the black hole, a minute azure flame ignites, rapidly swelling like a raging azure vortex, sweeping across the cosmos. Everyone holds their breath, witnessing a fierce bird engulfed in roaring azure flames. At the very moment the black hole is on the verge of sealing, it narrowly escapes. What is that? Everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. Gazing at the ferocious bird, the denizens of the blue star, emerging from their shock, are soon overtaken by uncontrollable elation. Meanwhile, the Black Crystal Clan's members appear pallid, their expressions clouded with uncertainty, their lips trembling as words escape them. Ha ha ha! Did you expect this? I certainly didn't believe I, Zhao Wenyuan, would survive. Having narrowly escaped, Zhao Wenyuan laughs maniacally within the Crimson Magpie, his voice brimming with the joy of having survived calamity. Eugene, your upgraded Crimson Magpie is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha! Thanks to you, I'm alive once more. Ha ha ha! Zhao Wenyuan's laughter reverberates through the cosmos, as if taunting death itself. Though the Crimson Magpie has barely survived the cataclysmic onslaught of the Dark Annihilator, its frame is battered and torn, exposing significant sections of its internal structure. The death energy reactor on its chest appears dim and flickering, as if on the brink of extinguishing, causing concern for its fate. However, at that critical juncture, a scene emerges that sends chills down everyone's spine. The massive hooked wings behind the crimson magpie suddenly unfurl, unleashing a multitude of iron chains that explode outward like the tentacles of an octopus. Shooting in all directions, these chains, swift as lightning, precisely ensnare hundreds of black crystal mechas, weaving an immense spider's web across the starry expanse. Thud, thud, thud. A chilling sound fills the air, reminiscent of a straw sucking milk. To everyone's astonishment, those black crystal mechas caught by the hooked chains of the crimson magpie instantaneously disintegrate into gray-white powder. A surge of vital energy flows through the iron chains extending from the crimson magpie, continuously feeding into its systems. This spectacle leaves everyone dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the nature of such a feat. The once battered crimson magpie, after absorbing this energy, revitalizes as if it has consumed a potent elixir, resuming its pristine glory, shining brilliantly amidst the cosmos. Inside the flagship of the Black Crystal Clan, the elder Mario stares in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Death energy? Chapter 94. Relentless Retreat. A desperate battle, death energy. So that is why this mecha is so formidable. It employs the technology of the civilization of death. The elder Mario's expression grows grave as he gazes at the crimson magpie outside, his heart filled with astonishment and reverence. The civilization of death, an ancient culture long besieged and annihilated by various civilizations, has left its technological remnants scattered across the cosmos. This small planet, the Blue Star, has managed to discover and restore such a mecha. Their fortune is truly extraordinary. A nearby officer sighs, a hint of jealousy and resentment coloring his tone. We cannot deny our defeat this time. The elder forces a bitter smile, murmuring to himself. He understands that a mecha infused with the technology of the civilization of death possesses power beyond their capacity to confront. The high-ranking officers in the captain's chamber feel a wave of inexplicable dread wash over them upon hearing the term civilization of death. Legends and terrifying tales about this civilization flash through their minds, and some of the more timid officers, overwhelmed by fear, collapse to the ground, their faces pale and trembling. After a moment of silence, a glimmer of resolve flickers in the elder Mario's eyes. He inhales deeply and commands loudly, "Retreat. The Black Crystal Clan cannot perish here today, elder." The crowd exclaims in shock, clearly unwilling to abandon their cause so easily. They gaze imploringly at Mario, hoping he will reconsider. Yet, Mario merely sighs deeply and shakes his head, stating, "The technology embodied in that mecha far exceeds our own. Even I, an A-grade powerhouse, cannot contend with it. We must recognize the current situation. Retreating is not failure, but a means to preserve our strength and await a better opportunity." Although reluctant, the crowd knows the elder speaks the truth. They remain silent, their inner despair surging like a relentless tide. Yet, they understood that at this moment, retreat was their only option. "Execute the retreat order," Elder Mario shouted once more, his voice resolute and powerful. Although the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, the crowd quickly sprang into action, initiating the withdrawal plan. "Elder, what about Lord Toma?" an officer inquired anxiously, his face etched with worry. Elder Mario furrowed his brow, surveying the faces in the command room, and took a deep breath. "For the sake of our entire clan, we must have someone step forward to make a sacrifice." His voice, firm and grave, echoed within the chamber. He turned towards the communication device, his tone laden with profound sorrow and resolve. "Toma, can you hear me? You need to attack the Blue Star base to buy us time for our retreat." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Toma's weary voice. "Elder, please take care of my wife and child. I will hold the line." The corners of Elder Mario's eyes glistened with moisture as he solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, Toma, I will care for them as if they were my own family." After concluding the communication, he faced the gathered individuals once more. "Hurry. We cannot afford any further delays," the elder urged, his eyes flashing with determination and courage. "We bear the great responsibility of reviving the Black Crystal Clan. We cannot allow our forces to be annihilated here." As per the elder's command, the flagship and escort vessels of the Black Crystal Clan began to slowly turn around, preparing to withdraw from the battlefield. Simultaneously, the Black Crystal mechs entangled with the Hawk received the order to cover the retreat. Like crazed dogs, they launched into a suicidal assault, recklessly charging towards the Hawk formations. However, bolstered by the overwhelming presence of the Red Crow, the morale of the Hawk forces soared, their combat prowess unfettered. They swiftly destroyed a black crystal mech, causing the mech army to retreat in disarray. Zhao Wenyuan, seeing the Black Crystal clan attempting to escape, could not allow them to depart so easily. He immediately pivoted his machine, akin to a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. The Red Crow, engulfed in fierce azure flames, wreaked havoc on the battlefield. The warriors of the Hawk were inspired by Zhao Wenyuan's valor, as if they had been infused with a potent stimulant, amplifying their fervor. Amidst the intense clash, over 300 black crystal mechs were rapidly obliterated, their shattered remnants raining down like confetti from the sky. "Charge with me. We cannot allow these scoundrels to escape," Zhao Wenyuan roared, leading the charge at the forefront. His Red Crow mech blazed like a fire, guiding 50 Hawk mechs in pursuit, resembling unleashed tigers driven by pent-up fighting spirit and rage. This battle marked their first significant victory after days of frustration, a pivotal turning point in the conflict. Each warrior was overwhelmed with excitement, their shouts resonating as they launched a ferocious offensive against the Black Crystal warships. Previously, the Black Crystal fleet would strike swiftly and then vanish into the void. But today, the performance of the Blue Star mechs was astonishing, far beyond their expectations. They found themselves relentlessly pursued by the enemy, the distance closing rapidly. "Elder, they're closing in," a Black Crystal warrior reported, panic evident on his face. "What are you afraid of?" Elder Mario snorted coldly, gripping his Black Crystal staff tightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. With a flourish of the staff, countless tiny black dots fell from the Black Crystal flagship and escort vessels. As they drifted through the air, they grew larger, transforming into mechanical dogs composed of Black Crystal stone, descending upon the Blue Star military base. They were ferocious, immediately pouncing on nearby soldiers, tearing into them with wild abandon. The entire Blue Star military base was plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, Toma forcefully kicked open the escape pod door, transforming into a massive Black Panther. He surged into the military base amidst the turmoil, his towering 5-meter form rampaging through the crowd. With a casual motion, he seized a tank, wielding it like a colossal club, causing widespread destruction within the base. Bullets rained down upon Toma, yet all were effortlessly deflected by the Panther's shadow enveloping his form. Showcasing his formidable defenses, at that moment, Toma resembled an unstoppable killing machine, trampling everything within the Blue Star military base. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyuan and the Hawks slowed their pursuit, faced with a daunting dilemma. The military base below was engulfed in smoke and chaos, leaving them in a precarious position. Should they continue pursuing the Black Crystal fleet or return to assist the base? If they missed this opportunity, the Black Crystal clan would vanish into the vast cosmos. Just then, Su Jin's voice suddenly resonated in Zhao Wenyuan and the Hawk warrior's ears. "Uncle, you continue the pursuit. I'll handle things at the base." His voice was resolute and powerful, injecting a surge of confidence into the group. Upon hearing Su Jin's assurance, they no longer hesitated, accelerating their pursuit of the Black Crystal fleet. In their hearts, Su Jin had become a figure of immense trust. Meanwhile, on the Black Crystal flagship, Elder Mario's expression darkened upon seeing the previously halted pursuers resume their chase. Clenching his fists, he growled fiercely, "Do they care nothing for the lives of their own kind? Very well. If you dare to pursue, then let us meet our fates together." His voice brimmed with fury and determination. Simultaneously, within the chaotic Blue Star military base, Toma rampaged with a multitude of mechanical dogs, slaughtering indiscriminately as if in an uninhabited realm. Their formidable combat prowess, coupled with their reckless fighting style, rendered the base's defenders powerless. Yet, at that moment, an ancient-looking metallic body suddenly blocked Toma's path. This machine resembled an exoskeleton, devoid of armor and lacking advanced weaponry. Piloting this relic was an elderly man with a hawkish nose, Chiu Yin. Bare-chested and smoking a cigarette, he bore a defiant expression as he charged towards Toma without a hint of fear. He glared at Toma and bellowed, "Damn it! Who's afraid of whom?" In an instant, his eyes blazed crimson, and his mental energy coalesced into a fiery giant bear, enveloping the entire machine. Raising its paw to strike at Toma, facing Chiu Yan's challenge, Toma scoffed, "Daring to block me with such an ancient relic? You seek death." With a thought, he merged his form, transforming into a Black Panther and lunging at Chiu Yan. Chapter 95. Old Chiu, Leave this to me? Qiu Yin, one of the last remaining B-class powerhouses in the base, had to step forward at this critical moment. His life had been devoted to the research and creation of mechs, yet among all his creations, he held a special affection for the exoskeleton he now controlled. It was the first piece of equipment he designed for himself, fitting him like a second skin, as if it were an extension of his own body. In his heart, no powerful mech could compare to this exoskeleton. Its synergy with him reaching unprecedented heights. Little cubs of the Black Crystal clan, Qiu Yin roared, the fiery giant bear immediately enveloping him as if a fire deity had descended upon the realm. When your grandpa Qiu roamed the stars, you were still drinking your own urine. His voice thundered, reverberating across the battlefield. Toma's translator swiftly rendered Qiu Yan's words into Black Crystal language. Upon understanding, a flicker of malevolence crossed Toma's eyes. His anger ignited by Qiu Yan's taunts. Nonsense. You old man probably hasn't even left the Milky Way, Toma retorted, his voice brimming with disdain. Him. The technology of the Blue Star was utterly insignificant in the face of the Black Crystal clan. Moreover, the fleeting lifespans of the Blue Star people, a mere few hundred years, paled in comparison to the 30-fold longevity of the Black Crystal beings. This elderly man before him might not even be older than Toma himself. Yet he dared to claim to be his grandfather. Such an affront was unbearable. You can actually understand? Qiu Yin was taken aback, astonished that Toma spoke in the Blue Star language. He gaped in disbelief. You trash race that lacks even a translator, Toma scoffed inwardly, disinterested in answering Qiu Yan's query. As Qiu Yan's fiery bear paw clashed violently with Toma's Black Crystal Panther claw, sparks flew in all directions. An energy ripple spread like waves. Although Qiu Yin was elderly, his gaze remained resolute. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his mental energy, causing the claws of the fiery giant bear to blaze with scorching heat. The crimson hue transforming into a blinding white, as if capable of melting anything. Heavenly Flame Claw. Qiu Yin bellowed, the 10-meter-tall bear striking down with its paw. Toma, however, merely smirked, unperturbed. Shadow Rift Strike. He concentrated all his strength into his Black Crystal Panther claw, dark energy flickering. This technique was the culmination of years of training, capable of unleashing tremendous destructive power in an instant. The two formidable forces collided in midair, fire and Black Crystal tearing and devouring one another. Yet, Qiu Yin, despite his immense power, began to feel the strain over the prolonged confrontation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Toma suddenly exerted immense force, pressing down fiercely, causing the power of the Shadow Rift Strike to surge dramatically. The Black Crystal Leopard, a manifestation of Toma's mental energy, abruptly expanded to a towering height of 15 meters. Its crystalline claws seemed to rend the very fabric of space, unleashing a formidable torrent of dark energy that surged towards the flame giant bear. Under the impact of this force, the bear, conjured from Qiu Yan's mental energy, began to tremble and sway. Die for me. Ultimately, with Toma's thunderous shout, the flame giant bear gradually dissipated under the onslaught of dark energy, transforming into countless embers that drifted away. Meanwhile, Qiu Yin staggered back several steps, his complexion pale. I am indeed getting old, he chuckled bitterly, gazing at Toma's advancing paw with no trace of fear of death in his eyes. Only a faint self-mockery and regret. Just at this critical juncture, a towering black figure suddenly materialized, blocking the injured Qiu Yin like a mountain. Toma was momentarily blinded, keenly sensing the aura of danger. Prompting him to abandon his impending attack, he swiftly retreated, executing several backflips to create distance from his opponent. As he focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover that the newcomer was a mech he had never seen before. What astonished him even more was that this mech bore the unmistakable hallmarks of their Black Crystal technology. Standing at an imposing 21 meters, the mech was constructed entirely from precious black crystal. Its dragon-scale armor shimmering with an enigmatic glow under the sunlight, and its formidable dragon head design evoked an instinctual fear. As Toma beheld this mech, a subconscious sense of dread welled up within him. Damn it! Toma furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly, and quickly dispelled this outrageous thought from his mind. He attempted to gauge his opponent's strength with his mental energy, only to be astounded by the result. His adversary was merely a sea-level esper. Enraged and humiliated, Toma roared, his mental energy swiftly coalescing into a massive Black Panther phantom, which expanded once more, towering at 23 meters, showcasing the terrifying might of a B-level Esper. Rest assured, Elder Chio, I will handle this. A steady voice emanated from the dark crystal dragon mech. It was Su Jin's voice. Chio Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the colossal mech before him, filled with confusion. He had no idea when this mech had appeared in the base, but the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. Dragging his severely injured body, he painfully retreated to a safe position. Glancing at the imposing figure of the dark crystal dragon, Chio Yan sighed self-deprecatingly. The younger generation pushes the older generation aside. The old man is of no use anymore. Ultimately, it is the youth who must shoulder the burden in this world. Su Jin surveyed the surroundings, took a deep breath, and focused his mind. Suddenly, the dragon-scale armor of the dark crystal dragon trembled, emitting concentric waves of invisible sound. A low, resonant howl echoed, reminiscent of an ancient dragon's lament in the depths of the ocean. Resonating profoundly as the sound waves spread, the black crystal mechanical dogs that had been rampaging ceased their frenzied attacks, as if controlled by some mysterious force. One by one, they powered down, rigidly halting in place, as if time itself had pressed the pause button for them. Within mere seconds, the once chaotic military base fell silent, the mechanical dogs immobile, resembling a collection of black sculptures. This spectacle left all present in utter astonishment, their gazes instinctively drawn to the towering black mech, the source of the sound waves. Ai Tsongxian and Chio Yan were especially taken aback, having never anticipated that Su Jin possessed such astonishing abilities. Impossible! Toma's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting incredulity. How could you possibly make them stop? These mechanical dogs can only be controlled by the Great Elder personally wielding the black crystal staff. Yet now, an outsider has achieved it. Why is it impossible? Su Jin replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. The technology of the Black Crystal Clan is no longer a secret to me. His words exuded confidence and composure. To Toma's shock, Su Jin responded not in the Blue Star language, but in perfect Black Crystal language. Toma was momentarily stunned, murmuring, how can you speak Black Crystal language? This isn't the voice of a translation device. Could it be that you are a traitor of our Black Crystal Clan, siding with the Blue Star people? Heh, what do you think? Su Jin had no intention of elaborating further. Having already deciphered Black Crystal technology, what was Black Crystal language to him? Eager to further test the capabilities of the Dark Crystal Dragon, he seized the opportunity to unleash his full power against a B-level adversary. Suddenly, the Dark Crystal Dragon sprang to life, its massive form vanishing from sight, moving with astonishing speed. Toma's pupils constricted in alarm. Before he could react, the Dark Crystal Dragon reappeared before him like a wraith. The black mech struck like a bolt of lightning, swift and merciless. Without hesitation, the Dark Crystal Dragon unleashed a sweeping kick, imbued with the force of thunder. The speed was blinding, the power so fierce it seemed capable of tearing everything asunder. Toma's heart raced, and he could only hastily raise his arms, attempting to block the sudden onslaught. However, his defense appeared feeble against the overwhelming strength of the Dark Crystal Dragon. Bang! A deafening crash resonated through the air. The protective mental energy shield surrounding Toma collapsed instantly beneath the force of the mech's kick, shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, the distinct sound of bones breaking echoed from his arms, pain surging through him like a tidal wave. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Toma was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball, his feet leaving the ground, his body bending involuntarily as he hurtled away. He traced a long arc through the air, crashing through 5 buildings of the military base in rapid succession, each impact accompanied by the sound of structures groaning and collapsing. When Toma finally crashed into the 6th building, he came to an abrupt halt. The thick alloy walls bore a massive hole from his impact, and the entire structure, overwhelmed by the force, teetered precariously before collapsing in a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris flying. Su Jin leaped gracefully, the thrusters on his back emitting a burst of azure particles. In an instant, he appeared before the ruins that buried Toma. Surveying the chaotic debris below, a smirk of disdain crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Is this the renowned defensive prowess of the Black Crystal Clan? It seems rather underwhelming." His words conveyed a deep sense of disappointment. He had anticipated an exhilarating battle, a chance to fully unleash his combat desires. Yet, he found that with a simple strike, his opponent was rendered defenseless. Unbeknownst to Su-jin, although he had never systematically trained in any martial arts techniques, the sheer force behind his blow contained immeasurable primal power. This kind of strength was simply insurmountable for an ordinary B-level esper. His method of attack resembled the proverbial tale of a blind punch defeating a master, devoid of technique, yet shattering all defenses and conventions through sheer might. Before such absolute power, any intricate defense appeared tragically futile. Regardless of the myriad techniques at one's disposal, I shall simply overpower them. With a hiss, the cockpit door opened slowly under Su-jin's command, and he gracefully leaped out of the dark crystal dragon, landing steadily amidst the rubble. Just then, the debris exploded, revealing Toma's battered figure within. Toma soared into the air, his 5-meter frame appearing particularly fearsome. He descended upon Su-jin with the weight of a mountain, roaring, "You little brat! How dare you emerge from your mech?" In Toma's eyes, Su-jin's youthful exuberance had led him to mistakenly believe he was dead, recklessly leaving the protection of his mech to check on his corpse. This was the opportunity he had long awaited, to deliver a fatal blow to this young man. Yet, in the face of Toma's ferocious assault, Su-jin remained exceptionally calm. A smirk danced on his lips as he disdainfully replied, "Fool, you are the one being deceived." No sooner had he spoken than Su-jin's body began to undergo a startling transformation. His skin gradually turned into a crystalline black substance, with sharp black crystal spikes protruding from critical areas such as his forehead, elbows, and knees. This metamorphosis left Toma speechless, staring at Su-jin in astonishment as if witnessing something beyond comprehension. In that instant, Su-jin crouched low, akin to a coiled frog ready to spring. Then, like a black arrow released from a bow, he shot upward, instantly piercing through Toma's chest. In midair, Toma maintained a falling posture. Glancing down at the gaping wound in his chest, confusion and bewilderment etched on his face. He murmured, "Oh, God of black crystal, why would you allow an outsider to awaken the black crystal sacred body?" As his voice gradually faded, the light in his eyes dimmed. Finally, his massive form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire ground trembled slightly, as if mourning the loss of this most formidable warrior of the Black Crystal clan. Su-jin floated down gracefully from above, landing steadily on the ground. With a gentle shake, the bloodstains on him vanished, and his crystalline form gradually returned to its original complexion. He gazed at Toma's fallen body, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "The power of the Black Crystal sacred body is indeed remarkable," Su-jin mused, raising an eyebrow. "Even a B-level powerhouse of the Black Crystal clan can be easily pierced by me." As the adversaries before him were vanquished, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the fleet of the Black Crystal clan was gradually pivoting to return. A smile graced Su-jin's countenance as he murmured, "It seems Uncle Zhao's expedition has yielded splendid results." Soon, the eyes of the personnel at the military base converged, witnessing the Black Crystal fleet gently descending from the sky, the colossal vessels coming to a steady halt atop the base. Zhao Wenyuan, piloting the Crimson Magpie fighter jet, led the charge, gracefully leaping down from the deck of the flying ship, his movements poised and agile. As the cockpit of the mech opened, Zhao Wenyuan and the pilots of the Falcon squad descended in succession, landing firmly on the ground. They were met with the admiring gaze of those around them, a noble honor reserved for triumphant warriors. However, as their eyes roamed over the devastation surrounding the military base, the joy of their resounding victory was somewhat diminished. Just then, Su-jin approached from the crowd, his steps steady and purposeful. Ai Tsongxian and the heavily injured Qiu Yan followed closely behind. Despite Qiu Yan's grievous wounds, he wore an air of nonchalance, guzzling from a bottle of liquor he had procured from an unknown source. The four gathered, exchanging knowing glances, their unspoken understanding conveying all that needed to be said. They smiled at one another and exclaimed in unison, "We won!" Their smiles shimmered in the sunlight, and the oppressive atmosphere in the air began to dissipate. Chapter 97. The Telekinetic Mechanical Reconstruction Method. The dust of the Blue Star Defense War finally settled, and the aftermath efforts commenced with great urgency. Under Ai Tsongxian's steady command, the military base began to rejuvenate, with various tasks unfolding in an orderly fashion. The medical department mobilized all personnel, dedicating themselves to organize the strongest medical teams to provide timely treatment for the soldiers injured in battle. Meanwhile, the Falcon squad undertook another crucial responsibility, assisting in the accommodation of the captives taken from the Black Crystal warships. These once arrogant foes were now securely bound in shackles, their fates entirely in the hands of the Blue Star inhabitants. However, the military base had nearly descended into ruins, and the tasks of cleaning and repairing posed a significant challenge. The soldiers surveyed the desolate landscape, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. The joy of victory was not as overwhelming as they had imagined. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhao Wenyuan and Su Jin returned to their resting quarters. As the door closed, Zhao Wenyuan's already pallid complexion drained of the last vestiges of color. He collapsed onto the ground, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, sweat cascading from his brow like rain. Quickly soaking his attire, "Uncle," Su Jin reacted swiftly, retrieving the urn of ashes and pouring the death energy contained within over Zhao Wenyuan's head, commencing urgent treatment. Before long, Zhao Wenyuan rose from the ground as if reborn. Though exhaustion still marred his features, he managed to muster a faint smile, saying, "Thank you, Su Jin. The death energy in my urn was exhausted midway through the battle. Uncle, you are the one who has endured the most." Su Jin replied, his heart brimming with respect as he regarded Zhao Wenyuan. It was hard for him to fathom the immense suffering Zhao Wenyuan must have endured while forcibly piloting the Crimson Magpie. The sensation of being alive yet tormented. Had it been him, he would have likely crumbled long ago. It was thanks to your upgraded mech that we achieved this incredible victory, Zhao Wenyuan expressed gratefully. No matter how powerful a mech may be, it requires a skilled pilot. Your contributions are paramount, Su Jin earnestly declared. With this military achievement, you should surely be promoted to a general, right? Allow me to congratulate you in advance. As he spoke, he poured a glass of water and handed it to Zhao Wenyuan. Your accomplishments are not insignificant either. If we were to assess merits, you would be the foremost contributor, Zhao Wenyuan said. His tone filled with admiration. He recognized Su Jin's attempt to shift the focus, easing his pain, and felt a deep sense of gratitude. I think I should refrain. At my young age, attracting too much attention would not bode well. Su Jin replied, a self-aware smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan laughed heartily. What you say matters not. We must consult your master for her opinion. Zhao Wenyuan's injuries soon healed, and the two set out together to find Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin. At that moment, they were not in the command room but rather in the dungeon. Following the guidance of the dungeon guards, they finally located Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin, who were embroiled in a heated argument. Do you even understand? This is how you handle it? Step aside and let me? Ai Tsongxian shouted in exasperation. Weren't you the one who just fiddled with it? Qiu Yin retorted defiantly, why earlier approach was flawed. Leave this to me, and I assure success. Ai Tsongxian insisted, attempting once more to seize the device resembling an artificial cochlea. Su Jin and Zhao Wenyuan exchanged amused glances at this spectacle. They approached, and Su Jin, with a hint of exasperation, intervened to separate the two quarreling figures. Good apprentice, you've arrived. Ai Tsongxian's demeanor softened upon seeing Su Jin. Master, old Qiu, what are you two squabbling about? Su Jin inquired curiously. Seizing the opportunity, Qiu Yin snatched the device from Ai Tsongxian's grasp and thrust it into Su Jin's hands. Su Jin, take a look at this gadget. It's the translation device of the Black Crystal clan. I've heard it contains the languages of hundreds of civilizations. Your incompetent master can't figure it out. You take a crack at it. If we can't decipher their bird language, how can we even conduct an interrogation? Qiu Yin fretted, raking his hair in frustration. Su Jin glanced at Qiu Yin, whose body was wrapped in multiple bandages, and chuckled at the irony. Old Qiu, you truly are a warrior who refuses to retreat from the battlefield despite your minor injuries. I have no choice. Hearing them speak in their bird language drives me to desperation. Qiu Yin sighed helplessly, casting a hopeful glance at Su Jin. Eugene lowered his gaze to the translation device, and with a mere cursory glance, a flicker of insight ignited in his mind. With a subtle thought, the device, resembling an artificial cochlea, disassembled into its constituent parts, floating in mid-air under his telekinetic control. His gaze fixed intently on the circuit board, his fingers danced lightly and swiftly across its surface, each touch accompanied by faint sparks. In the next moment, to the astonishment of onlookers, the scattered components appeared summoned. reassembling themselves into their original form. Eugene smiled gently as he handed the modified translation device back to Qiu Yin, explaining, "Old Qiu, it's actually not complicated. It just requires some adjustments to a few key circuits." Qiu Yin took the translation device from Su Jin, his expression one of lingering astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Jin, your mechanical modification skills are truly remarkable. Even the so-called mechanical masters within the Federation would feel inadequate in comparison." At this juncture, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Qiu Yan's eyes as he half-jokingly continued, "I even pondered on taking you as my master to learn your extraordinary techniques." Su Jin hurriedly waved his hands. Wearing a humble smile, "Old Qiu, you flatter me. This technique is not difficult. Whenever you have time, I can teach you." This delicate manipulation technique was something he had gleaned from reverse engineering black crystal technology, essentially a mere application of telekinetic skill. He couldn't help but reflect on how this ability, commonplace among the Black Crystal Clan's mechanics, was regarded as an extraordinary talent on Blue Star. Standing nearby, AI Tsongxian caught wind of Qiu Yan's intention to take Su Jin as a master, and a cunning smile crossed his face as he interjected, "Old Qiu, since you wish to take Su Jin as your master, you must first get past me. Now, respectfully address me as master to my satisfaction." Qiu Yan's face flushed crimson. Glaring at AI Tsongxian in frustration, he retorted, "I'd rather call you my grandmother." Just then, the Black Crystal Clan's elder, who had been silent in the cell, suddenly stirred. His gaze fixated on Su Jin with fervent intensity, his demeanor growing increasingly agitated. He mumbled incoherently, and the others could not decipher a single word. AI Tsongxian and Qiu Yin exchanged glances, quickly pressing a button on the translation device, leaning in closely to discern what the elder was saying. The translation device emitted a clear voice, albeit with a mechanical timbre, yet sufficient for them to grasp its meaning. "You thief!" The elder of the Black Crystal Clan, Mario, exclaimed, his eyes bulging with rage as he glared at Su Jin, bellowing, "How did you learn our Black Crystal Clan's telekinetic mechanical reconstruction method? Speak!" Mario continued to roar, his face contorting with fury. "Where did you acquire this knowledge, you despicable Blue Star scoundrel?" He struggled against the chains binding him, but his strength was firmly restrained, leaving him to futilely thrash about. "Thief!" Mario shouted again, his voice brimming with unbridled hatred. "You are a thief, ah!" His cries echoed through the confines of the cell, for despite his exalted status as the Black Crystal Clan's elder, he was now a captive. Trapped within this confined space, impotently raging and shouting. His gaze revealed a profound animosity towards Su Jin, as if he wished to devour him whole. Chapter 98, The Cosmic Taboo. The Telekinetic Mechanical Reconstruction Technique? AI Tsongxian and Qiu Yin exclaimed in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, a flicker of astonishment crossing their eyes. They had intended to convey the translated words of the Black Crystal language to others, only to find that Su Jin had already taken the initiative to respond to Mario's inquiry. A derisive curve graced Su Jin's lips as he chuckled lightly, saying, "The so-called telekinetic mechanical reconstruction technique is merely child's play. Such skills are transparent to me. How can one even entertain the notion of theft?" As he spoke, his brows arched slightly, as if suddenly recalling something. "Oh, right, I almost forgot. You do not understand the language of the Blue Star." Before his words could fully settle, he effortlessly recounted his previous statement in fluent and authentic Black Crystal language. This action left all present in a state of stunned silence, with AI Tsongxian and Qiu Yin particularly taken aback. For as soon as Su Jin finished speaking, the translator precisely echoed his words without a single error. When had he learned this? Zhao Wenyuan was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat to break the silence. "Professor AI, have you forgotten? Su Jin is a linguistic prodigy," he reminded. Upon hearing this, AI Tsongxian awakened from his reverie, abruptly recalling the days spent in the underground base when Su Jin had mastered the intricate script of the Death Civilization overnight. If he could conquer such obscure and difficult texts, how could he falter before the language of the Black Crystal tribe? Noticing Qiu Yan's still bewildered expression, AI Tsongxian leaned closer to him and quietly recounted that past episode. As AI Tsongxian narrated, Qiu Yan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, replaced by astonishment and understanding. After hearing AI Tsongxian's account, Qiu Yin reevaluated Su Jin, his gaze transforming into one of complexity and depth. He turned sharply to glare at AI Tsongxian, his tone laced with deep jealousy. "You old man, your luck is simply too good. If I had been on the blue star at that time, shouldn't a genius like Su Jin have chosen me as his master?" Upon hearing this, a smug smile involuntarily spread across AI Tsongxian's face. "Ha! You truly are flipping the heavens. Just moments ago, you wished to be my apprentice's master. And now you desire for my apprentice to call you master?" His expression radiated pride, convinced that his decision to take Su Jin as his disciple was the most astute of his life. Although Qiu Yin seethed with jealousy, he understood that this was not the moment for contention. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rising ire and redirected his focus to the translator. "Let us get back to business." He scowled, shooting AI Tsongxian a sidelong glance. "Impossible," Elder Mario vehemently denied, his expression graved. "The telekinetic mechanical reconstruction technique is a unique secret of our Black Crystal tribe. Only we can master it. Though it may appear simple, it is entirely beyond the grasp of other races." Su Jin, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise. He had not previously considered that there might be a racial restriction on learning this technique. He pondered quietly, could it be that only by awakening the Black Crystal sacred body was he able to acquire this skill? Reflecting on it, he realized that, in terms of bloodline purity, he might very well be considered a progenitor-level entity within the Black Crystal tribe. After all, the Black Crystal sacred body had become a legend among the Black Crystal tribe, with no one having awakened it for countless years. Even with advanced genetic technology, the Black Crystal tribe had failed to reproduce this mysterious constitution. After successfully deciphering Black Crystal technology, Su Jin effortlessly retrieved the ancient historical records of the Black Crystal tribe from the database of the escort ship. He had yet to delve deeply into his research, merely skimming through the information related to the Black Crystal sacred body. "Stop denying it. You are nothing but a thief." Elder Mario seized upon Su Jin's moment of speechlessness, refusing to relent. However, Su Jin merely shrugged nonchalantly, smiling at Mario. "All right, if you say I am a thief, then I shall be one. But what can you do about it?" Mario was rendered speechless by this retort and subsequently lowered his head in despondency. "Indeed, what can I do? You are now a prisoner," Su Jin stated slowly, revealing the reality, "and the entire Black Crystal tribe has become our captives. Everything you possess, including this telekinetic mechanical reconstruction technique, now belongs to us." "So, is there still a question of theft?" Mario glared at Su Jin with eyes brimming with hatred, as if he wished to consume him alive. In the face of such circumstances, Su Jin remained unflinching, calmly continuing, "As an invader, you should have anticipated the possible consequences. The victor is king, the vanquished is a thief. This is an old saying from our Blue Star, and I believe you are now gaining a deeper understanding of its meaning." A profound unwillingness flickered in Mario's eyes as he gritted his teeth and retorted, If it weren't for your Blue Star people fortuitously acquiring the legacy of the Death Civilization and mastering that formidable death energy, how could our Black Crystal tribe have met such an end?" Upon hearing this, the others exchanged silent glances, yet none were willing to enlighten Mario with the truth. The technology of the Death Civilization had not been stumbled upon by mere chance. It had been acquired through in-depth research and mastery. Seeing the silence among the group, Mario mistakenly believed his conjecture had been confirmed. He snorted derisively, taunting, "Humph, do not celebrate too soon. The technology of the Death Civilization is a taboo across the cosmos. If you use it frequently, calamity will inevitably befall you." His words sent shockwaves through those present. Taboo? They had never heard that the technology of the Death Civilization harbored such secrets. AI Tsongxian's expression grew gravely serious as he fixed his gaze on Mario, asking in a low voice, "Clarify, what exactly does taboo mean?" Mario shot him a surprised glance, seemingly not expecting their ignorance on the matter. However, he chose not to respond directly, instead opting for silence, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Qiu Yin, unable to contain his anger, threatened, "If you do not speak, do not blame us for being impolite. You will face plenty of hardship." Yet, Mario appeared unfazed. Instead, he burst into laughter, tears of mirth welling in the corners of his eyes. "Ha! You Blue Star people are completely ignorant of this? Then, one day, you too will meet the same fate as our Black Crystal tribe. Ha ha ha." His laughter echoed ominously in the empty chamber, sending chills down the spine. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated throughout the cell as Mario's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon dropped to the ground. Dark purple blood splattered everywhere, staining every corner of the cell. What just happened? AI Tsongxian exclaimed in shock and fury. Qiu Yin, recovering from his astonishment, explained with an ashen face. He found a loophole in the cell and released some of his mental energy, though it was but a fraction. It was more than sufficient for suicide. Chapter 99. The Celestial Palace sealed by a virus. Zhao Wenyuan's countenance turned grave as he said, "This is dire. We had hoped to extract secrets about the technology of the Death Civilization from him, particularly why it has become a taboo in the universe." However, Su Jin smiled and interjected, "Actually, we need not be too disheartened. Since the Death Civilization is a taboo in the universe, this secret cannot be known by just one individual. We will eventually have the opportunity to learn more from other sources." He paused before adding, however, "For safety's sake, it is best to refrain from using death energy before we uncover the truth." The group nodded helplessly, agreeing with Su Jin's suggestion. Subsequently, Su Jin posed a new question. "Now that the elder of the Black Crystal tribe is dead, how should we handle the others? Should we kill them or—" He trailed off, his eyes narrowing slightly, a fierce killing intent gleaming within. He had always preferred to eradicate enemies completely. Even if only one member of the Black Crystal tribe remained, there was no guarantee they wouldn't one day stumble upon some fortuitous encounter and gain the so-called protagonist template. AI Tsongxian sensed the chill in Su Jin's gaze and felt an involuntary shiver. He secretly lamented the weight of his disciples' murderous intent and then explained, "We cannot kill them just yet. Keeping them alive will serve a greater purpose. Bringing them back to the Blue Star will undoubtedly be our greatest achievement." Indeed, Qiu Yin concurred, "This time, with just the strength of 3 masters, we have saved the entire Blue Star. This will go down in history." Zhao Wenyuan stroked his chin, contemplatively noting, "If we truly manage to bring them back to the Blue Star, some individuals will surely be left aghast." Su Jin, however, was lost in thought. The existence of the Black Crystal tribe remained a persistent concern for him. Nevertheless, our most pressing task at present is to break the blockade imposed by the Black Crystal tribe. Only then can we return home. AI Tsongxian frowned, his expression grave as he asked, "Are you referring to the virus implanted by the Black Crystal tribe?" Qiu Yin sighed, his face displaying difficulty. "That thing is indeed troublesome, but we have Su Jin. Do we not?" Zhao Wenyuan interjected, gesturing towards Su Jin, who was deep in thought. "We can trust him to handle it." "Exactly. There's still Su Jin." A glimmer of hope flickered in AI Tsongxian's eyes. "Among us, none understood the Black Crystal clan better than he did. Indeed, the virus implanted by the Black Crystal clan could likely only be unraveled by Su Jin." "Aha!" exclaimed Qiu Yin, clapping his hands in sudden realization. Su Jin abruptly became aware that all eyes were fixed upon him, and he looked up in bewilderment. "Me?" AI Tsongxian succinctly introduced their current predicament to Su Jin, emphasizing the importance of lifting the Black Crystal clan's virus blockade. After listening, Su Jin nodded and took a deep breath. "All right, I shall give it a try. Although I lack extensive experience with mechanical viruses, I will do my utmost. Fear not, we shall fully support you." Both AI Tsongxian and Qiu Yin declared in unison, patting their chests to demonstrate their resolve. Shortly thereafter, Su Jin quickly received a wealth of information regarding viruses from the Toot. His smart terminal was instantly flooded with dozens of terabytes of data. Overview of the origin and development of the Black Crystal virus. Detailed mechanisms of mechanical virus invasion, analysis and decompilation guide for Black Crystal virus code, and more. The death of the Black Crystal clan's elder rendered the ensuing interrogation utterly meaningless. After all the wisdom and secrets of the Black Crystal clan were concentrated in this elder. The remaining clansmen were merely manipulated tools, colloquially referred to as tools. However, this did not daunt Su Jin. He was acutely aware that the Black Crystal clan starships were currently docked quietly at the military base. Should he wish, he could embark on those starships at any moment to delve into their mysteries. Through the core of the mechanical sovereign, he was confident he could uncover everything about the Black Crystal clan. What use was it for the elder to remain silent? Even committing suicide would serve little purpose. The starships would still speak for themselves. Indeed, the plight of the Black Crystal clan was quite lamentable. Having become a wandering civilization, they had placed all their possessions aboard their starships. Now, these vessels had become spoils of war for the Blue Planet, with everything the Black Crystal Clan held dear so easily seized. Despite the limited number of starships the Black Crystal Clan possessed, this was undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable value for the Blue Planet. As for Ai Tsongxian, Chou Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan, their eagerness to showcase the Black Crystal Clan's captives upon their return to the Blue Planet gradually became clear to Su Jin. For the Blue Planet, this marked the first occasion in history where an interstellar civilization was completely eradicated. Even if this civilization had fallen to the status of wanderers, such an accomplishment was unprecedented in the annals of Blue Planet's history. How could they not be immensely thrilled by this? It was not merely a victory, but a glorious achievement worthy of being enshrined in history. This honor would grant them pride for a lifetime. One could only marvel at their audacity. In the days that followed, Ai Tsongxian busied himself with military affairs, managing everything with meticulous precision. Su Jin even suspected that his master was naturally adept at military command and internal governance. Such a dilapidated mess was being managed to the brink of revival. Meanwhile, Chou Yin engaged in daily quarrels with Ai Tsongxian, often turning the military conference room into a heated battleground. Regardless of the issue, the two would argue, feeling discomfort if a day passed without a dispute. They simply had to find a reason to bicker. Zhao Wenyuan, on the other hand, led the mecha warriors in their daily training. Their figures darting about the training room, sweating profusely. Their gazes were resolute, their diligent practice aimed at matching the upgraded mechas Su Jin had provided them. They had never anticipated that one day, their high-spec mechas would become a burden, unable to fully unleash their potential. It was akin to using a 4090 graphics card to play Minesweeper, where even the fan refused to spin. It was not that the graphics card was inadequate, but rather that the user could only play Minesweeper, failing to exploit the true capabilities of the card. Meanwhile, Su Jin, at the behest of Ai Tsongxian and Chou Yin, took on the weighty responsibility of mastering Black Crystal technology. Currently, the route from the Blue Planet to the Heavenly Palace had been entirely severed by the Black Crystal Clan, not merely in a physical sense, but also as a technological blockade. For the Blue Planet to break through this blockade, there were two possible methods. One was to decipher the virus implanted by the Black Crystal Clan to restore the original connection. The other was to construct additional transport routes to circumvent the blockade. However, both methods were mere fantasies for the people of the Blue Planet. As for using crude methods like flying ships, mechas, or rockets to ascend to the Heavenly Palace, that was also futile. Originally, the Federation had deployed an extensive array of heavenly net defense installations outside the Blue Planet to prevent illegal crossings to the Heavenly Palace. After the invasion by the Black Crystal Clan, these defenses had become virtually obsolete. Indeed, after being implanted with the virus, they had turned into a prison for the inhabitants of the Blue Planet. Any illegal vessel daring to approach the heavenly net would face nuclear retaliation. All of this profoundly impressed upon Su Jin the critical importance of technology for a civilization. If one's technological prowess did not surpass that of the enemy, then in the event of war, one would inevitably suffer a devastating dimensional strike. Those costly defensive and offensive measures, which had been meticulously maintained, could very well turn against their own in the face of technological inferiority. The only glimmer of hope now lay with Su Jin, who was expected to decipher the Black Crystal Clan's virus. After all, he was the sole individual privy to Black Crystal technology. Were it left to Ai Tsongxian or Chou Yin to lead the development of an antivirus program, it might take generations to achieve. Chapter 100. Return to the Blue Planet? Raise your hands. Su Jin spent each day aboard the Black Crystal Clan starships, endeavoring to crack the virus they had implanted and seeking a method to reconnect to the Heavenly Palace. The complexity of the Black Crystal virus program was not only evident in its intricate structure and elusive nature, but also in its almost eerie capacity for self-evolution and adaptation. This virus program appeared to possess a life of its own, capable of analyzing and adapting to any new defensive measures in an astonishingly short time, rendering conventional antivirus software and security systems utterly impotent. Moreover, its structure was exceptionally convoluted, employing multi-layered encryption and obfuscation techniques, making its internal logic and operational mechanisms nearly imperceptible to external scrutiny. Even the most elite programmers would find themselves at a loss when confronted with such a virus, as its code was not only difficult to comprehend but also riddled with traps and misleading information, where a moment's inattention could lead to the collapse of the entire system. It could even trigger the self-destruct sequence of the heavenly net. potentially reducing the blue planet to ashes. This was a primary reason why AI Tsongxian and Chou Yin had remained at an impasse, hesitant to employ violent methods for virus eradication. Once the program had been running for over a day, even the elder of the Black Crystal clan, the very person who had researched the virus program, would be unable to conceive of a solution for its eradication. After all, the pinnacle of Black Crystal technology was not merely an empty title. This was Su Jin's first encounter with such a high-end, complex virus program. Throughout the research process, despite the overwhelming challenges, he experienced a peculiar blend of agony and joy at this moment. He had already mastered more than half of the technologies from the Blue Planet, the Black Crystal Clan, and the Death Civilization, far surpassing both his master and Chou Yin in knowledge and means. While this virus was indeed troublesome, it was not insurmountable for him. Finally, after 3 arduous days, Su Jin, his eyes bloodshot, clutched a hard drive tightly as he entered the command room. He pushed the door open, swiftly scanning the room until his gaze landed on AI Tsongxian. AI Tsongxian was engrossed in a pile of tactical reports. But upon hearing the commotion, he looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Jin. "Master, the antivirus program is complete." Su Jin's weary voice barely concealed his excitement. "We can go home now." AI Tsongxian's eyes widened, then his face lit up with incredulous joy. He sprang to his feet, gripping Su Jin's shoulders tightly. "So soon? Chou Yin and I had already resigned ourselves to dying in the Heavenly Palace. I never imagined you would crack it in just 3 days. My good disciple has truly not disappointed me. Now Chou Yin will surely be infuriated." "Ha ha ha." Su Jin's eyelids twitched, and a few dark lines appeared on his forehead. "Master, please spare Chou Yin." It became apparent that, when it came to returning home, his master seemed to derive more pleasure from watching Chou Yin's vexation. Upon receiving the antivirus program, AI Tsongxian immediately summoned Chou Yin and Zhao Wenyuan to witness this exhilarating moment. However, after Su Jin's repeated reminders, when Chou Yin arrived, AI Tsongxian refrained from provoking him, and the atmosphere became considerably more harmonious. Su Jin even proactively suggested, "How about we let Chou Yin initiate the antivirus program?" "Sounds good," Chou Yin replied eagerly as he took the antivirus program and approached the mainframe. Though AI Tsongxian felt a twinge of jealousy, he reasoned that since the antivirus program had been developed by his disciple, allowing Chou Yin to get a taste of the action was harmless. After all, the disciple belonged to him. No one could take him away. With that thought, a smile of delight spread across his face. Zhao Wenyuan observed the two and shook his head in exasperation. Su Jin not only excelled in upgrading mecha technology, but also possessed an exceptional knack for placating the elder. He felt a twinge of inferiority in comparison. Chou Yin carefully copied the antivirus program onto a massive mainframe that controlled the entire Heavenly Palace. This mainframe had already been infected by the Black Crystal virus, resulting in a significant decline in system performance. The screen intermittently flashed with bizarre snippets of code, seemingly mocking their incompetence. To avoid distressing himself, AI Tsongxian had long since powered it down, only now turning it back on. Taking a deep breath, Chou Yin pressed enter, initiating the antivirus program. In an instant, the program began to rapidly scan the entire system, searching for traces of the virus. The flow of code on the screen accelerated, as if a silent battle was fiercely underway. The green code fiercely overwhelmed the red code. The green code represented Su Jin's antivirus program, while the red code was the virus program of the Black Crystal clan. However, the red code soon regrouped and launched a counterattack, once again covering the green code. After several rounds of this back-and-forth struggle, neither side could gain the upper hand, and they were locked in a frenzied offensive and defensive battle. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads as they anxiously monitored the changes on the screen. Su Jin maintained a confident smile throughout. Ultimately, the red code slowed down considerably and was completely overtaken by the green code, leading to a gradual restoration of the system's performance. The previously flickering, eerie code began to fade away, replaced by a clear and stable system interface. Seeing this, the crowd finally let out a collective sigh of relief. They understood that they had triumphed in the battle against the Black Crystal Clan's virus. Su Jin, thank you. Once again, you have saved us from disaster. The group turned their grateful and admiring gazes towards Su Jin. They recognized that without her diligent efforts and exceptional talents, they might have truly met their end in the Heavenly Palace. "This is merely what I ought to do," Su Jin replied with a humble smile. With the support of Su Jin's antivirus program, communication between Blue Star and the distant Heavenly Palace was finally restored to normal. AI Songxian felt an unprecedented sense of relief and quickly connected to the Federal Military Communication Channel. His voice barely concealing his excitement. Federal Military, I am AI Songxian. We have defeated the Black Crystal Clan and broken the virus blockade. We are now preparing to return to Blue Star. However, there was no response from the other end. Unable to wait for the federal reply, AI Songxian eagerly wished to embark on their journey home. He called out to Qiu Yin, Su Jin, and Zhao Wenyuan, and they boarded the unsealed space elevator, ready to return to Blue Star. Inside the elevator, the mood of the four was exceptionally light as they reminisced about their previous battle with the Black Crystal Clan. They excitedly discussed what awaited them upon their return to Blue Star, fantasizing about the warm welcome and accolades they would receive as the great heroes of Blue Star. The 6.5-hour journey passed in laughter and cheer, and the space elevator finally came to a steady halt at Blue Star. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the four of them, beaming with smiles, prepared to step through this portal of return. However, the scene outside instantly froze their smiles, and they quickly ducked to either side of the elevator door. Countless dark gun barrels and cannon muzzles were aimed at them. Click, click. Every gun had been unlatched, and every cannon was loaded. The atmosphere grew tense, as if even the air had solidified. Master, what is this? Su Jin's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why they were being greeted in such a manner. Surrender! A stern voice shattered the silence, exuding an undeniable authority. AI Songxian, Su Jin, Qiu Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan exchanged bewildered glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes. They had just returned from space, still immersed in the joy of their victory, only to be met with such a scene. AI Songxian, you traitor of Blue Star! How dare you ally with those black crystal monsters and lead them here? A burly, middle-aged man strode forward with the confidence of a dragon. His face etched with rage. His features were resolute and profound. The authority and dominance in his brow made it difficult to meet his gaze. Clad in a blue armor adorned with intricate dragon patterns, his tall and sturdy frame resembled a towering mountain, exuding an air of unassailable dignity. His long blue hair billowed in the wind like a blue dragon soaring through the sky. Chapter 101. Betrayal? General Blue Dragon, who is spreading the rumor that I have betrayed. AI Songxian's brow furrowed tightly, and upon hearing the accusation of treachery, he was eager to clarify the misunderstanding. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by the furious shout of a blue-haired middle-aged man. Silence, AI Songxian! The burly man glared at AI Songxian with fiery eyes, indignation radiating from him. You traitor, what defense do you have left? Do you think by claiming to have defeated the Black Crystal Clan, everyone will believe you? With the forces of just 3 divisions under your command, why don't you just say you can conquer the entire galaxy instead? Such a feeble lie, spoken without a thought, it seems you truly are getting old. His words dripped with sarcasm and disbelief, clearly dismissing AI Songxian's explanation. A bitter sensation washed over AI Songxian. Was the fact that they had defeated the Black Crystal Clan truly so hard to accept? He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he attempted to explain once more. Blue Dragon, please believe me. If I had truly betrayed, how could the Black Crystal Clan have trusted me enough to lift the virus blockade on Blue Star so easily? A hint of helplessness laced AI Songxian's voice. However, the blue-haired middle-aged man merely scoffed, refusing to heed his explanation. Eugene and the others stood by, exchanging glances that revealed their wry smiles. They suddenly realized that the tale of their victory over the Black Crystal Clan, if not witnessed firsthand, indeed sounded implausible. After all, to defeat a surface-level rogue civilization like the Black Crystal Clan with merely 3 divisions' forces seemed nothing short of a fairy tale. If this logic held, would they not have the capability to conquer the entire galaxy? Humph! Lifting the virus blockade of the Black Crystal Clan? A scornful smirk played on the Blue Dragon's lips. Do you really think the virus of the Black Crystal Clan can be unraveled as easily as a woman's bra? His words were laced with mockery and skepticism, his eyes sharp as hawks fixated on AI Songxian. I believe you are colluding with the Black Crystal Clan to persuade us to surrender. Guards, take them all away. He waved his hand, issuing the command in an instant. A throng of soldiers began to advance toward the elevator. Upon hearing this, Su Jin could not help but let out a laugh. AI Tsongxian shot him a speechless glance. Even at such a moment, he could still find amusement. Su Jin found the man's speech quite entertaining. Despite his imposing demeanor and status, his words were so crude that it reminded him of someone. However, when he turned to where Qiu Yin had originally stood, he discovered it was now empty. Where is he, assassin? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Su Jin, AI Tsongxian, and Zhao Wenyuan immediately turned to look outside, only to see Qiu Yin had dashed out at some point and was now standing before the blue-haired middle-aged man. Stop! Everyone put down your weapons! The blue dragon stared in astonishment at the figure of Qiu Yin before him, raising his hand to command the others. The old man, Qiu Yin, glared furiously at the blue dragon, unleashing a torrent of curses. Little Blue, you've really grown some guts. How dare you bring people to surround me? The blue dragon was momentarily taken aback, his pupils suddenly constricting. He scrutinized Qiu Yin and suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Master, Master! His voice trembled, shock washing over him. Heh, it seems you haven't forgotten me. That is a sign of some conscience, not a traitor to your master. A cold smirk crept onto Qiu Yan's lips as he abruptly raised his hand, gripping the blue dragon's collar. An overwhelming force surged forth, and a fiery giant bear's phantom roared behind him. The blue dragon, towering several heads above Qiu Yin, was suddenly pulled off balance like a puppet yanked by an immense force, crashing to the ground. Dust rose as Qiu Yan's stern visage came into view. With a swift motion, Qiu Yin flipped his hand, gripping the blue-haired man's head like a vice and forcefully pressing it into the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the ground erupted into a large crater. The blue-haired man's head made intimate contact with the earth. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire world fell silent. The soldiers behind, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively prepared to pull their triggers, but hesitated as their fingers brushed against the cold triggers. Just moments ago, they had heard their commander refer to that old man as master, leaving them in a moral quandary. To shoot or not to shoot? The waters had breached the Dragon King's temple. What should they do? A sudden burst of sobs broke the tense atmosphere. People turned their heads to follow the sound, only to find the blue dragon's head stuck in the pit, the cries emanating from him. Just as everyone began to question their sanity, the blue dragon suddenly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, Woo-woo, Master. How wonderful! You are still alive. In that moment, the air of authority he once commanded vanished, revealing him as a child who had finally found solace after being separated from his parents for years. Eugene wore an expression of astonishment. Despite Qiu Yan's previous brutal strike, the blue dragon had not even a scratch. It was worth noting that Qiu Yan was a bona fide B-grade expert, and Su Jin could sense that his earlier strike had indeed been full force. Observing the blue dragon's demeanor, Qiu Yin shot him a fierce glare, reprimanding him, You fool! AI Tsongxian is still alive. How could I possibly be dead first? But you. Is this how the federal military treats the heroes who defeated the Black Crystal Clan and safeguarded all of Blue Star? The blue dragon, rising from the ground, wore a face full of confusion and disbelief. He stared blankly at Qiu Yin and cautiously asked, Master, why do you say that? Could it be that you have also betrayed us? His voice trembled, clearly unable to accept this possibility. Qiu Yan's fury erupted like a volcano as he rose onto his toes, yanking the blue dragon's ear and pulling him down forcefully. His face contorted with rage. He shouted, I will repeat myself once more. We have indeed triumphed over the Black Crystal Clan. He shot a glare at Qinglong and continued to roar. If the Black Crystal Clan truly intends to invade Blue Star, do you think, with their formidable strength, they would resort to such conciliatory tactics as persuasion? Has your mind been filled with nonsense by those bureaucrats in the Federal Army? Qinglong, intimidated by Qiu Yan's fury, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, managing only an awkward before sinking into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Jin curiously turned to AI Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan, inquiring, What exactly is the background of this Qinglong? Is he really Qiu Lao's apprentice? AI Tsongxian exchanged glances with Zhao Wenyuan, both shaking their heads in ignorance. AI Tsongxian spoke up. Qinglong is a name renowned in the Federation. He is a celebrated general, with strength at least at the A level. However, I have not heard of him being an apprentice of Lao Qiu. Zhao Wenyuan chimed in, adding, Qinglong is the youngest and most legendary general in the Federation. He was born in the capital and exhibited astonishing talent from a young age, reportedly a rare S-level ability user. He was admitted to the Federal Military Academy early on, becoming the youngest student in the institution's history. As he spoke, a deep sense of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he too was astonished that Qiu Yin could possibly have such an exceptional apprentice. Chapter 102. How to Prove Ourselves. Qinglong, he is actually a general. Su Jin's gaze was firmly fixed on the proud azure figure standing outside, her tone filled with awe and incredulity. The position of a federal general is a lofty one, not something just anyone can attain. It demands that the holder must be an A-level superhuman, a being of such formidable strength that they appear godlike in the eyes of ordinary people. A-level superhumans possess power so great that it can resonate with the heavens. Every gesture they make can provoke celestial phenomena. Their casual assaults can summon thunderous storms, fierce winds, and even trigger devastating natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. Such might is capable of effortlessly annihilating a nation, earning them the respect and fear of the populace as disaster-level entities. In contrast, while B-level superhumans are also referred to as national guardians, their abilities are limited to local dominance, whereas A-level superhumans are the true harbingers of national obliteration. Su Jin simply could not fathom how Qiu Lao could have mentored such an extraordinary apprentice. At this moment, Qinglong's heart was also tumultuously stirred. Qiu Yin's words gradually calmed him down. He began to reflect seriously, realizing the truth in his master's statements. The resurgent Black Crystal clan posed unprecedented pressure on the Federation. Their approach this time was aggressive and meticulously planned. At the onset of their invasion, they had swiftly severed the passage between the Heavenly Palace and Blue Star, rendering the former an isolated island. Subsequently, the Heavenly Palace became the Black Crystal clan's stronghold for conquering Blue Star. These revelations came only after the fall of the Heavenly Palace, as the Federation belatedly grasped the situation. Caught off guard by the ferocious onslaught of the Black Crystal clan, the Federation found itself unprepared. They discovered that this iteration of the Black Crystal clan was more cunning and powerful than it had been 500 years prior. Yet, just as the federal military was at a loss, AI Tsongxian suddenly delivered the shocking news: they had defeated the Black Crystal clan. This announcement sent shockwaves through the ranks of the federal military. It is vital to note that there is a world of difference between defeating and repelling an enemy. AI Tsongxian commanded merely 3 divisions, and they were not even comprised of the Federation's elite troops. How could they possibly have driven off the formidable Black Crystal clan? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. It was hard for anyone to believe. Consequently, speculation arose that AI Tsongxian might have betrayed them, feigning a grand victory to aid the Black Crystal clan in capturing Blue Star. Qinglong had previously entertained similar thoughts, filled with sorrow and anger towards AI Tsongxian. However, now that his master, Qiu Yin, also claimed they had vanquished the Black Crystal clan, Qinglong began to doubt whether this news, which he had initially dismissed as a joke, might actually hold some truth. Master, how can we prove that we indeed defeated the Black Crystal clan? Qinglong furrowed his brow and inquired of Qiu Yin. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yin's expression darkened. He pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping the table and exclaiming, "If you do not believe, then let us go to the Heavenly Palace and see for ourselves. Once we arrive, the truth will be laid bare. It would be best if you could bring along those bureaucrats from the Federation to witness our achievements firsthand." Qinglong wore a hesitant expression. After a moment's deliberation, he resolutely refused. "Master, that may not be wise. What if the situation is not as it seems? Would we not be walking into a trap? Is there no other way?" Qiu Yan's countenance darkened at this remark. He furrowed his brows, racking his brain for other feasible solutions. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said, We have videos and photographs as evidence. Surely these can attest to our innocence." Yet, Qinglong shook his head in denial. "That one suffice. With our current technological capabilities, if the Black Crystal clan wishes to fabricate evidence, we would have no means to discern the authenticity of the videos and photos. This won't do, that won't do. What exactly do you expect me to use to prove our case?" Qiu Yin, exasperated, began to pace, pulling at his hair in desperation, lamenting how they had achieved such remarkable feats yet were forced to struggle to clear their names. It was indeed infuriating. A flicker of helplessness and anger crossed his eyes, as if he were indignant over such an absurd situation. Qinglong too fell into contemplation, recognizing that the complexity of this matter exceeded all expectations. They were, after all, the great benefactors, yet were compelled to devise various means to validate their contributions, which was exceedingly frustrating and disheartening. Master Chiu, what if we bring back the Black Crystal Clan's flying ship along with the captives? Would that not serve to prove our innocence? At that moment, Su Jin emerged from her hiding place, stepping out from the elevator to offer her suggestion. Master, this individual is... Qinglong regarded Su Jin with confusion. This individual is... Chiu Yin momentarily hesitated before promptly correcting himself. This individual is Professor AI's apprentice. Su Jin is indeed a major contributor to our victory over the Black Crystal Clan. He had intended to formally introduce her but felt it inappropriate. Nonetheless, the magnitude of Su Jin's accomplishments was truly astounding. Thus, they had collectively decided on the way back to downplay her contributions. However, they had yet to reach a consensus on how much to conceal. Professor AI's apprentice. Qinglong scrutinized Su Jin. If Professor AI had indeed betrayed them, would not his apprentice also be implicated? This scrutinizing and questioning gaze unsettled Su Jin, prompting her to assert, General, do you believe the Black Crystal Clan's flying ship and captives can indeed prove our innocence? The flying ship and captives? Qinglong looked on in astonishment. If you truly possess these spoils of war, then of course they can attest to your innocence. However, are you certain you can produce them? His doubts only deepened. How could this youth claim they held the Black Crystal Clan's flying ship and captives? If that were the case, would AI Tsongxian not have achieved a resounding victory? If AI Tsongxian led 3 divisions and merely managed to hold the Heavenly Palace with a 1 in 10 chance, then driving off the Black Crystal Clan would be a 1 in 100,000 chance. Achieving a narrow victory over the Black Crystal Clan would be a 1 in a billion chance. Therefore, a resounding victory over the Black Crystal Clan would perhaps be a 1 in an astronomical number of chances. Was this not a joke? Su Jin smiled. Of course, we have them. She surveyed her surroundings and pointed to a vast open area not far away. Let us park them there. Shall we? Qinglong, unable to suppress a laugh at Su Jin's audacity, replied, Suit yourself, as long as you can deliver. Surrounding the space elevator base, a large area had already been cleared to prevent AI Tsongxian from returning with the Black Crystal Clan. Thus, the Federation had ordered the surrounding area to be fortified and prepared for a potential nuclear strike at any moment. Chapter 103. Spineless, Coward, AI Tsongxian, Zhao Wenyuan, and Xiu Yin, observing Su Jin's self-assured demeanor, instinctively drew closer. They whispered, Do you truly intend to bring the captives and warships here? Who will retrieve them now? It seems Qinglong would not easily allow any of us to leave. AI Tsongxian's brow furrowed deeply, clearly concerned about the feasibility of this plan. Yet, in the absence of any other options to prove their innocence, it seemed there was no alternative. Zhao Wenyuan wore a solemn expression. Fully aware of the plan's difficulty and risks, Qiu Yin regarded Su Jin and added, Now that the Black Crystal Clan's elder has been killed, without the elder's authority, those flying ships may not even be operational. In the face of the group's doubts, Su Jin remained remarkably composed. She gently shook her head. There is no need to worry about the authority issue, nor does anyone need to go retrieve them. Master, you merely need to send a message to the prison, instructing them to transfer the captives onto the flying ship, and it will automatically come to us. During her days of seclusion aboard the Black Crystal Clan's flying ship, she had not been idle. Upon hearing this, AI Tsongxian ceased further inquiries and promptly arranged matters according to Su Jin's instructions. At that moment, Su Jin had become a figure of boundless capability in the eyes of her companions. He spoke with such conviction that, regardless of how implausible his words might sound, no one dared to harbor the slightest doubt. After all, he had, before the assembled crowd, performed numerous astonishing feats that defied belief. Have you all conspired together in hushed whispers? Qinglong inquired, noticing the 4 huddled in quiet deliberation. He was apprehensive that they might be plotting an escape. If not for the presence of Qiu Yin among them, he would have resorted to more forceful measures to detain them. Deep down, Qinglong was reluctant to see his master, whom he had revered since childhood, tarnished with the label of traitor. Yet, caught in the dilemma of loyalty and filial piety, he could not easily release these individuals. What if they were indeed traitors, aligning themselves with the Heijing clan with the intent to annihilate Wanqing? He would become a historical pariah. Nonetheless, he sincerely wished for all that Su Jin had claimed to be true. Thus, he resolved to grant this youth an opportunity to prove his innocence. Qinglong's gaze was intricate and profound. "Oh, not rush. Let the spacecraft soar a while longer." Eugene pointed skyward before retreating to a corner, where he sat leisurely and closed his eyes, as if to gather his thoughts. Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan exchanged glances and, in tacit understanding, settled beside Su Jin, adopting a posture of solidarity. Qinglong observed Qiu Yin, concern etched in his eyes. "Master, would you like to rest in my vehicle? The conditions there would be more comfortable." Qiu Yin cast a cold glance at him and uttered a single word, "Leave." At that moment, Su Jin opened his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he addressed Qinglong. "General Qinglong, the reception of the Heijing clan's warships and captives is indeed a rare spectacle. Are you certain you wish to witness this historic moment alone, or would it be prudent to summon the high-ranking officials of the Federation?" Since Qinglong was the disciple of Master Qiu, Su Jian genuinely wished to consider his interests. Qinglong furrowed his brow, wavering in his thoughts. Could it be that this young man spoke the truth rather than merely grasping at straws? However, if it were merely a ruse, wouldn't he calling the Federation's officials result in a farcical debacle? Qiu Yin, perceiving Qinglong's hesitation, could not help but vent his frustration. "What has made you so indecisive? Does holding a higher position make one more timid?" "I assure you, every word Su Jin has spoken is true." His eyes widened. "You had better summon those bureaucrats. Otherwise, when they learn you allowed them to miss this grand occasion, you will surely regret it." Qinglong, no longer hesitant, forced a smile and nodded. "If you vouch for it, then I shall feel at ease." He decided to take a gamble. Even if it ultimately proved false, he would have no regrets. "Su Jin, the captives have already been sent aboard the spacecraft. What should we do next?" Ai Tsongxian turned to Su Jin and inquired. "Now, we merely await," Su Jin replied with a smile. Subsequently, he felt a stirring within, and the 9 Heijing clan spacecraft stationed at Tiangong suddenly awakened, their engines igniting autonomously. The soldiers left behind at Tiangong stood in astonishment at this spectacle. The spacecraft ascended slowly, departing the airfield and heading towards Wanqing. Inside the vessel, the guards escorted the captives, witnessing this unbelievable scene, their expressions one of sheer bewilderment. No pilot, no artificial intelligence, and yet the spacecraft could operate on its own? The Heijing captives began to wail, calling out, "Elder!" The reactivation of the spacecraft made them momentarily believe their elder still lived. Meanwhile, Qinglong, steeling himself, initiated contact with the Federation government headquarters, inviting high-ranking officials to the space elevator base to receive the Heijing clan spacecraft and captives. "What? You want us to come? Are you trying to lead us to our doom? Have you allied with the Heijing clan to ensnare us all? General Qinglong, you are leading us astray." Upon hearing Qinglong's invitation, the high-ranking officials of the Federation erupted in chaos, their voices rife with skepticism and vitriol. Qinglong's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to explain, someone beside him whispered urgently, "General, there truly is a spacecraft heading towards launching, and it has successfully bypassed our Tianwang system." Qinglong was taken aback. Did Tianwang issue no warnings? As the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized the control of Tianwang had long been out of the Federation's hands. How could there be any warnings? At that moment, his communication device crackled with panicked voices. "What? The Heijing clan spacecraft has breached Tianwang? General Qinglong, organize a counterattack immediately. The Heijing clan is set to assault Wanqing." Qinglong chuckled bitterly. "Is this something I can single-handedly stop? If the Heijing clan has crossed Tiangong and Tianwang, what can we do? But you are an A-level powerhouse," the Federation officials urged anxiously. "Indeed, I am an A-level, but I am not a deity," Qinglong replied coolly. "I cannot confront an entire civilization alone. That would require an S-level powerhouse." The voices within the communication device fell into a profound silence. The Federation officials rendered speechless. "Will you come or not?" Qinglong pressed once more. "We will come, this time." The Federation officials did not hesitate, responding in unison. Regardless of whether the Heijing clan truly advanced, they deemed it necessary to witness the event firsthand. At that moment, each one harbored their own calculations. Some sought to defect. Others wished to extend a welcome, while still others aimed for negotiations. As politicians, they were more adept at employing intellect and eloquence than wielding force and resistance. Yet, what if they could indeed receive the captives and the spacecraft? What an honor and opportunity that would be. Many entertained such thoughts of chance. Soon, the Federation officials reached a consensus and collectively boarded a spacecraft towards the space elevator base. Upon their arrival, they could already discern a few small dark shapes in the sky above the base. The high-ranking officials were filled with trepidation and unease, reluctant to approach the center of the base, opting instead to observe the situation from the periphery before making any decisions. Chapter 104. A Hero's Welcome. The Federation's Revelry. Qiu Yin gazed from afar at the observing Federation politicians, disdain evident in his expression. Su Jin, stroking his chin, fell into contemplation. He suddenly pondered the possibility of an alternate outcome within Tiangong, that they might have fought valiantly and ultimately perished, while these high-ranking politicians of Luanqing sought to ingratiate themselves with the enemy. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. It seemed that wherever one looked, there would always be those lacking in resolve. At that moment, Su Jin appeared to grasp something of great significance. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, a Heijing clan flagship, accompanied by 8 escort vessels, finally descended slowly onto the base's open grounds. The immense size and advanced design of the flagship, along with the overwhelming energy emanating from it, left the soldiers present and the peripheral observing Federation officials in sheer awe. They instinctively swallowed hard, their throats constricted, filled with trepidation and reverence, merely from the appearance of the Heijing clan's spacecraft. Its technological sophistication and military might dwarf that of Luanqing's vessels by countless magnitudes. Should a true conflict arise, Luanqing would likely face cataclysmic repercussions. This stark disparity in strength weighed heavily on the hearts of all present, instilling a sense of dread and unease. Suddenly, a sharp rush of air pierced the silence as the door of the Heijing clan's flagship slowly opened. Guards escorted a line of Heijing captives down the gangway, their demeanor contrasting sharply with the proud, victorious posture of the guards. The captives, shackled and dejected, wept openly, creating a jarring juxtaposition. This astonishing spectacle compelled all witnesses to rub their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. An outrageous yet exhilarating thought surged through their minds. Had they truly triumphed in a war that seemed utterly hopeless? And had they successfully captured these formidable Heijing clan members along with their spacecraft? Everything felt like an unbelievable fantasy. Quick, let us proceed to receive the spacecraft and captives. Contact the media immediately. Where are my clothes? This outfit I wore today is utterly unflattering. Secretary Sun. Fetch my number 96 ensemble. Once the Federation officials regained their composure, they were overtaken by a frenzy of excitement, their exhilaration spilling over as they felt themselves buoyed by the moment, nearly unsteady on their feet. They were on the verge of witnessing a historic occasion. This marked the Federation's entry into the interstellar era, conquering its first extraterrestrial civilization, the notorious and powerful Heijing clan. The grand ambitions that their forebears had failed to realize were now being fulfilled in their hands. Qinglong stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto the Heijing captives disembarking from the spacecraft. He quickly regained his composure and decisively issued commands to his subordinates. Quickly, lift the siege here. Also, prepare a grand ceremony for the reception of the captives. We shall commemorate this historically significant moment with the utmost solemnity and grandeur. Once the orders were disseminated, Qinglong turned to Su Jin, Ai Congxian, Qiu Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan. He bowed deeply, his tone laden with remorse. I sincerely apologize. Due to our negligence, we nearly allowed you true heroes to bear an undeserved stigma. The four were momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, originally believing that upon returning to Blue Star, he would be celebrated as a hero. He instead faced the grave risk of being mistaken for a traitor and executed. Such a turn of events was utterly absurd. Qinglong understood that his misstep had caused considerable distress for the four individuals. He did not yearn for their immediate forgiveness. Rather, he silently turned away to prepare for the impending celebration. Soon, the once tense and oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. The armies and weapons that had encircled Su Jin and the others withdrew, replaced by a throng of media vehicles and notable figures from various sectors of the Federation. Fine wines and fresh flowers arrived in abundance, while media reporters vied for the best vantage points. With Qinglong busily maintaining order nearby, the high-ranking officials of the Federation, adorned in formal attire, approached Su Jin and his companions one by one, greeting them with smiles that radiated brighter than chrysanthemums. Welcome back. Heroes, you have sacrificed so much for the Federation. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. The click of camera shutters and the incessant flashes of lights created a dazzling spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, garlands had already adorned the necks of Su Jin and his companions. Media attention primarily focused on Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, as well as Qinglong and the high-ranking officials, while Su Jin found himself unexpectedly overlooked by the press. Perhaps it was due to his youth. Standing beside these prominent figures, the media naturally regarded him as a mere sidekick. The Federation's military, with only 3 divisions, had decisively defeated the Black Crystal Clan, not only reclaiming their spacecraft but also capturing countless enemy soldiers. This news spread like wildfire across Blue Star. According to the latest reports, the Federation's forces not only successfully repelled the Black Crystal Clan's assault, but also captured a significant number of enemy troops and seized their advanced spacecraft. This triumph undoubtedly served as a tremendous boost to the morale of Blue Star's military and citizens, showcasing the Federation's exceptional combat prowess and tactical acumen. Experts pointed out that this victory was not merely a military success but a profound inspiration for the entire populace of Blue Star. It demonstrated that the Blue Star Federation was capable of defending its homeland against foreign invasions and achieving decisive victories. The commander of the Heavenly Palace Defense War, Ai Tsongxian, was Federation Major General Zhao Wenyuan, who during this campaign. This gentleman is Mr. Qiu Yin, the chief engineer of the Heavenly Palace. He, across the internet, on television screens, on giant advertising displays in shopping malls, on the large screens of airships soaring above the city, and even in broadcasts from every corner, the live coverage of this heart-stirring event was unfolding. The citizens of Blue Star were ecstatic, their emotions shifting from initial anxiety to overwhelming excitement and pride. In this moment, they felt not only liberated from the threat of the Black Crystal Clan, but also a sense of triumph they had never experienced before. The pride swelling within them surged like a tidal wave, prompting them to spontaneously flood the streets, chanting the resounding slogan of unwavering commitment to Blue Star, initiating a grand parade and celebration. Shopping malls, bars, and entertainment venues promptly followed suit, launching various promotional activities to join in the revelry. Amidst this unprecedented celebration, every face shone with victorious smiles, brimming with pride for their identity as citizens of Blue Star and for the Federation's glorious victory. At that moment, the entirety of Blue Star was enveloped in an atmosphere of festivity and joy. Chapter 105. Stepping into the limelight, blushing politicians. Su Jin gazed at the bustling crowd of media personnel before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of absurdity rising within it was as if he were caught in a farcical play. They had vanquished the Black Crystal Clan and returned triumphantly, only to be nearly mistaken for traitors at their doorstep, and now, they were once again exalted as heroes. The unpredictability of life was truly bewildering. Su Jin offered a wry smile, shaking his head gently, a complex array of emotions stirring within him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a push, and when he regained his bearings, he realized he had been thrust to the forefront. Turning to see, it was his master Ai Tsongxian, along with Qiu and Uncle Zhao, who had joined forces to propel him forward. The 3 wore expressions of delight, as if reveling in their cleverness. A multitude of media reporters surged forward, their various cameras trained on Su Jin like a barrage of weaponry. The blinding flashes of light, the relentless clicking of shutters, and the cacophony of eager questions left Su Jin momentarily flustered. Ai Tsongxian cleared his throat gently, preparing to introduce Su Jin. This is my disciple, Su Jin. He displayed exceptional prowess during the Heavenly Palace Defense War, especially when the space elevator was under siege. He elaborated on Su Jin's valiant efforts, detailing his significant contributions in the battle against the Black Crystal Clan and his remarkable advancements in upgrading the Chichaoan hunting hawk mechs. Ai Tsongxian spoke without hesitation, extolling Su Jin for nearly half an hour. To the point of becoming somewhat parched, however, he deliberately glossed over certain details. Su Jin maintained a smile, yet quietly murmured to Ai Tsongxian, "Master, did we not agree to keep a lower profile?" Ai Tsongxian returned in a hushed tone. "Appropriate exposure and accolades for your achievements are also a form of protection for you. Rest assured, Master will strive to secure advantages for you. I will not harm you." Nevertheless, as Ai Tsongxian sang Su Jin's praises, the media's skepticism soon followed. "Professor Ai, While this young man named Sujin is indeed your disciple, he is simply too young. It is hard to imagine how much impact he could have had in this battle. Are you not risking the appearance of showmanship in your fervent endorsement? Mr. AI, is this young man being positioned as the Federation's new star? General AI, do these accomplishments truly belong to Sujin? Or are you attributing the feats of genuine heroes to him? Faced with these incisive inquiries, AI Tsongxian remained composed, seemingly having prepared for such scrutiny. Standing resolutely before the media's lenses, his demeanor was firm, and his gaze unwavering. He took a deep breath and, with a resonant voice, conveyed his conviction to every journalist present, every camera, and indeed, to the entire audience of Blue Starred. To all media friends, I stand here. With my integrity, my passion for science, and my relentless pursuit of truth, to assure you that every word I speak is genuine and unembellished. Regarding Sujin and our team's contributions in the Heavenly Palace Defense War, there is no exaggeration, nor is there concealment. He paused slightly, scanning the crowd as if to peer into each person's soul. Then, his words dripped with irony and depth. I am aware that some may express doubts about our accomplishments, and there may even be those who question whether we have stolen the glory of others. That, I can only say that true heroes will not be overlooked, and those who pilfer honor will ultimately be scorned. AI Tsongxian's tone grew increasingly impassioned as he continued. Moreover, I must highlight that certain institutions and individuals, in the face of crisis, have not only failed to grant our heroes the respect and support they deserve but have, due to momentary misunderstandings and biases, nearly misidentified us, the valiant defenders, as traitors. How absurd and laughable is that? His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, casting a solemn and grave atmosphere over the gathering. Thus, I extend an invitation to all media friends and to all citizens of Blue Star. If you have any doubts regarding our accomplishments, feel free to investigate and verify. I assure you, you will encounter no obstacles. Simultaneously, I hope those who have misunderstood us will come to recognize the truth and extend the respect and acknowledgement we rightfully deserve. AI Tsongxian's words cut through the air like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of the Federation's high-ranking officials. As his speech concluded, the smiles of those officials on stage gradually morphed into rigid and unnatural expressions. A flicker of shame and awkwardness passed through their eyes. The high-ranking officials of the Federation could not help but reflect inwardly. Had it not been for AI Tsongxian and his team providing irrefutable evidence of their innocence, would these heroes, who had fought valiantly for Blue Star, not have been wrongfully branded as traitors, bearing unfounded accusations? Upon this realization, the officials felt a profound sense of shame wash over them. They understood that this incident was not only an injustice to AI Tsongxian and his team, but also a significant blow to the credibility of the Federation's government. They must take measures to rectify this misstep and restore the image of the Federation. Meanwhile, the audience below sensed the shift in atmosphere on stage, casting curious glances that heightened the discomfort of the Federation's officials. These seasoned politicians, having navigated the treacherous waters of the political arena for years, swiftly adapted to the situation. One by one, they stepped forward, facing the media's cameras, their faces resolute with righteousness and determination. Rest assured, our citizens, the high-ranking officials proclaimed with unwavering conviction, the Federation government will never allow an innocent person to be wronged, nor will we tolerate a guilty individual to escape justice. Their gazes were firm, and their tones conveyed an undeniable authority. Although each official displayed slightly different expressions and phrasing, their voices united in conveying a singular message: justice and fairness would be the relentless pursuit of the Federation government. Sujin stood quietly, listening to the grandiloquent speeches of the high-ranking officials of the Federation. However, his heart was devoid of any significant stirrings. He had long grown accustomed to the flowery rhetoric of these politicians, to the point of feeling a twinge of annoyance. A hint of disdain and indifference flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids began to droop, and he felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. In stark contrast, he found himself yearning for the humble soldiers who had once saluted him in silence. The politicians' eloquent words were but a hollow embellishment. He preferred to wield his strength in protection of those who genuinely needed him. The media's cameras and microphones had persisted for a full 10 hours. As night fell, the space elevator base remained aglow, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. A throng of people surged forth, Converging from all directions, their gazes fixated on the captured Black Crystal Clan starship, curiosity and amazement rippling through the crowd. The Federation government, faced with this unprecedented wave of visitors, despite their efforts to maintain order, could not quell the fervor of the masses. In a state of helplessness, they resorted to crowd control measures, guiding the public to make reservations through the official website for an orderly viewing of this extraordinary spectacle. Around the base, opportunities for commerce quietly blossomed. Street vendors astutely seized this chance, setting up stalls to sell refreshments and snacks. Their faces beamed with smiles, welcoming every passerby. Not far away, a rock band erected a stage, the vibrant strains of music adding boundless energy and passion to the festivities. At that moment, the vicinity transformed into a grand carnival, where cheers, melodies, and the shouts of vendors intermingled to create a vivid and fervent tableau. Chapter 106, The Celebration Banquet. Celebrities from all walks of life. After the interviews concluded, Su Jin, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and the soldiers escorting the captives, these celebrated heroes, were given priority for rest. Moreover, each was informed that a grand celebration banquet awaited them the following night. A night of glory meticulously prepared by the Federation government. Surrounded by admirers, they arrived at the most luxurious five-star hotel in the capital, Tongkai Tai. The chairman of the hotel group personally welcomed them, guiding them to the opulent presidential suite. The suite was resplendent, with every detail exuding nobility and taste, imbued with the ancient charm of the Long Kingdom's illustrious history. Yet, Su Jin lacked the energy to savor it. Collapsing into bed as soon as he entered his room, his slumber was deep and dreamless, lasting until the following afternoon. As night descended and the lights began to twinkle, a servant gently knocked on Su Jin's door. Mr. Su, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but the celebration banquet will commence in 1 hour. The servant stood respectfully outside, awaiting a response. After a moment, Su Jin roused from his slumber, his eyes still clouded with drowsiness. But clarity swiftly returned. He stretched, yawned, and opened the door. All right, I understand. This is your formal attire. I will escort you to the venue shortly, the servant announced respectfully. Thank you, Su Jin replied. Accepting the attire, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Donning the elegant outfit in the mirror, he appeared radiant. The well-tailored, luxurious dark suit accentuated his already striking physique, making him look even more handsome and dashing. Quite fitting, Su Jin remarked with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at his reflection. After a brief wait, he activated his smart terminal to check online news. At that moment, major media outlets on Blue Star were covering the Heavenly Palace Defense War along with the heroes like Su Jin. Though not the protagonist of the Heavenly Palace Defense War, he was nonetheless a household name. After browsing a few articles and short videos, he noted that there were 15 minutes until the banquet began. Feeling it was time, he stood up and decided to head to the banquet hall. As he opened the door, a servant was waiting respectfully outside. The moment the door swung open, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the servant's eyes, who silently mused. This hero who saved Blue Star not only accomplished great feats, but also possessed such striking looks, akin to a protagonist from a novel. Su Jin nodded slightly, gesturing to the servant. Please lead the way. The servant, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure and replied, Please follow me. He evidently did not expect the Blue Star hero to be so humble and courteous. As they made their way, the servant walked cautiously ahead, meticulously maintaining pace with Su Jin. Their strides matched in a harmonious rhythm. Whenever Su Jin quickened his pace, the servant followed suit, and when he slowed down, the servant did the same. Su Jin found this quite amusing, having never experienced such treatment before. The servant led him through a special passageway, spacious and serene, free from any distractions. The walls were adorned with soft lighting, providing just the right illumination. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a magnificent set of double doors opened automatically. The servant elegantly gestured for him to enter. As Su Jin stepped into the banquet hall, he was immediately met with a dazzling brightness that momentarily stung his eyes. He squinted slightly, adjusting to the brilliance before fully opening his eyes. The banquet hall was ablaze with light. Opulent chandeliers cast a radiant glow, illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike splendor. A grand long table was adorned with exquisite tablecloths, laden with a tantalizing array of delicacies and fine wines. High-ranking officials from the Federation were present, dressed in formal attire, smiling as they engaged in friendly conversation with elites from various sectors. In addition to government officials, numerous military generals and soldier representatives attended the banquet, clad in crisp uniforms adorned with medals, signifying their honor and achievements. Furthermore, many distinguished figures from society and business luminaries were also in attendance, either engaged in lively discussions or raising their glasses in toasts. However, the most attention-grabbing figures were Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and several commanding officers escorting the captives. Dressed in formal attire, they were encircled by admirers, receiving accolades and respect from all directions. The entire banquet hall was filled with laughter and a vibrant atmosphere. The music soared melodiously, and dancers twirled gracefully, with everyone immersed in the grandeur of the celebration. When Su Jin's figure appeared in the banquet hall, the previously lively scene suddenly fell silent. Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and the officers escorting the captives almost simultaneously sensed his arrival, as if they had been awaiting him for some time. They quickly dismissed the crowd surrounding them and made their way towards Su Jin. The officers escorting the captives also paused their activities, exchanging knowing glances before instinctively converging around him in an instant. The lights of the banquet hall seemed to converge upon Su Jin, making him the focal point of attention. Su Jin, you finally made it, Ai Tsongxian exclaimed, his face radiating warmth. Qiu Yin stepped forward, playfully patting Su Jin on the shoulder. You had us waiting for quite a while. Zhao Wenyuan stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Jin rubbed his head, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, Sorry, I overslept. Ai Tsongxian waved dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Come, let me introduce you, he said, enthusiastically leading Su Jin to meet the distinguished guest present. This is Mr. Cui Zhenshan, a crucial figure in the political arena. Ai Tsongxian introduced a refined middle-aged gentleman. Mr. Cui, it's a pleasure to meet you, Su Jin said politely, extending his hand for a handshake. A promising young man, Cui Zhenshan remarked with a smile. Ai Tsongxian introduced him to Mr. Feng Penghui, the president of the Northern Industrial Group. Mr. Feng is an industrial titan in our federation, and his enterprise has significantly contributed to the nation's economic development. A pleasure to meet you. Su Jin warmly shook hands with Feng Penghui. Next, Ai Tsongxian brought Su Jin before a striking blonde beauty. This is Miss Stella Stark, the eldest daughter of the Stark family. Not only does she come from an illustrious lineage, but she is also a talented mechanical designer. You two have much in common, so do engage in conversation. Miss Stella, it's a pleasure, Su Jin said, giving a slight bow. Mr. Su, that suits you wonderfully, Stella Stark said, her charming smile revealing warmth in her eyes. Under Ai Tsongxian's introductions, Su Jin engaged in handshakes and conversations with the prominent figures present. Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and the officers escorting the captives silently followed behind him, smiling and greeting others, neither overshadowing Su Jin nor detracting from his stature. Initially, Su Jin managed to keep up, but as Ai Tsongxian continued to introduce more prominent personalities, he began to feel somewhat overwhelmed. His mind grew increasingly foggy, as if he were caught in a dizzying whirlpool. At this banquet, the usual figures who frequently appeared on television now seemed as abundant as vegetables in a market, ubiquitous and dazzling. Their smiles, conversations, and the authoritative air they exuded were qualities rarely seen in ordinary individuals. After a circuitous stroll, Su Jin found himself in a state of bewilderment, as if ensconced within the confines of a dream. He glanced down at the intelligent device adorning his wrist, astonished to discover an inexplicable plethora of contact information belonging to prominent figures. The names and faces he beheld were those he typically encountered only on television or within news reports. Chapter 107. Past Grievances. The first family of the Federation. After a round of mingling with various luminaries, Ai Tsongxian and his companions had scarcely settled when an eye-catching figure waltzed into their view. It was a youth with silver, curly hair, who nonchalantly swirled a red wine goblet in his hand. Exuding an air of supreme confidence, as if the entirety of the world lay within his grasp, he approached them with a casual demeanor, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips, rendering his true intentions inscrutable. His silver locks cascaded freely onto his shoulders, shimmering with a chilling metallic luster, reminiscent of silvery streams under the moonlight. His eyes were elongated and profound, radiating an air of arrogance and disdain. As though the world lay beneath his feet and he merely looked down upon it with contempt, Eugene furrowed his brow slightly, instantly discerning that this individual harbored ill intentions. Good evening. Everyone, the youth initiated, his voice deep and resonant. I am Leonardo Kelvin, and it is a pleasure to encounter you all here, AI Professor. It has been quite a while. I never expected to see you again as the hero of the Blue Star. Having vanquished the formidable and avaricious Black Crystal clan, your capabilities have certainly expanded since our last meeting. AI Tsongxian's brow knitted in irritation, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He sensed the sarcasm and provocation woven into Leonardo's words and retorted coldly. What do you want, lad? I don't recall extending you a greeting. Leonardo, seemingly oblivious to AI Tsongxian's displeasure, maintained his smile. Professor AI, while you may have declined the Kelvin family's invitation, we did share amicable exchanges in the past. Does that not make us friends? AI Tsongxian scoffed, remaining silent. Standing nearby, Su Jin acutely recognized the tense atmosphere between the two and discreetly inquired of Zhao Wenyuan, Uncle, what is the story behind this, Leonardo? I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss between him and my master. Zhao Wenyuan cast a sidelong glance at Leonardo, lowering his voice to explain. Leonardo is the eldest son of the Kelvin family, the sole heir to the next head of the family. The Kelvin family, which you may not yet fully comprehend, is the largest arms dealer in the Federation, responsible for the development and manufacturing of many top-tier weapons and mecha models. He paused momentarily before continuing. This family has been the most powerful arms dealer in America even before the establishment of the Federation, and they are subtly on the verge of becoming the foremost family within the Federation. Their influence permeates the entire Federation, and to some extent, they can sway the political landscape. As Zhao Wenyuan's tone shifted to one of gravity, he elaborated, however, this family is exceedingly domineering. They will stop at nothing to obtain what they desire. If thwarted, they will resort to unscrupulous means to obliterate their obstacles. When Professor AI was younger, they had their sights set on him, seeking to recruit him as their chief scientist. Yet, given Professor AI's temperament, he would never allow himself to be subservient to them. Consequently, he resolutely declined their overtures. And what followed? Su Jin inquired with curiosity. What followed? Zhao Wenyuan chuckled bitterly. Would the Kelvin family simply relent? They employed numerous tactics in a futile attempt to sway Professor AI's resolve. Yet he remained steadfast in his principles. Ultimately, the family resorted to persecution, dispatching assassins and placing bounties on the dark web, employing every insidious method at their disposal. That period was a perilous time for Professor AI. Su Jin was taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, Leonardo appeared to sense their scrutiny, turning his head to offer a faint smile and a nod. Zhao Wenyuan continued, fortunately, after the establishment of the Federation, the authorities provided stringent protection for Professor AI, allowing him to evade calamity. Had fortune favored him less, he sighed, leaving the thought unspoken, but Su Jin grasped his implication. How brazen and shameless is the Kelvin family. Su Jin's astonishment was palpable, his eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he urgently asked, Wait, uncle, you mentioned that Leonardo Kelvin orchestrated the persecution of my master at that time. How old is he now? Su Jin's gaze returned to Leonardo Kelvin, who appeared to be a mere 2 or 3 years his senior. Zhao Wenyuan, observing Su Jin's reaction, chuckled lightly, a hint of depth in his eyes. Him? His age is far beyond what you might imagine. Could he possibly be immortal? Su Jin exclaimed instinctively, the notion flitting through his mind. Your assertion is not entirely correct, Zhao Wenyuan slowly replied, clarifying Su Jin's confusion. Once one attains the status of an A-class superhuman, one experiences a preservation of youth, retaining their appearance at the moment of breakthrough until the moment of death. At this point, Zhao Wenyuan paused briefly before continuing. Although he may be unaging, he is not invulnerable. He has been consuming a genetic serum known as Holy Spirit Elixir to prolong his lifespan. The Holy Spirit Elixir is an upgraded version of Restoration Elixir, and individuals can consume it over extended periods with a low probability of developing resistance. He's also an A-class superhuman? Su Jin's eyelids fluttered, suddenly perceiving Leonardo Kelvin as a figure shrouded in mystery, unmistakably embodying the archetype of a formidable antagonist. The attendees in the banquet hall were also whispering among themselves, evidently aware of the well-known grievances between his master and the Kelvin family. Leonardo, keenly attuned to Su Jin's repeated glances, abruptly interrupted his conversation with AI Tsongxian, turning his attention to Su Jin. His tone rife with admiration. "Professor AI, this remarkable young man must be your esteemed disciple, correct?" "Indeed. He is a paragon of talent, truly exceptional." AI Tsongxian swiftly positioned himself between Su Jin and Leonardo, obstructing their visual exchange. His features etched with profound vigilance. "Leonardo, what ulterior motives do you harbor? I warn you, do not set your sights on him. Otherwise, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Leonardo chuckled at this, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Professor, your threats truly frighten me." He then added, "However, I merely admire your disciple, harboring no ill intent." Stepping out from behind AI Tsongxian, Su Jin faced Leonardo with unwavering resolve. "Indeed, Professor AI is my master." Leonardo's smile blossomed into a radiant expression. "Truly, a remarkable mentor begets an extraordinary pupil. Su Jin, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Would you consider joining the Kelvin family? I assure you, a more illustrious future awaits you. Your master, Professor AI, missed this opportunity in the past, and I sincerely hope you do not repeat that mistake." Upon hearing Leonardo's words, AI Tsongxian's eyes flared with anger. "Leonardo, I have warned you, do not overstep your bounds. Keep your distance from my disciple." Nonetheless, Leonardo disregarded AI Tsongxian's warning, tilting his head with keen interest as he regarded Su Jin. "Professor AI, do not be hasty in your rejection, as Su Jin is now an adult. He should possess the right to make his own choices." "Su Jin, why not respond to me personally?" Unfazed, Su Jin met Leonardo's gaze with determination, his reply firm and resolute. "I decline." Leonardo's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Oh, are you certain you wish to reject the Kelvin family's invitation? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Su Jin raised an eyebrow, palms open in a gesture of feigned helplessness. "If your hearing is failing due to age, let me reiterate. I refuse. Have you comprehended that clearly? I do not wish to repeat myself a third time." As his words echoed through the now silent banquet hall, an air of astonishment enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on Su Jin in disbelief. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to publicly rebuff the Kelvin family's invitation, particularly while daring to mock Leonardo's age. Leonardo's eyelids twitched, veins on his forehead pulsing slightly, yet he stifled his fury and maintained his smile. "Young man, you possess remarkable audacity. More so than your master did in his youth. However, do not be too hasty in your refusal. I am confident that in due time, you will reconsider and willingly venture to the Americas to join us." With that, he took a delicate sip of his red wine and turned to exit the banquet hall, leaving behind a tableau of shock and silence. Chapter 108, Ignorance and Fearlessness, the Awards Ceremony. Following Leonardo Kelvin's departure, the atmosphere within the banquet hall turned intricate and multifaceted. All eyes converged upon Su Jin and his companions, their gazes revealing a myriad of emotions. Some glimmered with amusement at the spectacle, others bore the softness of sympathy, while still others exuded a detached schadenfreude. Whispers filled the air, each voice speculating about the potential fates that awaited the group. For offending the Kelvin family was no trifling matter, AI Tsongxian sighed, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "The Kelvin family remains as arrogant and overbearing as ever." "Su Jin, your public remark about Leonardo's age undoubtedly struck a nerve. He detests any mention of his years, and this time, you have undoubtedly touched his sore spot." However, Xiao Yin appeared utterly elated, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Su Jin, you truly are remarkable. I have long harbored disdain for that old monster. Today, you've avenged me." Zhao Wenyuan, however, was not as optimistic. He gazed at Leonardo's fading figure, his brow furrowed, and his tone revealed deep concern. "The Kelvin family will likely retaliate against you soon," AI Tsongxian said to Su Jin in a serious tone. "Su Jin, perhaps I should arrange for you to take refuge in Heavenly Palace to avoid the storm. Our people are all there, which would at least ensure your safety." Nevertheless, in the face of such worries, Su Jin appeared remarkably composed. He chuckled lightly, his expression one of disdain, stating, "Let them come. I shall confront the Kelvin family, who once bullied my master, and see just how formidable they truly are." His words unambiguously conveyed his desire to engage the Kelvin family in a contest. He was not a man of arrogance, Since the breathtaking battle with the Black Crystal Clan, his horizons had expanded far beyond the confines of Blue Star. If the Kelvin family's power truly surpassed that of the Black Crystal Clan, they would have long conquered Blue Star and not remain as the premier family of the Federation. Ultimately, they were merely arrogant fools. If the Kelvin family dared to cause trouble, so be it. He had long been itching for a fight. He mused that it was high time to awaken the slumbering mechanical giants within the dimensional factory. If not released soon, their parts would surely rust. A cold smile curved his lips, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation and battle fervor. He yearned for a true challenge, a battle that would allow him to give his all. Su-jin, this is not the time to be reckless. Ai Tsongxian said gravely, his eyes fixed on Su-jin, his tone filled with worry. The influence of the Kelvin family is pervasive. If you refuse to leave, you may find yourself in an inextricable predicament. Su-jin listened impassively, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Zhao Wenyuan stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, fleeing may not be the best strategy. Following tonight's banquet, the commendation ceremony will commence. If you depart at this juncture, not only will you miss your moment of glory, but more importantly, you will forfeit the merits and rewards you rightfully deserve. Upon hearing this, Su-jin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Qiu Yin immediately nodded in agreement, stating, Zhao Wenyuan is correct. Regardless of how formidable the Kelvin family may be, they would not dare to strike at Su-jin when he is basking in glory. The Federation has transformed significantly. It is no longer something they can manipulate at will. Indeed, over recent years, the Federation had evolved from weakness to strength, now standing as the most authoritative neutral organization on Blue Star. Even the Kelvin family, despite their vast power, must adhere to the Federation's rules. Ai Tsongxian fell into contemplation, then sighed, perhaps you are right. Allowing Su-jin to remain may indeed be wiser than hiding on Blue Star. Finally, Su-jin smiled, Master, there's no need to worry. Let's talk about something else. After you've taken me around all night, I feel as if I'm starving. With that, he strode eagerly toward the dining table, eagerly selecting food. The chefs at Copper Sparrow Terrace lived up to their reputation, presenting exquisite and delectable dishes that were utterly mouth-watering. Tonight's celebration banquet gathered luminaries from both Eastern and Western cultures, with dishes that harmoniously blended culinary essences from both. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, roast duck, spaghetti, French seared duck breast, cheese fondue. Su-jin was dazzled, each dish enticing him further. He picked up a plate and began to feast heartily. Observing Su-jin's carefree indulgence, Ai Tsongxian couldn't help but chuckle. This lad truly fears nothing. Even in the face of a behemoth like the Kelvin family, his appetite remained unabated. Zhao Wenyuan chimed in with a smile. This is the Su-jin we know. I remember when I first met him. He was single-handedly taking down an entire family. Qiu Yin cast a disdainful glance at Ai Tsongxian, mocking, Ai Tsongxian, your fears seem rather excessive. After all these years, has the shadow cast by the Kelvin family yet to dissipate? If you're truly afraid of trouble, why not just hand Su-jin over to me as an apprentice? Ha, dream on. That will be a discussion for after I'm dead. Ai Tsongxian retorted with a teasing expression. But speaking of which, you already have such an impressive apprentice like Qinglong General. Why are you still coveting mine? Upon hearing this, Qiu Yin snorted, clearly unwilling to dwell on the topic. Hmph, don't mention that scoundrel. Perhaps feeling guilty, Qinglong General was absent from the celebration banquet that night. As the banquet concluded, guests began to leave in succession. Except for a few attention-seeking politicians, most chose to exit through special channels to evade the media waiting outside. The day following the banquet would be the highly anticipated commendation ceremony. On this day, the Federation would award military medals to those valiant soldiers who had fought bravely against the Black Crystal Clan and would publicly announce their generous rewards. In the capital, the International Conference Center, situated at the heart of the city, was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless journalists and citizens had gathered, eager to witness this historic moment. The grand doors of the conference center slowly opened, revealing an opulent hall within. The venue was adorned with a blend of solemnity and grandeur, with the Federation's flag fluttering above. The soldiers, clad in immaculate uniforms, strode into the hall with pride and dignity. Their faces radiating with glory, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating their heroic deeds. On the podium, high-ranking officials of the Federation took their seats, their faces beaming with joy. On this significant occasion, Su Jin donned a crisp military uniform. The deep emerald green fabric was tailored to perfection, accentuating his athletic physique. However, he bore no insignia. Both shoulders were devoid of stars. Chapter 109, Medal of Heroism. In the audience, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Su Jin sat in the front row, the four of them occupying the prime positions. Given their confrontation with the Kelvin family at the banquet, they felt a palpable distance from those around them. The four formed a small circle, uninterested in engaging with others. "Kid, you've got quite the physique," Qiu Yin assessed Su Jin, his eyes betraying unabashed astonishment. "You remind me of my younger self." Ai Tsongxian scoffed, retorting, "You know full well how you looked in your youth. Those ridiculous muscles can't compare to my apprentice." Zhao Wenyuan added his surprise. Honestly, Su Jin usually keeps a low profile, but in that military uniform, his physical advantages are immediately apparent. He is a natural-born soldier. The reason for their astonishment lay in the profession of a mechanic, which typically does not entail physical prowess. Aside from possessing an extraordinary talent for machinery, they are ordinary individuals. Those who have not trained in martial arts often exhibit subtle imperfections. Perhaps their limbs are slightly uneven, their muscle distribution somewhat irregular, or their posture slightly hunched, making it challenging to achieve perfect balance and coordination. Martial arts, in essence, is a path to rectify these flaws and approach perfection. Yet, Su Jin's physique appeared as if it had been honed through extensive training. His limbs were proportionate and elongated. Devoid of any blemish, the lines of his muscles flowed seamlessly, exuding an aura of perfection. Such a physique is seldom attained without years of rigorous practice. These individuals possessed keen insight, immediately recognizing Su Jin's extraordinary attributes. However, they had never witnessed Su Jin engage in martial arts training, hence their current surprise was palpable. "Is that so? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's just that I've been eating well and sleeping soundly lately?" Su Jin felt a bit bashful under their compliments. He scratched his head, a shy smile gracing his face. Recently, he had indeed noticed some subtle changes in his body. These changes had not occurred overnight, but had gradually manifested over time. As time went on, he increasingly felt this newfound state. Su Jin secretly speculated that these alterations might be linked to the devouring nanobots. Those minuscule nanobots, while consuming the black crystal, continuously fed him energy, awakening what he referred to as the black crystal sacred body. This awakening had led to significant changes in his body. Even without transforming into the black crystal sacred body, he could feel his strength steadily increasing, and his muscle lines had become more fluid and powerful. The extraordinary enhancement effect of the devouring nanobots had granted Su Jin a robust physique typically reserved for martial artists, despite his never having engaged in martial arts training. Listening to Su Jin's nonchalant explanation, the others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of speechlessness. In their hearts, they could not help but murmur, "If one eats well and sleeps well, can one truly cultivate such an extraordinary physique? If that were the case, wouldn't lazy pigs become the mightiest beasts each day?" A hint of mockery flashed in Ai Tsongxian's eyes as he teasingly remarked to Su Jin, "Su Jin, your explanation seems rather perfunctory, doesn't it? Do you really believe that indulging in gourmet delicacies daily could transform us into physiques like yours?" Zhao Wenyuan shook his head with a wry smile and interjected, "Oh, spare us. If it were truly that simple, why would we toil so hard in our martial training? Wouldn't it be sufficient to feast and frolic? Perhaps Su Jin has suddenly awakened some physical talent. Isn't there an old saying that suggests, in the face of talent, effort appears utterly insignificant?" This statement sparked a realization among the group, and Qiu Yin immediately expressed interest. "Oh? An awakening of physical talent? That could very well be. I've heard of individuals awakening dual talents, or even multiple talents. Perhaps Su Jin is one of those rare individuals," Ai Tsongxian proposed. "After today's award ceremony, let us take him to a professional institution for a thorough examination. The advanced equipment at the research facility is undoubtedly superior to the outdated tools at school." Just as the discussion heated up, a voice suddenly interjected, "Professor Ai, do you intend to take this young brother for a talent assessment? If it's convenient, why not come to my military camp? We have just acquired the most advanced testing device." The group turned towards the source of the voice and saw General Qinglong striding towards them, his azure hair flowing. On his authoritative square face, a hint of a conciliatory smile emerged. Upon the arrival of General Qinglong, Qiu Yin's expression instantly turned cold. Ai Songxian and Zhao Wenyuan also subdued their smiles, for past misunderstandings and grievances are not easily forgivable. Observing the sudden awkwardness in the atmosphere, Qinglong displayed a touch of embarrassment. However, at that moment, Su Jin spoke up. Is that so? I must express my gratitude for General Qinglong's kindness. I am quite curious to know if I have truly awakened multiple talents. Qinglong, being the disciple of Elder Qiu, had previously held misunderstandings with them, yet he had been striving to mend their relationship. Eugene bore no ill will towards Qinglong. Rather, he hoped to ease the tension between Elder Qiu and Qinglong. Upon hearing Su Jin's response, General Qinglong cast a grateful glance his way. Eugene smiled and nodded. In truth, Su Jin sensed that Elder Qiu had already forgiven Qinglong in his heart. But due to his temperament, it was difficult for him to extend an olive branch. Eugene's actions could be seen as providing a way out for both parties. Indeed, after hearing Su Jin's reply, Qiu Yin followed suit. Since you wish to go, Su Jin, then let us proceed. Ai Songxian and Zhao Wenyuan exchanged glances, recognizing the shift in Qiu Yin's attitude. Ai Songxian smirked and muttered under his breath, "What a great actor." Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyuan remained silent, a smile on his face, clearly admiring Su Jin's high emotional intelligence in resolving conflicts. At that moment, the awards ceremony commenced in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The group immediately fell silent. As the ceremony began, senior leaders of the Federation delivered brief speeches. Subsequently, the awarding segment formally commenced, starting with the Star Sea Warrior Medal. The medal was engraved with a brilliant starry sky and a warrior wielding a sword. This medal was awarded to ordinary soldiers. Anyone who participated in combat would receive one. As stirring music played, a representative from the soldiers stepped onto the stage to receive this honorable medal from the leaders. Following this, the Celestial Guardian Medal was awarded, featuring an image of a guardian amidst swirling clouds and mist. This was designated for junior officers. Next came the more prestigious Thunder War Merit Medal, adorned with a lightning motif that harmonized with the war drums. This was awarded to senior officers. The highest honor, the Heaven and Earth Hero Medal, shimmered under the lights, intricately sculpted with the image of a valiant warrior. Spear in hand, clad in sturdy armor, as if a war god had descended from the heavens. This medal was exceedingly rare, with only 4 in existence, and today, these 4 medals would be awarded to Ai Songxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Su Jin. As each of their names was called, they stepped onto the stage, and the entire venue erupted in applause, the sound swelling into a sea of cheers. The medal was presented to Su Jin by the Speaker of the Federation Parliament, Quadohade, who remarked, "Such promising youth. I hope you will contribute even more to the Federation in the future. I am honored by your praise, and I will continue to strive," Su Jin replied as Quado placed the medal around his neck. Standing on the stage, bathed in the spotlight's glow amidst a tide of applause, Su Jin's gaze was resolute, his posture upright, and a swell of pride surged within him like a tidal wave. The awards ceremony did not conclude there. The announcement of rank promotions and benefits further escalated the atmosphere to a climax. Ordinary soldiers and junior officers generally saw their ranks elevated by 1 or 2 levels, accompanied by significant increases in salary and benefits. Additional perks included housing subsidies, medical insurance, and educational benefits for their children. Chapter 110. The youngest Major General in the Federation, Ai Songxian, though he had achieved remarkable feats during the Celestial Palace defense battle, was promoted only 1 rank, advancing to the rank of Major General in the Federation. After all, the stringent requirement for becoming a general is to attain Class A strength, and as a researcher, Ai Songxian's promotion was indeed commendable. Qiu Yin's advancement was even more pronounced, achieving a remarkable 3-rank leap to become a Major General as well. The Federation's recognition of his contributions was evident, not only with a substantial salary and benefits increase, but also an additional reward of a luxurious residence on Blue Star. Qiu Yin appeared nonchalant, casually stepping onto the stage to receive his award with a swagger. To put it bluntly, he was the brightest monkey on the mountain. As for Zhao Wenyuan, he retained his Major General rank, merely receiving an increase in salary and benefits, but his position underwent a significant adjustment. He would be reassigned from the Deputy Director of the Capital Defense Division to the commander of a mysterious special unit, though the unit's designation was not disclosed, clearly indicating a high level of confidentiality. The announcements for the 3S rewards concluded, and Su Jin, As the final focal point among the four, was about to unveil his award. On the big screen, images and information about Su Jin gradually appeared. Name: Su Jin. Age: 19. Gender: male. Education: first-year graduate student at the Federation Military University. Political affiliation: none. Each word was clearly etched into the eyes of everyone present. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on this young hero. His unique identity undoubtedly became the center of attention. Su Jin, a mere student still in school, devoid of any military rank embellishments, bore an identity as pure as a blank canvas. The political affiliation section boldly stated none, indicating that he had yet to join any political party. Aside from being a disciple of Ai Tsongxian, he was simply an ordinary student. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly ordinary young man who not only survived the Celestial Palace defense battle, but also achieved remarkable feats, becoming a hero in the hearts of the people. Such a tale was more fantastical than any novel. As the audience marveled, they could not help but speculate. What sort of rewards and benefits would the Federation bestow upon this young hero? Would it be a leap in rank? Or perhaps a generous material reward? Or some special honor? The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly charged with anticipation and curiosity, all eyes fixated on Su Jin and the podium. Awaiting the moment of revelation, Su Jin had, during the space elevator encounter, single-handedly protected his classmates and teachers, participated in the crucial upgrade task of the Red Heron, and contributed to the significant upgrade of the Falcon. The loudspeaker recounted Su Jin's accomplishments, albeit somewhat softened, yet each achievement was enough to astonish. On stage, off stage, among the viewers at home, and across various media outlets, genuine gasps of awe echoed. They could hardly fathom that this mere 19-year-old had already achieved such heights. Following a careful decision by the Federation Parliament, we are honored to confer upon Su Jin the rank of Major General of the Federation. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue, each word resonating with a powerful authority. As if imbued with an irresistible force, before the announcement had fully concluded, the audience erupted into a frenzy. In the stands, people whispered among themselves, voices rising in disbelief, as incredulous emotions spread through the air. A 19-year-old Major General of the Federation. This was unprecedented in the annals of the Federation. Sitting in the audience, upon hearing that shocking announcement, Su Jin felt as though a heavy bomb had been dropped in his heart. Unleashing tumultuous waves, he sat there, momentarily stunned, as if frozen in place by the news, unable to regain his composure. Ai Tsongxian cast a glance at Su Jin, a knowing smile gracing his face. The Federation's reward this time truly exceeded my expectations. He murmured. I had anticipated that Su Jin would be granted at most a colonel rank. Qiu Yin, upon hearing this, flashed a cold smile. That's the guilt the bureaucrats bear. Such compensations are merely deserved for their past mistakes. His words carried a hint of disdain, and moreover, they certainly did not wish to offend you, their master. After all, with just 3 disciples, you had successfully defeated the Black Crystal Clan. Such accomplishments are not something just anyone can claim. As he spoke, he cast a half-smile towards Ai Tsongxian, saying, Old Ai, I fear that during the interrogation of the captives from the Black Crystal Clan, they might have surmised from fragmented conversations that you possess some secret weapon. These federal fellows are evidently trying to win you over. Zhao Wenyuan nodded thoughtfully in response, acknowledging that Xiu Lao's analysis indeed held merit. The federal politician's generosity in bestowing a major general rank upon Su Jin was certainly not a mere act of benevolence. It was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Unlike the rest, who found the situation baffling, the few present were acutely aware of the deeper political and military maneuvers at play. At that moment, General Qinglong intended to congratulate Su Jin. But upon seeing his bewildered expression, he redirected his attention. He bowed slightly to Ai Tsongxian, exclaiming, Congratulations, Professor Ai. Your disciple has become the youngest Major General in the Federation, truly unprecedented. Ai Tsongxian accepted the praise with a smile, his face brimming with pride. Meanwhile, Qiu Yin remarked somewhat indignantly, Old Ai is simply fortunate to have stumbled upon such an outstanding disciple. Upon hearing this, Ai Tsongxian humbly chuckled. Not at all, compared to old Qiu. I am still far behind. I never expected you had a general disciple as well. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qinglong, who stood nearby. Qiu Yin, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and shot a glare at Qinglong. Remaining silent, Qinglong, on the other hand, offered a sheepish smile, his expression one of eager appeasement. After the awards ceremony concluded, the fervor surrounding Su Jin in society far surpassed that of the Federation's ceremony. A 19-year-old youth named Su Jin had become the youngest major general in the Federation. This news detonated like a bombshell among the populace, igniting immense excitement. People began fervently searching for any information related to Su Jin, eager to learn more about the background and story of this young major general. The public's enthusiasm surged like a tidal wave, with discussions about the new major general's legendary experiences echoing in every corner. Online, posts and discussions about Su Jin proliferated, as enthusiastic netizens unearthed and shared his photos, videos, and past deeds. Concurrently, the media caught wind of this excitement, launching into a frenzy of reporting on Su Jin's narrative. Journalists clamored to interview his friends and family, even delving into the places where he had lived and studied, seeking to trace his journey. Television stations, radio broadcasts, and major news websites were inundated with reports about Su Jin. As Su Jin, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong prepared to leave in unison, they unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals in the corridor. At the center of this group stood Leonardo Kelvin, who had appeared at the celebration banquet the previous day. He maintained his haughty demeanor, as if the entire world lay at his feet. Upon seeing him, the smiles vanished from Su Jin and the others' faces, replaced by expressions akin to having stepped in something unpleasant. Leonardo Kelvin immediately fixed his gaze on Su Jin, a hint of mockery in his smile as he remarked, "Oh, is this the youngest major general in the history of the Federation? Quite remarkable indeed. I have every intention of claiming you for myself. Ha, I shall be waiting." Su Jin displayed no signs of intimidation. "Ha, you've got spirit," Leonardo Kelvin declared, turning to lead his entourage away. His laughter echoed through the corridor. Imbued with arrogance and hubris, Pa Qiu Yin spat disdainfully on the ground, his face a mask of contempt as he muttered, "That old scoundrel is truly repugnant." A flicker of disgust crossed his face, revealing his deep-seated aversion to Leonardo Kelvin. Qinglong chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "Let us not dwell on that Kelvin family. Forget the unpleasantness. Come, let us head to my military camp. I shall treat everyone well." He extended his invitation warmly, a sincere smile gracing his features. Although Qinglong had not attended the celebration banquet, he had heard about the conflict between the group and Leonardo. After all, the news had spread far and wide through the upper echelons of the Federation, nearly becoming an open secret. The group's attitude towards Qinglong began to shift. They had initially thought he would shy away, but were surprised that he dared to befriend them at this moment. This courage and audacity earned him newfound respect from them. Zhao Wenyuan curiously inquired, "General Qinglong, are you not afraid of the Kelvin family?" Qinglong burst into laughter, proclaiming, "I fear nothing but my master." Qiu Yin looked at Qinglong with a satisfied expression, feeling that this disciple had brought him pride. "Your courage far surpasses that of old Ai. Stop dawdling. Lead the way." Ai Tsongxian shook his head helplessly, refraining from retorting, "Yes, master." Qinglong replied respectfully, "I have prepared the vehicles. Please follow me." With that, he turned and led the way. The group followed Qinglong to an underground parking garage, where a large armored vehicle awaited them. Qinglong opened the door, inviting everyone to board as the armored vehicle roared to life. They departed from the International Conference Center. Chapter 111, Talent Assessment Laboratory. 3,000 words. The group rode in Qinglong's armored vehicle, jostling along the rugged mountain roads until they finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital. The scenery outside the window flashed by, revealing a formidable military camp nestled amid the surrounding mountains. Qinglong was the first to leap from the vehicle, his straight posture halting before the camp's entrance. Before he turned to wave at Su Jin and the others inside the vehicle, he eagerly led the way, enthusiastically introducing the various buildings and facilities, fostering camaraderie among the group. Su Jin gazed at the military camp, ensconced between the mountains, impervious to outside threats, marveling at its strategically advantageous position, easy to defend yet difficult to assault. That a glance within revealed a well-ordered interior, flags fluttering in the wind, soldiers lined up like pines, diligently engaged in drills. Each of their movements was so synchronized, exuding a formidable aura that showcased their ironclad discipline and combat readiness. Eugene could only deduce from the surroundings that this was likely one of the 4 major military districts in the outskirts of the capital. Though its precise location remained a mystery, as all electronic navigations failed to pinpoint these military districts accurately. What astonished Eugene even further was Qinglong's identity. He was not only the highest commander of the Eastern Military District, but also a true power player within the Federation's military hierarchy. Unlike those honorary generals, who merely held titles without engaging in military command, a true power general like Qinglong possessed not only A-class strength but also exceptional military command abilities. Eugene understood that the Federation's generals could be categorized into 2 types: those who wielded military power and were adept in battle, and those who merely held nominal titles without real command involvement. The criteria for becoming a true power general were exceedingly stringent, requiring not only extraordinary strength but also outstanding military talent. Qinglong, evidently, belonged to the former category. Under Qinglong's guidance, they traversed through layers of high-tech buildings, ultimately arriving at a structure exuding futuristic technological aesthetics, the Future Strategic Technology Institute. The group streamed inside, where researchers were busily and methodically engaged in their work. Upon seeing Qinglong enter, they paused their endeavors, respectfully saluting him. "Please continue your work. Do not mind me," Qinglong greeted them amiably, displaying no airs of a general. Shortly, the director of the research center hurried over upon hearing the news. He approached Qinglong with quick steps, bowing respectfully. "General, you have arrived at Director Liu, is the latest talent testing device ready? I need to use it." Qinglong inquired straightforwardly. "It is prepared and can be put to use at any time." Director Liu replied, "Good. Please make the necessary arrangements. I will need it shortly," Qinglong said with a smile. "Yes, General." Director Liu turned to prepare. However, he suddenly noticed several familiar faces among Qinglong's guests. He paused for a moment before tentatively asking, "General, among the guests you brought today, are 2 of them Professor AI and Professor Chiu?" "Yes." "You recognize my master?" Qinglong responded, somewhat surprised as he looked at Director Liu. AI Tsongxian was a renowned figure in the research community, known to all, which was understandable. However, his master, Qiu Yin, had long been reclusive, dedicating himself to research at Tiangong, and few were aware of him. It was unexpected that Director Liu could recognize him. "Professor Qiu is actually your master?" Director Liu expressed his astonishment. He explained, "Professor Qiu is the initiator of the Federation's Gene Warrior Core project. My primary research focus is in gene science. How could I not know of Professor Qiu's illustrious name?" Upon receiving Qinglong's confirmation, Director Liu's expression grew animated, as if he had encountered a cherished idol. "I never imagined that after all these years, someone would still remember the Gene Warrior Core project." Qiu Yin chuckled self-deprecatingly, a hint of weariness and history reflected in his gaze. "Actually, that project has long since failed. Let us not bring it up again. It's rather embarrassing." "How could I dare to forget?" Director Liu replied with reverence. "Although the project failed, you paved the way for Gene Warrior research. Our current work is all built upon the foundation you established." Qiu Yin shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further, while Eugene listened to their conversation. His heart stirred by waves of emotion. He had heard of the Gene Warrior Core project. It had once created a sensation but was abruptly halted by the authorities due to a significant accident that occurred during the gene editing process. As scientists endeavored to edit the genes of soldiers, they inadvertently triggered an unknown genetic chain reaction. This phenomenon not only resulted in unpredictable mutations within the soldiers' bodies, but also led to the madness of some, rendering them uncontrollable and feral. These mutated warriors lost control during the experiment, wreaking havoc upon the research facility. They not only assaulted the researchers but also attempted to escape, inflicting severe damage on nearby military installations and civilians. To his astonishment, the mastermind behind this plan turned out to be Qiu Lao. However, much time had passed since then, and Qiu Lao was reluctant to revisit the matter, which left Eugene disinterested in pursuing it further. Suddenly, Qinglong furrowed his brow, his demeanor shifting to one of authority as he spoke in a deep voice. "Director Liu, our primary purpose today is to conduct talent testing. Let us refrain from discussing irrelevant matters." Perceiving the gravity in Qinglong's tone, Director Liu realized he may have overstepped and quickly apologized. "My apologies, General. Please follow me." He spoke as he swiftly guided everyone towards the testing area. On their way to the testing zone, Director Liu frequently glanced sideways, eager to observe this unique group of visitors. However, Qinglong's towering figure consistently obstructed his view, thwarting his efforts. They traversed numerous corridors, passing by many tightly sealed doors, each adorned with signs indicating various research directions. Although the specifics within these rooms remained concealed from sight, the signs provided a rough idea of the research projects underway. Research on the integration of modern martial arts and genetic optimization, military application and development of personal talent potential, collective spiritual resonance and tactical coordination research. After 2.5 minutes, they had navigated through dozens of research labs, each marked with different high-end project signs, such as quantum fluctuation energy research and interstellar material transport technology. Leaving them in awe, they finally halted before a room marked as the Laboratory for Personal Potential and Talent Assessment. Qinglong turned to Director Liu and calmly stated, "Director Liu, please provide our esteemed guests with a brief introduction to the uniqueness of our laboratory." Director Liu nodded with a smile and began to elaborate. Upon reaching adulthood, individuals from Blue Star awaken a variety of talents, a phenomenon remarkably unique across the universe. For other interstellar races, their racial talents often coincide with their personal abilities. He paused briefly, scanning the faces of the attendees before continuing. It is precisely for this reason that testing and researching these talents has long been a pivotal topic within our scientific community. Among Blue Star's billions of inhabitants, countless unprecedented and unrecorded talents are discovered each year. Leading everyone to a massive apparatus, Director Liu added, most testing devices available on the market determine results by detecting mental fluctuations and individual auras. However, this method has a significant limitation. It can only identify talents already documented in the database. For those unrecorded talents, the testing results often vary widely, providing merely an approximation based on existing entries. He offered an analogy. This is akin to the distinction between thunder and lightning. While laypeople often conflate the two, they are, in fact, worlds apart. Finally, Director Liu proudly announced, "Our laboratory has developed a talent testing device that stands apart. It relies on advanced big data models, allowing it to autonomously analyze and provide the closest correct answer when confronted with unrecorded talents, rather than merely offering a similar option." Eugene stepped into the spacious room. Surveying his surroundings, estimating the high-tech laboratory to span at least 200 square meters. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the colossal machine at the center of the room, which occupied nearly half the space. Its intricate structure and precise components leaving him in awe. The technology employed was sophisticated, a manifestation of Blue Star technology that he had yet to master. He yearned for an opportunity to engage closely with the machine, for he could reverse engineer its technology using the mechanical sovereign core. This thought ignited a sense of impatience within him. Standing there, he fixated on the immense apparatus. The testing devices employed at his school were no more than palm-sized crystal spheres, making the machine before him seem leagues apart. "Let us commence." Director Liu's voice resonated within the laboratory. All eyes converged on Eugene. He nodded slightly, indicating his readiness. Following Director Liu's instructions, he began to shed his garments until he was left clad only in a snug pair of shorts. As his clothing diminished, his well-sculpted physique gradually became apparent, causing a stir among those present, each struck by varying degrees of astonishment. "Goodness, what a physique!" Director Liu exclaimed in genuine admiration. "Look at those lines. They are simply exquisite, truly a perfect work of art. May I take a photograph?" Qiu Yin jested. Eugene's physique is simply astounding. I believe not only would the young ladies drool at this sight, but even we older gentlemen feel a flutter in our hearts. Zhao Wenyuan adjusted his glasses with a smile, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. "Ha ha, apprentice, you must be cautious when stepping out. Not only should you guard against women but also against men." Ai Tsongxian chimed in, joining the banter. Though some of these remarks were sincere and others mere jest, Eugene felt a flush of embarrassment as he absorbed the avalanche of commentary from the men around him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to commence the testing. Chapter 112. Astounding All, S-Class Spiritual Power Manifestation, 3,000 words. Eugene approached the machine. As if sensing his arrival, the testing apparatus automatically opened a small door. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The moment he entered, darkness enveloped him, and a powerful wave of drowsiness washed over him. A dense, viscous liquid encased his body, entering through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, yet he felt no suffocation. This sensation was extraordinarily soothing, reminiscent of returning to the womb. evoking a sense of comfort akin to being an infant. Commencing analysis. In the fleeting moments before succumbing to slumber, Su Jin endeavored to remain alert. Activating the mechanical sovereign core within his mind, he issued his command. A mechanical, cold voice echoed in his consciousness. Analyzing. Before long, another voice resounded. Acquired. Advanced mechanical structure technology, advanced intelligent control systems, advanced alloy synthesis technology. However, these revelations faded from his awareness. Externally, with a deep, resonant hum, the massive machine gradually powered up, its operation seemingly influencing the very magnetic field of the room, as an indescribable wave of energy permeated the air. The attendees felt their hair stand on end, as though drawn by an unseen force, yet they were all individuals of remarkable mental acuity. A mere thought restored them to normalcy. Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin stood beside the machine, their expressions turning increasingly grave. Though they had not delved deeply into the talent testing device, they sensed the amalgamation and application of dozens of advanced technologies within the apparatus in the realm of scientific research. Mastering a single advanced technology sufficed to elevate one to the status of professor. Those who mastered 5 or more ascended to the ranks of academicians. Researchers like Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin, having mastered over 10 advanced technologies, were venerated as titans of the scientific community. Yet at this moment, they perceived the application of dozens of advanced technologies they had yet to grasp. It appears the Federation's technological advancements have truly surged forward in recent years. Ai Tsongxian couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Qiu Yin concurred, superior successors are emerging continuously. Perhaps we have long been obsolete without realizing it. Our earlier progress merely afforded us a fleeting acclaim, but it does not signify that we have reached the pinnacle of our scientific journey. At this juncture, Qiu Yin expressed a sentiment born of introspection. In truth, many times we are reluctant to acknowledge that we, these old-timers, are truly aging. Ai Tsongxian glanced at Qiu Yin in surprise. A glimmer of agreement flashing in his eyes. I never imagined you possessed such awareness. Director Liu approached the control panel, deftly operating it, and soon a complex array of data appeared on the large screen. General, esteemed elders, do you see this data? Director Liu smiled as he showcased the information displayed on the screen, which represented the precise bodily metrics of Mr. Su. His essence value is 3,805? Professor Liu attempted to vocalize the figures on the screen, but his voice trembled with disbelief. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of coughs, his face painted with incredulity. He hastily retrieved additional data, stammering, his bone age is. It truly is 19. He is indeed only 19 years old? Expressions of shock spread across the faces of those present. A 19-year-old youth, with an essence value a mere 150 away from breaking into the B-class superpower tier, was an unprecedented phenomenon based on their past experiences. Qiu Yin turned to Qinglong beside him. Little Qing, I recall meeting you when you were 25. How is your strength at 19? The Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment, a hint of shame coloring his response. I am also at the sea level, but my essence value is merely 2500 in the past. This fact had been a source of pride for him. Yet now, before the crowd, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he too was classified as sea level at that age, the stark contrast between his 2,500 essence value and Su Jin's impressive 3,800 was painfully evident. Advancing through significant realms requires a lengthy accumulation of essence value, and only upon reaching a certain threshold can one attempt to break through to the next level. However, the rate at which individuals accumulate essence value varies greatly. Under identical conditions, a difference of over 1,000 essence points signifies a staggering 50-fold disparity in cultivation speed. Such a discrepancy is truly astonishing. The crowd fell silent, struck by this revelation. Despite the Azure Dragon being a prodigy in his own right at the age of 19, he paled in comparison to Su Ji and It. Must be noted that the Azure Dragon was the youngest general in the Federation. Does this not imply? While I was somewhat prepared, aware that Su Jin possessed formidable strength, the test results exceeded my expectations by far. Zhao Wenyuan mused, his voice brimming with astonishment and admiration. Ai Tsongxian couldn't contain his delight. This child possesses remarkable talent, akin to, His words were abruptly interrupted by the cold glare of Qiu Yin, who ground his teeth and retorted, what about you? Nothing. Ai Tsongxian enjoyed boasting in front of Qiu Yin, Yet at this moment, even his brazen disposition faltered. This is truly inconceivable in the lengthy history of the Federation. There has likely never been a genius like Su Jin. Excitement flickered in Director Liu's eyes, as if he could already envision their names shining brightly in the annals of future history. This is undoubtedly a classic case worthy of inclusion in history textbooks. His voice resonated with profound shock. However, just as this exhilarating moment unfolded, the Azure Dragon interrupted him with a calm yet firm tone. Director Liu, today's test results must be classified as top-level military secrets. After the test concludes, all related data and information must be completely erased. You must also forget everything entirely. Do you understand? Director Liu's excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water. And with a reluctant nod, he replied, "Yes, General." Disappointment was evident in his demeanor. The Azure Dragon seemed unfazed by Director Liu's emotional shift and pressed on. Now that Su Jin has reached sea level, his mental strength must have solidified. Can this device further assess the specifics of his mental power? The crowd, intrigued, turned their curious gazes toward Director Liu. He quickly composed himself and responded, "Yes, General." With that, he resumed his manipulation of the device. As he deftly operated it, the screen refreshed, revealing a vast golden ocean, tumultuous and boundless. This golden sea appeared to harbor an inexhaustible power, instilling a sense of a wit is truly astounding that Mr. Su's mental strength is so robust, akin to a gathering ocean. The professional gleam in Director Liu's eyes shone brightly as he meticulously analyzed the data displayed on the screen. The stability of this mental power indicated that Mr. Su had laid a solid foundation. This was evidently not an achievement attainable through any special means or hasty shortcuts. He paused, letting his gaze linger upon the golden sea of consciousness, adding, "And did you notice? Mr. Su's sea of consciousness is golden, a clear indication that he has ingested the precious gene agent Huan Shanyi. This device is remarkably accurate. He indeed has consumed a gene agent like Huan Shanyi." AI Tsongxian remarked with admiration. The primary function of Huan Shanyi is to prolong life and slightly accelerate cultivation. It is not a type of hastily potent gene agent that would grant Su Jin a rocket-like cultivation speed. AI Tsongxian's position made it entirely unremarkable for him to provide his disciple with such a potion. Yet, in the midst of this serene moment, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the golden ocean on the screen, shaking the entire room as if it were trembling. The crowd stared in astonishment at the screen, where it appeared a colossal dragon was thrashing within the golden sea, though its form was obscured. The awe-inspiring roar conveyed its majesty and might. Could it be that Su Jin's mental power has taken the form of a dragon? The crowd gasped in unison, their voices laden with disbelief. They collectively held their breath, their eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the large screen as if awaiting an omen. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Above the golden sea of consciousness, the winds shifted ominously, gales whipped up layers of dark clouds, shrouding the entire sky in a night-like gloom. Ethereal blue lightning flickered wildly within the clouds, as if heralding the approach of a mysterious entity. Roar. Another thunderous dragon's roar pierced the heavens, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. In that moment, a bone dragon, its head adorned with fearsome horns and its skeleton gleaming like white jade, suddenly lunged forth from the golden sea of consciousness. Its fearsome skull was held high, its hollow eye sockets seeming to perceive all, glimmering with a chilling light. The dragon's sinuous body twisted and turned, each bone exquisitely carved, radiating a faint glow as it flickered in and out of the dark clouds. At the moment it leapt, it seemed to churn the entire sea of consciousness into a towering wave. The bone dragon soared upwards, piercing the clouds and the stormy sky. It reveled in its freedom. Its imposing figure and the aura of death it exuded evoking fear in everyone present. The juxtaposition of the dark and domineering bone dragon against the sacred golden sea of consciousness created a hauntingly beautiful yet strikingly unsettling tableau. The manifestation of mental power is distinctly categorized in the database into 5 grades: D, C, B, A, and the highest, S level. Each grade represents a different intensity and potential of mental power. The dragon form is undeniably an S-level existence within mental power manifestations. Director Liu's voice trembled with astonishment, his lips quivering as he processed the spectacle before him. This bone dragon, although unrecorded in the database, I can assert with certainty that this is undoubtedly an S-level manifestation. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart, and continued. The manifestation of mental power, much like the awakening of innate talent, is shrouded in mystery and eludes comprehension. Yet, it reflects the deepest recesses of one's heart. A tangible representation of one's inner strength. I did not expect that a person as seemingly composed as you would have their mental power take the form of such a domineering image. Chapter 113. Innate and Acquired Forms. The crowd gazed at the bone dragon soaring above the clouds on the screen, their eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. Suddenly, Tsongxian broke the silence, his gaze fixed intently on the azure dragon. Curiosity and inquiry lacing his tone. General Azure Dragon, since you bear the name Azure Dragon, might your mental power manifestation also take a dragon form? The Azure Dragon nodded slightly, readily acknowledging, indeed, my manifestation is that of a dragon. The true form of the Azure Dragon. Upon hearing this, Tsongxian immediately lauded. No wonder, General Azure Dragon, you possess such martial beauty and extraordinary demeanor. It seems my disciple Su Jin, in the future, may also aspire to become a great general like yourself. Although his innate talent is the S-level Juntian compass, his mental power manifestation does not necessarily reflect that level. An S-level talent does not guarantee that one's mental power manifestation will also be S-level. Talent is predetermined, while mental power is cultivated. Furthermore, talent correlates with one's character, which means his combat prowess may not be particularly strong. However, in this era that reveres the strong, if he perceives Su Jin as having the potential to become a great general, that would be truly commendable. At the very least, he would not suffer indignities. He once faced scorn due to his remarkable talent and technology, yet lacked formidable strength. This was a primary reason why the Kelvin family coveted him, seeking to harm him despite their inability to possess him. The Azure Dragon smiled slightly, dismissing Tsongxian's praise. The achievements of young brother Su will undoubtedly surpass my own. He paused, continuing, this is no mere flattery. My Azure Dragon form is not innate but rather acquired. There exists a considerable difference between the innate Azure Dragon and the acquired Azure Dragon. The moment these words left his lips, Tsongxian, Zhao Wenyuan, and others exchanged bewildered glances, astonishment etched across their faces. Tsongxian could not help but inquire, acquired formation? What does this mean? Is there truly a distinction between innate and acquired forms in the manifestation of mental power? Indeed, the Azure Dragon confirmed, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Qiu Yin, his lips moving slightly as if he wished to say something but hesitated. Qiu Yin, sensing the Azure Dragon's peculiar demeanor, raised an eyebrow and impatiently remarked, why are you looking at me? Speak your mind. Don't hold back. We are all on the same side today. No need for secrecy. Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan looked at Qiu Yin in astonishment. Could it be that the distinction between innate and acquired forms in mental power manifestation was somehow related to Qiu Yin? The Azure Dragon, having received Qiu Yin's tacit approval, was about to elaborate when he suddenly reconsidered. Turning to the side, Director Liu, you are the expert in this field. Perhaps you could elucidate this matter? Yes, General. Director Liu responded in a deep voice, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face. When Elder Qiu presided over the Gene Warrior Core project, he had once delved into a profound inquiry. If one's innate talents could be awakened to harness greater power through genetic modification, then could the manifestation of a person's mental prowess also be intervened and guided by the forces of technology? At this juncture, Director Liu paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He continued, consequently, Elder Qiu led the team in an exhaustive study. After experimenting with hundreds of methods, they ultimately discovered a technique known as psychological intervention, which could influence and alter the manifestation of one's mental prowess. For instance, a person with a volatile temperament might originally manifest their mental energy as flames. However, following psychological intervention, as their character transforms, their mental manifestation could shift to a gentle stream of water. Conversely, an individual with a docile nature, who might initially take the form of a cat, could, after undergoing psychological intervention, transform into a fierce tiger. At this point, Director Liu sighed, a look of regret shadowing his face. Regrettably, this project ultimately ended in failure. Although we could alter the manifestation, we were unable to precisely control the outcomes. Moreover, while the modified manifestations bore resemblance to their natural counterparts, they exhibited significant differences in essence. This disparity greatly limited the practical application of the psychological intervention technique. He gazed reverently at Qiu Yin, adding, "Nonetheless, Elder Qiu's initiative has paved a new avenue for our research. His courage and wisdom will forever inspire us to continue our exploration and progress." Qiu Yan's demeanor was as tranquil as a placid lake, unruffled, seemingly indifferent to his past achievements, which he did not regard as a source of pride. Under the watchful eyes of Ai Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan, Qiu Yan's image appeared to increasingly align with that of a nefarious scientist. Any exploration involving human technology ventured into a forbidden domain, as it implied countless human trials, fundamentally opposing the spirit of international humanitarianism. The sanctity of individual free will and bodily integrity is a societal consensus. Yet, driven by the pursuit of rapid advancement or certain interests, numerous nations and organizations still choose to tread the path of unethical human experimentation. Ai Tsongxian scrutinized Qiu Yin, a complex expression gracing his face. "Old Qiu? We've known each other for so long, and you've concealed so much. No wonder you were exiled to the heavenly palace." Qiu Yin sighed, his tone laced with a hint of resignation and regret. "Alas, it was my youthful arrogance that led me to accept this project, spurred on by those unscrupulous bureaucrats. Now, I find myself in a state of disgrace, unlike you, who have achieved great success and garnered widespread admiration." Upon hearing this, Ai Tsongxian's face briefly reflected a tinge of shame. One cannot put it that way. Research is inherently about traversing uncharted paths and undertaking what others dare not. You are far braver than I. I am humbled in your presence. Standing nearby, Qinglong witnessed this exchange, fully aware of Qiu Yan's desolation and helplessness, his heart brimming with gratitude and respect. He stepped forward, resolutely stating, "Master, please do not think so. Your kindness to me is akin to a rebirth. Without your experiments and guidance, I would not be where I am today. I might still be that inconspicuous little Qingzi." Ai Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable curiosity as they simultaneously inquired, "General Qinglong, may we ask what your initial manifestation was?" Qinglong slightly lowered his gaze, seemingly reminiscing about distant memories. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "It was a blade of grass." "A blade of grass?" Ai Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. A fragile blade of grass, which ultimately transformed into a soaring azure dragon. This was nothing short of a miracle, more astonishing than the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Qinglong nodded, affirming their astonishment. "Indeed, it was a blade of grass at that time. I was frail, like a blade of grass swaying in the wind. Even worse, I was afflicted with a terminal illness, my life hanging by a thread, and that blade of grass seemed poised to wither at any moment." A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he continued, "Originally, I may not have had long to live, but my master's project changed everything. The moment the form of the azure dragon took shape within me, I experienced an unprecedented rebirth. All my ailments vanished in that instant." Ai Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan's mouths fell open in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. The transformation of mental energy could indeed bring about such a monumental change in a person. It was as though a gateway to an entirely new world had been flung open. Chapter 114. Has physical strength reached master level? Having grasped the profound differences between innate and acquired forms, Ai Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan gained a more intuitive and profound understanding of Su Jin's manifestation as a skeletal dragon. Su Jin's mental energy manifestation had reached S rank, and should he awaken an S rank physical talent, he would truly be unparalleled in the world. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Zhao Wenyuan's eyes as he could not help but muse aloud, followed by heartfelt exclamations. Upon hearing this, Ai Tsongxian gently sighed, his brow furrowed as he spoke solemnly. According to Su Jin's profile, his known talent is mechanical affinity, which is a low-level talent leaning towards mechanics. With an extremely low probability of testing errors, merely 1 in a billion. He paused before continuing. If Su Jin were to awaken another talent, becoming a dual-talented prodigy, the probability would plunge to 1 in a trillion. Such a possibility is exceedingly slim. However, this does not preclude the emergence of miracles in Su Jin's case. After all, he is the miracle boy, is he not? Ai Tsongxian jested optimistically. This is also why we have gathered here today. To retest his talents. Qiu Yin had been silently listening from the side when he suddenly spoke up. At this moment, He lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the crowd as he earnestly declared, "I have great confidence in Su Jin. Based on his physical qualities and outward performance, if he has reached such a level without any special training, I can assert that he must have awakened some potent physical talent." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan's authoritative status in the realm of talent and mental energy research is indisputable, and his judgment is undoubtedly worthy of trust. After all, he had conducted in-depth studies in this field, perhaps the likes of which could not be found elsewhere on Blue Star. Director Liu swiftly operated the control panel, the screen continuously refreshing with data. This was the core aspect of the entire machine, capturing the attention of everyone present. However, when the interface displayed a plethora of data, everyone felt a wave of dizziness. The two seasoned experts, AI Tsongxian and Xiao Yan, immediately expressed their strong dissatisfaction. What is going on? Is the Federation's technology truly regressing? AI Tsongxian complained, furrowing his brow. This data is overly complicated. Why can't it be presented in a more straightforward manner? Xiao Yan echoed, indeed, this method of displaying such complex data is perplexing. Director Liu offered an awkward smile, hesitant to argue with these two esteemed figures. At that moment, Qinglong stepped forward and curiously inquired, Director Liu, what do the results indicate? Could you please explain them to us in detail? Director Liu focused intently on the screen, and after a moment of uncertainty, he provided an answer. It appears that MRSU possesses only one talent, mechanical affinity. What? How can this be? The crowd erupted in disbelief. They had witnessed Su Jin's impeccable physique. How could he have only awakened one talent? Director Liu also felt perplexed. After confirming the accuracy of the data on the screen multiple times, he still could not comprehend this outcome. After all, he shared the same thoughts as the others. Xiao Yan, stroking his chin and pondering for a moment, suddenly turned to Director Liu and asked, "Can this machine provide results regarding physical capabilities?" "Yes," Director Liu replied. Director Liu scrutinized the data for a while longer, and suddenly, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Mr. Su's physical capabilities are truly extraordinary. His voice was filled with shock. This result had completely caught him off guard. Director Liu, what does it say? Please tell us. The crowd urged eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation and curiosity. Director Liu took a deep breath, his astonishment refusing to subside. And according to the data, it indicated that Mr. Su's cellular strength had, astonishingly, reached the master level. What? Su Jin possesses master-level physical capabilities? The crowd was taken aback, this revelation detonating like a bombshell, creating a stir among them. In Blue Star, the martial arts realm is divided into 5 levels: acquired, innate, master, golden core, and primordial spirit, corresponding to the ranks of mental energy. D, C, B, A, and S. However, it is well known that few are willing to endure the grueling physical training compared to those who cultivate mental energy. After all, the destructive power exhibited by high-ranking mental energy users far surpasses that of martial arts practitioners. Yet, this does not render martial arts practitioners useless. If, during a confrontation, one party is engaged in close combat and their martial arts realm is inferior to that of the opponent, the distinction between killing a person and killing a chicken becomes negligible. To this day, the number of formidable warriors who have attained the realm of martial arts grandmasters on the Blue Star is exceedingly scarce, comprising merely 1/10,000th of the B rank strong. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Nation, the registered martial arts grandmasters are even more few, with only 4 individuals to their name. Yet, at this moment, they bore witness to the birth of the 5th martial arts grandmaster. AI Tsongxian and Zhao Wenyuan exchanged glances, their confusion far surpassing their astonishment. AI Tsongxian was the first to shatter the silence. When we first met Su Jin, his file labeled him merely as an ordinary high school student, with athletic achievements that barely scraped passing marks. How could such a monumental transformation occur in less than a year, propelling him to the status of a martial arts grandmaster? I have never observed him diligently practicing martial arts, Zhao Wenyuan concurred. Indeed, this is simply unfathomable. We are nearly together every day. When would he have found the time to cultivate to such a degree? Xiao Yan also expressed his bewilderment. I, too, have never seen him train in martial arts. Director Liu, are you certain there is no issue with this machine? Has Su Jin truly not awakened any physical talents? He turned once more to confirm with Director Liu. Director Liu smiled wryly, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Old Xiao, This machine is the most advanced testing apparatus in the Federation, with a near-zero probability of error. Indeed, we have not detected any talents that could influence physical prowess within M.R.'s spiritual energy, yet his physical strength has undeniably reached the Grandmaster level. Qinglong, amidst the confusion, suddenly proposed a theory to the group. Do you think it's possible that Su Jin inadvertently consumed some rare treasure during his childhood? The others were momentarily taken aback. Before erupting into raucous laughter, Ai Tsongxian shook his head with a rueful smile. General Qinglong, perhaps you've indulged in too many novels. Those so-called rare treasures are mere fabrications. They do not exist in reality. Your idea is rather juvenile, Qiu Yin responded. Even if he had consumed something extraordinary, it would have to be a modern genetic agent. Yet to date, no such agent has been developed on Blue Star that could transform an ordinary person's body into that of a Grandmaster. Zhao Wenyuan sighed. Indeed, if such a miraculous agent existed, I wouldn't need to toil so hard at martial arts, stuck at the peak of postnatal training for decades without a breakthrough. Qinglong was equally astonished. Brother Su is simply a prodigy. While I may not have awakened a physical talent, my spiritual energy manifestation does enhance my physical form to a degree. Even so, my martial arts cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of innate levels. At this juncture, Director Lu's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. General, might we retain some of M.R.'s tissue for research? I am confident that using M.R.'s sample as a foundation, we can achieve significant breakthroughs in the development of physical enhancement genetic agents. Qinglong fell into contemplation. Breakthroughs in physical enhancement genetic agents hold immense significance for soldiers. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement, turning to the side. Master, Professor Ai, do you think we could retain a portion of Brother Su's tissue for research? Ai Tsongxian slowly shook his head. Though he is my disciple, I cannot make decisions for him. Once he emerges, you should ask him directly. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan's eyes flickered with a resolute and fervent light. He gazed earnestly at Ai Tsongxian, his voice laced with profound supplication. Old Ai, I have never sought favors from anyone in my life, but this time, I see hope in Su Jin for uncovering the reasons behind the failure of my past plans. Could you assist me this once? Ai Tsongxian regarded Qiu Yan's almost pleading expression, feeling a stir of emotion within. After a moment of silence, he inhaled deeply and nodded slowly. Very well, I shall see what I can do. The final decision must still rest with him. Chapter 115. Do not dwell in self-doubt. The testing of Su Jin has finally concluded. The crowd gazed at the data displayed on the large screen with complex expressions, their minds fixated on a singular perplexity. Su Jin had not awakened any physical talents, yet miraculously possessed a physique of Grandmaster caliber. Moreover, at merely 19 years of age, he had reached the pinnacle of C-rank cultivation and boasted an S-rank manifestation of spiritual energy. By any measure, Su Jin could be deemed an impeccable hexagonal warrior. However, fate seems to delight in irony. He awakened the most inconsequential talent among the lower-tier abilities, mechanical affinity, a skill that offers little direct enhancement to combat power. It was akin to a drop of ink marring a breathtaking canvas, provoking a sigh of regret. After confirming repeatedly that Su Jin had indeed not awakened any other physical talents, the individuals present fell into a prolonged silence. Ai Tsongxian was the first to break this heavy atmosphere, forcing a smile as he spoke. There is no need for excessive lamentation. Su Jin's future is not confined to merely becoming an unparalleled warrior. He is far more likely to evolve into a great mechanic, as the power of technology serves as the fundamental driving force behind the advancement of civilization. Both Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan nodded in agreement, their sentiments mirroring his. Indeed, personal martial prowess is not the sole criterion for strength. They had personally witnessed Su Jin's performance during the Heavenly Palace Defense War. In a seemingly hopeless situation, Su Jin managed to turn the tide. 10 powerful generals might struggle to safeguard Blue Star against the Black Crystal race. Yet a genius mechanic like Su Jin could alter the course of battle single-handedly through mechanical upgrades. And that is true power. Though Qinglong and Director Lu did not fully grasp the depth of their words, they felt that they were merely offering comforting platitudes. Despite Su Jin's talents bearing a slight flaw, no one could deny his extraordinary aptitude in both spiritual energy and physical cultivation. At that moment, a soft sound of hissing emerged as the talent testing apparatus slowly opened. and Su Jin emerged with an air of nonchalance. Stretching languidly, he wore a satisfied expression, as if he had just enjoyed a refreshing nap. It was evident that regardless of the machine's accuracy, its ability to induce restful slumber was genuine. How long have I been inside? Have the test results been revealed? He casually inquired, a hint of anticipation and curiosity lacing his tone. Well, the test results are indeed out, but the specific numbers are not our primary concern. What matters is that in our eyes. You are already a true genius. Precisely, Su Jin. Those figures are of little consequence. There is no need to be overly critical of yourself, for to the ordinary person, you are already remarkably distinguished. The crowd exhibited varied expressions, showering Su Jin with warm words of encouragement, seemingly attempting to assuage any potential disappointment he might feel. Observing the reactions of those around him, Su Jin couldn't help but find it amusing. He softly remarked, "Is there something amiss with the test results? If there is, simply tell me. I am not so fragile." Songxian inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with a hint of regret as he spoke. "Su Jin, the tests reveal that you have not awakened any particularly powerful physical talents." He paused before continuing. "Yet this is merely a trivial flaw. Your essence value, spiritual energy manifestation, and physical strength are all exceptionally rare." The screen displayed a detailed report generated by the machine. "Should you have any questions, Director Liu is here to elucidate them for you." Director Liu stood by, prepared to address any inquiries Su Jin might pose. However, Su Jin merely cast a cursory glance at the report, already comprehending its contents. Essence value, 3850, spiritual energy manifestation. S-rank dragon form, awakened talent, mechanical affinity, cell strength. Su Jin read through the details, maintaining a tranquil expression, though his eyes momentarily widened in surprise upon reaching the cell strength entry. He had not anticipated that the devouring nano-worms would grant him feedback and enhancement, endowing him with a physique at the Grandmaster level. It is noteworthy that he had not yet transformed into the black crystal sacred body, remaining in an ordinary state. Su Jin mused internally, if transformation could amplify his bodily strength tenfold, he might easily touch the threshold of the golden core realm. This revelation left him astounded by the potential of this talent. Moreover, the black crystal sacred body was still in its preliminary stage, with future developmental possibilities that were simply beyond estimation. Such remarkable changes from merely being in the initial sacred body stage? Su Jin marveled quietly to himself. At that moment, Director Liu tentatively asked, "MRSU, do you comprehend all these data? Is there any need for me to explain further?" Su Jin smiled slightly, a hint of surprise gracing his features. "These data are not difficult to understand. Each entry is clearly articulated, so there is no need for you to elaborate." "You are truly a genius." Director Liu's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Su Jin. The data on the large screen was densely packed, with each entry complex enough to boggle the mind. He himself had invested considerable time and effort in studying and practicing to proficiently interpret these test results. Yet Su Jin had merely cast a fleeting glance and seemed to grasp all the answers within the report. What else could this be but genius? He couldn't help but surreptitiously glance at the two elderly men in the room, only to find them exchanging glances, their faces beginning to flush. Ahem. Songxian cleared his throat a couple of times, breaking the brief silence before turning to Su Jin. "Su Jin, since you can comprehend this data, what are your thoughts on it?" His tone carried a hint of caution. Su Jin met Songxian's gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gently shook his head. "No. I believe this test was conducted excellently." His voice was tranquil. The onlookers scrutinized Su Jin's expression, noticing that he did not appear to be feigning composure, which inadvertently eased their anxiety. They all feared that Su Jin might succumb to feelings of inferiority. Songxian nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Su Jin's reaction. "Now, there is another matter we need to discuss." Songxian continued. "The research center wishes to retain a sample of your tissue for study, as it could greatly benefit genetic pharmacology. Are you willing?" Chang Yin, Qinglong, and Director Liu also turned their gazes towards Su Jin, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Without much hesitation, Su Jin nodded. "Of course, I would be delighted to contribute to genetic pharmacology." His response surprised and delighted everyone present. Songxian's expression turned to one of astonishment. You actually agree?" The myriad of persuasive arguments he had prepared suddenly felt superfluous. The others expressed their astonishment, not expecting Su Jin to acquiesce so readily. Nevertheless, Su Jin merely smiled slightly. What is there to be unwilling about? This is a good thing. He understood that in this era of advanced genetic technology, casually relinquishing one's bodily tissue indeed posed certain risks. For instance, he might unexpectedly have a son. Or there could be ill-intentioned individuals who might acquire his genetic samples to create targeted viruses. Yet, Su Jin was unconcerned. To him, these risks were not risks at all. Chapter 116. You have never practiced martial arts? How wonderful, truly wonderful. Chang Yan's voice trembled, revealing profound excitement. Upon hearing Su Jin's unhesitant agreement to provide his bodily tissue for genetic research, tears welled in the murky eyes of the elderly man. Su Jin looked at Chang Yan, who was overwhelmed with joy, and felt a twinge of confusion. Old Chang, what is the matter? Ai Tsongxian approached. His expression grave and quietly explained Chang Yan's past to Su Jin.as. He listened to Ai Tsongxian's narrative. Su Jin gradually understood the depth of Chang Yan's reaction. After a prolonged silence, Su Jin's heart was stirred by Chang Yan's experiences, and he sighed. Old Chang, there is no need for such agitation. We have fought side by side. We are comrades in arms. If I can help you untangle your knots, it would be my honor. He spoke with a sincere tone. Hearing Su Jin's words, Chang Yan could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears, the tears streaming down his cheeks freely. His cries were filled with sorrow and release. As if he were pouring out years of repression and anguish, the onlookers, witnessing Chang Yan's tears, felt a wave of empathy. They could understand the elderly man's pain and struggle. Scientific research could indeed be a double-edged sword, often requiring immense sacrifices. Success could lead to fame and achievement, yet failure or accidents could bring devastating setbacks. In this moment, everyone felt a pang of heartache for Chang Yan's plight, and they were moved by his resilience and determination. With red-rimmed eyes, they silently stood by, patiently waiting for him to express his emotions. After a long while, Chang Yan's storm of tears finally subsided. He took a resolute step towards Su Jin, patting his chest. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Su Jin, rest assured. As long as I am here, I will never allow your genetic samples to leak and cause you any unnecessary troubles. Su Jin smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting profound trust in Chang Yan. I believe you, sir. After a moment's contemplation, he keenly grasped the deeper meaning behind Chang Yan's words and tentatively inquired, Old Chang, are you suggesting that you intend to remain here to engage in genetic research? Indeed. Chang Yan nodded emphatically, his gaze resolute and filled with expectation. What? Master, you actually plan to stay? Qing Long's face lit up with uncontainable surprise upon hearing this news. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Chang Yan shot Qing Long a sideways glance, feigning irritation. Welcome. Little Qingzi would be thrilled. Stay as long as you wish, Qing Long hastily clarified, anxious to avoid any misunderstanding. Upon hearing that Chang Yan wished to remain for genetic research, Director Liu also broke into a broad smile, as if overwhelmed by this unexpected joy. Work alongside his idol from childhood was like a dream come true for him. Ai Tsongxian, observing the joyous scene, looked at Su Jin with a sense of satisfaction. He approached Chang Yan and patted him on the shoulder. Old Chang, now that you have decided to return to your old profession, you must make some significant contributions. Don't let me look down on you. Humph. Rest assured. I will. Chang Yan wiped his nose and raised his chin, speaking with an air of bravado. His voice brimmed with confidence and resolve, embodying an indomitable spirit. The others couldn't help but laugh at Chang Yan's attitude, sensing that he had rejuvenated with newfound vigor. Tio put it in contemporary internet parlance. Chang Yan seemed to have been granted a second lease on life. Qing Long stepped towards Su Jin, his deep-set eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Su, I cannot thank you enough. Not only have you helped my master resolve his long-standing issues, but I truly do not know how to repay you. Su Jin smiled gently in response, shaking his head. General Qing Long, you flatter me. Old Chang is not only your elder, but also akin to my elder. What I have done is simply what one ought to do. No repayment is necessary. Do not call me general. It feels too formal. From now on, I am your big brother, and you are my brother. Qing Long declared earnestly. Big brother Qing Long. Su Jin paused briefly but was quite pleased to have a federal general as an older brother. Qing Long nodded with satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Brother, you have done a kindness to my master. which makes you my benefactor. I must repay you. I see you possess great talent in the realm of martial arts. How about this? Feel free to select from my martial arts treasury. Whether it be breathing techniques or martial arts manuals, you may learn without limit. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's face lit up with unmistakable delight. Really? That is fantastic. To be honest, I have never truly engaged in systematic practice of breathing techniques or martial arts before. This is a rare opportunity for me, and I shall not decline. What? You have never truly practiced breathing techniques or martial arts? Upon hearing this, the crowd stared in disbelief at Su Jin. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Jin scratched his head and explained, "Well, I wouldn't say that. I in high school, I did learn the compulsory education breathing technique in 9th set of radio gymnastics. I wonder if that counts as practice." The others, upon hearing Su Jin's explanation, were momentarily rendered speechless. They could not fathom how, relying solely on the rudimentary compulsory education breathing technique in 9th set of radio gymnastics, Su Jin could cultivate his spiritual power to level C, while achieving master-level martial arts proficiency. What extraordinary talent! If this were to become known, it would likely leave many so-called geniuses feeling utterly humiliated, wishing to find a block of tofu to knock themselves out, especially Qing Long and Zhao Wenyuan, two seasoned generals, who could not help but feel their hearts shatter at the thought. Su Jin's martial arts talent was such that even they could only gaze at his back in awe. Ahem, everyone need not look at me with such astonishment. Su Jin smiled slightly, attempting to diffuse the awkward atmosphere around him. Isn't it said that what suits one best is the best? Perhaps I am simply destined to excel in what seems to be foundational techniques, such as the compulsory education breathing technique and the 9th set of radio gymnastics. He sensed the astonishment in the gazes of those around him, feeling as though he were perceived as some sort of oddity. Yet, he was acutely aware that his spiritual power stemmed entirely from spiritual resonance, while his formidable physical prowess was a result of the devouring nanomites. In strict terms, he had indeed never truly practiced for a single day. Su Jin couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his current situation was rather absurd. Not only did others find it hard to believe, but even he himself found it difficult to accept. The crowd exchanged glances, and although they still harbored doubts, they chose to accept Su Jin's explanation. After all, everyone has their own secrets, do they not? Brother Su, stop standing there. Come with me. Qing Long eagerly grasped Su Jin's hand. I will take you to the martial arts treasury for a thorough selection, to see if there are any techniques that catch your fancy. Su Jin nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He too was eager to see the depth of a federal general's martial arts treasury. Everyone, come along. Qing Long turned to address the others. If you find anything appealing, feel free to choose a few items as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately followed suit, their curiosity piqued about the federal general's martial arts treasury, eager for a glimpse. They halted in front of a quaint building in the heart of the military camp. This four-story structure seemed at odds with the surrounding modern architecture, each level seemingly bearing the weight of history. A plaque inscribed with the words Kangwu Pavilion hung prominently above the entrance, the characters robust and powerful, exuding an air of distinction. Qing Long gently pushed open the door, and a creaking sound of the aged wooden door echoed. Behind the door, an aura of antiquity rushed forth, mingling with a faint scent of ink and wood as they stepped into the armory. Their eyes were immediately dazzled. The shelves, adorned with an array of books, stood in impeccable order, showcasing a collection of neatly arranged tomes. Chapter 117. The Secret Martial Arts Pavilion, the essence of Qing Long. Within the pavilion, light filtered through the ancient window frames, casting mottled patterns on the wooden floor, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. There's no need to waste time on this first level, Qing Long remarked casually as he walked ahead. What we have here are merely common goods readily available on the market, intended for the daily reference and study of the soldiers, so there's no need for anyone to expend effort in selection. As the group surveyed their surroundings, they noticed numerous soldiers engrossed in books, their focus unwavering. When they reached an exciting part, they would unconsciously raise their hands and mimic the moves described in the texts. Upon noticing Qing Long's arrival, the soldiers remained silent, rising to their feet with arms crossed over their chests. Bowing respectfully with slight nods, Qing Long smiled and waved his hand, indicating for them to continue reading. Please, do not mind me. Carry on. Thus, the group did not linger on the first level and promptly ascended the staircase to the second level. The second level was starkly different from the first. The number of shelves had significantly diminished, reduced to about 1/10 of the first level, with perhaps just over 20 cabinets. The individuals present were relatively few, each immersed in their own world, focused on the books in their hands. As Qinglong and his companions appeared, the people merely glanced up, nodded in acknowledgement, and returned to their reading. This atmosphere conveyed a sense of seriousness and concentration in the study of martial arts. Qinglong pointed to the bookshelves and introduced, "The books displayed here are rare tomes collected at great expense by the federal government from the market. They hold immense educational value for those wishing to delve deeper into martial arts." He paused briefly before continuing. "Officers in the Federation who have achieved merits can borrow these with their merit points. However, I believe these texts, while precious, may still fall short for Brother Su. Let us continue our ascent." With that, Qinglong led the way to the higher level, and the others followed closely behind. Eugene nodded, raising no objections. He understood well that since he had resolved to learn, he ought to pursue the best. With Qinglong's words in mind, he would not rebel by wasting time here. Thus, he unhesitatingly followed Qinglong up the staircase leading to higher realms. As their figures gradually disappeared at the staircase entrance. The people in the second-level reading area cast complex glances in their direction. Their eyes shimmered with a mix of envy and jealousy, murmuring, "What a pity." The treasures above the third floor belong to the general's private collections. Whether one is fortunate enough to borrow them depends entirely on General Qinglong's disposition. Finally, they arrived at the enigmatic third level. A heavy metallic door loomed at the entrance of the staircase. General Qinglong approached, gently placing his palm against the door for fingerprint verification. With a resounding rumble, the door slowly rose, revealing a mysterious space within. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, the group entered in single file. To their astonishment, they discovered that the surroundings were encased in ironclad walls, protected by a high-grade special alloy cage, impenetrable even to a fly. The lighting on this level was as bright as daylight. Illuminating the entire space, a mere 3 large bookshelves were neatly arranged, and they were not crammed with books. In fact, there was ample space left empty. This area appeared quite simple and spacious, yet no one could doubt the high value of the tomes housed here. Standing before the group, General Qinglong wore a proud and generous smile. He enthusiastically introduced, "This level is my private collection. These books are unique items that I have meticulously selected from various auctions, each containing its own unique secrets. If anyone is interested, feel free to peruse them at your leisure." With a strong sense of curiosity, the group approached the bookshelves, each taking a book at random from the shelves. Qinglong's words ignited their eagerness. Zhao Wenyuan opened the tome in his hands, and upon merely reaching the first page, his expression transformed with excitement. His body trembled involuntarily, and his voice was filled with astonishment. This is the Vajra subduing demon fist. It is the treasured art of the ancient martial sect, the Vajra sect. Moreover, what is stored here is the original manuscript. Good heavens, it even includes the accompanying breathing technique. This is simply unbelievable. Ai Tsongxian also widened his eyes, staring at the book in his hands, exclaiming in shock, "Bow to my heart sutra. Isn't this the ancestral martial art of the Song family? Known for their divine legs? A few years back, I heard they were all executed for bank robbery. Yet their ancestral manuscript has somehow found its way into your hands." General Qinglong smiled slightly, explaining, "That family were lunatics. Everyone suspected that practicing their bow to my heart sutra would drive one insane. Thus, no one dared to purchase it at the auction, and I ended up acquiring it for my collection." He added, however, "Professor AI, I advise you not to read it." "I concur," Professor AI replied, immediately placing the book back on the shelf with a look of disdain. Meanwhile, Qiu Yin seemed disinterested in the manuscripts. He casually flipped through them, merely glancing briefly before returning them to the shelves. As he searched, he remarked, "Little Qing, these texts are quite impressive. It seems your taste is commendable." Qinglong promptly replied with respect, "Master, this is merely my humble hobby of collecting manuscripts. I hope it amuses you." Suddenly, Qiu Yan's gaze fell upon a particular tome, and he picked it up in surprise. "Oh, this is the Crimson Bear Mysterious Palm? A fire attribute palm technique, and it even comes with a corresponding breathing method. This aligns perfectly with my style. This one is excellent. I shall study it thoroughly. Master, this manuscript was specifically prepared for you by your disciple. I intended to surprise you, But it seems you found it first. It appears it truly is fated to be with you, Qinglong said reverently. Qiu Yin raised his head, glancing at Qinglong with a teasing smile. Heh? You little rascal, you are now a federal general. Don't flatter me too much in the future. If others see, it could tarnish your prestige. With that, he seated himself at a writing desk and diligently began to leaf through the manuscripts, quickly becoming completely absorbed. Yes, master, Qinglong replied respectfully in a low voice, slightly bowing, moving gracefully and cautiously, as though afraid to disturb Qiu Yan's current state of concentration. As time passed, Zhao Wenyuan and Ai Tsongxian each found their own intriguing manuscripts. Fire Phoenix Scorches the Plains and Mountain Sea Fate Mirror. They settled down, engrossed in their reading, seemingly captivated by the mysteries contained within the texts. At this moment, only Su Jin remained, still selecting. His gaze swiftly swept across the shelves. Shattered Jade Hand, Raining Pear Blossom Spear, Thunderbolt Transformation. The covers of the manuscripts flashed before his eyes, overwhelming him with choices, as if he were suffering from decision paralysis. He too harbored dreams of turning the tides, moving mountains and filling seas. Soaring through the skies, confronting an enemy, he could effortlessly subdue them, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the moon, reciting in a refined manner. With hands grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there is no one like me in this world. What a lofty ambition! He felt a hint of exhilaration at the thought. Moreover, this was his first opportunity to choose a martial arts manuscript, so he had to exercise great caution. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, Su Jin admittedly lacked sufficient discernment. He only knew that judging by everyone's reactions, the manuscripts here were undoubtedly of a very high caliber. At this moment, Qinglong strolled over to Su Jin's side and chuckled softly. Brother Su, have you found yourself overwhelmed by choices? Why not share your preferences, and I will assist you in selecting? Su Jin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Then I must trouble you, Brother Qinglong. In the matter of choosing manuscripts, I truly know nothing. I am completely a novice. Not a problem. I will certainly select the finest for you, Qinglong said with a smile. However, before we choose, would you be interested in joining me on the 4th level? The offerings above are even better, though they demand very stringent qualifications. I believe you might have a chance to learn something. If you find nothing satisfactory after that, we can return to select again. All right, I will follow Brother Qinglong's arrangements without hesitation, Su Jin agreed decisively. Chapter 118. Insights from the Strange Stone Tablet. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of their chosen martial arts manuscripts, Su Jin followed Qinglong, step by step, ascending the staircase toward the mysterious 4th level. The entrance to the 4th level was quite peculiar. Without any doors to conceal it, it simply stood wide open. Following behind Qinglong, Su Jin's heart brimmed with curiosity and confusion. What secrets lay hidden behind such an arrangement? Upon stepping into the 4th level, Su Jin's gaze was immediately drawn to a unique figure. It was an elderly man, blind and with only one arm, quietly standing at the entrance, cradling a large iron and porcelain teacup, swaying his head gently to the rhythm of the nearby opera. General, the old man's voice shattered the serenity as he set down the teacup, standing up to salute Qinglong with a military gesture. Qinglong smiled faintly, waving his hand. Uncle Zhong, please continue enjoying the opera. I am merely bringing my brother up to have a look. The elder known as Uncle Zhong complied with the request to sit down, yet he did not remain lost in the opera. Instead, he curiously scrutinized Su Jin, who stood behind Qinglong, with his solitary eye. Seizing the moment, Qinglong introduced, Uncle Zhong, this is my brother Su Jin. He may now freely enter and exit the 4th level without a secret order. Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed Uncle Zhong's single eye, and he nodded thoughtfully. Su Jin maintained a courteous smile and bowed respectfully to Uncle Zhong, fully aware that this venerable figure, revered by Qinglong and tasked with guarding the vital 4th level, was far from an ordinary individual. Thus, he harbored no disdain for Uncle Zhong's physical impairment. On the contrary, he felt a profound respect and curiosity towards the elder. The two exchanged simple pleasantries before continuing deeper into the room. Qinglong led the way, explaining to Su Jin, Uncle Zhong is not merely an ordinary elder. He was once an A-class powerhouse, renowned throughout the Federation, having fought valiantly in countless battles. 500 years ago, he distinguished himself in the bloody conflict against the Heijing tribe, earning the title of Honorary General of the Federation. As he spoke, A deep respect illuminated Qinglong's face. He paused briefly before continuing. After retiring, he could have led a tranquil life. Yet he sought me out, wishing for a job. I could not refuse him. So I arranged for him to oversee the Kangwu Pavilion, where the environment is serene and fitting for him. Qinglong's gaze swept the surroundings as he added, no matter how advanced the high-tech security systems may be, they can still be compromised by enemies. However, having a living guardian is different. They possess the ability to overcome technology and evade detection. Tio, stealthily infiltrate the 4th level. One must first pass Uncle Zhong's scrutiny. Su Jin listened intently, nodding in agreement, fully resonating with Qinglong's perspective. Yet, his mind was also beset with questions. What unparalleled secrets lay hidden within the 4th level, warranting such elaborate precautions and the presence of an A-class guardian? These queries lingered persistently in Su Jin's mind. In the vastness of the 4th level, only an ancient and enigmatic stone platform stood erect. Upon it lay a stone slab, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a fated individual. A solitary beam of light illuminated the slab from the ceiling, leaving the surrounding area shrouded in darkness. Qinglong guided Su Jin step by step towards the mysterious stone platform, his face radiating a profound smile as he proclaimed, "This is the martial arts secret treasured within the 4th level. Though only this single art exists here, its depth and grandeur are incomparable to the martial arts of the 3 lower levels." Qinglong's words were imbued with reverence and respect for the stone slab. He continued, "Throughout the ages, only those with extraordinary comprehension have been able to grasp even a few profound martial arts from this slab. Martial arts are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Should your understanding be sufficient, you may indeed comprehend a heaven-grade martial art here." Hearing Qinglong's words, Su Jin could not help but smile wryly, humbly replying, "Brother Qinglong, you overestimate me. Perhaps I may not comprehend anything at all. The nature of comprehension is, indeed, unpredictable." However, Qinglong was filled with unwavering confidence in Su Jin. He asserted, "Brother Su, you must believe in yourself. Your spiritual power manifests as a dragon form, which is no ordinary feat. As an acquired Qinglong, I was able to grasp a low-grade heaven martial art from this slab. You possess an innate dragon form, and moreover, it is of a unique variety. You are destined to comprehend a high-grade heaven martial art." Encouraged by Qinglong's words, Su Jin's confidence gradually burgeoned. He took a deep breath and nodded, saying, with Brother Qinglong's good fortune, "I hope to gain some insights." Qinglong, with a solemn demeanor, guided Su Jin, instructing, "Now, envelop this stone slab with your spiritual power. In due course, the slab will reveal phenomena, and you must strive to remember the messages it imparts. Remember, you have but one chance." Su Jin nodded gravely, inhaled deeply to calm his excitement, and began to attempt to touch the mysterious stone slab with his spiritual power. His face was etched with anticipation and tension. For the surface of the slab bore no recognizable symbols, only a chaotic array of lines. These lines were intricate, akin to a drunken giant wielding a kitchen knife, hacking away in a frenzied and disorderly manner. The lengths and depths of the lines varied, devoid of any discernible pattern. Just as Su Jin's heart raced with anxiety, akin to the pounding of a drum, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly reverberated in his mind. This dragon's roar resonated like celestial music, piercing through his very soul. Immediately thereafter, a dark point of light ignited within his formerly shadowy consciousness. This point of light grew increasingly brilliant, as if it contained boundless energy. As the point continued to multiply and divide, Su Jin focused intently, astonished to discover that these points of light were, in fact, individual planets. Each planet teemed with diverse forms of life, evolving and even birthing splendid civilizations. These myriad points of light coalesced into a star cluster more expansive than any galaxy he had ever known. Su Jin was filled with awe as he gazed upon this slowly rotating star cluster. Suddenly realizing how infinitesimal he was in the vast cosmos, he felt like a mere grain of sand in the ocean, even less significant than that. At that moment, the scene abruptly zoomed out, the star cluster shrinking rapidly. This shift sent a wave of dizziness through Su Jin. Then, a pair of imposing vertical pupils abruptly opened, radiating blinding brilliance. In an instant, enlightenment flooded Su Jin's mind. Illuminated by this light, he finally beheld the majestic 9-clawed dragon at the center. It was both awe-inspiring and mysterious. with 9 star clusters gracefully revolving around its claws. The 9-clawed dragon's form was imposing and magnificent, its length immeasurable, coiling in the void as if encompassing the entire universe beneath its presence. The dragon's scales shimmered with an enigmatic luster, each scale resembling a gem embedded with stars, gently trembling with its breath, emanating a captivating radiance. From its back, a pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the entire starry sky. This 9-clawed dragon appeared as an embodiment of the cosmos. With each breath, it seemed to stir the very stars themselves. This spectacle left Su Jin overwhelmed with shock and reverence. In that moment of revelation, the title Extreme Dragon Life and Death Sutra flashed into Su Jin's mind. As the 9-clawed dragon manifested, a spark of understanding ignited within Su Jin. He realized this might be the profound message the slab was conveying to him. He took a deep breath, banishing all distractions, and focused intently on etching the dragon's majesty and essence into his heart. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, as Su Jin became wholly immersed in his world, forgetting all else. He could not ascertain how long this process lasted. Perhaps it was but a fleeting moment, or perhaps it had spanned a year, or even a decade. In that moment, time and space lost all significance for Su Jin. His sole objective was to seize this opportunity and imprint the image of the 9-clawed dragon deeply within his mind. When he finally committed every detail of the dragon's form to memory, the 9-clawed dragon suddenly released a soul-stirring roar, its voice ancient and profound, as if traversing boundless time and space. Following this, the colossal form of the dragon began to move. It glided, traversed, rolled, and entwined, each motion imbued with strength and grace. The star clusters upon its claws violently revolved in tandem with the dragon's movements, suddenly exploding apart, only to coalesce once more. Su Jin keenly observed the dragon's every action, realizing that the dragon's eyes blinked in sync with the flickering images in his mind. In this process, he was astonished to discover that the trajectory of the 9-clawed dragon's movements followed a discernible pattern, comprising a total of 9 unique motions. This revelation filled Su Jin with uncontainable joy, as he immediately recognized this could be the very secret concealed within the slab. Without hesitation, he devoted himself to memorizing these 9 movements, determined to engrave them deeply in his heart. Meanwhile, in the external world, Qinglong stood beside Su Jin, his gaze fixed intently upon him. He observed as Su Jin merely cast a fleeting glance at the mysterious slab before promptly beginning to execute the 9 peculiar movements. These motions were both extraordinary and intricate, reminiscent of ancient yoga postures, as limbs and joints danced fluidly, intertwining in a mesmerizing display that left onlookers dazzled and even a bit awestruck. Yet, amidst this seemingly chaotic performance, Qinglong sensed an ineffable profundity, as if the vastness and mystery of the universe were encapsulated within. A look of uncertainty crossed Qinglong's face as he murmured, "Brother Su indeed possesses extraordinary insight. Merely a fleeting glance at the slab has led to such profound comprehension." This slab had transcended numerous owners, passing through the ages, with countless individuals attempting to grasp the essence of martial arts from it. When Qinglong acquired the slab, he had arranged for many to observe it. However, none had reacted with the swiftness and depth that Su Jin exhibited. The fastest record showed someone gaining insight only 3 days after observing the slab, while the longest instance involved someone becoming so immersed that they remained for an entire month. Had they not been forcibly interrupted, that individual might have succumbed to hunger, sitting in meditation until their demise. Of course, there were also those lacking affinity, who, despite their desperate attempts to glean knowledge from the slab, spent an entire year supported by various nutrients, yet ultimately yielded in frustration. In comparison to these individuals, Su Jin's speed of comprehension is simply astonishing. Qinglong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This young man is truly a prodigy of martial arts. Today, I have indeed brought him to the right place." A surge of intense curiosity welled up within Qinglong as he began to attempt to mimic the peculiar movements demonstrated by Su Jin. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously embarked on the imitation, starting with the first movement in sequence. However, merely striking the pose of this movement caused his muscles and bones to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds, as if they were groaning under the weight of such pressure. A peculiar tingling sensation coursed through Qinglong's body, placing him at the threshold between paradise and purgatory. Yet, simultaneously, He was astonished to discover that a current of energy was spontaneously generated within him, circulating through his meridians. Wherever this energy flowed, his body underwent remarkable transformations. What? Qing Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Merely executing one movement gave me, a mid-stage innate martial artist, a faint sense of impending breakthrough. His heart brimmed with shock and incredulity. After years of grappling with the path of martial arts, he had never heard of any school or discipline yielding such immediate results. However, amidst his astonishment, Qing Long did not cease his exploration. He resolved to forge ahead and muster the courage to attempt the second movement. Gritting his teeth, he bore the pain and soreness coursing through his body, veins bulging on his forehead and cold sweat streaming down. Yet, as he struggled to replicate the second movement, a series of cracking sounds erupted from his joints. Qing Long's face flushed crimson, and with a sudden puff, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered onto the ground, forming a bloodstain spanning 2 to 3 meters. Cough, cough. Qing Long coughed violently, abruptly halting his imitation. He seated himself on the ground and began to regulate his breathing, gradually achieving a semblance of calm. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Su Jin still diligently repeating the 9 movements beside him. Unable to suppress a wry smile, he shook his head and said, "Truly a freak. As a mid-stage innate martial artist, I can barely struggle to imitate the first movement. The second one likely requires a master's cultivation, and there are still the third, fourth, all the way to the 9th movements. How high must the requirements be?" Qing Long found it hard to fathom the profound depths of such martial arts. Just the first movement had allowed him to tangibly sense signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. One could only imagine the level of martial arts that Su Jin had comprehended from the stone tablet. Was it of the heavenly tier pinnacle? Or perhaps even beyond that? Qing Long could not ascertain. Only feeling that this martial arts was simply unfathomably powerful. Immersed in his comprehension, Su Jin was oblivious to everything around him. The passage of time seemed to have lost its significance for him as he focused entirely on the world within. At some indeterminate moment, the images in his mind suddenly froze, then shattered like a broken mirror. The 9-clawed dragon, after completing its final movement, abruptly petrified and exploded into countless fragments, which appeared to carry ancient secrets. Scattering across the cosmos, a profound shock emanated from Su Jin's gaze as he instantly realized that those fragments were the very stone tablet he had previously comprehended. A wave of indescribable astonishment surged within him. The stone tablet in Qing Long's hand was far more significant than he had imagined, not even a product of the blue star. Just as the shock in his heart was yet to settle, an extensive passage of text suddenly flashed in his mind, with an image of the 9-clawed dragon and the 9 movements he had previously attempted to imitate hovering above it. This information was imprinted in his mind like a brand. Su Jin merely skimmed through it, and the words and images were already deeply etched into his memory. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Had I known it would culminate in such a result? Why did I bother to memorize it so diligently beforehand? His gaze inadvertently fell upon the title of the scripture of the extreme dragon's life and death. He softly uttered the name, his tone brimming with awe. What a domineering title! As the visions in his mind gradually faded, Su Jin slowly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as comfortable as if he had just soaked in a hot spring and enjoyed the royal treatment tenfold. He looked over at Qing Long, only to be astonished to find him pale and looking severely drained. A jolt of concern shot through Su Jin as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Qing Long? What has happened to you?" His voice was filled with care and worry. Chapter 120. The Vessel of Spiritual Power. Qing Long gazed at Su Jin's tense expression, a hint of regret surfacing on his face as he said softly, "I underestimated my own capabilities. I attempted to imitate the 9 movements you comprehended from the stone tablet, but I could barely manage the second before succumbing to internal injuries." What? How could this happen? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Jin's eyes. He had never anticipated that those seemingly simple movements would prove so arduous even for a master like Qing Long, rendering the second movement nearly impossible to complete. Qing Long took a deep breath and analyzed, "Brother Su? Perhaps it is due to your unique constitution that allows you to practice these movements. If an ordinary master-level expert attempted it, they would likely struggle to replicate even a fraction." His words conveyed a deep sense of resignation, tinged with envy for Su Jin's extraordinary physique. Having seen much of the world, he possessed a certain degree of insight. Alas, this is truly regrettable, Su Jin sighed, expressing his desire to share his insights from the stone tablet with brother Qing Long. He felt that it was Qing Long who had given him the opportunity to comprehend the stone tablet, allowing him to achieve such gains, and thus he should reciprocate. A flicker of gratitude crossed Qing Long's face. But he still could not hide his sense of loss. Brother Su, I appreciate your kindness, but unfortunately, my aptitude is limited, and I am not worthy of such blessings. The path of martial arts is thus. Aptitude is fundamental, effort pales in comparison to talent. Yet, he couldn't resist continuing to inquire. Brother Su, what profound mysteries are contained in the 9 movements you comprehended from the stone tablet? Su Jin's insights must be far more profound than his own. He had only grasped a mere glimpse of the vast depths. Without any intention of withholding, Su Jin generously shared his observations and experiences. As he spoke, the astonishment in Qing Long's eyes intensified. The phenomenon you witnessed is truly breathtaking, Brother Su. You are indeed no ordinary person, Qing Long exclaimed, his admiration for Su Jin overflowing. He continued to press. Moreover, if I understand correctly, this stone tablet does not originate from our blue star, but rather is an object from beyond the heavens. Does that not imply that the martial arts of our blue star are not entirely derived from the insights of our predecessors? Su Jin shook his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. I'm not certain about that, for I cannot ascertain whether the phenomena I observed on the stone tablet truly occurred or were merely figments of my imagination. Indeed, if what you say holds true, the history of martial arts on Blue Star would likely undergo a profound transformation. Qing Long nodded thoughtfully, his gaze deep and distant. Su Jin carefully assisted Qing Long, and the two prepared to leave the somewhat dim 4th floor. Their footsteps echoed in the empty space as they approached the stairway. When Uncle Zhong's gaze fell upon Qing Long's somewhat pallid face, he could not conceal his astonishment, exclaiming, "General, what has happened to you?" Qing Long waved his hand, striving to maintain a composed tone. "It's nothing, I merely lost my breath while practicing," he vaguely explained, unwilling to elaborate further, and then proceeded downstairs alongside Su Jin. Uncle Zhong stood rooted in place, a look of confusion on his face. How could an innate expert lose their breath while practicing? He scratched his head, gazing at the gradually disappearing figures of the two, then glanced contemplatively at the darkness deep within the 4th floor. Su Jin and Qing Long returned to the 3rd floor. Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan were still engrossed in their research. They either frowned in contemplation or murmured softly, as if the entire world was of no concern to them. Su Jin and Qing Long exchanged a knowing smile, opting not to disturb this tranquility, but instead choosing to sit quietly on a nearby chair and wait. Qing Long closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing to heal. Meanwhile, Su Jin fell into contemplation, quietly savoring the profundities of the scripture of the extreme dragon's life and death that he had comprehended from the stone tablet. As time slowly passed, Qing Long's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. He opened his eyes, meeting Su Jin's concerned gaze, which warmed his heart. Brother Su, although you are exceptionally gifted, you are still new to the path of martial arts. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Qing Long's voice was imbued with the tenderness and care of an older brother. Su Jin nodded, pondering for a moment. Indeed, he had many questions to ask. Brother Qing Long, why do martial arts manuals exist primarily in the form of printed books? Qing Long chuckled as he explained. There are 2 reasons for this. First, to prevent theft. Printed books are relatively easy to hide and transport. Second, paper can carry a certain amount of spiritual power, aiding martial artists in better comprehending and practicing. Paper can actually carry spiritual power? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Jin's eyes. Indeed, Qing Long affirmed with a nod, not only paper, but also metals. Stones, skins, and other materials can retain and preserve a certain degree of spiritual power. The stone tablet you comprehended on the 4th floor is the best example, isn't it? Ah, right? Su Jin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened as he tapped his head. Qing Long continued, however, the spiritual power contained within these books pales in comparison to that of the stone slabs on the 4th level. The spiritual essence on the slabs is unique to each observer. Everyone perceives it differently, while the ordinary can only convey the intended spirit of the author. Moreover, only the original manuscripts penned by formidable martial artists can retain a significant amount of spiritual power. The spiritual essence of a copy is merely 1% of the original, and a photocopy holds almost no residual spiritual energy at all. He paused, looking earnestly at Su Jin, and said, "Thus, Brother Su, should you choose to purchase martial arts manuals in the future, exercise utmost caution to avoid being deceived. Indeed, I am grateful for your meticulous guidance, Brother Qinglong," Su Jin expressed, his face illuminated with appreciation. Qinglong waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "These are but common truths in the martial arts community. After you return, I suggest you peruse various forums established by martial artists. The highlighted post will provide more detailed insights, while I can only offer a general overview." For over an hour thereafter, the two continued to engage in light-hearted conversation about the myriad mysteries and anecdotes of martial arts. Eugene absorbed Qinglong's words of wisdom and experience like a sponge, deepening his understanding of martial arts. "Haha, you two are certainly engrossed in conversation." Ai Songxian, along with Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan, approached unbeknownst to them, their faces beaming with relaxed smiles. Eugene looked up and, spotting the three seniors, promptly inquired, "Master, Elder Qiu, Uncle Zhao, how has everyone fared?" Ai Songxian chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. "The techniques here are unfathomable. How could we possibly absorb them all? Each volume we randomly opened was of at least mid-grade Earth tier, and a few even reached the heavenly tier. Its profundity is such that comprehending it fully would take 10 lifetimes." Both Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan nodded in agreement, affirming his sentiment. Qinglong glanced at his wristwatch and, with a smile, suggested, "The hour is late, and dinner time approaches. If you do not mind, allow me to host and treat you all." He surveyed the room and continued, "In truth, there is no rush. If you desire, you may stay here a few more days. The Kangwu Pavilion is always open to you, and we can leisurely study and exchange insights on martial arts together." At this, everyone fell into contemplative silence. "Master, I urge everyone to stay. Let me honor you properly," Qinglong implored mildly. Qiu Yin laughed heartily. "I am one to go with the flow. If they choose to stay, then I shall too." Ai Songxian and Zhao Wenyuan expressed their gratitude to Qinglong. "Then we shall impose upon you." General Qinglong, Eugene, filled with excitement, chimed in, "I too wish to remain and learn more from Brother Qinglong." Seeing everyone's willingness to stay, Qinglong felt elated. This is truly a delightful turn of events. It has been ages since my abode has been so lively. Chapter 121. Unable to resist transforming into a glutton, deep within Qinglong's militaristic camp lies a tastefully decorated private dining hall. This evening, in honor of the guests, Qinglong had specially instructed the kitchen to prepare an opulent feast. Each dish was a work of art, exquisite in flavor, aroma, and presentation, evoking a strong sense of anticipation. All the ingredients used were federally supplied, each meticulously selected and rigorously inspected to ensure top-tier taste and nutritional value. The group gathered around the dining table, relishing these rare delicacies, their faces glowing with satisfaction and joy. After indulging in the meal, they reclined in their chairs, wearing expressions of languor and contentment. Qinglong took a gentle sip of his red wine and broke the silence. "Everyone, did you enjoy your evening?" "Indeed," Qiu Yin exclaimed, patting his belly after a hearty burp. "You've certainly thrived over the years." Ai Songxian nodded in agreement. "General Qinglong's hospitality is truly exceptional." Zhao Wenyuan added with a smile, "The food was so delightful that I might just linger here indefinitely." Su Jin playfully remarked, "Brother Qinglong, I never expected you to be such a general." Qinglong laughed heartily. "This is a military camp, not a monastery. Are we not allowed to enjoy ourselves?" As the light-hearted conversation continued, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Qinglong shared the unique experience he and Su Jin had on the 4th floor. "You might find it hard to believe," Qinglong said with a mysterious smile, "but when Su Jin was with me, he discerned an extraordinary martial technique from my treasured stone slabs." The curiosity of the group was instantly piqued, and they eagerly expressed their desire to witness this technique. Eugene did not hesitate. He stood up, moving gracefully to an open space, inhaled deeply, and began to demonstrate the technique. His movements were fluid and elegant, a seamless flow of 9 actions. Upon concluding the demonstration, the reactions of the group varied. Ai Songxian and Qiu Yin exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads with a hint of self-deprecation, realizing that their aging bodies could not replicate such finesse. Zhao Wenyuan adjusted his glasses, his expression serious as he remarked. These 9 movements appear simple, yet they embody profound depth. The martial essence contained within is likely beyond our grasp. Simple? I advise against attempting to mimic it. Merely executing the first movement could lead to severe injury or fracture. Qinglong said with a wry smile, recalling the experience. After the demonstration, Su Jin wore a satisfied smile. Each time he practiced this set of movements, he felt a warm current surging within his body. Suddenly, his stomach growled audibly, an overwhelming hunger washing over him. The satiety he had felt from the feast vanished without a trace. Observing this, Qinglong's expression shifted to one of concern, promptly arranging for the kitchen to prepare several exquisite dishes for Su Jin. Without hesitation, Su Jin sat down and began to devour the food voraciously. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he quickly cleared the table of dishes. After finishing, he sheepishly wiped his mouth and said, I apologize for my gluttony. I don't know why, but after practicing this set of movements, I suddenly felt famished. The group exchanged glances, the air thick with contemplation. Each person sank into deep thought, trying to comprehend the reason behind Su Jin's experience. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Wenyuan broke it, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor as he shared his insights. Actually, this is not surprising. Ancient texts record that Bodhidharma consumed an entire cow daily. Compared to that, Su Jin's situation is merely trivial. I suspect that once martial arts reach a certain level, phenomena like Su Jin's will emerge. Nodding in agreement, Qinglong added, Indeed, I have heard similar claims. The 4 grandmasters of Dragon Country typically eat only a token amount, relying primarily on nutrient-rich solutions for sustenance. This may be an inevitable outcome of reaching a certain level in martial arts. AI Tsongxian then analyzed from a scientific perspective. Once martial arts reach the master level, one essentially becomes a human-shaped weapon, containing immense energy. Thus, eating more aligns with the law of energy conservation. After all, the body requires greater energy to maintain the master's physical form. Qiu Yin continued along this line of thought, suddenly proposing an interesting notion. If we follow your reasoning, old AI, wouldn't those ancient martial masters risk starving to death by the end? Qinglong immediately seized upon this idea, finding it quite plausible. Exactly. Otherwise, why would ancient practitioners research methods of abstaining from grains? Perhaps it was due to their inability to satisfy their hunger that they needed to reduce their own energy expenditure. Considering this, it seemed that Su Jin might also need to prepare some nutrient solutions to replenish his energy in the future. Su Jin had been quietly listening to the discussion, inwardly resolving from now on, I too must prepare some nutrient solutions. Otherwise, if I were to indulge excessively wherever I go, being labeled a glutton would be quite embarrassing. Subsequently, Qinglong began to recount in detail the extraordinary visions Su Jin saw while perceiving the stone slabs. Did you know? Qinglong began mysteriously. What Su Jin witnessed was a colossal dragon bursting forth in the vast cosmos. Its body transformed into countless stone slabs, which fell to various planets like shooting stars. Hearing this, the group displayed expressions of disbelief. AI Tsongxian shook his head, expressing skepticism. That sounds more like a figment of Su Jin's imagination. After all, if that dragon truly wielded enormous star clusters, its size would be unfathomable. Qiu Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if even a tiny fragment of that dragon, a mere dust, were to fall to Blue Star, its destructive power would far exceed that of a comet striking the Earth. In such a case, Blue Star would likely have ceased to exist long ago. Both were eminent figures in the scientific community, interpreting everything Su Jin had seen through a scientific lens. Though Su Jin held a different perspective, he found himself at a loss for words to counter their arguments. The discussion continued well into the night, gradually dispersing only when the hour grew late. Su Jin was assigned to rest in a detached villa in the military camp's recuperation area. He lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Everything that had transpired today was simply unbelievable. In a remarkably short span of time, he had inexplicably transformed into what people referred to as a master-level expert. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his excited heart, then slowly closed his eyes, savoring the wondrous experiences of the day. The following morning, everyone rose early, returning to the Kangwu pavilion to delve into martial arts. Su Jin, following in the footsteps of the Qinglong, arrived at the training ground. He heeded Qinglong's advice, preparing to undergo his specialized training, striving to convert his master-level physique into genuine combat prowess. Brother Su, Qinglong began, his voice imbued with seriousness and gravity. The martial arts you've comprehended from the stone tablet are profound and vast. It may take considerable time to digest and understand them before you can truly apply them in practice. He paused momentarily before continuing. During this process, I will teach you the body technique Qinglong Jiushan and the claw technique Qinglong De Qin Na to serve as a transition. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of gratitude flashed in Su Jin's eyes. He bowed deeply, his voice resolute as he expressed, "Thank you, Brother Qinglong, for your meticulous guidance." Qinglong nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He recognized Su Jin as a martial artist of exceptional talent and potential. With the right guidance, he was destined to become a master in the future. Furthermore, Qinglong would play a crucial role in this budding master's journey. His sense of accomplishment was palpable, being a congenital-level martial artist. Having the opportunity to personally mentor a potential master-level powerhouse was indeed a rare honor. Chapter 122. It snowed. Time to go home. Within the training ground, shadows danced and the atmosphere was tense and lethal. Two figures darted across the field with astonishing speed, as if they could tear through the very fabric of time. Their movements were so swift that they dazzled the onlookers, rendering the breathtaking scene beyond mere words. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows numerous times, each attack and defense precise and fierce. The air resonated with the sound of fists and feet colliding, akin to thunder erupting within the training ground, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Among them, one particularly striking azure figure caught the eye. His movements were fluid and rapid, resembling a dragon gliding freely across the training ground. Each time his claws sliced through the air, they would invariably strike at his opponent's vital points. Under the relentless onslaught, the other figure appeared somewhat beleaguered, struggling to keep pace. The azure figure's assault surged like a tide, leaving his opponent gasping for breath. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending doom, evoking a palpable sense of anxiety. "Stop! No more fighting!" the azure figure suddenly shouted, his voice tinged with exhaustion and resignation. The other figure seized the opportunity to cease combat, and they finally separated. Eugene glanced down at his attire, now riddled with claw marks resembling a honeycomb. He looked up at Qinglong, a wry smile on his face. "Brother Qinglong, your Qinglong De Qin Na is truly overwhelming. The intricacies within it are utterly elusive. The essence of Yun Wuxing makes your techniques even more unpredictable. I am utterly unable to withstand it. It seems I still have a long way to go." Qinglong, upon hearing Su Jin's praise, wore an expression of helplessness, chuckling, "Don't flatter me, kid. No matter how exquisite the technique, if it cannot harm you, what use is it? Your body is as hard as stone. For reasons I cannot fathom." At this, Qinglong could not help but shake his sore and numbed hand in frustration. Although it appeared he had the upper hand, consistently pressuring Su Jin, he found himself unable to genuinely injure his opponent. This feeling of impotent strength left him feeling quite vexed. "The harder I strike you, the more pain I feel in my hands," Qinglong sighed, shaking his head. "Your master-level physique must possess some special properties. It truly gives me a headache." Su Jin, hearing this, chuckled foolishly and replied, "Brother Qinglong, my body is merely more resistant to damage. It hardly counts as a skill." He understood well that all of this was a benefit derived from the Shiwan Nami insect within him. Those nanobots within his body constantly reinforced his physique, elevating its hardness to an astonishing level. Eugene mused that if he were to transform now, merely standing still would likely fracture Qinglong's arm. After all, his black crystal sacred body possessed the effect of physical counterattack. However, he also knew that this counterattack capability only applied to physical damage. He had no means to defend against mental attacks. Therefore, he would never fall into the trap of misplaced confidence, believing he had become invincible. "All right, the special training concludes here." Qinglong waved his hand, a sense of satisfaction and ease evident on his face. Akin to the joy of nurturing, he gazed at Su Jin, his eyes reflecting deep admiration. "Over these past 2 months, you have not only grasped the essence of Qinglong Jiushan and Qinglong De Qin Na, but you have also integrated these two martial arts into your own combat style. Moving forward, I have nothing more to teach you. Everything will depend on your own efforts, practice, and surpassing yourself. I believe you will surpass me in no time." Su Jin, upon hearing this, felt a swell of gratitude. He bowed to Qinglong, saying, "Thank you, Brother Qinglong, for your careful guidance during this time. You have treated me as both a teacher and an elder brother, allowing me to benefit immensely." Qinglong helped Su Jin to his feet, smiling as he said, "Your current strength is no less than that of any congenital level expert, as long as you get close to them. Even an A-grade superpower user would likely find it difficult to escape your grasp." With that, he firmly patted Su Jin on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration and hope. Su Jin, however, shook his head in humility. "Brother Qinglong, you flatter me. I am the face of an A-grade superpower user. They could easily eliminate me with a mere thought. How could I ever get close enough to launch a sneak attack?" Qinglong chuckled knowingly in response. "That may not be the case. Martial arts not only compensate for your shortcomings as a mechanic in close combat, but they can also become your trump card at critical moments. Catching the enemy off guard might just be the key to your victory." He winked, as if imparting some secret wisdom to Su Jin. Su Jin contemplated this and solemnly nodded. "Brother Qinglong, I will remember your words and hold them dear." Together, Qinglong and Su Jin exited the training hall, stepping onto the path leading to the military camp. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The familiar sounds of soldiers training were absent, with only the occasional sight of a patrolling squad passing by. Above, delicate snowflakes began to fall, as if bestowing a touch of romance and tranquility upon the silent military camp. Qinglong and Su Jin almost simultaneously extended their hands, each catching a pristine snowflake. The snowflake melted rapidly in their palms, forming a small puddle of cool water. Qinglong looked up at the sky, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Who would have thought that on the last day of the year it would snow? Tomorrow marks the dawn of a new year. Su Jin also gazed at the falling snowflakes, softly remarking, "A timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year. This snow surely brings us a good omen." Turning to Su Jin, Qinglong inquired, "Su Jin, the military camp is on holiday. I plan to return home to reunite with my family. What about you? Do you have any plans?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Jin replied, "I too plan to return home and celebrate the new year with my family." "Very well," Qinglong said, patting Su Jin on the shoulder. "Let us bid farewell here. I must return to pack my belongings in preparation for home." "Happy New Year, Su Jin." "Happy New Year, Brother Qinglong." Su Jin smiled in response. With that, the two parted ways, and Su Jin returned to his residence alone. Subsequently, he visited Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan, who resided in nearby villas. During their conversations, they all expressed their intentions to return home for the new year with their families. Eugene bid them farewell, agreeing to reconvene in the military camp after the festivities. "Master, are you truly not staying to celebrate the new year with me?" Su Jin's tone bore a hint of undeniable regret. Ai Tsongxian sighed gently, explaining, "I cannot, little Jin. I must return to my hometown. It has been several years since my last visit, and I fear that if I do not return soon, there will be no familiar faces left there." His eyes revealed a subtle sadness and nostalgia for his homeland. Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt a pang of disappointment, but understood, nodding, "Very well, master. Please be careful on your journey." As everyone began to depart, the military camp gradually grew emptier. Su Jin stood alone on the deserted training ground. A sudden feeling of inexplicable loneliness surged within him. Perhaps it was the abrupt separation from those he had grown accustomed to being around that left him feeling adrift, amongst the company of others. He seemed to have cast aside his long-standing habit of solitude. Qiu Yin returned home to celebrate the new year with Qinglong, and Zhao Wenyuan also chose to return to his family. After bidding farewell to them all, Su Jin became the last to leave the military camp. He had asked Qinglong to arrange for a driver to take him to the city. Standing before the bustling subway station, he chose to take the long-awaited subway home. The moment Su Jin stepped out of the subway station, the sight before him felt both familiar and foreign, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts within his heart. The path home was one he had traversed countless times. Even with his eyes closed, he could accurately determine the direction to his abode. However, upon reaching the entrance of the community, he suddenly found himself at a standstill. He raised his head, repeatedly confirming the name of the neighborhood, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, the perplexity on his face deepened. Is this not Chongfeng community? How has it transformed into general community? Chapter 123. Is this my home? It seems I have truly taken a wrong turn. Eugene chuckled lightly, shook his head, and promptly turned to leave. Yet, not long after, he hurriedly returned. He meticulously verified the nearby streets and took out his phone to check the navigation, ultimately confirming that the general community before him was indeed the Confronting community of his memories. Eugene gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar neighborhood, his eyelids twitching involuntarily, astonished. How has my home become general community? I almost thought I had experienced another time travel, with a hint of resignation. He stepped into the community. Instantly, he noticed numerous differences from before. While the echoes of Confronting communities past still faintly remained, the area had inexplicably gained many brand new facilities over time. Fully automated public fitness equipment, intelligent waste sorting bins, and electric scooters. These were all amenities typical of high-end communities. Although Confronting community boasted a prime location and was situated in a desirable school district, it had long been an aging neighborhood primarily inhabited by the elderly and students. Previously, no property management company would have been willing to invest in such luxurious facilities without regard for cost. Today, being New Year's Eve, the community was sparsely populated, yet many adults accompanied their children to set off fireworks in the open spaces. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, adding a touch of festive cheer. Suddenly, as Eugene arrived at the central square of the community, he was taken aback. Before him stood a striking new alloy statue. The statue vividly depicted his image in military attire from the awards ceremony. Towering at 18 meters, it loomed over the entire community, its face adorned with a benevolent smile, as if it had become the guardian spirit of the neighborhood. Wow! Eugene gazed up at his statue, utterly stunned, his mind blank as if struck by a thunderclap. The emotions swirling within him were beyond words. Witnessing himself as the centerpiece of a statue was an exceedingly bizarre sensation. He slowly approached the statue, discovering a square stone tablet at its base. Before the tablet lay a mountain of flowers, fruits, and various delicacies, evidently offerings presented by the residents. Eugene's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Lowering his gaze, he found that the tablet bore an intricate inscription detailing his life achievements. Eugene, Federal Era 1258, originally from. He felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Whose idea was this? Why did it feel as though he were being commemorated as a deceased hero? Finally, at the bottom of the tablet, he discovered the root of it all. December 1276 of the Federal Era. Donated by Hongqing Property Management Company of the capital, in commemoration of General Eugene's award ceremony. Eugene rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Resigned, he turned to head home. On his way back, he chanced upon a young woman who was holding a child's hand and inquiring, "Xiaoming, what is your New Year's wish?" "My New Year's wish is to grow up to be someone like General Eugene." Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with longing. The young woman immediately beamed with joy, asking, "Why is that? What is it about him that attracts you so much?" Xiaoming pondered seriously for a moment, then earnestly replied, "Mom, there are always so many people bringing delicious offerings in front of General Eugene's statue every day. I want people to worship me like that when I grow up. I wouldn't have to do anything every day. I would have endless snacks. Ha ha ha." The drool at the corner of Xiaoming's mouth shimmered in the streetlight's glow. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming's mother's expression turned grave as she suddenly scooped him up and began playfully swatting his bottom. "Eating offerings is your dream? I'll show you what it means to eat offerings. You look like a mere offering." "Wah wah wah." Xiaoming burst into tears, utterly bewildered. "General Eugene is the pride of our general community, the youngest general in the history of the Federation. He is a hero of the Blue Star. Remember that," Xiaoming's mother scolded while playfully swatting him. I will remember. Please stop hitting me, Mom," Xiaoming pleaded through his tears. "No pain, no gain," his mother replied fiercely. Eugene could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to mediate. "Ma'am, it's better to educate children with kindness, rather than resorting to punishment." "Who are you calling ma'am? Get lost." Xiaoming's mother glared at Eugene, her face a picture of fury. "How terrifying." Eugene hastily fell silent and departed. Shaken by Xiaoming's mother's demeanor, as his figure vanished under the streetlight, Xiaoming's mother suddenly paused. "That person looks so familiar. Haven't I seen him somewhere?" After pondering for a moment and failing to remember, she resumed swatting Xiaoming's bottom, while his cries quickly drowned amidst the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks. Eugene turned the corner, traversed the familiar path, and finally arrived at the entrance of his building. However, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. In the open area at the door, a dense crowd had gathered, passing around cigarettes and wearing solemn expressions as they exchanged thoughts amidst swirling smoke. Not far off, rows of tents were neatly arranged, indicating that these individuals had been waiting here for quite some time. A wave of confusion washed over Su-jin as he realized that the community he had resided in for many years had become so foreign and incomprehensible. He sighed in resignation, preparing to navigate through the crowd to return home. Yet, as he passed by, the individuals turned their curious gazes towards him. They glanced at Su-jin, then froze in place. Subsequently, they hastily retrieved their smart devices, nervously confirming something. Some rubbed their reddened eyes, as if unable to believe what they were seeing. Suddenly, someone shouted, "General! General Su-jin is home!" This exclamation ignited a powder keg, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Those squatting on the ground quickly rose to their feet, while those in the tents scrambled out in a flurry. Astonishingly, many produced cameras and microphones from their belongings, raising their equipment high as they surged towards Su-jin like a tidal wave. Reporters? Su-jin's eyes widened in shock, startled by the unexpected chaos. Instinctively, he turned to flee from the sudden commotion. "General Su, please wait. May we have an interview with Southern Weekly? General, your bravery on the battlefield is commendable. Could you share your thoughts and experiences with us? General Su, we are eager to learn about your educational background. Could you reveal some of your learning experiences?" The crowd clamored after Su-jin, bombarding him with a myriad of questions, creating a scene of utter chaos. This uproar quickly spread throughout the community, prompting many residents to open their windows to see what was happening. Upon spotting Su-jin being pursued by a throng of reporters, they immediately reacted, shouting in excitement, "General Su-jin has returned. Everyone, come downstairs to share in the joy." With the residents' calls, the stairwells of every building echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps, the entire structure seeming to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Soon, residents from several buildings rushed down, converging with the reporters to form a massive crowd. "General Su, don't run. We just want to express our gratitude. General, thank you for tripling our property values. You are our pride." "Little Su, it's me, Grandma Lee. I held you when you were a child. Don't you remember?" An elderly woman squeezed through the crowd, running ahead, her words tumbling out in excitement. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Su-jin felt a wave of inexplicable pressure wash over him, forcing a wry smile. "I usually keep to myself and hardly know my neighbors, let alone Grandma Lee." He glanced around, noticing that all the corridor lights had illuminated, brightening the entire community. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, he took a deep breath and activated the Qinglong 9 flashes technique. In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of azure light, leaping through the air before vanishing from the crowd's sight, leaving a stunned assembly of reporters and residents behind. Chapter 124, Military District Compound. An unexpected visitor. Su-jin sprinted until he was certain no one was pursuing him before allowing himself to slow down. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was in a safe location, and exhaled deeply, his taut nerves easing slightly. He chuckled wryly to himself. On New Year's, am I truly destined to be homeless? Although he could shamelessly seek refuge with any friend to spend the spring festival together, deep down, he was reluctant to intrude upon others' family reunions during this special time. The hotel was far from a viable option. After all, he was now a public figure, and every move he made could draw countless eyes. If he carelessly entered a hotel, he would likely be surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd the moment he presented his ID. Lost in thought for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled the awards ceremony where, as a reward, he had been bestowed a villa situated in the capital. Was that not the very sanctuary he yearned for at this moment? The thought sent a thrill through his heart. That villa could undoubtedly serve as his temporary refuge. Resolute, Su-jin swiftly hailed a taxi, directing it towards the villa's location. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the subway had long ceased operations, leaving the city's streets somewhat desolate. Seated in the back of the taxi, Su-jin instinctively pulled up the collar of his coat to obscure half of his face. He endeavored to avoid excessive eye contact with the outside world. Fearing the stir of unnecessary trouble, however, the driver seemed rather intrigued by his unusual passenger, frequently glancing at him through the rearview mirror. As they approached the vicinity of the military compound, the driver was compelled to halt the vehicle. With a hint of apology, he turned to Sujin and said, "Young man, just ahead is the military compound, and my vehicle cannot enter. You'll need to walk a short distance after you get out." Thankfully, the destination was the military compound. Had it been some remote area, he would have already reported this suspicious character. "All right, driver," Sujin nodded in understanding, having completed the payment via his smart device as the car came to a stop. Upon exiting the vehicle, he stepped onto the dimly lit road, walking approximately 300 meters. As he drew nearer, the outline of the military compound gradually emerged from the shadows. The towering gate loomed majestically, resembling an impenetrable barrier. Outsiders could not circumvent or scale the walls, as reconnaissance drones perpetually patrolled the vicinity, ensuring no blind spots. Two fully armed guards stood at the entrance, their gazes sharp as an eagle's. They stood erect, akin to sentinels, steadfast in their duty despite the chill in the air. As Sujin approached, one of the guards stepped forward, slightly raising his rifle, seemingly to remind him to maintain his distance. "Comrade, please halt." The guard's voice was grave and commanding. "This is the military compound. Please present your identification. If you intend to visit friends or relatives, a familiar face must come to escort you." Every individual within the compound, even the cleaning ladies and vendors, was known to him, yet he had never encountered the person before him. "I am Sujin. I belong to this compound. However, I have not yet visited." Aware of the protocols, Sujin promptly presented his identification. Sujin?" The guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the name and photograph on the identification. He lifted his gaze to examine the man before him, seemingly searching for features that matched the identification photo. After a thorough verification, a deep respect suddenly crossed the guard's face. He reverently returned the identification to Sujin, his voice tinged with excitement. "So you are the legendary General Su. It is truly an honor to meet you here. Welcome home, General Su." With that, he swiftly signaled to his companion, who promptly understood and efficiently opened the gate. Sujin nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to the guards. "Thank you for your hard work." His voice was calm and sincere, revealing his respect and appreciation for the guards. As the gate ascended, Sujin stepped into the military compound. He surveyed his surroundings. The towering walls, stringent surveillance, and patrolling soldiers all underscored the place's strictness and security, compared to the Changfeng community he had previously inhabited. The security measures here were undoubtedly far more rigorous. At least, there would be no unwelcome intruders. Following the detailed address outlined in the welfare document, Sujin traversed the military compound and arrived at a villa located towards the rear. This villa, with its elegant and grand exterior, seamlessly blended with the surrounding greenery, exuding both nobility and a natural harmony. Approaching the villa's entrance, he placed his palm on the verification panel while aligning his eyes with the iris scanner. With a soft beep, the verification was successful, and the door automatically swung open, revealing the luxurious interior. The moment he stepped inside, the intelligent system activated, gradually illuminating the space and adjusting the temperature to the most comfortable setting. Everything felt so natural and fluid. Sujin surveyed the surroundings, noting the exquisite furnishings and the array of state-of-the-art appliances. The villa spanned 3 floors. The ground floor housed a spacious, well-lit living and dining area. The second floor contained private resting quarters, comprising several bedrooms and suites. The third floor was designed as a multifunctional entertainment and leisure area, featuring a home theater, training room, game room, and more. Sujin was greatly satisfied with the environment and facilities of the villa. However, he was somewhat distracted by the opulence before him. He casually selected a room and lay down on the bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. It was not until the next morning that he was awakened by the sound of firecrackers outside his door. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Sujin sat up, hearing the crackling of firecrackers and the lively sounds of people visiting and exchanging wishes. A twinge of envy blossoming in his heart. Ding dong. The doorbell outside suddenly chimed with a crisp ring. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Sujin's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of inexplicable curiosity washing over him. He had only just arrived at this new residence the previous night and had not informed anyone he knew of this development. Could it be those who had been closely monitoring him? What sort of person possessed such far-reaching capabilities, even tracking him down to the military compound? A cold smile crept onto Sujin's lips. He was keen to discover who was so interested in him as to come knocking during the New Year festivities. He casually chose an upscale set of loungewear from his wardrobe. Surprisingly fitting, he then descended the stairs to open the door. As the door slowly creaked open under his hand, a stunning figure immediately came into view. Su Jin's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the striking beauty before him, a tall, slender woman with golden hair and blue eyes, a surge of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Her features were as delicate as a doll's, her deep, captivating blue eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one's soul. "You are Stella Stark?" Su Jin blurted out, his voice filled with confusion and surprise. 2 months prior, at a celebration banquet, his mentor had introduced him to this enchanting woman. Possessing breathtaking beauty and hailing from the illustrious Stark family, she had left a profound impression on Su Jin. "General Su, Happy New Year." Stella Stark greeted him with a smile, her voice sweet and gentle, akin to a spring breeze. She performed an ancient gesture of greeting from the Dragon Kingdom, bending slightly to reveal an expanse of flawless skin, dazzling to behold. Clad in a striking red qipao adorned with golden patterns that shimmered in the sunlight, she appeared both regal and elegant. The qipao's design was exceptionally bold, with daring slits at the chest and just below the knee, unabashedly showcasing her figure, exuding an air of sensual charm. "What brings you here?" Su Jin's brow knitted together. Stella Stark chuckled softly, feigning a pitiful expression while tightly hugging her arms. "It's simply too cold outside." She continued in a gentle tone, "Though I may be an unexpected visitor, General Su, would you not invite me in for a moment? A little gentlemanly courtesy, perhaps? Miss Stark, with attire such as yours, I'm a vigorous young man." Su Jin raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he stepped aside to allow her entry. "If you don't mind, please do come in. Haha, what do I have to fear? Even if General Su were to devour me, perhaps I would be the one at a disadvantage," she replied, a playful glimmer in her eyes. "After all, General Su is currently ranked 10th on the online list of most desired men to marry." As she spoke, a charming smile graced her lips, and she deliberately winked, exuding a magnetic allure. "The most desired list? What on earth?" Su Jin closed the door and turned to face Stella, who was already seated on the sofa. "You don't know about the list of men that women most wish to marry? It seems General Su is rather out of touch with the internet," Stella teased, her legs crossed with a considerable flourish. "Black?" Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. Stella queried, a mischievous glint in her eye. Feigning ignorance. "Ahem? It's nothing." Su Jin coughed lightly, taking a seat opposite her and crossing his legs. He then adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "What exactly is it that you seek from me?" However, Stella did not directly answer his question. Instead, she glanced around, nodding in appreciation. "General Su, your residence is truly splendid. It seems quite suitable for romantic endeavors." The insinuation in her words grew more pronounced. After a pause, she earnestly stated, "I came to find you because I wish for us to engage in creating a child together. Do you believe me?" Cough, cough, cough. Su Jin was once again caught off guard, this time coughing even more violently, as if he might expel his very lungs. "Engage in creating a child? What sort of outlandish words is Stella uttering?" He was taken aback, astonished by the openness of the Stark heiress. "Miss Stark, please refrain from jesting." Su Jin finally managed to quell his coughing, addressing her seriously. "If you have something substantial to discuss, please speak plainly. Isn't creating a child a serious matter?" Stella Stark blinked her enchanting blue eyes, gazing intently at Su Jin. "General Su, achieving such accomplishments at a young age, your genes must be exceptionally outstanding. I firmly believe that through our collaboration, we can cultivate the most exceptional heir of the Stark family." She paused momentarily, then continued in a tone laced with seduction. "To put it in the ancient tongue of the Dragon Kingdom, we are truly a match made in heaven. Is this not of great significance to me?" Faced with Miss Stella's overt request for breeding, Su Jin resolutely refused without hesitation. "If Miss Stella has indeed come for that purpose, allow me to make my stance clear. I refuse." His tone was unwavering and decisive, his eyes narrowing as he sought to discern the true intentions behind the beauty before him. However, he found himself unnerved by the honesty and steadfastness in Stella's gaze, which showed no signs of evasion. This made him question whether the eldest lady of the Stark family was genuinely serious. Such a revolutionary proposition shattered his conventional beliefs. What an audacious young lady! Stella appeared unperturbed by Su Jin's rejection. She let out a soft sigh. Is that so? What a pity, if General Su believes that we lack a foundation of emotional connection. I propose we engage more frequently in the future. I seldom invest considerable time in a single individual, but you are different, General Su. I believe after some time spent together, you will reconsider, as she spoke. She gracefully kicked off her high-heeled shoes, revealing her long, shiny legs clad in black stockings, elegantly stretching out on the sofa. She adjusted into a comfortable position, resembling a languid Persian cat, her gaze enticing. Then, her tone shifted to one of seriousness. However, I have something of greater importance to convey to General Su. I hope this time Miss Stella speaks of serious matters. Su Jin's eyes fixed sharply on the woman across from him, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Otherwise, I fear I may be compelled to act harshly and toss Miss Stella out. Stella raised an eyebrow at his words, a hint of provocation in her expression. Would you truly dare? Go ahead and tea or whites. Su Jin's eyes narrowed, a powerful aura suddenly pressing towards Stella. Unyielding, she countered with her own mental force. Yet, at the moment of contact, she was overwhelmed by an unprecedented weight. Her mental energy felt ensnared in an endless quagmire, each movement becoming excruciatingly difficult. SSS-class. His mental prowess must be at least 3,500. Stella was struck with alarm. She had heard rumors about Su Jin, knowing he had achieved greatness at a young age, but she never anticipated his strength to be so formidable. He was only 19. Stella had thought that reaching 3,500 in mental energy before turning 30 would set a new record for the Stark family. But now she realized how significantly she fell short compared to this man before her. If I am a genius, then what is he? Nevertheless, Stella did not feel disheartened or intimidated. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled with even greater fervor. As the youngest major in the Federation, his power was indeed remarkable. Then, how about this? A kick from my innate realm. Can you withstand it? She regained her composure, a confident smile playing on her lips. In the next moment, Stella's figure vanished from the sofa, launching a flying kick towards Su Jin. Her long leg transformed into a sword, aimed directly at its target. However, just as she was about to strike, her smile froze. Su Jin curled his fingers, and the air around them suddenly solidified. A cloud-like force materialized out of thin air, swiftly coalescing into a large hand that firmly grasped Stella's body. Azure Dragon's grasp. With a mere flick of his hand, Stella found herself tumbling through the air. Before she could react, a vice-like grip clamped tightly around her ankle, yanking her forcefully downward, making her feel weightless. Chapter 126. You are about to face great misfortune. As Stella gradually regained her senses from the chaos, she was astonished to find herself firmly locked in Su Jin's embrace. His hands were like iron pincers, one gripping her neck and the other clutching her ankle, forcing her body into a humiliating U-shape. Yet, Su Jin remained seated on the sofa like an unyielding statue, his posture suggesting she had willingly thrown herself into his arms. And now, what thoughts occupy Miss Stella's mind? Su Jin's deep voice resonated in her ear, each word accompanied by his warm breath, brushing against her earlobe and causing her to involuntarily shudder, her body beginning to weaken. Have you truly reached the pinnacle of innate martial arts? Stella's voice trembled with incredulity. She had believed his mental energy reaching C-class was his limit, yet she was astonished to discover his martial prowess was equally terrifying. What manner of monster is he? Su Jin cracked a cold smile. Miss Stella, do you wish to continue this game? His tone was as frigid as ice. Stella gritted her teeth, sensing he was attempting to intimidate her. She suppressed her discomfort and forced out a threatening retort. I am a member of the Stark family. You wouldn't dare harm me. Her words brimmed with pride and defiance. As the eldest daughter of the Stark family, she would never bow to this youth who was several years her junior. Su Jin did not respond, merely emitting a disdainful snort, the sound laden with undeniable authority. Their current position may appear somewhat ambiguous to an outsider, but Stella felt no romantic inclinations. She distinctly sensed Su Jin gradually increasing his grip. Her body racked with unbearable pain as if it were being torn apart. She attempted to struggle, yet Su Jin's hands remained unyielding as iron, clenching her tightly and rendering her immobile, and no matter how she fought. It was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea. Stella had no doubt that if this situation persisted, her body would surely be broken. She bit down hard, initially hoping Su-jin would show mercy. However, when darkness clouded her vision and she nearly lost consciousness, she realized he had no intention of releasing her. He exhibited no compassion and was evidently serious about inflicting harm. This sensation was something she had never encountered before. A jolt of terror coursed through Stella as the fear of death surged like a tidal wave, shattering her mental defenses in an instant. She hastily managed to utter, Don't kill me, I concede. Concede? Su-jin smirked at her words, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He relaxed his grip, gently tossing Stella aside while simultaneously delivering a light smack to her behind. Stella, akin to a feather, floated back onto the opposite sofa. Face down, her long hair cascading messily, her cheepow wrinkled and looking somewhat disheveled. Now, can we speak? Su-jin crossed his arms, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, as if he had completely seized the initiative. Stella trembled slightly on the sofa, muffled sobs escaping her lips, revealing her sense of grievance and defiance. Su-jin frowned slightly. She is crying? He hesitated, considering getting up to comfort her, but felt it might be inappropriate. With a woman so cunning, showing even a hint of weakness could reignite her recently extinguished bravado. Thus, he raised his voice abruptly, like a spring thunderclap. Stop crying! The command silenced Stella's tears instantly. She slowly rose from the sofa, leaning against it with a look of melancholy directed at Su-jin. You truly are a man devoid of any sense of romance. Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach and dissatisfaction. Su-jin raised an eyebrow, his expression turning grave. He had gradually discerned how to handle this woman. With someone of her stature, one must be firmer. The moment you show any sign of indulgence or weakness, she would immediately try to dominate you. In simple terms, one must never show her a favorable demeanor. Seeing Su-jin's serious expression, Stella's face fell, and she began to earnestly divulge the truth. I have come with something of utmost importance. A matter that concerns your very life. She paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. The Kelvin family intends to make a move against you, and it will be soon after the new year. After stating this, Stella sealed her lips, awaiting Su-jin's reaction in silence. Oh, I see, Su-jin replied nonchalantly, his face betraying little surprise or concern. The Kelvin family intends to act against me? Ha, that seems to be common knowledge. He scoffed derisively, as if dismissing the Kelvin family's threat entirely. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But why do you kindly inform me of the timing of their actions? He had actually been mentally prepared for the Kelvin family's maneuvers. Cooperate? Stella suddenly became exceptionally serious, determination gleaming in her eyes. Only by collaborating with the Stark family will you have a chance to survive. Su-jin raised an eyebrow at her. Cooperate with the Starks? Give me a reason. His voice was calm and devoid of warmth. Stella inhaled deeply. You have no idea how terrifying the Kelvin family truly is. Even your mentor, Professor AI, knows only the tip of the iceberg regarding the Kelvin family. Her tone revealed a profound sense of trepidation. The Kelvin family stands as the foremost arms supplier to the Federation. She paused momentarily, seemingly allowing Su-jin some time to digest the information, then stated without exaggeration that the Kelvin family possesses a terrifying power that even the Federation lacks. She gazed intently at Su-jin, seeking any hint of panic or concern in his expression. Oh, is that so? Yet, Su-jin remained composed, displaying not a shred of alarm. A flicker of irritation coursed through Stella. She perceived Su-jin's calmness as a manifestation of ignorance. Thus, she continued, do you believe that by becoming a major general of the Federation and sheltering within the camp of General Qinglong, you can remain unscathed? With a cold laugh, she added, in the coming years, the Kelvin family will orchestrate a military exercise, mandating your participation as the youngest major general in the Federation. When the time comes, you will sacrifice during the exercise, according to a preordained script. Observing Su-jin's unflinching demeanor, she raised her voice. Even the generals of the Federation have not escaped assassination. This is the power of capital. Do you comprehend the might of capital? Her tone dripped with scorn and disdain, her chin raised high, embodying the haughty demeanor of the upper-class aristocracy. The profound heritage of the millennium-old family far surpasses any power that your Professor AI, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, or even General Qinglong could muster. In the eyes of the Kelvins, you are merely a slightly larger ant. Chapter 127. One man is worth 1,000 troops. After listening to Stella's lengthy monologue, Su Jin fell into a brief contemplation before retorting. If the Kelvin family is indeed as powerful as you assert, then why did they not intervene during the critical moment of the Black Crystal Clan's invasion? Stella scoffed with disdain. Do you think they did not wish to? The Kelvin family has been waiting, biding their time for an opportunity to become the saviors of Blue Star. Her words were laced with profound mockery. Then, they can step forth and bask in the admiration of the masses, replacing the Federation to become the true rulers of Blue Star. Stella paused and continued. Over the years, the Kelvin family has acquired numerous technologies that surpass our Blue Star's advancements through interstellar trade. To them, those surface-level rogue civilizations are merely a band of homeless beggars. She fixed her gaze on Su Jin, as if attempting to pierce his very soul. Do you understand now? Su Jin stroked his chin, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he reassessed the Kelvin family in his mind. Then, he looked up at Stella and inquired, "What are the conditions for collaborating with your Stark family?" Stella sensed a shift in Su Jin's tone and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She licked her lips and finally articulated the terms. "As long as you are willing to marry into the Stark family and bear a child with me, we shall devote all our family's resources to assist you in countering the threat posed by the Kelvin family." Imagining the 19-year-old youth before her, not only a peak C-level psychic but also possessing innate mastery in martial arts, Stella felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of such exceptional genes made her tremble. However, upon hearing this, Su Jin could only feel a wave of disbelief wash over him. "Are we back to this again? After all this talk, you still want to have a child with me?" He chuckled helplessly, pointing to his own head. "You're willing to assist me against the formidable Kelvins just for the sake of having a child? Are you sure you and your family are in your right minds?" In the face of Su Jin's skepticism, Stella did not lose her temper. Instead, she earnestly explained, "Many are already aware of the Kelvin family's ambitions. Once you become a member of the Stark family, we will truly be allies. We will naturally have a legitimate reason to unite all families dissatisfied with the Kelvins and band together against them. Is this a means to justify a righteous cause?" Su Jin mused. To gather power against the Kelvins, there must be a compelling pretext. The mindset of these Federation families is indeed perplexing. Su Jin sighed inwardly. Perhaps this is what they call the art of politics. Politics, this war without gunpowder, represents a more civilized form of conflict within human society. However, he had no desire to partake in this intricate game, nor to become a pawn on either side of the chessboard. He had his own way of playing the game. "What have you decided? Are you willing to join us?" Stella, observing Su Jin's prolonged silence, assumed he was wavering. She gazed at his handsome face, secretly calculating. This would not only bolster the family but also resolve her own lifelong dilemma, a true win-win situation. Moreover, Su Jin's innate martial prowess at its peak undoubtedly surpassed those superficial pretty boys by 100-fold. With this thought, Stella felt her cheeks flush, subconsciously smoothing her skirt. Su Jin met Stella's expectant gaze, took a deep breath, and replied firmly, "I decline." "What? You refuse?" Stella's eyes widened in shock, as though she had heard an absurdity. "Are you insane? Do you not fear the Kelvin family's retaliation? Or do you simply look down on the Stark family? Even me?" Her voice was tinged with disbelief and a hint of hurt. Stella could not comprehend why her generous offer from the illustrious Stark family had been met with such a decisive rebuff. As a lady of noble birth, beautiful and charming, her overtures should have been a tremendous opportunity. Why would he reject it? A myriad of questions flooded her mind as a heartbroken expression crossed her face, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking sympathy. "None of those assumptions are correct," Su Jin spoke steadily. "I indeed regard the Kelvin family as a formidable foe and hold great respect for the Stark family. As for you, Miss Stella, as a paragon of excellence, I naturally hold you in high esteem." He paused, his gaze deepening, however. "I am accustomed to resolving problems on my own and am not particularly fond of collaboration." "Why is that?" Stella furrowed her brows, clearly unable to grasp Su Jin's seemingly obstinate confidence. "You are but one person. Even with your mentor, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and General Qinglong, your small team comprises only 5 individuals. Do you truly intend to pit these 5 against the first family of the Federation?" Su-jin smiled faintly, shaking his head. You misunderstand my intent. The Kelvin family is merely my personal adversary. I never intended to rally others against them. You are mad, Stella exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. You actually intend to confront the Kelvins alone. Their resources on Blue Star are unimaginable. Are you some kind of superhuman, capable of withstanding an army single-handedly? As she spoke, she instinctively covered her cherry lips, gazing at Su-jin in shock, as if trying to peer into the depths of his soul. What others cannot achieve does not imply that I cannot. Su-jin spread his hands, a mysterious smile gracing his face. He had no desire to elaborate further, for he knew that even if he did, Stella might not comprehend. As the master of machinery, he feared not the tactic of overwhelming numbers, as long as he had sufficient materials. He could forge a formidable mechanical army, rendering himself even more powerful. This conviction was the foundation of his audacity to challenge the entire Kelvin family alone. One man is worth 1,000 troops? This young woman underestimates him far too much. Thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of foes cannot adequately describe his capabilities. In Su-jin's eyes, the idea of a single individual standing against an entire nation was not an unattainable dream. Given enough resources and time, he would face the entirety of Blue Star without a trace of fear. Very well, Miss Stella, Su-jin spoke with a smile, his eyes shimmering with composure and confidence. I sincerely appreciate your visit today and the valuable information you've shared. He slowly rose from the sofa, his stature as upright as a pine tree, extending his hand in a gesture of handshake. I shall forever remember the goodwill of you and your family. This scene left Stella momentarily dazed. Was this a case of the guest becoming the host? Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage compared to the Stark family, it now sounded as though the Stark family was seeking his support. She looked up at Su-jin from her lower vantage point, a surge of inexplicable feelings welling up within her. Chapter 128. Stella's personal assistants. This youngest general of the Federation exuded a confidence and dominance far beyond her expectations, as if everything were firmly in his grasp. As the negotiation reached this point, Stella suddenly realized that she seemed to be the one being conquered. Her initial intentions had not been fulfilled, and a twinge of disappointment crept into her heart. However, the Su-jin before her was even more remarkable than she had imagined. Compelling her to draw closer and learn more about him, a rare, youthful shyness graced Stella's features. This blush was not feigned, but a genuine reflection of her feelings. She too rose from the sofa, her bare feet gliding over the soft carpet as if walking on clouds. Gently, she placed her hand atop Su-jin's extended hand, her gaze becoming dreamy, as if captivated by his aura. Then, Miss Stella, should we consider returning home? Su-jin regarded her with warmth in his eyes, speaking softly. After all, it is a significant holiday, and reuniting with family is of utmost importance, is it not? Stella was momentarily taken aback by his words, her delicate nose crinkling slightly as she playfully reproached, General Su, your comment is rather disheartening. The tender atmosphere she had painstakingly cultivated seemed to shatter with that single remark. Su-jin appeared bewildered, clearly unable to grasp Stella's sentiments. What do you mean by disheartening? People across the globe are celebrating the Lunar New Year. Is it not the case that the Stark family also observes this holiday? Stella scrutinized Su-jin's countenance, attempting to discern any hint of understanding from his expression. She mused internally. Is he feigning ignorance, or is he genuinely as unrefined as a block of wood? Su-jin seemed to sense her confusion and, with a smile, clarified, surely you do not think I am issuing an eviction notice? Under normal circumstances, I would be most delighted to share lunch or dinner with Miss Stella, to engage in profound discussions about life and aspirations, and to cultivate an unbreakable camaraderie. He paused, his demeanor turning earnest. However, on this significant occasion, I believe it is more meaningful to be with family. Family is our most cherished treasure, particularly in moments like these. Perhaps having grown accustomed to solitude, Su-jin understood the value of family more profoundly. In his view, the new year should be spent in the comfort of one's home, relishing the warmth of familial bonds, rather than traversing the world. Family? Ha! That word has been a luxury I have long been deprived of, Stella replied with a hint of self-mockery, her eyes betraying a flicker of desolation. The Stark family is more akin to a cold corporate giant. From the moment we are born, it feels as though we are bound to this vast enterprise, engaging in ceaseless labor to generate profit for the company, while simultaneously striving to secure our place within the family hierarchy. Eugene, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect, thus, being born into a prominent family may not be as enviable as one might think. Stella regarded Jean, her gaze shimmering with admiration. To be honest, my initial purpose for coming here was to extend an invitation for you to join the Stark family on behalf of my clan. Alas, it seems this endeavor has met with failure. She shifted her tone, her eyes sparkling with determination. However, even if you cannot collaborate with the Stark family, there remains the potential for us to forge an alliance. Jean instinctively interjected, "Are you suggesting we have children?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he recognized his blunder and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Stella smiled coyly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "If you are willing, I would certainly not decline. Yet, what I meant to convey is that I am prepared to offer you my assistance in my personal capacity." Upon hearing this, Jin's face lit up with relief. "I would be more than willing to accept such an offer. I am truly grateful to have you as a friend." His eyes reflected sincerity and appreciation. Stella gracefully turned her wrist, revealing a sleek silver smart terminal, its design reminiscent of an elegant luxury bracelet. She gently connected the device to Jin's hand and smiled. "I have transferred all the information I possess regarding the Kelvin family to you. While I cannot provide direct material support, I believe this comprehensive data will prove immensely beneficial to you." A glimmer of wisdom shone in her gaze as she continued. "After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. This wisdom is something you, as a denizen of the Dragon Nation, naturally possess." Eugene nodded in agreement, responding, "I completely understand. The information you have provided is already of tremendous assistance to me." He recognized that Stella refrained from offering material aid because she understood that such an action could lead outsiders to misconstrue it as the Stark family aligning with Jean against the Kelvin family. Until Jean clearly articulated his response to the Stark family's proposal, she could not unilaterally make decisions that exceeded her authority, lest she place the entire family in a precarious and potentially confrontational situation. After absorbing the information, Jean swiftly skimmed through the directory, his eyes widening in astonishment. The history, development, and vast global military-industrial web of the Kelvin family unfurled before him like an intricately woven tapestry. The data meticulously detailed the family's political influence and deep ties to the military, even exposing lesser-known vulnerabilities and risk factors. Most astonishingly, the dossier included extensive information on Kelvin family members and a list of individuals intertwined with their myriad interests. The sheer volume of data was staggering, as if the entire Kelvin family had been laid bare before him. Jean stared at the scrolling text on the screen. An inexplicable pressure began to mount within him. Stripped of images, audio, and video, the sheer volume of text alone reached an astounding 1 terabyte. He felt a slight tingling at the nape of his neck. He harbored no doubt that upon reviewing this information, the Kelvin family would be transparent to him. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Stella, gratitude glistening in his eyes. "Stella, I truly do not know how to express my thanks. This information is invaluable to me." Stella smiled gently, her eyes radiating a rare warmth. "As long as I can be of assistance, I am content." Yet, as she spoke, a wave of profound emotion surged within her. She had always considered herself a selfish person. Yet this time, she had taken a significant risk to aid Jean by entrusting him with such crucial information. It was the first time in her life she had acted so selflessly. She could not deny the inexplicable allure Jean possessed. His courage to confront the formidable Kelvin family instilled in her a deep sense of respect. Perhaps it was this very courage and determination that inspired her to extend such support. Understanding Jin's disposition, Stella chose not to linger excessively, leaving without even taking a sip of water. To win over this man, she realized that subtlety and gradual influence were her only avenues for success. Chapter 129. The Ambitions of the Kelvin Family. After bidding farewell to Stella, Jean sat alone in his spacious study, delving deeply into the Kelvin family's dossier. His understanding of this family deepened. So too did his astonishment. Just what sort of behemoth was the Kelvin family? Stella had not exaggerated. The evaluations within the documents made it abundantly clear that if the Kelvin family were to intervene, single-handedly dealing with the invading Black Crystal clan would indeed be a trivial matter. The family's power and influence far exceeded his expectations. Though the Black Crystal clan was formidable, they appeared rather insignificant in the shadow of this colossal family. They were but a nomadic civilization, akin to a leaf adrift without roots, whereas the Kelvin family was a deeply entrenched giant. This comparison drastically diminished Su Jin's estimation of the Black Crystal clan. He recalled the Black Crystal clan's elder, an A-level powerhouse. However, in Su Jin's eyes, this elder seemed to have been thoroughly intimidated. Bearing the fate of his entire clan upon his shoulders, every decision weighed heavily on the future of the Black Crystal clan. Wasn't this burden akin to binding oneself with chains? How could one possibly unleash the full extent of an A-level powerhouse's potential? It was likely he could barely be classified as a B-level threat. The elder of the Black Crystal clan had never regarded himself as a warrior. This aspect paralleled his master, Ai Tsongxian, whose actual combat prowess was heavily diluted by the disparity between his true strength and self-perception. Now, with a certain level of insight and experience, Su Jin reassessed the Black Crystal clan's elder and found him to be far from formidable. After all, that elder had been so frightened by Zhao Wenyuan piloting the Red Crow that he had fled without a second thought. Lacking even the courage to make a last stand, Su Jin even suspected he might be able to subdue him with relative ease. In stark contrast, the Kelvin family presented a different spectacle altogether. At present, the family was in the prime of its power, with each member brimming with ambition, an ambition that exceeded the capacity of Blue Star. Yet, Su Jin felt no fear. Rather, a sense of exhilaration bubbled within him. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a formidable opponent. A level superpowered individuals. There were as many as 10 within the Kelvin family. Su Jin marveled as he perused the documents. His gaze continued to traverse the pages, revealing that the Kelvin family's factories were scattered across the globe, producing everything from mechs to warships, tanks, and artillery. These were not merely the pinnacle of terrestrial technology. They also incorporated advanced extraterrestrial innovations acquired through interstellar trade. Taking a deep breath, Su Jin summarized, with ample manpower, numerous commanders, and cutting-edge weaponry, this family is poised to showcase its immense strength, intent on expansion and the pursuit of hegemony. He continued to sift through the materials, uncovering the Kelvin family's grand ambitions. First, to conquer all of Blue Star, and then to set their sights on neighboring planets. Their ultimate goal was nothing less than the conquest of the entire galaxy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Jin's eyes, which soon transformed into contemplation. He set the documents down and gazed out at the starry night sky, pondering. In a sense, my aspirations align with those of the Kelvin family. Our goals both reach toward the boundless expanse of the cosmos. This contest appears to grow increasingly fascinating. However, in stark contrast to Su Jin's understated approach, the Kelvin family has long been exposed to the scrutiny of the public eye due to their grand aspirations. Their ambitions, barely unfurling, have already piqued the vigilance of other families. Nonetheless, the overwhelming strength of the Kelvin family renders them virtually untouchable, even in the face of a united front from their rivals. Thus, the Kelvin family has been able to flourish and expand unabated until now. Yet, those lurking in the shadows, coveting their downfall, remain undeterred, ever on the lookout for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow against the Kelvin family. Su Jin's confrontation with the Kelvin family undoubtedly presents them with a once-in-a-lifetime chance, a long-awaited pretext. However, Su Jin is unwilling to become a mere pawn in the schemes of others, and thus he refrains from taking the bait. For the ensuing days, until the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Su Jin remains reclusive, diligently poring over the materials related to the Kelvin family within his villa. The living conditions of the military district are remarkably favorable, particularly providing attentive services for bachelors like Su Jin. With just a nominal monthly fee, a meal delivery robot arrives punctually each day, bringing culinary delights to his doorstep. The wealth of information regarding the Kelvin family is vast. And even with selective reading, it leaves Su Jin feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the doorbell rang. It has arrived. Su Jin responded and quickly descended from his study to answer the door. He had expected it to be the delivery robot, but upon opening the door, he was astonished to find his master, Ai Tsongxian, standing outside. "Master, what brings you here? Weren't you visiting old friends back home?" Su Jin exclaimed in surprise and delight as he ushered Ai Tsongxian inside. "You are about to encounter a significant predicament. How could I possibly remain at ease outside? I have already contacted our old adversaries." Zhao Wenyuan and General Qinglong. They will arrive shortly. AI Zhongxian's expression was grave. As if the sky were about to fall, Eugene skillfully prepared a cup of fragrant tea and gently placed it on the coffee table before AI Zhongxian, then sat beside him in quiet companionship. The deep concern in AI Zhongxian's gaze was palpable as he reclined on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously pinching his brow. Seemingly lost in thought, Eugene chose not to interrupt, and the entire living room was enveloped in an atmosphere of contemplation. Before long, the sounds of vehicles and voices echoed from outside. Qiu Yin, Qinglong, and Zhao Wenyuan arrived in succession, urgency etched on their faces. Su Jin stood up and bowed deeply to the assembled elders, expressing his apologies. Happy New Year, esteemed elders, I should have come to visit you. Yet I have instead caused you to come to my home. I am truly sorry. His words were imbued with contrition. These past few days, he had immersed himself in the materials on the Kelvin family, as though reading an epic novel chronicling a family's rise. Oblivious to the passage of time, the others waved their hands dismissively, indicating their indifference. Qinglong spoke urgently. Su Jin, you are on the brink of disaster. His demeanor was exceedingly serious, leaving Su Jin momentarily stunned. This scene felt eerily familiar to Su Jin. Just days prior, it had unfolded in a similar manner when Stella had visited. It was as if they were all reciting from the same script, reenacting it before Su Jin. Noticing Su Jin's bewildered expression, Qinglong assumed he was rendered speechless with fear and explained. Brother Su, I received an urgent notice yesterday, demanding that we prepare for a military exercise immediately after the new year. Initially, I believed it to be a routine drill, but upon seeing the document explicitly naming Professor AI, my master, you, and Brother Zhao as participants, and noting that the Kelvin family is the special sponsor of this exercise, I realized this must be a targeted conspiracy. The Kelvin family is highly likely to strike against us during this military exercise. Su Jin, however, appeared remarkably composed. Regarding the military exercise, I was already aware of it several days ago. He replied calmly, then briefly recounted the events of Stella's visit, omitting their intimate interactions. The group listened in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? You declined the Stark family's invitation? Their voices brimmed with incredulity and confusion. Chapter 130. Assessing our cards. Su Jin, are you not aware? If we could ally with the Stark family, perhaps Kelvin would think twice before acting against you. Not to mention that the Stark family's young lady is waiting to marry you and bear your children. Such a fortuitous opportunity, and you turned it down. The more allies, the more paths we can take. Aligning with the Stark family is certainly preferable to fighting alone. The group buzzed with discussion, clearly unable to fathom Su Jin's refusal of such a golden opportunity. Standing resolutely before them, Su Jin's gaze was unwavering. I apologize, he began slowly, each word resonating with conviction. I have made my decision. I will never marry into the Stark family. He paused, surveying the room, and continued. Moreover, the target of the Kelvin family's ambitions is me. If they truly have any means at their disposal, I am more than capable of facing them alone. The others discerned his determination in his gaze. Gradually grasping his intention, he wishes to confront the Kelvin family single-handedly. The living room fell into a profound silence. The group gazed at Su Jin, their hearts lamenting his youthful hubris, perhaps unaware of the magnitude of the opportunity he had forsaken. Furthermore, they felt a sense of incredulity, even madness, at his audacity to take on the Kelvin family alone. Just then, AI Zhongxian sighed, breaking the silence. Alas. Very well, Su Jin, I respect your decision. I understand your perspective. I once made a similar choice. But in retrospect, alas, perhaps if I had compromised and accepted the olive branch extended by a certain family, the outcome could have been vastly different. AI Zhongxian's eyes held a depth of experience as he reminisced about the trials of his youth. Have any of you considered? Collaborating with those prominent families ultimately amounts to seeking shelter with a tiger. No one can guarantee that after marrying into the Stark family, they won't, like the Kelvin family, strip away my freedom and reduce me to a slave of the family. Eugene spoke slowly to the group. Seeking help from others is inferior to relying on oneself. I must personally deliver a blow to the Kelvin family. Otherwise, they will only grow more arrogant. It was once my master, now me, and in the future, there will be many more. Su Jin's words plunged the group into contemplation. They began to reassess Su Jin's decision, as well as their own positions and choices, Yes, Eugene is right. I support him. Is it not just the Kelvin family? We shall confront them head-on. Qiu Yin shattered the silence, glancing around at the worried faces, and continued. Although Su Jin's current situation is dire, it is far better than the predicament of old AI. He still has allies like us. As long as we unite our efforts, what is there to fear? Master, Qinglong looked at the confident Qiu Yin, hesitating to speak. He knew that against the formidable Kelvin family, their meager strength was insignificant. He opened his mouth to say something but was met with Qiu Yan's piercing gaze, silencing him. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Qiu Yin shot a sidelong glance at Qinglong, disappointment etched on his face. If you're afraid, you may leave now, and I won't stop you. Qinglong's face flushed with indignation. He straightened up and retorted loudly. Master, that is not my intention. Eugene is my brother. How could I abandon him in this moment? Just then, Zhao Wenyuan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Old Qiu? General Qinglong did not mean it that way. He merely wishes to remind us not to underestimate the strength of the Kelvin family. He paused before continuing. If we truly wish to assist, we should sit down and calmly analyze the cards we hold and determine the opportune moment to play them. Zhao Wenyuan's words prompted a thoughtful silence among the group. Time is of the essence. Since Su Jin has chosen to forego marrying into the Stark family, they must now consider how to confront the Kelvin family independently. In the upcoming military exercise, they must plan meticulously to counter the Kelvin family's potential aggression. The military exercise is not merely a simulation of war, Zhao Wenyuan said gravely. Its danger lies in the fact that it could swiftly escalate into an actual conflict. We must proceed with caution. The group nodded in agreement. Zhao Wenyuan surveyed the room and continued. Thus, let us carefully deliberate on the resources we have at our disposal. Ai Songxian took a deep breath and interjected. Allow me to begin. Over the years, I have been studying the Kelvin family's weapon systems. If they truly intend to use those weapons against us, I am confident that I can temporarily render them into a heap of scrap metal. His tone exuded profound confidence. Old AI, you are truly impressive, Qiu Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. It seems your years of research have not been in vain, as you have identified their weapon vulnerabilities. Qiu Yin paused before adding, although I may not be as specialized as you, my strength is commendable. When the time comes, I can take down a few of the Kelvin family's lackeys. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Qinglong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. What I can do is to ensure that my troops are not seduced by the Kelvin family during the military exercises, becoming their accomplices in targeting Su Jin. Furthermore, as an A-class superpower, I can also play a significant role in battle, restraining the opponent's high-end combat forces. Although Qinglong holds the rank of a general in the Federation, he is acutely aware that his actions during the military exercises are, in fact, quite limited. While the Federation military has granted him command over the troops, they have simultaneously imposed numerous restrictions and constraints. Thus, he cannot mobilize a vast army to openly confront the Kelvin family. Finally, it was Zhao Wenyuan's turn to speak. He scanned the room filled with attendees, his expression grave as he began. Following the Heavenly Palace Guardian battle, the Federation, based on Professor AI's report, has decided to appoint me as the captain of the Falcon squad, which has now been renamed the Night Crow squad. Zhao Wenyuan paused slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he continued. Simultaneously, Crimson Magpie has been renamed Underworld Phoenix. In the event of an emergency, I will personally pilot the Underworld Phoenix, leading the Night Crow squad to become a surprise force on the battlefield. At critical moments, we will deliver an unexpected blow to the Kelvin family. Zhao Wenyuan's words exuded determination and spirited ambition, invigorating those present. They understood well the overwhelming pressure the mech squad led by Zhao Wenyuan exerted when facing the Black Crystal clan. It is no exaggeration to say that currently, no mech squad on Blue Star could rival Zhao Wenyuan and his team. Chapter 131. Kelvin's preparations. Perhaps due to the short time frame, the Federation has not had the opportunity to fully comprehend the profound transformations the Falcon underwent post-upgrade. Therefore, after a meeting and discussion, it was decided to place this mech squad under Zhao Wenyuan's command. This undoubtedly was an exhilarating announcement. With fervent discussions among the crowd, they began to categorize and summarize the powers at their disposal. They suddenly realized that they possessed quite a few trump cards, and were not entirely devoid of the capacity to resist. This revelation significantly boosted their confidence and diminished their underlying fear of the Kelvin family. Su Jin sat quietly to the side, listening intently to the discussions. Observing everyone enthusiastically brainstorming strategies against the Kelvin family, a warm current surged within him. He rarely interjected, fearing that his bold ideas might incite further debate. Deep beneath the Atlantic Ocean, hidden within a vast archipelago, stood the headquarters of the Kelvin family. This fortress-like structure not only represented the family's power, but also epitomized their unassailable military and economic strength. From a distance, it resembled a solitary behemoth, towering over the undulating waves of the sea, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. In terms of defense, the Kelvin headquarters could be described as impenetrable. Fortified like a stronghold, advanced surveillance systems and infrared sensors were installed atop the outer walls, making it impossible for any disturbance to escape their detection. Surrounding the compound was a wide moat, concealing clandestine underwater defense mechanisms that would unleash devastating consequences if triggered. The interior of the headquarters was replete with intricate mechanisms. In addition to regular security personnel patrolling, countless concealed cameras and sensors monitored every nook and cranny in real time. Each door was equipped with a biometric recognition system, allowing only core family members to gain access. Moreover, below the surface lay complex hidden chambers and escape routes, prepared for any eventuality in such a meticulously guarded and airtight fortress. The Kelvin family confidently dominated the crucial resources and trade routes of the Atlantic. Their power was unfathomable, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The Kelvin family, an ambitious behemoth, had never been content with the status quo and perpetually harbored desires for expansion. Unlike other families that, after achieving certain successes, might indulge in hedonistic revelry, hosting extravagant parties and balls, the Kelvin family remained starkly different. They consistently maintained a clear-headed approach and unwavering goals. This family operated more like a finely tuned war machine, implementing militarized management year-round, where each member resembled a rigorously trained soldier, ever ready for battle. Their discipline was stringent, and their actions swift, showcasing remarkable execution and combat prowess, whether on the commercial battlefield or the actual battlefield. In the Kelvin family, indulgence and extravagance were regarded as behaviors of the weak. They believed that only through relentless struggle and expansion could the family sustain its strength and prosperity. Thus, even after achieving monumental accomplishments, they did not bask in self-satisfaction, nor did they succumb to the indulgences of lavish parties and balls. This unique family culture and set of values allowed the Kelvin family to maintain its leading position, casting a long shadow over all families on Blue Star. In the core area of the Kelvin family headquarters, a towering peak rose majestically. Atop this peak stood an ancient and solemn castle, quietly watching over the family's glory and future. This was Leonardo's abode, a symbol of power and the very soul of the family. In the depths of the castle, within the study, Leonardo stood quietly by the window, his profound gaze piercing through the glass, surveying the flourishing family territory below. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, reflecting his pride and satisfaction in the family's prosperity. Over the years, he had employed various means, tirelessly recruiting talent and gathering technology, laying a solid foundation for the family's rise. Now, the Kelvin family had grown to an unprecedented height, possessing the strength to sweep away all opposition. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the study was gently rapped, shattering the tranquility within. "Come in," Leonardo instructed without turning. The study door creaked open, and a tall, middle-aged man stepped inside. He walked with a steady gait, his demeanor respectful, directly approaching Leonardo and bowing to report, "Young master, everything is ready." This man, named Iago, was Leonardo's most capable assistant and his most trusted right-hand man. Leonardo turned to face him, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent, Iago. I hope we can surprise the world during the military exercises in a few days." He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "In recent years, numerous families have been eyeing us with envy, and they are beginning to stir. It's time to deliver them a little shock. To let them know the strength of the Kelvin family." Leonardo's smile radiated an undeniable confidence and dominance. He understood that this military exercise would serve as an excellent opportunity for the family to flex its muscles and showcase its might. "All this is thanks to your far-sighted vision, young master," Iago praised sincerely. 100 years ago, you brought back that mysterious stone slab from the outside world. After deciphering the information on it, we managed to create an unprecedented batch of powerful machinery. As he spoke, A flicker of awe and admiration shone in Yago's eyes. Indeed, the pinnacle of science is believed to be theology, yet who can say that the end of theology is not science as well? Leonardo mused thoughtfully. Who would have expected that the slab, revered as a holy relic by the Vatican, was not merely a figment of superstition but a record of extraterrestrial technology from a brilliant civilization? He paused before continuing. It's a pity that this slab was stored in a museum as a sacred artifact for so long, with no one recognizing its true value. Fortunately, I discovered it, preventing the precious gem from gathering dust in the museum. Yago was struck with a sense of shock. He couldn't help but ask, "Young master, does that mean there truly exists a deity in this world?" Leonardo glanced at him, his smile deepening. The existence of gods is not something we can easily assert. However, the technology of higher civilizations is, for us, the embodiment of divine power. Yago nodded thoughtfully, recalling the experience of accompanying Leonardo on a trip. They had stumbled upon the slab in the Vatican's museum, where everyone else had been perplexed by the inscriptions, yet Leonardo recognized the secrets within. Through a series of ingenious methods, they successfully brought the slab back to the Family Research Center and ultimately deciphered its radiant technology. Wasn't this the kind of fortune typically reserved for protagonists in novels? This bizarre experience only served to deepen Yago's admiration for Leonardo. In his heart, Leonardo was not just the leader of the family. He was the destined master guiding the Kelvin family toward glory. Every time Yago thought of this, he felt an unparalleled sense of excitement and pride. Chapter 132. The military exercises commence. However, it is regrettable that radiant technology is not something everyone can wield. Leonardo furrowed his brow, contemplating as he spoke. Only those fervent believers with unwavering faith can unleash its true power. Moreover, it requires a source of energy that is elusive, the power of faith. He approached the window, gazing toward the distant horizon, continuing. Over the past century, although we have sent many family members to the Vatican, only a few have met the criteria. Accumulating sufficient power of faith requires a century's worth of effort to sustain this performance. As he spoke, Leonardo couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, his expression revealing a trace of helplessness, an unfortunate sentiment akin to possessing a dragon-slaying sword yet being unable to fully utilize its potential. Yago stood at the side, yet spoke with unwavering confidence. "Young master, please believe that these difficulties are merely temporary. With you leading us forward, I firmly believe that one day, the entire blue star will lie within our grasp. At that time, all these issues will be effortlessly resolved. The billions of people will become our fervent devotees, and the power of faith will flow ceaselessly and boundlessly." Yago's voice brimmed with passion and anticipation, as if he could already envision a glorious future. Upon hearing this, Leonardo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of appreciation. He patted Yago's shoulder and smiled. "Yago, our thoughts align perfectly. Indeed, once we conquer the entire blue star, these seemingly insurmountable challenges will be swiftly overcome." With a shift in focus, Leonardo inquired, "By the way, have there been any developments regarding those individuals I instructed you to keep a close watch on?" Yago quickly organized his thoughts and proceeded to report in detail. After Su Jin departed from the Eastern Military District, he has now taken residence in the military compound. A few days ago, Stella from the Stark family secretly visited him. On the fourth day after Stella's departure, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qing Long have all gathered at Su Jin's home. Leonardo chuckled disdainfully upon hearing this. "It seems they have convened to conspire against us. However, do you know, Yago? Often, it is the herds of sheep that travel in packs, while the true beasts prefer solitude." He paused before continuing. "Regardless of their plans and strategies, they are but futile struggles in the face of the formidable Kelvin family." Yago nodded in agreement but queried with a hint of confusion, "Young master, if you hold them in such low regard, why must we keep them under close surveillance? Especially Su Jin. Although he is the youngest major general in the Federation and possesses certain abilities, surely he cannot pose a threat to our Kelvin family?" Leonardo smiled as he elucidated. "It has been many years since I have encountered someone like Su Jin, who dares to publicly reject the Kelvin family. I initially believed he had some extraordinary qualities, but from your intelligence, he appears to be an ordinary individual. Even with Qinglong's special training in the military camp, he will not stir up any significant waves. However, as the youngest major general in the Federation, It is entirely fitting for him to shed his blood in tribute to our impending military exercise. Oh, and that AI Tsongxian, Leonardo's lips curled into a cold smirk. For many years, he has been secretly studying our Kelvin family's mechanical technology. Does he truly believe we are unaware of his little schemes? Humph. The so-called technological loopholes he possesses are merely trivial toys we deliberately left for him to play with. At this point, Leonardo's gaze turned fierce. When the time comes, I will personally send both him and his master off to the netherworld, which would be a fitting tribute to our friendship. To challenge the Kelvin family, one must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Iago felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. In the year 1277 of the Federation, on March 14th, a large-scale military exercise led by the Federation's military was commencing over the vast expanse of the East Sea. In this exercise, the Eastern Theater and the Atlantic Military District were respectively cast as the Red and Blue armies, engaging in fierce confrontation. All units, prepare. The exercise begins. With the commander's order, warships roared across the sea, and fighter jets screamed through the sky. The exercise encompassed not only intense naval and aerial battles, but also exhilarating landing operations and complex electronic warfare. In the Red Camp, the elite forces of the Eastern Theater, led by Qinglong, gathered in full strength, with one-third of their troops assembled. They maneuvered advanced vessels, operated submarines lurking in the deep sea, and coordinated with aircraft and mecha units, showcasing formidable combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the Blue Camp was personally commanded by General Ham Kelvin of the Atlantic Military District. Their lineup was equally impressive, with warships, submarines, aircraft, and mecha units all present, forming a standoff of equal might. Remarkably, all the mechanical equipment for this military exercise was generously sponsored by the Kelvin family. While ordinary individuals may not discern the true purpose of this exercise, perceiving it merely as a routine expenditure of stockpiled ammunition, those in the know understood that it concealed a deeper secret. This was not merely a military exercise. It was a hunt orchestrated by the Kelvin family targeting a specific individual. That individual, the prey, was none other than the youngest Major General of the Federation, Su Jin. For the sake of one person, the Kelvin family was willing to sponsor the entire exercise, prompting various families to exclaim in awe, "What extravagant wealth!" Yet countless spectators harbored a sense of curiosity, eager to witness the fate that awaited the Federation's youngest Major General against the Kelvin family. The Red and Blue armies completed their strategic deployments within the vast exercise area. In the sky, satellites silently overlooked the Earth, drones hovered above, and reconnaissance vessels patrolled the waters, employing various high-tech means to provide continuous intelligence to both sides. On March 15th, as dawn broke, the Red and Blue sides began tentative long-range fire exchanges. Missiles streaked across the sky, trailing long tails as they pierced the air, while distant artillery thundered, covering target zones, each explosion resonating powerfully. The roar of aircraft echoed as they engaged in aerial reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, simulating air battles that heightened the atmosphere to a climax. From March 16th to 17th, on the surface of the sea, both sides' fleets executed exhilarating tactical maneuvers. Gunfire intertwined, smoke billowed, and each encounter seemed poised to tear the sea asunder. Beneath the depths, submarine forces quietly engaged in simulated anti-submarine and anti-ship combat. On March 18th, the atmosphere within the Red Command Center was exceptionally tense. Su Jin, AI Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, Qinglong, and other core members convened. While other personnel busily processed various data and information within the tent, everyone's gaze remained fixed on the real-time images transmitted by the drones and radar detection charts, their faces etched with confusion and uncertainty. Qinglong furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. Today is the final day of the exercise. Could it be that we have overthought this? Is the Kelvin family truly only conducting a simple military exercise? AI Tsongxian stroked his chin, contemplating. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, yet we must remain vigilant. The Kelvin family is notoriously cunning. Who knows what schemes they are plotting? Su Jin spoke earnestly. I believe they will make their move today. Seizing the opportunity while we let our guard down, the discussion among the group continued as they struggled to comprehend the Kelvin family's maneuvers. Chapter 133. Emerging from the surface. Today marks the final day of the military exercise. After countless intense confrontations, all competitive events have concluded, leaving only the last mecha simulation battle in the preceding contests. The red and blue sides had exchanged blows, with scores remaining neck and neck. Now, if the red side can triumph in the mecha simulation battle, Qinglong's forces will emerge as the ultimate victors on the battlefield. The Kelvin family's general, surprisingly to everyone's expectations, engaged in a fair contest with Qinglong, employing no tricks whatsoever. This starkly contrasted with the Kelvin family's usual tactical style. It is worth noting that the Kelvin family invested heavily in this military exercise, not only providing financial backing but also personnel and cutting-edge equipment. Should the blue side ultimately falter, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Branded as unwitting fools, within the Red Command Center, the tense atmosphere was nearly suffocating. All eyes were riveted to the monitoring screens and radar maps, fearful of missing the slightest movement on the battlefield. After all, this was the ultimate showdown of the exercise, and if the Kelvin family chose to act now, it would be their final opportunity. Inside the room, the air felt as though it had solidified. With every breath taken cautiously on the screen, the mecha squads of both the red and blue sides finally converged. Each side deployed 50 mechas, arrayed in perfect formation, facing each other. All these mechas were of the same model, the Iron Guardian, exclusively sponsored by the Kelvin family. The Iron Guardian mecha, meticulously crafted by the Kelvin family for the Federation's military, demonstrated its value repeatedly on the battlefield due to its extraordinary performance and rock-solid stability, firmly securing its position as the mainstay of the Federation's military mechas. In contrast, the so-called Hawk mechas appeared somewhat inconsequential, at best resembling a ragtag army in the realm of mechas, standing at a towering height of 18.62 meters. The Iron Guardian bore a deep gray coating. It was equipped with a diversified weapon system, each being the most advanced model in the Federation. Notably, its signature weapon, the electrothermal chemical cannon, could unleash high-energy projectiles that made even distant targets vulnerable to its devastating strikes. Furthermore, the presence of the electromagnetic defense cannon was like adding wings to a tiger, capable of firing high-speed electromagnetic projectiles at lightning speed, effortlessly tearing through enemy armor. Moreover, the Iron Guardian was ingeniously outfitted with a portable composite armor shield. This shield was not only lightweight and durable, but also effectively withstood close-quarters assaults and various explosive impacts from adversaries. It can be said that the Iron Guard mech is an exceptionally versatile machine that excels in both offense and defense. At this moment, the mech squads from the red and blue factions collide violently on the predetermined battlefield, resembling two unstoppable torrents of steel. Each Iron Guard mech's cannon, under the precise control of its pilot, flickers with a chilling electromagnetic glow. The two sides engage in a fierce exchange, trading blows amidst a cacophony of gunfire, intense and awe-inspiring. However, as time progresses, the tide of battle begins to shift subtly. With the red team's accurate and meticulous coordination, the blue team gradually reveals signs of decline. Their mech struggle under the red team's relentless assault, suffering increasingly severe losses. Meanwhile, the red team maintains a steady advance, progressively seizing control of the battlefield. Thunderous booms echo, yet the surveillance screens in the command centers of both factions remain remarkably clear and stable, unaffected by any interference. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, blue mechs are severely damaged under the red team's precise strikes. Plumes of smoke billowing from their bodies as they helplessly plummet into the depths of the ocean, creating splashes of water. At this moment, the number of blue mechs on the battlefield has drastically dwindled to less than half. Approximately around 20, trapped within the encirclement formed by the red team, with no hope of escape. In contrast, the red mechs continue to maintain a flawless combat state, with none having been shot down. The Iron Guard, under their exceptional piloting skills, moves with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly evading each attack. We won. We have triumphed. That Ham Kelvin is nothing extraordinary. How could he compare to our General Qinglong? In the command center, the red soldiers, witnessing this scene, are unable to contain their excitement. They erupt into jubilant cheers of victory, as though they can already see the dawn of triumph. Only Su Jin, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong remain tense, their eyes fixed intently on the surveillance screens. However, just when everyone believes victory is assured and the blue team's defeat is inevitable, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The remaining 20 blue mechs, under the reign of the red team's artillery, do not fall as anticipated, shrouded in smoke. Instead, their exteriors shatter under the bombardment. revealing new and pristine bodies as if they were emerging from a cocoon as butterflies. Beneath their deep gray shells lies a pure white core, glimmering with a sacred and mysterious radiance in the sunlight. The appearance of these mechs resembles the knights from the Western papacy in people's imaginations. Although these new mechs are slightly smaller than the Iron Guard, the aura they exude far surpasses that of the Iron Guard. They stand firm against the fierce artillery of the red mechs. Akin to rocks battered by tumultuous waves, displaying astonishing defensive capabilities and stability. Not a single trace of the bombardment remains on their bodies. What model of mech is this? How have we never seen this before? A technician from the Red Command Center exclaimed in shock, his eyes glued to the screen displaying the anomalous mechs. Could it be the latest model secretly developed by the Kelvin family? How could they deploy it suddenly in this military exercise? Another officer, perplexed, shook his head in confusion. This is simply cheating. They're using mechs that are outside the regulations, completely undermining the fairness of the exercise. We must file a complaint to the Federal Military Commission against them. An irate senior officer slammed his fist on the table, his face pale with fury. The atmosphere in the Red Command Center instantly grew tense. With murmurs of discontent rising among the crowd, and voices of astonishment and dissatisfaction echoed through the communication channels of the Red Mech squad on the battlefield. Teacher, you are well versed in many matters. Can you identify what type of mech this is? Su Jin calmly inquired, directing everyone's gaze towards Ai Tsongxian, the expert with extensive knowledge of the Kelvin family. Ai Tsongxian furrowed his brow, meticulously observing the mechs on the screen. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. No, I have never seen these mechs before. Furthermore, their overall design style is vastly different from the previous works of the Kelvin family. They do not appear to be of their making. However, I can assure you, Ai Tsongxian's tone suddenly grew grave. The performance and combat capabilities of these mechs are undoubtedly beyond our imagination. Chapter 134. The Beginning of Massacre. Qiu Yan's eyes burned with fury as he stared intently at the screen. It seems the Kelvin family has finally revealed their true colors. I knew they were up to no good, Su Jin remarked with a smile. It appears this is the grand feast the Kelvin family has prepared for us. The others exchanged glances, and with that, it was time for their plans to be set in motion. This time, we must ensure the Kelvin family faces a significant setback. The group clenched their fists. Their spirits ignited. Meanwhile, at the Blue Command Center, General Ham Kelvin watched the surveillance screen and issued a directive with a smile. The show is about to begin. After a century of honing a blade, it is time to deliver a satisfactory answer to Lord Leonidas. Just waiting for your words. Trick Kelvin, the captain of the mech squad, felt a wicked grin spread across his face upon hearing Ham's command. His eyes brimmed with a fervor for battle. Don't let the young master down. Ham observed Trick's short purple-red hair on the surveillance screen, replying with a smile. At this moment, his feet were casually resting on the control platform, exuding an air of wildness and nonchalance. Since the battle began, he has been controlling the mech with his feet. After being cooped up for days, my brothers and I can hardly wait. Trick's voice conveyed boundless fighting spirit. He raised his head, excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he looked towards the battlefield. Brothers! Trick suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice resonating in the ears of his comrades. Let us charge together. Today, we shall indulge in our battle. Ha ha! With his laughter, the entire squad awakened like a beast roused from slumber. Trick's command acted like a spark igniting a pool of oil, instantly fueling the squad's battle fervor. Each mech's eyes erupted with a radiant white light, resembling awakened giants. The reactors on their chests roared to life, resonating with the solemn chants of the scriptures. Mysterious and awe-inspiring. The squad members moved in perfect unison, swiftly drawing the massive broadswords from their backs, the blades suddenly illuminating with blinding white brilliance. Kill! With a single command, they charged towards their foes like lightning. The speed of these mechs was astonishing, leaving behind blurred afterimages, like ghosts. The red team was terrified by this sudden onslaught, hastily maneuvering their mechs in an attempt to retreat strategically. However, before these ghostly white knights, the Iron Guard mechs appeared clumsy, akin to snails in their movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white knights glided gracefully across the battlefield, like butterflies dancing among flowers. Yet, their dance of blades carried a lethal intent. Wherever they passed, The Iron Guard mechs were effortlessly sliced in two, followed by violent explosions that scattered burning shrapnel across the ground. "Damn it! This is just a military exercise," a Red team member shouted in horror. "How dare they strike with such ferocity? Run for your lives. We can't even breach their defensive layers. How are we supposed to fight?" The pilots of the Iron Guard mechs, who had yet to face calamity, unhesitatingly pressed the escape pod buttons, hoping to flee this terrifying battlefield. At that moment, they had completely lost the will to fight. Yet, just as everyone believed the escape pods could offer a glimmer of hope, they were horrified to discover that the escape buttons were utterly unresponsive. They could only watch helplessly as the blades of the White Knights bore down upon them, powerless to act. "Curse it. Is this really just a military exercise?" Someone cried out in despair. "I don't want to die." Fear and helplessness flooded the entire cockpit. "Call headquarters. Hurry. Request assistance. Save us." The communication channel of the Red Command Center was filled with desperate pleas for help from the mech squad at the brink of death. The faces of those in the Red Command Center turned ashen as they listened to these cries for rescue. Their eyes filled with rage and powerlessness. It wasn't that they didn't want to intervene. It was simply that the attacks launched by the White Knight-like mechs were too swift and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 50 Iron Guard mechs had been reduced to ashes. This was a massacre of overwhelming proportions. Su-Jin and the others had not anticipated that the sudden appearance of these night mechs on the battlefield would possess such terrifying combat capabilities. This is definitely not technology from Blue Star. Su-Jin's brow furrowed, her expression grave. It seems the Kelvin family truly holds mastery over some powerful extraterrestrial technology. The expressions of everyone else also turned grim. Qinglong slammed his fist on the table. Standing up in fury, "Everyone, listen up. Immediately mobilize our fighter jets, submarines, and warships, and rush to the center of the battlefield to focus fire on the enemy mech squad, since they refuse to play by the rules. We won't hold back either." His voice echoed in the command room. "Yes," the crowd responded in unison, swiftly relaying the orders. However, it wasn't long before their expressions turned grave. An operator suddenly removed his headset, drenched in sweat, and reported to Qinglong. "Report, General. A major problem has arisen. All of our Red fighter jets have gone out of control, and the pilots are unable to engage." His voice betrayed an unmistakable sense of panic. Like a lit firecracker, the news detonated instantaneously within the command room. The others began to frantically raise alarms, their voices filled with terror and confusion. Submarines, tanks, and warships were all rendered uncontrollable, as if remotely locked. The military exercise utilized equipment sponsored by the Kelvin family, and they surely must have tampered with it. "Lao AI, it is time for you to take action." Xiao Yin scoffed, appearing to have anticipated this. His expression revealing little surprise. Su-Jin and the others remained equally composed, their faces betraying no signs of alarm. "Leave it to me." AI Tsongxian strode with calm determination to the control panel, his hands flying over the keyboard as he began to input a complex array of codes. His objective was to breach the back-end systems of the Kelvin family's mechanical equipment and reclaim control. As AI Tsongxian pressed the enter key, a cascade of code began executing rapidly on the screen. The atmosphere in the command room thickened with tension, each person holding their breath in anticipation of the outcome. "It will be ready soon." AI Tsongxian inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. His gaze was resolute and focused, as if racing against time. However, just as the code reached its midpoint, it vanished without a trace from the screen. When the display flickered back to life, Leonardo's figure appeared ominously. Chapter 135. Trapped in a predicament. Night Raven team on the move. "Hello everyone. Long time no see." He wore a haughty and mocking expression, surveying each person present through the screen. "Professor AI, I sincerely apologize for the false hope. The backdoor you discovered was, in fact, intentionally revealed to you, so there's no point in exerting further effort." As soon as Leonardo's words fell, a radar image materialized on the screen. The crowd gasped in horror as they realized that the red dots representing their forces had entirely vanished, replaced by blue dots. At that moment, a multitude of blue dots rapidly converged on the sole remaining red dot, the Red Command headquarters. "All of you present today will not escape." Leonardo laughed maniacally. "You will pay the price for defying the Kelvin family." With that, his figure vanished from the screen, leaving the Red Command headquarters enveloped in a chilling silence. AI Tsongxian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes reflecting profound despair as he muttered. So it turns out, I was the one thoroughly toyed with. All these years, I believed myself clever. Yet I have never truly escaped the grasp of the Kelvin family. Observing her master's despondent demeanor, Su Jian felt a pang of sorrow and quickly offered comfort. Master, this is not your fault. It is merely that the Kelvin family is exceedingly cunning. Their patience in orchestrating this over the years is truly formidable. The others stood nearby, witnessing AI Tsongxian's disheartened state, their emotions a tumultuous mixture. Unsure of how to respond to this sudden turn of events, they approached and gently patted AI Tsongxian on the shoulder, softly reassuring him. Professor AI, now is not the time for self-reproach. We must swiftly adjust our mindset and play our cards wisely to confront the impending situation. Yin emphatically patted AI Tsongxian's back. Lao AI, do not wear a long face. Regain your spirit. The battle has only just begun. Do not surrender prematurely. That would be falling into that old wretch's trap. I apologize for letting everyone down. From here on, it will be up to you. AI Tsongxian lifted his head, meeting the concerned gazes of his companions, and his sense of defeat lessened somewhat. He took a deep breath and nodded slowly in the time that followed. They had little opportunity to dwell in disappointment and sorrow. They needed to quickly organize their thoughts and devise a strategy to navigate the dire predicament they found themselves in. My soldiers. Qinglong's voice was low and filled with resignation. They were now trapped within those devices. Rendered puppets of the enemy, helplessly thrust into an assault against us. His gaze reflected deep concern and heartache. Qinglong rubbed his furrowed brow and continued to explain. The only thing I can do now is to do my utmost to shield you from the fierce onslaught launched by him Kelvin. I will not allow their A-class superpowered individuals to dominate the battlefield. The White Knight team will be entrusted to Wenyuan. No problem. Zhao Wenyuan responded without hesitation, rising to his feet. I will pilot the Mingfeng and lead the Night Raven team to counter that arrogant White Knight squad. His voice brimmed with determination and conviction. The mech units, as the vanguard on the battlefield, had always borne the critical responsibility of charging into battle, piercing the enemy's heart. The mech units were a multifunctional combat force on the battlefield, capable of assault, defense, reconnaissance, and various other tasks, making them an indispensable component of modern warfare. Through the participation of the mech units, the dynamics of the battlefield could be effectively altered, granting their side greater advantages and opportunities for victory. The group understood this well, thus their primary objective was to eliminate the enemy's mech units. Wait! Xiao Yin suddenly stood, his face alight with resolute determination. I will go too. His gaze burned with intensity, as though he was already prepared for battle. Taking a deep breath, he continued. I have always believed the enemy is merely playing a cunning game. Since their mechs are so formidable, their pilots must be extraordinary as well. I must personally confront them to serve as your safeguard. Qinglong's brow furrowed deeply, instinctively wanting to dissuade him. Master, that is too dangerous. You cannot go. Yet, Xiao Yin waved his hand decisively, interrupting Qinglong. Is staying here truly safe? I am not one to sit idly by. A determined smile crossed his face. I am willing to engage in a real fight, even if it costs me my life. Qinglong sighed helplessly, knowing he could not dissuade this stubborn elder. He could only concede. Then you must be cautious, do not venture too deeply into the battlefield. I will intervene at a critical moment. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Xiao Yin replied with a grin. Seeing this, Su Jin also stood and said, Then I shall join as well. I can match a B-class combat strength. AI Tsongxian, witnessing his disciples' bravery, felt compelled to rise and join them too, however, as he moved. Su Jian gently pressed him down. Master, you need not go. Stay here and help us coordinate. That is vital. AI Tsongxian regarded Su Jin's steadfast gaze, recognizing the validity of his words. He nodded and resumed his seat. Very well. I will provide tactical support from here. After the discussion concluded, everyone began to take action. Eugene, Zhao Wenyuan, and Xiao Yin departed the command center side by side. They traversed the temporary base and ultimately arrived at a relatively concealed large warehouse. Pushing open the heavy warehouse door, they were greeted by the sight of the Night Raven team members standing in neat formation. They stood straight, and upon seeing the three of them, each face lit up with excitement and determination. Commander! Their voices rang out in unison, accompanied by a resounding military salute, showcasing their discipline and enthusiasm. Eugene felt a warm surge at the sight of these familiar faces. He smiled. It has been a long time. I am delighted to fight alongside you once more. It is our honor to once again follow General Su into battle. The team members replied in unison. General Su, rest assured. We have been diligently training during this time. This time we will not rely on artificial intelligence. The captain of the Night Raven team, Tan Xuanhu, stepped forward from the ranks, vowing earnestly with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. For the Night Raven team, Su Jin was not merely their commander. He was also their creator and spiritual leader. They had once relied on artificial intelligence during the Tiangong defense battle, only to find themselves shouting encouragement hoarsely, a moment they regarded as a disgrace. Since then, they had resolved to redeem themselves in the next battle and prove their strength. Listening to the team's vows, Su Jin wore a satisfied smile. I trust you. But do not entirely dismiss artificial intelligence. It remains an important asset for you. The value of artificial intelligence in combat, especially below mid-tier engagements, can surpass that of the pilots. However, in battle, skilled opponents may feign actions, leading to potential misjudgments by the AI. Yet, this does not imply that AI has no place in high-tier battles. On the contrary, its exceptional analytical capabilities can significantly reduce the energy expenditure of pilots during intense combat, allowing them to focus more on the fight itself. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Zhao Wenyuan interjected with a slight smile, his tone decisive. We must depart swiftly. The enemy is already at our doorstep. Yes. The members of the Night Raven team responded in unison, swiftly dispersing to enter their respective mechs, preparing for the assault. It is time for us to take action. Zhao Wenyuan turned to Su Jin and Xiao Yan, urging them onward. The three of them made their way through the neatly arranged Night Raven team to the depths of the warehouse. There, three towering mechs stood like giants, awaiting their arrival. Xiao Yan's gaze lingered upon the Ming Feng and the Anjing Zhilong, both of which he had encountered before. However, his attention was ultimately captivated by another unfamiliar mech. This new machine bore a resemblance to the Anjing Zhilong, its entirety composed of rare Heijing stone, resembling a majestic black bear and exuding an aura of mystery and power. Xiao Yan stood transfixed, glancing around in confusion as he queried, "Where is my exoskeleton mech?" Su Jin chuckled, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "This time, I deliberately had Brother Qinglong refrain from shipping it for you. Your partner this time, is it?" He gestured toward the imposing black bear mech. Chapter 136. Better than your wife. Xiao Yan's gaze grew somewhat vacant as he stared at the mech before him. Taking a considerable time to regain his senses, he slowly turned his head to Su Jin, his brows furrowed, his tone laced with a hint of reproach and confusion. "Why didn't you consult me first? That exoskeleton mech, though an antique, had a remarkable synergy with me. Without it, my combat effectiveness will be significantly diminished." Su Jin's expression turned apologetic, yet his eyes radiated an undeniable resolve. "I sincerely apologize, Zhou Lao. I unilaterally replaced your mech, primarily out of concern for your safety. The previous exoskeleton had almost no defensive capability. Wearing it into battle was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh, a glimmer of helplessness crossing his eyes. "I understand what you're saying. However, that exoskeleton had a profound compatibility with me, enabling me to thrive on the battlefield, something no other mech can compare to." He paused, continuing, "Su Jin, you may not realize, but that mech holds significance for me that far surpasses what you can imagine. It is even more important than my wife." Yet, the matter was settled, and there was no time to ship his exoskeleton now. He could only accept the reality and step towards the Heijing giant bear. Everyone prepared to enter their respective mechs. Su Jin solemnly promised before Xiao Yan entered the cockpit. "Zhou Lao? Trust me this once, I assure you. This new mech's performance will undoubtedly satisfy you. It may even surpass your wife." Xiao Yan felt somewhat awkward at Su Jin's analogy, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyuan could not suppress his laughter. Exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Zhou Lao, Su Jin has always kept his word. You can rest assured." In an instant, the three figures vanished from sight, entering their mechs. Although it was Su Jin's second time piloting the Anjing Zhilong, his familiarity with this mech was akin to that with any part of his own body. With a thought, he employed his mental power to manipulate the mech, swiftly establishing communication with the two nearby mechs. "Zhou Lao, how does the new mech feel?" Su Jin's voice carried a hint of anticipation. However, the response was silence. Eugene furrowed his brow slightly and tried calling once more, "Zhou Lao, can you hear me?" This time, the communicator finally relayed Zhou Yan's voice, filled with astonishment and disbelief. I can hear you. This mech is truly remarkable. The compatibility between us has reached a level I have never experienced before. I even suspect it exceeds 90%. At this moment, Zhao Wenyuan interjected, unable to contain himself. "Zhou Lao, do you finally appreciate Su Jin's extraordinary talents? His aptitude in the mechanical field is unparalleled. The shock I felt when Chi K was upgraded mirrors your current experience." Still enveloped in shock, Qiu Yin murmured to himself, "How is this possible? Old AI's technology only achieves a maximum initial compatibility of 40% when transforming a mech. How could he possibly produce such a disciple?" In response to Qiu Yan's bewilderment, Su Jin merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. The mech, designed using Qiu Yan's blood as a sample, inherently possessed an exceptional compatibility with him. Although he had never studied compatibility, he estimated that the mech he designed could achieve a 100% synergy with its pilot. In the entirety of Blue Star, only he, Su Jin, could accomplish this feat. Such technology did not stem from his lenient master. Reflecting on his experiences with AI Zhongxian, Su Jin felt a surge of gratitude. Though AI Zhongxian had never provided him with technical guidance, he had imparted the warmth and teachings of a mentor. For Su Jin, these experiences and lessons were far more precious than technical knowledge. "Zhou Lao, you need not worry about underperforming on the battlefield any longer, right?" Zhao Wenyuan inquired with a teasing smile. A deep sense of satisfaction and excitement illuminated Qiu Yan's face as he exclaimed, "It seems my previous concerns were indeed unfounded. This kid Su Jin has not exaggerated. This mech is simply better than my wife." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. With a thought, his mental power coursed through the colossal mech like meridians in the human body. He continued, "Now I can hardly wait to show those little pups from the Kelvin family what true power looks like." Zhao Wenyuan laughed heartily, waving his hand grandly. "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's move out." With his command, the warehouse's ceiling slowly opened. The thrusters behind the mechs erupted in a dazzling display of particle streams. Roaring into the sky, the mechs piloted by Su Jin, Qiu Yin, and Zhao Wenyuan took the lead, followed closely by the Night Crow squad, resembling a flock of hawks soaring through the heavens, fierce and swift. At that moment, AI Zhongxian's voice urgently pierced through the air, reaching Su Jin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qiu Yan's ears. "Attention! The Kelvin family's mech squad is located at a 45-degree angle northeast of your position. Less than 10 kilometers away." Zhao Wenyuan's expression sharpened, swiftly adjusting the team's direction, issuing comm commands over the temporary channel. "Prepare for battle. Do not underestimate them." "Understood." The group responded in unison, with Su Jin and Qiu Yan's voices particularly resolute. At this critical juncture, both they and the members of the Night Crow squad closely followed Zhao Wenyuan, viewing him as their undisputed leader. The two squads soon encountered one another on the battlefield. Upon spotting Su Jin and his companions, the Kelvin family's mech unit charged forward, wielding their luminous broadswords, their gazes filled with disdain, clearly underestimating the threat posed by Su Jin's group. Before Zhao Wenyuan, the data analysis interface continuously refreshed as the artificial intelligence rapidly assessed the enemy's strength. His brow furrowed as he conveyed the strategy with composure. "Though they are few in number, they are all B-class. We must proceed with caution. I suggest pairing up to tackle a single enemy." With Zhao Wenyuan's command, the teams swiftly rearranged, each member identifying their opponent, forming a strategy of 2-on-1 engagement. The members of the Night Crow squad grinned menacingly at the advancing enemies, showing no regard for them. Their death energy reactors rumbled ominously, limbs and enormous wings unfurling, ready to ensnare and drain their foes. Chapter 137. Fierce Combat. The Might of the Giant Bear. During this period, the Night Crow squad had evolved from their novice days. They had gradually uncovered the peculiar yet formidable traits of their death energy. Brimming with confidence, they firmly believed that no one could withstand such a powerful and enigmatic force. The Kelvin family's mech squad was caught completely off guard by this sudden assault. They had not anticipated that the enemy would so boldly opt for close-quarters combat. As the mechs clashed, the warriors from the Kelvin family felt an irresistible pull, as if their very souls were being siphoned away. Yet, in the face of this dire situation, blinding white light erupted from their mechs. A phantom of an angel gradually materialized, folding its wings and wrapping its arms around them in a protective embrace. When the Night Crow squad's death energy collided with this mysterious force, it reacted violently, akin to water splashing into hot oil, resulting in a fierce backlash. The members of the Night Crow squad were forcefully repelled, stumbling back several meters. The White Knight mech descended like a divine being, radiating sacred and solemn light, as if no evil could approach. The scene left Su Jin and his companions astounded. A mech of such design could not possibly be a product of Blue Star technology. A flicker of shock crossed Zhao Wenyuan's eyes as he gazed incredulously at the mech, his voice tinged with deep astonishment. This Kelvin family's mech can actually withstand the erosion of death energy? He was acutely aware of the terrifying power of death energy, vividly recalling how the He Jing clan had been utterly defenseless against its assault, akin to being struck by a dimensional attack. Su Jin's brow furrowed, his expression gravely serious. He scrutinized the mech, seeking a method to counteract its defenses. With his extensive knowledge of the technologies of Blue Star, He Jing, and Death Star civilizations, he discerned no weaknesses in the enemy's mech. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. The technology employed in their mech must originate from a higher civilization. It may even surpass Death Star technology. Qiu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. How is that possible? Although the Federation possesses numerous metallic plates that record the technologies of advanced civilizations, there has yet to be a single individual capable of fully comprehending and replicating these technologies. Remarkably, the Kelvin family seems to have achieved this feat. Over the years, while the metallic plates unearthed by Su Jin in the game's starry sky may be few, billions of players have participated in the rich tapestry of history on Blue Star over millennia. Even with a low drop rate, a considerable number of metallic plates have been amassed. These plates document a plethora of technologies, ranging from the most advanced to the rudimentary. Yet, throughout history, no one has been able to truly study, understand, and master the technologies of these advanced civilizations. Given the technological level on Blue Star, the challenge of fully grasping the technologies of even slightly superior civilizations is unimaginably daunting. However, the mechs before them seem to defy this conventional understanding. The Kelvin family has indeed harnessed the technology of a certain advanced civilization. Fear not. We must not falter. Let us charge forth and engage in battle first. With a thunderous roar, Qiu Yan's voice resonated with fearlessness and determination. As if bolstering both himself and those around him, he eschewed conventional tactics, opting not to probe with ranged weapons, but instead directly controlled the black crystal giant bear, brandishing its sharp claws as it lunged ferociously at the enemy. The black crystal giant bear surged into the chaotic battlefield like a whirlwind in mere seconds. It had clashed with the enemy in dozens of fierce exchanges. The bear, piloted by Qiu Yan, resembled a moving mountain, majestic and imposing. Its eyes glimmered with a mesmerizing crimson light, seemingly harboring boundless fury and combat spirit. Opposing it were 3 B-class white knights, pure and solemn, wielding broad swords that shimmered with blinding holy light. The overwhelming presence of Qiu Yan instilled fear in all, yet the white knights did not yield. They swung their swords in defiance, meeting the onslaught of the black crystal giant bear head-on. The clash of blades and claws intertwined, producing a deafening cacophony of metal striking metal. Each collision seemed capable of tearing apart space, unleashing ripples of energy. Qiu Yan took a deep breath and activated the Crimson Bear's profound palm. This martial art was supremely dominant, merging the wild essence of bears with the essence of martial prowess. Suddenly, the bear's paws ignited with a fiery crimson hue, as if ablaze with intense flames. Each strike carried the power to annihilate worlds. Under Qiu Yan's command, the black crystal giant bear transformed into a legendary beast from myth, exuding an awe-inspiring ferocity. With the enhancement of the Crimson Bear's profound palm, the bear's offensive capability surged, each paw strike sending tremors of dread through the white knights. The overwhelming assault forced them to retreat, desperately attempting to evade the ferocious onslaught. However, Qiu Yan offered them no respite. The black crystal giant bear relentlessly pursued, its claws dancing in the air, driving the 3 white knights back step by step. Yet the white knights were not to be underestimated. They employed a masterful sword technique. oscillating between offensive and defensive maneuvers. This breathtaking battle saw both sides exchanging blows, locked in a fierce struggle. The entire battlefield was enveloped by the might of Qiu Yin and the black crystal giant bear, as they seemed to become the sovereigns of this realm, instilling fear in their foes. Watching Qiu Yan's valor, Su Jin could not help but exclaim in admiration. Old Qiu truly exemplifies the vigor of youth. This commanding presence is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. His eyes sparkled with respect. Zhao Wenyuan, equally astonished, shook his head and remarked, "It's truly hard to fathom. Old Qiu's martial prowess is so remarkable that I nearly forgot he is a scientist." Then, Zhao Wenyuan took a deep breath, extending his palm as flames surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a soul-eating phoenix wing spear. Gripping the weapon tightly, a glimmer of battle intent flashed in his eyes as he declared passionately, "Such magnificence should not be solely enjoyed by old Qiu." With that, he moved swiftly, joining the fray. Upon hearing this, Su Jin smiled faintly, a smile that concealed a deep-seated combat spirit. With a thought, the eyes of the dark crystal dragon ignited with a black glow. Resembling two resplendent stars in the next instant, the dragon's form transformed into a streak of black light, darting into the heart of the battlefield with blinding speed. With a flick of his wrist, two death energy grenades were propelled into the air, tracing dark arcs, as a high-frequency noise erupted. A peculiar force field materialized, causing the surrounding white knights to move with notable sluggishness under its influence. Su Jin keenly seized this fleeting opportunity. The jetpack on his back erupted with dense black particles, resembling a black dragon that surged towards the enemy. In that moment, his learned martial technique, the Azure Dragon S9 flashes, was vividly displayed upon the dark crystal dragon. Chapter 138. A catfish in the battlefield. At this moment, Su Jin was no longer the novice who had merely practiced calisthenics. Unlike his previous direct approach to combat, he now seemed transformed, his movements fluid and elusive, defying prediction. Azure Dragon plays with Pearl. Azure Dragon seizes Shadow. Azure Dragon embraces the void. A barrage of formidable grappling techniques flowed from his hands, each infused with lethal intent. The Azure Dragon's great grappling technique had undergone a revolutionary transformation following his comprehension of the extreme dragon life and death sutra. While it lacked the original's intricate variations, each strike was now sharper and more ruthless, targeting the enemy's vital points. Su Jin's claws tightened suddenly, as the death energy rapidly circulated to envelop his hands. With lightning speed, he seized the chest of a white knight, the peculiar death energy invading its reactor like a parasite. Azure Dragon probes. Su Jin shouted, a surge of exhilarating clarity washing over him. He felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, each strike capable of unleashing 200% of its potential. In that moment, he understood the significance of martial protagonists in novels and anime who shouted their techniques during battle. While he had previously found it embarrassing, experiencing the sheer thrill of immersing oneself fully in combat, pouring every ounce of effort into each move, was utterly intoxicating, evoking an invincible sensation of, "Who can grant me a death?" The ensuing scene was nothing short of breathtaking and hard to believe. The mech, deprived of its reactor, appeared as if its soul had been instantly extracted, becoming as lifeless as a dead fish. Its limbs hanging limply, Eugene effortlessly grasped it, as if controlling a lifeless puppet. The pilot within the White Knight mech felt an unprecedented surge of danger, panic-stricken as he pressed the escape button. The cockpit transformed into a blinding flash, hurtling away into the distance. However, his escape plan was destined to be in vain. Su Jin snorted coldly. In a flash, he pursued the escape pod with lightning speed. With a firm grip, he crushed the escape pod as if it were a fragile eggshell. The pilot emitted a wretched scream, which was abruptly silenced under immense pressure, exploding into a shower of blood and flesh, a macabre fireworks display upon this brutal battlefield. Having disposed of the enemy, Su Jin's figure vanished like a specter, swiftly moving toward his next target. His movements were swift and decisive, embodying the essence of a true warrior. The pilots from the Kelvin family were all B-class superhumans, boasting energy levels around 4,500. Su Jin marveled inwardly. This was a full tier above him. The mechs were formidable too. Yet, under my ambush, they could only meet swift demise. However, in this battle, he profoundly experienced the tremendous power of combining superior martial arts with mechs. It seemed that achieving a perfect fusion of martial arts and machinery was indeed a path worth delving into. Su Jin resolved to continue his exploration down this road. The strategy of massed forces combined with mechanized martial arts was truly a development without weaknesses. Meanwhile, everyone was profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. Su Jin's ruthless strike had effortlessly taken down a white knight in the blink of an eye, those white knights immobilized by the death energy grenades. Witnessing the fate of their comrade, seized the opportunity to distance themselves from Su Jin. They frantically shouted over the communication channel, "Everyone, beware of that dragon-shaped mech. The pilot is extremely dangerous." Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and the members of the Night Crow team were currently entangled in fierce combat with the enemy, unable to attend to anything else. They never expected Su Jin to swiftly single-handedly dismantle a white knight like lightning. This kid, Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan, were equally astounded, their minds swirling with disbelief. In an instant, the dark crystal dragon piloted by Su Jin became the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. Unparalleled in its brilliance, the command center of the red team erupted into enthusiastic cheers upon witnessing Su Jin's formidable display of combat prowess. Who was the pilot of this dragon-shaped mech? Truly remarkable. By process of elimination, it is highly likely to be General Su Jin. As expected of the Federation's youngest general, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Ai Tsongxian stared intently at the screen, mouth agape in shock. Unable to utter a word, is this the same Su Jin who could only perform calisthenics 2 months ago? Under the special training of the Azure Dragon, in merely 2 months, he exhibited such ferocious combat capability. With claws that were ruthless and movements that were ghostly, haha, Brother Su truly is a martial arts genius. He has already displayed a fraction of my former prowess. The Azure Dragon beamed with joy, watching Su Jin's tiger-like bravery on the screen with immense satisfaction. Su Jin's involvement had dramatically shifted the tide of battle. While Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan were deeply engaged with their foes, he consistently seized opportunities to strike, approaching the enemy with ghostly stealth and launching unexpected ambushes. After several successful strikes, the enemy began to feel a chilling dread creeping over them. This did not imply that Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan were inferior to Su Jin in strength or incapable of defeating the enemy in a short span of time. The reality was that several of the most formidable white knights were relentlessly launching fierce assaults against the two. Particularly, the captain of the white knights, Hem Kelvin, led several deputy commanders, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan. Unleashing wave after wave of fierce offensives, the pressure they exerted was far beyond that of ordinary white knights. These elite white knights had been meticulously selected by the Kelvin family, each an exceptional warrior. To pilot the white knights, they had become fervent devotees of the church, undergoing over a century of rigorous training and refinement, their capabilities having reached the pinnacle of B grade. Had they not spent copious amounts of time in worship and meditation, they would have likely ascended to A grade long ago. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Qiu Yin and Zhao Wenyuan, relying on their mechanical advantages, could merely manage a stalemate, maintaining a precarious balance. However, the arrival of Su Jin transformed the battlefield into a significant variable. Like a catfish stirring the waters, he disrupted the previously stagnant deadlock. As Su Jin frequently struck, the battlefield witnessed the continuous downfall of white knights, their forms dissolving into clouds of crimson mist. At this moment, only a handful of white knights remained to resist, their formation shattered, with only Captain Ham and a few deputy commanders still bravely holding their ground. Damn it! When did the Federation cultivate such a mecha force? Ham's expression grew increasingly grave. Despite his and his subordinates' formidable strength, they began to feel overwhelmed by the torrential onslaught of Zhao Wenyuan and Qiu Yin. Each defense seemed to drain every ounce of their strength, their breaths growing heavier. Meanwhile, the members of the Night Crow squad, with Su Jin's assistance, had gradually dealt with their respective foes. Their gazes were icy as they slowly closed in on Ham and his comrades. "Captain, should we retreat? If we continue like this, we will face total annihilation." Feeling the tightening encirclement, thoughts of escape surfaced in Ham and his team's minds. Their eyes began to wander, their movements slowing as they clearly sought an opportunity to break free. Yet, at this critical juncture, a cold and authoritative voice echoed in their ears from the Blue Command Center. "Hold them off for a moment. I will arrive immediately." Yes, Ham and his comrades felt a sudden surge of resolve. Hearing the command, they could not entertain thoughts of retreat. Despite their exhaustion, military orders were paramount. They gritted their teeth, steeling themselves to buy a little more time. Upon hearing that General Yago Kelvin would soon arrive on the battlefield, Ham and his team felt a wave of reassurance. They knew that the involvement of an A-grade disaster-class powerhouse would undoubtedly bring a seismic shift to the battle. Thus, their initial decision to retreat transformed into a resolute determination to hold their ground and fight fiercely. Almost instantaneously, their morale and combat prowess surged back to their former peak. Miraculously, the previously crumbling situation on the battlefield began to stabilize. What has caused them to suddenly become so formidable? Is it a last-minute resurgence? Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and the members of the Night Crow squad exchanged puzzled glances. A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Jin's eyes as he pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. They are currently focused on defense and have not attempted to break through. I suspect that reinforcements for the enemy are on the way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Su Jin's analysis. He spoke gravely to the group. Everyone, be on high alert. Since the enemy is aware of our strength and dares to send reinforcements, this incoming assistance is certainly formidable. No sooner had he finished speaking than a panicked voice cut through the communication channel. Everyone, retreat immediately. Yago Kelvin has mobilized. Qinglong is on the way to assist you. Move quickly. The group felt a tightening in their chests. The mobilization of an A-grade superhuman typically signified that the battle would enter a deadly phase. Each of their strikes would inevitably result in massive casualties, their destructive power rivaling that of ancient nuclear weapons. Yet, according to the Federation's strict prohibitions, no A-grade powerhouse was allowed to act without explicit permission from the Federation. It was clear that the Kelvin family had shed all restraint, openly defying this accord. Zhao Wenyuan recognized the urgency of the situation, his expression grave as he issued a resolute command. Everyone, retreat immediately. His voice was firm and brooked no argument. Each member of the team understood that, in the face of an A-grade superhuman threat, they had no room for resistance. That was an insurmountable chasm. The gap in strength between them and A-grade was as vast as the heavens. Though reluctant, they all comprehended that retreat was the most prudent choice. Thus, they decisively abandoned their assault on Ham and turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. Ham, witnessing this scene, was overcome with elation. He shouted loudly. They must have learned of General Yago's impending arrival. Now they are afraid and wish to flee. Quickly, block their escape. They must not be allowed to get away. In response to Ham's command, the remaining 4 deputy commanders rallied in agreement, their morale soaring. As if invigorated, they charged fiercely after Su Jin and the others, feeling the relentless pursuit of the enemy behind him. Su Jin was filled with irritation. He decided to teach these ungrateful foes a lesson. Zhao Wenyuan sensed Su Jin's intentions and hurriedly advised, Su Jin, now is not the time for recklessness. We must focus on retreating and regrouping with General Qinglong as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Yago catches up to us first, the consequences would be dire. Su Jin glanced back at the pursuing enemies, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he replied, Uncle Zhao, rest assured, I won't act foolishly. However, causing them a bit of trouble to let them know we are not to be trifled with seems reasonable, doesn't it? With that, a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. What does that mean? Zhao Wenyuan's brow furrowed in confusion. His gaze fell upon the mass of skeletal machines that had suddenly emerged behind Su Jin's dark crystal dragon. Compared to the massive mecha, these machines were small, floating in the air like swarming mosquitoes. Him cast a glance at these sudden machines, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. Humph, mere trifles. Confident in the defensive capabilities of his White Knight mecha, he decisively commanded his teammates, activate defense. We will charge straight through. As the command was issued, a brilliant white energy shield enveloped the White Knight mecha, securing it within. Leading the charge, Ham and his team surged fearlessly into the ocean of skeletal machines. In their original plan, these tiny machines were merely minor obstacles released by the enemy, intended to slow their pursuit. However, as they plunged into the sea of machinery, they quickly realized the situation was far from simple. These bizarre skeletal machines did not shatter upon colliding with their mecha. Instead, they clung to the protective shield like leeches, voraciously consuming its energy. Crack, in mere seconds, the defensive shield shattered like fragile eggshells. The skeletal machines surged forward, clinging to their mecha and beginning a new round of consumption. The skeletal machines swarmed over them, gnawing at the mecha. Although the mecha's structure was robust, facing such a vast horde of skeletal machines, they still suffered losses with each collective bite. "Damn it! I can't see," Dom roared, his vision completely obscured by the dense mass of skeletal machines. The remaining members of the team found themselves in the same predicament. Regretting their decision to charge headlong into the enemy's trap instead of resolving the issue from a distance with firearms. At this moment, they could only flail their arms, attempting to swat away the skeletal machines clinging to their mecha like one would swat at mosquitoes. However, controlling the mecha to perform such delicate maneuvers was no easy feat. Executing a swat without injuring themselves required an extraordinary level of synchronicity between the pilot and the mecha. Clearly, they had not reached such a level. Each swing of their arms barely dislodged a small portion of the skeletal machines, yet the damage inflicted by their own efforts seemed to exceed that of the skeletal machines. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Dom and the others seethed with impotent fury. From a distance, Su-Jin chuckled coldly at their wretched state. Since his ascension to a C-grade mechanic, he had predominantly engaged in mecha battles, seldom having the opportunity to employ his intricate mechanical skills. Yet now, inspired by a flash of insight, he unleashed these long-dormant machines, unexpectedly creating significant trouble for the enemy. Indeed, there are no useless machines, only incompetent mechanics, Su-Jin realized. The power of machinery does not lie in how advanced the technology is, but in its appropriate application. With this thought, his gaze sharpened and solidified, a surge of resolve swelling within him. Take advantage of their weakness and strike decisively. With a surge of mental power, he unfurled the enormous dragon wings behind him. His machine's speed instantly diminished, allowing him to approach Dom and the others with an agility that was almost unbelievable. He then hurled several death bombs, generating a peculiar force field that ensnared Dom and his companions. In that moment, his movements were as swift as lightning, rendering them utterly unresponsive. Dom and his comrades could scarcely fathom that amidst such chaos, he would dare to launch a counterattack. Chapter 140. Brash Youth, Seeking Death. The dark crystal dragon's 5 fingers curled into claws as Su-Jin unleashed a group damage technique from the Azure Dragon's great capture. The dragon battled in the field. Su-Jin's gaze was frigid. The dark crystal dragon's sharp claws glimmered with a cold light, akin to the scythe of death, striking fiercely and mercilessly towards the White Knight's machine. In the blink of an eye, the dark crystal dragon split into 5 shadows, each reaching for an enemy. With a muffled thud, the dark crystal dragon's claws effortlessly tore through the exterior of the White Knight mech, as if a hot knife sliced through butter. Under this fierce assault, the cockpit was violently ripped away. Exposed to the open air, Dom and his 4 companions screamed in terror, yet their struggles appeared utterly futile beneath Su-Jin's claws. With a powerful grip, he crushed the cockpit as if it were a fragile eggshell. This gruesome scene unfolded repeatedly on the battlefield. Each claw strike claimed a life, and every shattered machine was accompanied by the cries of the vanquished. The dark crystal dragon's machine bore no other features but its resilience and sharpness. The black crystal stone was an exceptionally rare material in the cosmos. Neither enemy artillery nor blades could leave a mark upon its frame. After Su-Jin practiced martial arts, he seemed to have inadvertently unlocked the full potential of this mech. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers breathless. When Zhao Wenyuan, Qiu Yin, and the members of the Night Crow team regained their composure, they hurriedly turned back, intending to chastise Su-Jin for his impulsiveness. However, they beheld the dark crystal dragon, piloted by Su-Jin, standing majestically at the center of the battlefield, its frame intact, resembling an invincible war god surveying its surroundings with an air of disdain. Surrounding it lay the remnants of 5 white knights, tumbling down like leaves in the wind. Their hearts were profoundly shaken. The astonishment was beyond words. It was important to note that the defeated White Knight squad's captain and vice-captain were formidable B-class superhumans. Moreover, the White Knight machines they piloted were not inferior in performance to the Night Crow team's mechs. Yet, this terrifying group had been dispatched by Su-Jin, a mere C-class superhuman, in an instant. Although Su-Jin had employed certain strategies to create an opportunity for a surprise attack, this occurred amidst the smoke of battle, where life and death were at stake. Here, whatever means succeeded in eliminating the enemy was deemed effective. An indescribable surge of excitement welled up within the crowd, and they instinctively wished to applaud. However, just then, a furious rebuke erupted from the sky. Brash youth, seeking death. A white meteor streaked through the heavens, suddenly hurtling towards Su Jin. Su Jin was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, a flicker of gravity flashing in his eyes. A pure white-painted machine appeared abruptly beside him, slender and elegant, with sharp protrusions at the head and limb joints. Resembling the fangs of a beast, glinting ominously, it swiftly raised its knee, launching a fierce strike with its sharp spikes, intending to impale both him and his mech. Onlookers widened their eyes in terror, acutely aware of the immense threat Su Jin faced, and rushed forward to assist. However, the speed of the white machine was astonishingly swift. Just as they began to move, the sharp spike was already closing in on the dark crystal dragon. Su Jin clenched his teeth, channeling all his mental energy to forcefully maneuver the dark crystal dragon, twisting its massive body with incredible dexterity to evade the vital strike. Boom! The spike of the white machine struck the dark crystal dragon's waist with a deafening screech of metal grinding, sending chills down their spines. Yet astonishingly, this blow failed to pierce the dark crystal dragon's sturdy frame. Seizing the momentum from the impact, Su Jin activated the particle thrusters behind him, propelling himself backward like an arrow released from a bow. This scene astounded everyone present. They could hardly believe their eyes. Such a fierce, lethal strike had not penetrated Su Jin's machine. Moreover, not only did Su Jin withstand the blow, but he also successfully evaded. The pilot of the white machine was evidently taken aback by this outcome, frozen in place, maintaining the posture of his knee strike, disbelief etched across his face. No one expected that Su Jin's dark crystal dragon, under such a formidable assault, had merely suffered a scratch. The driver within the white machine let out a furious roar, his voice reverberating through the sky like an enraged lion howling in the wilderness. His fury seemed capable of rending the heavens, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Today, none of you shall escape, he bellowed, his voice laced with boundless murderous intent. At this moment, he was consumed by rage. The meticulously planned ambush by the Kelvin family had completely unraveled in his hands. Even more unbearable was the loss of the White Knight squad, cultivated by the family over hundreds of years. Under his command, he could hardly imagine how the family patriarch, Leonardo, would deal with him upon his return. He knew all too well that even if he miraculously escaped with his life, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The instigator of all this calamity was the mysterious mech force before him. He had no time to ponder when the Federation had trained such a powerful secret unit. All he knew was that he had but one path left, to return to the family with the heads of these enemies and seek atonement. However, the profound humiliation and anger he felt were overwhelming. The strike he had just unleashed could not even pierce the mech of a mere C-class brat. This was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace and blow to his pride. His eyes glinted with a fierce light as he swore to make these enemies pay a heavy price. In a fleeting thought, Yago Kelvin's mental energy surged forth like a tempest, swiftly enveloping the area within several kilometers. This enigmatic power instilled a profound sense of oppression in Su Jin, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and the members of the Night Crow team, as if they were enveloped in a thick fog. You are an A-class powerhouse? Yago Kelvin, Zhao Wenyuan's incredulous exclamation echoed in the air, filled with disbelief and deep-seated terror. The hearts of the group plummeted. Their original plan was to rendezvous with the Azure Dragon to jointly confront the impending crisis. Yet they had not anticipated Yago Kelvin would reach them first. The emergence of this A-class powerhouse struck them like a bolt from the blue, plunging them into an unprecedented predicament. That moment, Yago Kelvin displayed the terrifying prowess befitting an A-class powerhouse. His mental energy surged within this confined space, and behind him, a towering white giant tree materialized. This colossal tree, with its lush branches and leaves, obscured the sky, resembling an insurmountable peak that firmly pinned everyone beneath it. The thick vines writhed as if alive, completely blocking their line of sight, leaving them with only the sensation of overwhelming pressure. Chapter 141. The Infinite Refill of the Ashen Urn. Zhao Wenyuan commanded the group, attempting to struggle for an escape, but discovered that all avenues of retreat were sealed by the white branches. These branches seemed to possess life. No matter how they attacked, they inflicted no damage whatsoever. A sense of despair spread through the hearts of the group, as they envisioned their imminent fate of being ensnared and strangled by these terrifying vines and branches. In this moment, Iago Kelvin resembled a deity wielding dominion over life and death, his mental energy merging with the very fabric of this realm, creating an indomitable domain. Within this domain, he was an invincible entity, capable of manipulating everything at will. The group felt as though they were trapped in an inescapable illusion, their lives entirely at the mercy of Iago Kelvin. "Uncle, it's all my fault for dragging everyone into this predicament." Su Jin lamented, his eyes glimmering with guilt and remorse. He and his companions were huddled together in a small circle, surrounded entirely by white branches and vines. Zhao Wenyuan regarded Su Jin, his deep-set eyes radiating calmness and resolve. "Su Jin, do not speak like that. This is not your fault. Even if you hadn't delayed that moment, Iago would have surely found us before General Azure Dragon." He patted Su Jin's shoulder, imparting a sense of warmth. The others also offered words of comfort, urging him not to blame himself. It was evident to all that even if Su Jin had not stalled for that brief moment, Iago would have still pursued them. "On the contrary, we ought to be grateful to you for eliminating those 5 peak B-class foes." Zhao Wenyuan continued, "You alleviated considerable pressure from us. Had they joined forces with Iago Kelvin, we would have likely had no chance of survival." Uncle, implying that you have confidence in holding him off for a moment. Su Jin, upon hearing Zhao Wenyuan's words, felt somewhat reassured but still anxiously inquired. "But now, we are up against an A-class powerhouse. How long can you delay him?" Zhao Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. "You managed to withstand a blow from an A-class powerhouse. Why can't I hold him off?" he declared. "Do not underestimate your uncle." His tone revealed an indomitable spirit, one of stubbornness and resilience. Immediately, he surveyed his surroundings and called out loudly, "Everyone, gather close. I shall protect you all." Upon hearing his words, the crowd instinctively clustered around Zhao Wenyuan, their eyes brimming with trust and reliance upon him. In that moment, Zhao Wenyuan became the steadfast backbone of the group. "Su Jin, our sole chance of survival hinges upon the potential of your upgraded Ming Feng." "Just how high can it go?" Zhao Wenyuan asserted. Upon hearing this, Su Jin grew anxious and replied, "Uncle, didn't you say that you are barely managing to pilot the Ming Feng? You mustn't overextend yourself. Have no fear. I am fully aware of my limits. Do not forget, you still have your urn." Zhao Wenyuan's gaze flickered as he looked at the colossal white tree overshadowing the sky, his fighting spirit ignited. It was uncertain whether he heeded Su Jin's counsel. At that very moment, Iago launched a sudden attack. With a mere thought, countless thick branches and vines shot forth like arrows towards the crowd, intent on rendering them to mere fragments. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Zhao Wenyuan took a deep breath, his expression grave as he controlled the Ming Feng mechanism. In an instant, the Ming Feng was engulfed in an ethereal blue flame, creating a protective barrier around the crowd without inflicting any harm. As Zhao Wenyuan continued to channel his mental energy, the Ming Feng transformed into a radiant blue sun, emitting intense warmth and energy in all directions. However, this release of power came at a cost. Within less than 5 seconds, Zhao Wenyuan felt as if his head might explode. Veins bulged on his forehead and temples, clearly enduring indescribable agony. Each time the pain threatened to overwhelm him, he hastily retrieved the urn that Su Jin had given him, pouring its refreshing energy over his head. This energy provided a fleeting reprieve, but soon after, the excruciating pain surged back like a tide. Su Jin, do you have any more urns? Quickly, bring me a few more." Zhao Wenyuan gritted his teeth, struggling to seek Su Jin's assistance. "Yes, there are plenty," Su Jin responded without hesitation. With a thought, he summoned urns filled with death energy from a dimensional space and swiftly handed them to Zhao Wenyuan. As Zhao Wenyuan opened the hatch to receive the urns, the crowd was taken aback by his current appearance. He was flushed red as if on fire, veins protruding, resembling a figure on the brink of explosion. Enduring endless torment, he appeared as a demon clawing its way out of hell. This sight tightened the hearts of everyone present, as they felt that Zhao Wenyuan could collapse at any moment from the sheer force he was bearing. When Zhao Wenyuan received the urn from Su Jin and poured the cooling liquid over his head, his pained expression quickly returned to normal. This scene left everyone in utter astonishment. They speculated on the nature of the advanced technology Su Jin had provided. Capable of instantly mending such grievous injuries, however, before they could ponder further, Zhao Wenyuan's condition deteriorated once again, as if he might perish at any moment. Yet, each time this occurred, Su Jin was always there, promptly offering him another urn for treatment. This process repeated dozens of times, lasting nearly several minutes. The faces of the crowd were etched with disbelief. The previously tense atmosphere had inexplicably turned somewhat surreal. They began to wonder if Su Jin was perhaps a reincarnation of a robotic cat, capable of conjuring such an abundance of healing devices to continuously aid Zhao Wenyuan. As time passed, the focus of the crowd gradually shifted from Zhao Wenyuan's injuries to Su Jin's urns. They began to worry about when this mysterious supply might run Su Jin's pace of retrieving the urns quickened. And before Zhao Wenyuan could feel the pain return, he was doused with another wave of cooling energy. This granted him a momentary respite, and his curiosity surged like a tide. Unable to restrain himself, he asked Su Jin, "Just how many of these urns do you possess?" With a serious expression, Su Jin replied, "Uncle, don't hold back on my account. Use them freely. I have over 4,000 of these. Moreover," Su Jin continued, "while you use them, I can recharge the emptied urns. So theoretically, these urns are inexhaustible." Upon hearing Su Jin's response, the crowd was utterly astonished. Such a miraculous healing artifact, and he possessed over 4,000? This exceeded their wildest imagination. Even more incredible was the question of where Su Jin had concealed such an array of devices and how he managed to produce them endlessly. Yet, everyone harbored their own secrets. Despite their intense curiosity and doubt, they chose to remain silent, refraining from inquiring further. At that moment, they all felt an overwhelming sense of security, the deathly pressure from the A-class superpower dissipating into nothingness. Zhao Wenyuan remained silent for a long while before suddenly exclaiming, "It seems that being A-class isn't such a big deal after all." A smile broke across his face. "I feel like I could keep this up all day." The crowd erupted into laughter, sharing in the moment. Chapter 142. A critical moment. Just as Su Jin and the others reveled in camaraderie with Zhao Wenyuan, Yago outside seethed with fury. He was exerting every ounce of his mental energy to conjure thick branches and vines, aiming to annihilate the group. However, to his astonishment, someone within their ranks unleashed a remarkably powerful technique, successfully countering his fierce assault. A blazing sun, engulfed in ethereal blue flames and home to fiery birds that shrieked, hung suspended within his mental domain. Whenever the branches and vines, infused with Yago's full mental power, neared the roaring fireball, they seemed to be drained of their vitality, withering away into dry twigs. A flicker of surprise crossed Yago's eyes. Quickly overshadowed by fierce determination, a desperate struggle, he discerned that this technique had reached A-class power, yet it was wielded by merely a B-class ability user. He was acutely aware that utilizing a technique beyond one's level would inevitably come at an exorbitant cost. He remained unhurried, filled with patience, eager to witness the pitiful fate of these individuals. He waited silently, anticipating their exhaustion and painful struggles. The scenario appeared to unfold precisely as he had envisioned. Within mere 5 seconds, the radiance of the fireball began to wane. Yet, just as it seemed on the verge of extinguishment, it miraculously reignited. A moment of resurgence? Humph! Yago scoffed derisively. He continued to wait, and after another 5 seconds, the fireball displayed signs of faltering once more. But astonishingly, after several cycles of decline, the fireball not only failed to weaken but instead blazed more fiercely, radiating warmth and light persistently. After several attempts, the fireball showed no sign of diminishing. At that moment, Yago could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened in shock, and he murmured, "Impossible! This cannot be." The scene before him defied logic, filling him with confusion and resentment. Consumed by rage, Yago summoned every ounce of his mental energy, his aura surging dramatically. His hair stood on end, seeming charged with electricity, while his pupils glowed ominously, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. Clenching his fists, he commanded the massive white tree formed from his mental energy, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the fireball. Under Yago's manipulation, the white tree surged forth like a great dragon, roaring as it lunged at the fireball. However, upon contact, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The fireball, seemingly imbued with boundless energy, not only resisted the giant tree's pressure but ignited with even greater intensity, incinerating the outer branches of the tree one by one. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yago's eyes, disbelief washing over him as he realized that his full-force attack had proven ineffective against the fireball. Furious, he roared, urging his mental power once more, attempting to subdue the fireball. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, the fireball seemed to devour his mental energy like an insatiable void, showing no signs of extinguishing. What the hell? Yago cursed vehemently, realizing that this approach would lead to futility. In his piloted white mech, he quickly conjured a massive spike within his palm, glistening with a cold light and brimming with lethal intent, as he thrust it toward the fireball with a crack. The powerful strike pierced the fireball surface, causing a web-like pattern of cracks to erupt across its exterior. These fissures spread densely, ominously signaling the impending fate of the fireball. A cruel glint flickered in Yago's eyes. He could not accept the humiliation of being bested by a mere group of B-class individuals. Within the fireball, Zhao Wenyuan's complexion turned as pale as snow. This is bad. Yago is truly serious this time. I cannot hold on much longer. No sooner had he spoken than he could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips, staining his garments crimson. "Uncle!" Su Jin exclaimed in alarm. The speed of the urn's healing energy, despite its rapidity, felt utterly insufficient against the onslaught of harm. Qiu Yin and the members of the Night Crow team rushed forward, expressing their concern as they inspected Zhao Wenyuan's injuries. They gazed outward, their eyes filled with fury and despair as they beheld the oppressive white mech. Zhao Wenyuan forced a smile and shook his head. "It seems we are truly destined to fall here today." His voice was imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and regret. In truth, he had proven to be quite formidable, managing to withstand an A-grade opponent for several minutes with his B-grade strength. Such an accomplishment, if made known, would undoubtedly leave everyone astounded. Su Jin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glimmering with unyielding resolve. "Damn it! If only I had sufficient resources, I could become stronger. I would never allow everyone to be trapped in such peril." His heart brimmed with a fervent desire for power and a profound discontent with the current state of affairs. Yet, it seemed that the time for growth was tragically brief. Since returning from the heavenly palace, he had dedicated months to honing his martial arts, neglecting the frenzied creation of machinery and the enhancement of his mental prowess. Just as the situation became increasingly dire, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Roar! The sound of the dragon's cry was utterly awe-inspiring. A colossal azure dragon claw descended from above, seemingly carrying the weight of the heavens, effortlessly piercing through Yago's mental realm. In that moment, the entire sky transformed. Winds howled and clouds scattered, thunder and lightning clashed, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yago, employing his might to overpower the weak, truly, he was regressing with each passing day. The mocking voice of the azure dragon resonated like the wrath of a deity, echoing across the heavens and instilling reverence in all who heard it. The azure dragon claw bore an incredible pressure, akin to a mountain bearing down upon Yago. The intensity of the pressure was such that it felt as though the very air had solidified, leaving him breathless. Azure Dragon, Yago's countenance shifted, becoming gravely serious. Although he too was of A grade, there existed a hierarchy among them. The Azure Dragon was among the elite within this grade, and Yago still fell short by a fraction. Should this claw strike him, he would not only be gravely injured but likely killed. Cursed be it. Yago cast a begrudging glance at the individuals within the fireball. If only he had a fraction of a moment longer, he could pierce through the fireball and eliminate everyone inside. But as he gazed at the approaching Azure Dragon claw, he ultimately chose to retreat in a flash. He evaded the deadly blow at an almost impossible angle, narrowly escaping the lethal strike of the Azure Claw. However, rather than dissipating as one might expect, the Azure Claw transformed into a vividly lifelike Azure Dragon in a breathtaking display. Then, this dragon performed a somersault in midair, gradually morphing into an Azure mech, landing firmly before the fireball. The mech's lines were smooth yet resolute, with each design element exuding an aura of elegance and strength. Its head was uniquely crafted, resembling that of a dragon, with eyes gleaming with a piercing light, as if capable of seeing through all. This mech was not merely a machine of war. It was a work of art. It harmoniously blended the majesty of the dragon with the essence of technology, allowing one to feel the immense aura and impact it radiated at first glance. Chapter 143. The Fleeing Yago. Azure Dragon. Yago gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the azure mech before him. Get out of my way. They are the culprits behind the slaughter of my Kelvin family's mech squad. I cannot let them escape. In response, the azure dragon raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of mockery in its tone. Oh? The Kelvin family certainly excels at turning the tables, don't they? It was you who struck first. Only to be countered, and now you present yourselves as the victims? Yago's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he struggled to maintain his composure, retorting, "This is a military exercise. During such exercises, no one is permitted to strike with lethal intent. You are blatantly violating the rules? The azure dragon scoffed, countering, "You dare speak to me of rules? Then allow me to inquire about the fate of my mech squad that you obliterated. Was it not your Kelvin family who perpetrated that?" At this point, a pang of loss surged within the azure dragon. The members of the mech squad annihilated by the Kelvin family had been elite soldiers he had painstakingly trained. Their demise was an unbearable loss for him. You conscript soldiers, unlawfully employ unregistered machinery, and strike with lethal intent against my mech forces. The azure dragon articulated the transgressions of the Kelvin family with a measured cadence. Each word dripping with anger and sorrow. Do you wish to rebel or incite war? Faced with the azure dragon's accusations, Yago was rendered speechless. He knew he could no longer argue and could only respond with silence. After a prolonged pause, he slowly spoke. "General Azure Dragon, this matter may be a misunderstanding. I believe the Kelvin family will provide a reasonable explanation to the Federation." With that, he let out a sigh, reluctantly turning his mech away, concluding the matter here. "Halt! Do you truly think I am made of clay?" The azure dragon bellowed, incensed by Yago's dismissive departure, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yago paused momentarily but did not turn back, merely coldly retorting, "Azure Dragon, do not push me too far." "Push you too far? Ha! What a joke!" The azure dragon, consumed by rage, retorted with derision before piloting the mech, dashing towards Yago like lightning. "If I do not teach you a lesson today, you might truly believe the Kelvin family can dominate the world." Before his words could fully resonate, the azure dragon had already closed the distance, unleashing the technique known as the Azure 9 Flashes. The mech transformed into 9 azure phantoms, rapidly encircling Yago, each silhouette executing a claw strike. Yago's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the azure dragon's prowess and dared not let down his guard. Summoning a slender white longsword, he wielded it with finesse, its light glimmering as he executed a unique fencing technique, striking towards the azure dragon with the ferocity of a tempest. Clash! The clash of swordlight against azure phantoms erupted in a deafening metallic cacophony. In that instant, their realms of mental energy intertwined, creating a cataclysmic tableau. The azure dragon's phantoms danced through the air, while the branches of a white tree twisted like living vines, ensnaring the azure phantoms. "Azure Dragon's play!" The azure dragon shouted, as the mech's arms elongated, transforming into 2 massive dragon claws that lunged at Yago's mech with ferocity. Yago swiftly dodged this assault, seizing the opportunity to thrust his sword towards the joints of the azure dragon's mech, aiming to disable its movement with precision and ferocity. However, the azure dragon responded with blinding speed, executing the Azure 9 Flashes once more, delivering a swift slap to Yago's chest, forcing him back. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity, the resounding roars of the mechs and the clashing impacts echoing incessantly. Their techniques grew ever more lethal, each strike capable of delivering a fatal blow. Is this truly the nature of battles between A-grade warriors? Su Jin and the others stood at the periphery of the battlefield, awestruck by the earth-shattering confrontation. They felt like blades of grass caught in the maelstrom, as if they could be uprooted at any moment. Finally, amidst the fervent clashes of azure and white lights, Yago revealed a flaw. The azure dragon seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that struck Yago's mech with tremendous force. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, Yago's mech was sent soaring like a meteor, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily into the depths of the ocean. In that instant, the sea erupted as if a heavy bomb had been dropped, unleashing towering waves and cascading sprays of water, a sight to behold. Thud. With a muffled sound, Yago coughed up a mouthful of blood within the confines of his mech, staining the cockpit's interior. Simultaneously, the mech's artificial intelligence system emitted a calm and mechanical voice. Warning: you have sustained severe injuries, life signs have decreased by 40%, immediate evacuation from the battlefield and medical assistance is advised. Yago's complexion turned ashen, and he laboriously wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of resentment and helplessness passing through his eyes. Cursed be it, truly, the Federation's 4 generals, their strength is indeed formidable. He recognized that in this clash with the Azure Dragon, he had been utterly defeated. Yago felt like a wounded beast, desperately in need of a safe haven. Though his heart was filled with a sense of defeat, he did not succumb to despair. He swiftly adjusted his mindset. Aware that he was no longer capable of continuing the fight, his only option was to flee to preserve his life. With this resolve, Yago unhesitatingly activated the stealth function of his mech. The thrusters at the back of the mech erupted with a burst of particle flow, rapidly dispersing into the seawater, forming a layer of near-invisible concealment. Under this shroud, Yago's mech gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing silently into the vast expanse of the ocean. On the surface, the waves surged. Yago's figure did not reappear for a considerable time. The Azure Dragon remained within the mech, its mental energy and radar scanning the sea in search of Yago. The Azure Dragon furrowed its brow, muttering to itself. Has he escaped? A hint of disappointment laced its voice, then, with a dismissive snort, it taunted, coward. The Kelvin family is nothing more than this. All they know is how to run. At that moment, Zhao Wenyuan, having received treatment from the urn, found his vital signs stabilizing. Though his complexion was pale, his gaze radiated with determination and gratitude. He cautiously approached the Azure Dragon alongside the others. Thank you, General Azure Dragon, for saving our lives, they all exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with gratitude and respect. The Azure Dragon waved a hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely its duty, nothing to be concerned about. However, a fleeting look of regret crossed its face as it sighed. It is a pity that Yago has managed to escape. Brother Azure Dragon, what will happen next? Sujin inquired, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes as she suddenly spoke. Chapter 144. It should not end this way. What comes next? The Azure Dragon turned around, his profound gaze resting upon Sujin. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. I will certainly report this matter to the Federation, urging the military to seek justice from the Kelvin family. His voice was resolute and powerful, exuding an undeniable determination. However, Sujin remained unmoved by this conviction. He continued, Justice? Is what you call justice merely the Federation issuing a statement, strongly condemning the actions of the Kelvin family, and then compelling them to compensate the families of the fallen? A hint of sarcasm and helplessness tinged his tone. The Azure Dragon furrowed his brow. Hesitating to respond, Eugene pressed on, and the Kelvin family will simply cast out a few scapegoats, relinquishing a portion of their family interests to appease those insatiable politicians. In the end, this matter will fade into obscurity. He spoke rapidly, as if eager to expel the dissatisfaction and anger bubbling within him. The others present were stunned by his words, enveloped in silence. Eugene spoke the truth. They all understood that the outcome was likely to be just as he described. In the tangled web of politics and power, truth and justice were often obscured and sacrificed. Finally, Sujin took a deep breath and, with a calm demeanor, retorted, Will the developments not unfold as I have suggested? His gaze bore into the Azure Dragons, as if awaiting a response, or perhaps questioning the very fabric of this world. The atmosphere was thick with oppression, prompting everyone to clench their fists, lips pressed tightly together, their eyes reflecting profound resentment. The thought of the Kelvin family, having stirred such turmoil, continuing to live unscathed, left them feeling utterly stifled. Sujin's words served as a spark, igniting the inner fire of each individual present. The Azure Dragon regarded Sujin, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly and began, Sujin, you are still young. There are some truths you may not yet grasp. This world operates under its own set of rules, much like a meticulously arranged chess game. The Kelvin family, indeed the entire Federation, are merely players on this board. He paused, continuing, to them, losing a game is merely a temporary setback. It does not truly undermine their foundation. As for the pieces, regardless of how unwilling, angry, or resentful they may be, when the game concludes, their purpose is fulfilled. They cannot inflict real harm upon the players. To speak a harsh truth, you and I are but pieces on this board. It is a reality we must accept. The Azure Dragon gazed into Su Jin's eyes, attempting to convey the cruel truths of this world. He understood Su Jin's deep-seated hatred for the Kelvin family, but this was a reality he must confront. "Do you grasp this reasoning?" The Azure Dragon inquired softly. "I know your disdain for the Kelvin family runs deep. Yet we must face the facts with a level head. In my youth, I harbored similar thoughts. But after numerous setbacks, I finally came to understand. The Kelvin family has stood firm on Blue Star for a millennium. Their roots are deeply entrenched. To eradicate them entirely is not a feat to be accomplished overnight. We must strategize patiently, gradually diminishing their power without succumbing to haste." The Azure Dragon's words conveyed a steadfast resolve and wisdom. He recognized that this struggle would be long and arduous, yet he firmly believed that through relentless effort, they could one day dismantle the Kelvin family's monopoly, bringing genuine fairness and justice to this world. The crowd, having heard the Azure Dragon's words, displayed a myriad of complex emotions in their eyes. While they felt a profound sense of injustice, the Azure Dragon's explanation washed over them like a bucket of cold water, forcing them to confront the harshness of reality. Yet, amidst the silence, Su Jin stepped forward, his tone resolute and powerful. "Brother Azure Dragon, this world should not be thus. I must ensure that the Kelvin family pays for their transgressions." The Azure Dragon regarded Su Jin's unwavering gaze with a touch of surprise. He chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. "Your thoughts are naive, yet they bear a certain beauty. However, reality is unforgiving. Do not think that even if we were to band together, we could impose the deserved punishment upon the vast Kelvin family. Such dreams," the Azure Dragon continued, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes, "even I, a general of the Federation, have entertained in the quiet of night." He lifted his gaze toward the distance, his eyes glimmering. "I often dream of leading a vast army to obliterate the entire Kelvin family in one fell swoop." This, the Azure Dragon returned his gaze to Su Jin, offering a bittersweet smile. "But ultimately, that remains a mere dream. As a general, I am acutely aware of the rules governing the military and the Federation. We cannot act impulsively. We must adhere to the established rules of the game." His voice carried an air of helplessness and struggle, as if conveying to Su Jin that while they had the will, their power was limited, and they could not whimsically reshape the world. "Brother Azure Dragon, what you say is true, yet perhaps I am not without the ability to upend this chessboard. Even slaying the players may not be beyond reach." A confident smile suddenly graced Su Jin's lips, his words imbued with unprecedented determination. The Azure Dragon was taken aback, staring at Su Jin's earnest face, astonished. "Brother Su, you cannot be jesting?" he asked tentatively, disbelief seeping into his voice. Zhao Wenyuan, Qiu Yin, and the members of the Night Crow team also turned to look, their expressions reflecting shock at Su Jin's astonishing declaration. Had he been provoked? Or had he truly lost his mind? "Brother Su, I think your current state may not be ideal. It would be best to return and recuperate for a while." The Azure Dragon attempted to persuade Su Jin gently. "The reasoning I've shared with you, once you have time to reflect calmly, I believe you will comprehend." However, Su Jin shook his head, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. "No, I am in excellent form, and I am not insane. I have merely come to understand many things." He slowly surveyed each person present before continuing. "If you all believe in my words, please bear with me for a moment. I shall prove my assertions to be true." Su Jin's declaration plunged everyone into silence. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a brief pause, Zhao Wenyuan resolutely stepped forward, his gaze unwavering and bold. "Su Jin, I believe in you." His voice echoed through the air, shattering the momentary stillness. Qiu Yin followed suit, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jin. "I believe in you too." His support ignited a fervor among the others, their voices merging into a powerful chorus. "We believe in you as well." In that moment, they felt as though they had returned to the days of despair in the Celestial Palace. It was Su Jin who had heroically emerged, creating miracles and rescuing them from the abyss. Now, the flicker of hope within them was rekindled, yearning for Su-jin to once again perform wonders. The Azure Dragon watched this unfold, somewhat surprised by Su-jin standing among the crowd. Thus, he nodded with a smile. Since everyone believes in you, I too wish to witness the prowess of Brother Su. A confident smile spread across Su-jin's face. He raised 3 fingers, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "Just 3 minutes. Allow the starship to soar for a while." His voice resonated with immense confidence and determination. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the space elevator base, thousands of kilometers from the East Sea. The black crystal starships that were on display began to stir. Chapter 145. The departing black crystal starships. The warships of the Black Crystal Clan, colossal machines brimming with extraterrestrial technology, had remained quietly stationed at the space elevator base since their return to Blue Star. Becoming an unusual exhibition piece, the public's curiosity surged like a tide, with throngs flocking to witness the alien warships. Meanwhile, the Federation politicians, perhaps swept away by this fervor or genuinely neglectful, placed greater significance on the symbolic meaning of these extraterrestrial vessels than on their practical implications. The black crystal starships were left to remain on display in the eyes of the politicians. Investing in research on extraterrestrial technology seemed akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit, yielding minimal returns. They calculated that even if any results were achieved, it would require decades to translate into political capital. During this time, they could easily identify more immediate, profitable projects. Consequently, apart from a few researchers passionate about the Black Crystal Clan's technology and history, most believed that leaving the ships on display was the most suitable course of action. Despite the research team's enthusiasm, they had spent 2 months without even grasping how to activate the control systems, let alone pilot the starship. They were utterly incapable of relocating the starship to an appropriate location. As for how the starship had returned from the Celestial Palace to Blue Star, extensive investigations and speculations had yielded a conclusion. The starship had flown back of its own accord. Yet, this conclusion was difficult to accept, and many preferred to believe that military personnel had coerced the Black Crystal captives into piloting the starships back to Blue Star. Unlike the military's stringent measures, the researchers dedicated to studying the technology of the Black Crystal Clan are not inclined to extract technical secrets through interrogation of captives. A significant reason for this is the language barrier. Devices such as the interstellar translation machine are known to only a select few, including individuals like Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Su Jin, and Zhao Wenyuan. A multitude of factors interweave, resulting in the Black Crystal Clan spacecraft not being formally accepted by the Federation, but rather being displayed as a peculiar exhibit stationed at the space elevator base. The captives of the Black Crystal Clan, finding themselves without a suitable prison for confinement, are temporarily left aboard the spacecraft. Thus, they, along with the vessel, have become curiosities for the Federation's citizens to observe. Whenever visitors come to view the exhibit, they curiously scrutinize these extraterrestrial beings and their warships. The captives, however, have become mere shadows of their former selves, resigned to their fate as exhibits. Although 2 to 3 months have passed and public curiosity regarding the Black Crystal Clan's spacecraft has waned, a steady stream of tourists continues to arrive daily from across the globe, eager to glimpse this alien vessel. On March 18, 1277 of the Federation, this date has not etched a significant mark in the annals of history. For most, it is simply an ordinary day. The sun shines exceptionally bright, and people continue to lead their unremarkable and comfortable lives, with the spacecraft exhibit proceeding as usual. Visitors flow in and out, pausing to admire, snapping photographs, and immersing themselves in this rare experience. However, on this tranquil afternoon, an unusual commotion suddenly erupts from the Black Crystal Clan spacecraft. The piercing alarm shatters the stillness, an urgent and shrill sound that instantly alarms everyone present. Attention! All individuals present, please evacuate the spacecraft within 30 seconds. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences. The alarm blares as a serious and urgent voice repeatedly issues this warning. Tourists stand frozen, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion and fear. This unexpected turn of events catches them off guard, but the instinct for survival quickly propels them into action. Red lights flash frantically within the spacecraft, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse that instills fear in the hearts of onlookers. They hastily abandon their cameras and souvenirs, frantically rushing toward the exit in an instant. The interior of the spacecraft descends into chaos, with the cries of children, shouts of adults, and the blaring alarm intertwining in a cacophony. The researchers aboard the spacecraft are equally astonished, rendered helpless by the sudden alarm. In the restricted area of the Black Crystal Clan spacecraft, a leading professor, visibly agitated, exclaims, "What on earth is the Federation doing? Can we not conduct our research in peace? It's absurd to have alarms blaring at a time like this. I will lodge a formal complaint." His assistant cautiously approaches, a hint of concern etched on his face. "Professor, perhaps, for safety's sake, we should consider evacuating?" The professor, eyes wide, firmly rebuffs, "Evacuate? We shall not leave. I am determined to see what they will do." His tone is resolute, revealing an unwavering tenacity. Among the countless fleeing civilians, there are a few who share the professor's sentiments. In the face of danger, rather than panic, they feel an inexplicable thrill. They yearn to witness the unfolding events, even at the risk of greater peril. In essence, they are drawn to excitement, gravitating towards where the chaos is. Thus, this group opts not to flee with the ordinary crowd. Instead, they seek out concealed and secure spots within the spacecraft, preparing to hide and await developments. Their eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. The alarm blares piercingly for a full 30 seconds. Subsequently, the doors of the Black Crystal Clan's spacecraft close one by one. Following this, a thunderous roar reverberates, resonating in the hearts of all present. It is the sound of the engines igniting. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, a colossal flagship and 9 escort ships slowly ascend. They cast enormous shadows on the ground, and with a surge surpassing the speed of sound, these vessels streak across the sky like meteors, vanishing above the base. What remains is a cluster of bewildered tourists, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as if ensnared in a dream. The Federation staff are the first to react. Upon realizing that the Black Crystal Clan spacecraft has taken flight, they immediately comprehend the unprecedented significance of the event. It has taken off? Inside the spacecraft, those who were previously calm, engaged in research or mere observation, are now filled with dread. They had only sought to witness the spectacle, yet the unfolding events far exceed their expectations. 2.5 minutes later, the fleet hovers over the East Sea. Qinglong, Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and members of the Night Crow team gaze up at the colossal spacecraft, their hearts brimming with shock. They simultaneously turn to Su Jin, their voices trembling as they inquire, What do you intend to do?" Su Jin smiles slightly, enigmatically replying, "Follow me, and you shall soon find out." His smile emanates a blend of confidence and inscrutability, instilling a sense of awe among the group. Chapter 146. Do you desire freedom? Leading the group, Su Jin strides steadily onto the flagship of the Black Crystal Clan. Their footsteps echo in the vast metallic corridor, infused with an indescribable tension and anticipation. As they proceed, they ultimately arrive at the holding cells of the Black Crystal Clan. Dubbed a cell, it resembles more of an expansive zoo. The former banquet hall of the Black Crystal Clan, now slightly modified by the Federation, serves as the prison for these captives. Below, a vast pit houses the Black Crystal Clan, while visitors can observe them through glass walls from the corridor above. At that moment, Ai Tsongxian rushes in from the Red Side Command Center, anxiety etched across his face. Upon seeing Su Jin and the others standing before the holding cells of the Black Crystal Clan, a flicker of realization crosses his eyes. He hastens forward, grasping Su Jin's arm with a trembling voice. "Su Jin, please, do not act recklessly." Su Jin gently pats Ai Tsongxian's hand, offering a soothing smile. "Master, do not worry. I have everything under control." Turning around, he surveys the group accompanying him. His gaze is deep and resolute, as if seeking to penetrate the innermost thoughts of each individual. "What I am about to do may leave you perplexed, and it might even bring trouble upon you. If anyone is unwilling to be embroiled in this, you may leave now, and I will not impede you." The group exchanges glances, their expressions a complex tapestry of surprise, concern, and determination. Yet, within their eyes, it is evident that they have already surmised Su Jin's intentions. Despite their astonishment at his audacious plan, not a single person chooses to retreat. They stand silently, their quietude a testament to their support for Su Jin. Observing this scene, a satisfied smile graces Su Jin's lips. Drawing a deep breath, he beams, "Then I must trouble you all to join me in this madness. I believe you have guessed it. I intend to upend the chessboard and topple the Kelvin family, and I shall rely on them. He gestures towards those below. Approaching the holding cells, Su Jin gazes down at the densely packed captives of the Black Crystal Clan with piercing intensity. He raises his voice, demanding, "What does it feel like to be a captive? How do you feel being displayed like animals for humans to gawk at?" The moment his words fall, an eerie silence envelopes the cell. The members of the Black Crystal Clan wear blank expressions, their eyes vacant, resembling soulless, walking corpses. Su Jin raises an eyebrow, a cold smile curving his lips as he continues, "It seems you have truly given up. As your deceased elder once stated, the Black Crystal Clan has reached its twilight. That once great race now lies in ruins." His words strike like a spark igniting a haystack, swiftly igniting the suppressed emotions within the captives. A stir spreads rapidly among the crowd. The mention of the elder acts as a key, unlocking their buried memories. The arduous years of interstellar wandering, the elder's persistent encouragement, and the beautiful vision of revitalizing the Black Crystal Clan and seeking a new homeland surge back into their minds like a tidal wave. For many of the Black Crystal Clan, the elder is not merely a leader. He is a teacher, a father, the person they hold closest and trust the most. In this moment, memories flood back, and the long-repressed emotions finally find an outlet. Many collapse to the ground, weeping openly, while others seethe with rage, glaring at Su Jin, hurling provocative shouts. "Kill me, if you dare. Face me one-on-one. Bring back the elder." In the face of these emotionally charged captives, Su Jin remains calm and composed. He waits patiently until their emotions settle somewhat before speaking slowly. "Do you yearn for freedom? Do you still wish to pursue the path of reviving the Black Crystal Clan?" As Su Jin's words resonate, a profound silence envelopes the holding cell, but this tranquility is quickly shattered as a chorus of unrest rises. Freedom? The term has become so elusive for the captives of the Black Crystal Clan. When they heard it again, they were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Freedom, a notion they dared not even dream of, had transformed into a distant luxury. Ai Tsongxian, Chou Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and others stood nearby, their expressions reflecting the complexity of their thoughts. Each harbored their own ideas, yet in this pivotal moment, they chose silence, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. At last, the commotion subsided, and from the dense throng of Black Crystal captives, a tall yet stooped elder slowly emerged. From his stature and the air of authority he exuded, it was not difficult to imagine that he had once been one of the most distinguished warriors of the Black Crystal Clan. Even in the face of their current plight, he retained considerable respect among his people. The elder ambled forward, mumbling a few phrases in the language of the Black Crystal Clan. Su Jin paused for a moment, slapped his forehead, and sheepishly remarked, "Oh, I forgot to provide you with a translation device." Saying this, he retrieved a device the size of a cochlea from his pocket and tossed it to the elder, who deftly caught it and placed it on his ear. Immediately, his voice resonated through the device in an electronic tone, speaking in the language of Blue Star. He raised his gaze to meet Su Jin's, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Young man, state your terms. Let us discuss the conditions for regaining our freedom." "War," Su Jin declared, his gaze piercing and voice resonant. "If you fight and secure victory for me in battle, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Young man, could we possibly negotiate a different condition? This demand is far too harsh for our Black Crystal Clan, which now numbers less than 3,000. He paused, continuing, "We are but the remnants of our kind. If we were to face annihilation in war, the Black Crystal Clan would vanish entirely from this universe." In the face of the elder's refusal, Su Jin did not show anger. Instead, he smiled and retorted, "What else do you possess to barter for your freedom, aside from your lives?" The elder shook his head in resignation. "Indeed, we have nothing left. However, exchanging our lives for freedom is an exorbitant price. Should we fail, the Black Crystal Clan could face extinction, rendering freedom meaningless. We would rather live our lives as captives, exhibited like animals, enjoying a stable existence, for at least there would be no false hope, would there? Moreover, I have heard that your Blue Star has laws for the protection of rare animals. Perhaps one day, our Black Crystal Clan could be classified as a rare species, thus gaining the opportunity to reproduce." The elder spoke eloquently, relaying some of the visitor's notions to Su Jin. Upon hearing this, Su Jin could not help but chuckle. Ah, now I understand why your Black Crystal clan succumbed to us. You lack even the courage to struggle, your entire race devoid of a backbone, worse than the soft-shelled shrimp in the sea. The elder's brow tightened, and the surrounding members of the Black Crystal clan, upon hearing Su Jin's mockery, clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 147. Are you worthy? The elder spoke solemnly. Young man, if this is your tactic to provoke us, I can assure you that you have failed. No matter your insults, we will not sacrifice ourselves for you. He fixed his gaze on Su Jin, enunciating each word with gravity. You are not worthy. Ai Tsongxian, Chou Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qing Long, witnessing the standoff between Su Jin and the Black Crystal clan, felt a surge of anxiety. Ai Tsongxian finally could not hold back, urging Su Jin, perhaps we should abandon this pursuit? Look at their morale. It has already vanished. Do you truly believe they would risk their lives for you? Overthrowing the formidable Kelvin family is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. We must strategize carefully. Zhao Wenyuan added urgently. Qing Long, his brow furrowed in worry, said, moreover, even if we forcibly release them, confronting the Kelvin family head-on would likely provoke countless doubts and opposition. The group silently shook their heads, considering Su Jin's ideas to be overly naive. Attempting to utilize this demoralized Black Crystal clan against the Kelvin family was akin to courting disaster. A perilous gamble, yet Su Jin appeared oblivious to their counsel. He gazed intently at the Black Crystal captives below, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he leaped from the corridor, landing gracefully below. This action left everyone aghast. Their heartbeats quickening, Su Jin's move undoubtedly placed him in peril. Although the Black Crystal captives were bound, their innate prowess remained formidable. Their physical strength could easily rend Su Jin into fragments, as they observed the enraged Black Crystal captives slowly closing in on Su Jin. The onlookers held their breath, each drawing their weapons. They were prepared for the worst, ready to charge down and battle the enemy, carving a path for Su Jin's escape. The elder led the Black Crystal clan closer. His eyes fixed on Su Jin, his voice low and filled with menace. Young man, you are playing with fire. Or perhaps you are mad. You underestimate us, treating us with such disdain. He paused, a dangerous glimmer in his eyes. Then continued, regardless of your reasoning, you appear to hold considerable influence among your people. I believe that if we capture you, we may also gain our freedom. With the elder's words, the emotions among the Black Crystal captives surged, and they advanced step by step towards Su Jin, as if preparing to engulf him. However, in the face of this encroaching threat, Su Jin exhibited no sign of fear. He calmly stretched his neck, pressed his arms back to expand his chest, and then shook his legs, as if warming up. He looked up at Ai Tsongxian and the others on the platform, smiling and gesturing for them not to worry. Stay up there. I can handle this on my own. His voice brimmed with confidence and determination. The onlookers on the platform, witnessing Su Jin's audacity as he warmed up, felt a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Could he truly manage against so many Black Crystal clan members? Was he certain of his mental state? Su Jin, don't act recklessly. Qing Long could not restrain himself from shouting. Do you intend to subdue these Black Crystal warriors? Though you are a martial genius, we humans inherently possess physical shortcomings compared to the Black Crystal clan. You cannot defeat them. Furthermore, they outnumber you. Qing Long's words brimmed with concern. It was a well-known fact that the Black Crystal clan boasted formidable physiques. Even an untrained adult from their race could reach the innate level of human martial arts. While Su Jin possessed master-level physical attributes, taking on so many Black Crystal warriors alone was akin to courting death. Nevertheless, despite their urgent desire to rush down and save Su Jin, they inexplicably hesitated. They kept their eyes glued to Su Jin's next move, filled with trepidation and anticipation. The elder of the Black Crystal clan chuckled at Su Jin's bravado. Shaking his head, human youth, your confidence is misguided. Although our Black Crystal clan has suffered defeat at your hands, this does not imply that, unarmed, you can easily confront us with mere physical prowess. In response, Su Jin simply smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, and softly yet resolutely stated, but I still wish to give it a try. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. With his breath, the aura around him began to shift. A series of crackling sounds erupted from within him, as if something was rapidly transforming. From head to toe, from skin to organs, Su Jin's entire being began to gradually crystallize in black. This transformation unfolded in an instant. And in the blink of an eye, Su Jin appeared as a lifelike figure sculpted from black crystal. However, the change did not cease there. Countless black crystals surged forth from within him. The crystals thickened, becoming hard and smooth, swiftly coalescing around his body to form an imposing suit of black crystal armor. This armor exhibited a deep black hue, translucent and seemingly imbued with boundless power. Each crystalline segment was exquisitely polished, with edges sharp as blades, glinting ominously. The armor bristled with a multitude of spikes, each one razor-sharp, capable of piercing anything with ease. These spikes not only enhanced the armor's defensive capabilities, but also instilled fear in their adversaries. On the shoulders of the armor, two massive black horns protruded, curving upward like the formidable horns of a bull. Most striking was the single horn adorning Su Jin's forehead, crystalline and shimmering with an enigmatic glow. As the transformation concluded, Su Jin's presence surged to its zenith. He stood there like an immovable mountain, radiating an overwhelming aura. Above, Ai Tsongxian and the others watched in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if they had been rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Chou Yin was the first to regain his composure, rubbing his eyes, seemingly attempting to confirm that what he witnessed was not an illusion. Then, he exclaimed in disbelief, Su Jin. He has mutated. The Qinglong, with a grave expression, shook his head. No, this is not a mutation, but rather the activation of an extraordinarily powerful physical gift. Ai Tsongxian remained immersed in shock. Did we not conduct a thorough examination earlier? He clearly did not awaken any talent beyond mechanical affinity, Zhao Wenyuan murmured. This child, Su Jin, defies logic. Is he not normal? In stark contrast to the astonishment and confusion of the others, the elder of the Black Crystal clan reacted with even greater intensity. He gazed at Su Jin, and the smile on his face gradually froze before slowly vanishing. He scrutinized Su Jin from head to toe, his eyes flickering with intricate emotions. Suddenly, he became enraged. Damnable human! You have actually manifested the holy body of the Black Crystal. This is an affront to our clan. Before his words could fade, he bellowed and led the members of the Black Crystal clan to surround Su Jin. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Su Jin remained unflustered. He inhaled deeply, and his body began to rotate slowly, as if an invisible force propelled him as he spun. A colossal black tornado began to swirl in the arena, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed hauntingly, resonating deeply. The roar grew increasingly clear, as if a skeletal dragon danced within the winds. The radius of the black tornado expanded, ultimately engulfing the entire prison, enveloping all members of the Black Crystal clan within. The howling wind seemed to threaten to swallow everything. Doors, windows, and walls trembled ominously, while Ai Tsongxian and the others felt their robes flutter violently, their arms shielding their faces as they squinted against the gale. When the tornado finally dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to find all the members of the Black Crystal clan pressed against the ground like lifeless fish. Stripped of their ability to resist in stark contrast, Su Jin stood proudly, as if the tempest had no effect on him at that moment. He surveyed his surroundings, a look of pride adorning his face. He proclaimed loudly in the language of the Black Crystal, I apologize, but my holy body of the Black Crystal is not an illusion. It exists in reality. He paused before continuing. There was once a prophecy within the Black Crystal clan that foretold when the holy body appears. It would herald the arrival of the new king of our clan. Now, I wish to ask once more, am I worthy? His voice reverberated throughout the vast prison, imbued with authority. Chapter 148. The Sole King of the Black Crystal Clan. Am I worthy? Su Jin's voice resonated through the space, carrying an air of invincibility. At this moment, the most esteemed elder of the Black Crystal clan lay helplessly on the cold ground. His lips moved slightly, as if engaged in self-dialogue. Incredible, his holy body of the Black Crystal. It is indeed real. But how could a human awaken the supreme physique of our clan? He repeatedly questioned himself, his worldview seemingly collapsing in that instant. Leaving him bewildered and perplexed by the reality before him, he wished fervently that the holy body would not awaken within a human. Yet, the truth was undeniable. The holy body before him was genuine. Perhaps what this human boy claimed was indeed true. After a lengthy silence, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes, his pupils widening as they shone with excitement. He raised his voice, speaking fervently. He must be the bloodline of our Black Crystal clan. Left behind on Blue Star, blessed by the spirits of our ancestors, allowing him to return to our fold. The elder grew increasingly animated, as if he had found a lifeline. The prophecy, that ancient prophecy, was indeed correct. It foretold he would lead the Black Crystal clan to glory. This will surely come to pass. His voice brimmed with fervor. He is our true monarch, the one and only divine being. As if he had unearthed the answer to his long-standing dilemma, the elder's inner turmoil and struggle finally subsided. Suddenly, he flipped over, pressing his entire body against the ground, adopting a posture akin to worship, and slowly crawled towards Su-jin. When the elder finally reached Su-jin's feet, tears welled in his eyes, his voice trembling with emotion as he called out loudly, "Ronald Hay, I welcome you back. My king, I am willing to offer my life, to follow in your footsteps, battling across all realms, until the ends of the universe. May your glory illuminate the cosmos, leading our Black Crystal clan to rise again towards unprecedented greatness." He spoke in the purest language of the Black Crystal, his voice resonant and filled with reverence, laying bare his loyalty and resolve before Su-jin. Each word conveyed his admiration and submission to Su-jin. The surrounding members of the Black Crystal clan, upon hearing the elder's oath, began to rise from the ground, one by one prostrating themselves in the most devout manner, loudly proclaiming their names and pledging the same oath as the elder. The oaths echoed like tumultuous waves, reverberating throughout the space, deafening and stirring the hearts of all present. Su-jin stood calmly at the center, his gaze profound and resolute, resembling a king traversing time and space, gracefully accepting the fealty of the entire Black Crystal clan. Above, in the glass-walled corridor, Ai Tsungxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qing Long observed the scene below, their faces reflecting disbelief. They were profoundly shaken by the events unfolding before them. Rendered momentarily speechless, they could not comprehend why the Black Crystal clan, who had just moments ago displayed obstinate defiance, now bowed reverently to Su-jin, prostrating themselves. The fervor and adoration in the eyes of the Black Crystal clan members directed at Su-jin was palpable. Almost searing, it was clear to everyone that at this moment, a mere command from Su-jin would inspire these individuals to face death without hesitation. What kind of magic had Su-jin cast upon them? Ai Tsungxian was filled with confusion. Since Su-jin had employed the pure Black Crystal language to accurately convey the ancient prophecy, those among them without translation devices could only stand in perplexity. Qing Long swallowed hard, attempting to provide a reasonable explanation. "I surmise that they may have been awed by Su-jin's strength. The power of that move undoubtedly reached the Golden Core realm. It was a force that harmonized with the heavens and the earth." Qiu Yin swallowed again, exclaiming, "What a prodigy! Su-jin's mental prowess is merely C-grade, yet his martial cultivation has already attained the legendary Golden Core realm. Such a feat is unprecedented." Zhao Wenyuan stroked his chin, analyzing, and expressed his admiration. All of this stems from his awakening of some powerful physical talent. The legendary S-grade physical talents inherently possess astonishing power. For him to reach the Golden Core realm in martial arts is not beyond the realm of possibility. Everyone strained their minds, endeavoring to find a plausible explanation for this astonishing scene before them. The members of the Night Crow squad stood aside, their faces displaying a mixture of bewilderment. Though they had experienced numerous battles, they found this spectacle incomprehensible. However, after hearing the explanations from several officers regarding Su-jin, their gazes were filled with awe, even tinged with a hint of fervor. Su-jin, a figure they regarded as godlike, not only possessed extraordinary mechanical modification skills, but had also breathed new life into their Falcon squad, transforming them into the more formidable Night Crow squad. And now, he had showcased Golden Core martial prowess. Such a revelation was utterly unfathomable to them. The Golden Core realm was a legendary martial arts domain. It was said that martial artists who reached this level could withstand A-grade superhumans with their bare hands, embodying a power that surpassed ordinary imagination, deepening their reverence for Su-jin. The thought of fighting alongside Su-jin filled them with immense honor. At that moment, Su-jin gracefully leaped up from below, his form agile. he dismissed the state of the holy body of the black crystal, and in a flash, reverted to his ordinary human appearance. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing the complex expressions on the faces of those around him, filled with confusion, curiosity, and reverence. Eugene paused momentarily, then touched his face, revealing a look of surprise. "Why is everyone looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" His tone carried a hint of jest, attempting to alleviate the suddenly heavy atmosphere. What on earth was happening? You must quickly explain this to everyone. Qiu Yin, unable to contain his impatience, became the spokesperson for the group, voicing their collective curiosity. Eugene sighed lightly and explained. "Well, I had no choice in this matter. Initially, I intended to entice the Black Crystal clan to fight for me with promises of freedom. But alas, they were not swayed." He paused, continuing. "Thus, I had no option but to reveal one of my trump cards. I have delved deeply into the history of the Black Crystal clan and discovered an enduring prophecy that has been widely circulated." As he recounted the events, the group gradually comprehended the situation. However, after hearing Su Jin's explanation, the expressions of the crowd varied, and they instinctively took a step back, casting wary glances at Su Jin. One voiced a doubt. "You have awakened the holy body of the Black Crystal? Are you still considered human? Are you serious about stepping back?" Su Jin looked at the vigilant expressions of the crowd. Utterly speechless, he raised 3 fingers and solemnly swore, "I swear to the heavens, I am undoubtedly a genuine human being. If you do not believe me, we can conduct a DNA test at any time to prove it." His tone was firm and sincere. In an effort to dispel the doubts of those around him, he took a deep breath and continued, "It is merely by a twist of fate that I have awakened to this physique. This does not imply that I have altered my race or identity. I remain who I am, the Su Jin you have always known." His voice exuded determination, affirming his innocence. Chapter 149. Rebellion? Revolution? Hearing him speak with such conviction, the tension within the crowd finally eased. They had genuinely feared that once Su Jin awakened the powers of the Black Crystal clan, he would no longer consider himself one of humanity. Su Jin smiled faintly, a smile imbued with depth and resolve. "Rest assured, I am still myself, and no matter what transpires, I shall not change." His words were filled with power, compelling belief. After explaining, he walked slowly to the window, casting his gaze upon the throngs of Black Crystal clan members below. With a mere thought, his formidable mental energy enveloped each individual. In an instant, the shackles binding them fell away, clattering to the ground with a clear sound. At that moment, they regained their freedom, and indescribable joy illuminated each face. Tears streamed down their cheeks, a mixture of excitement and profound gratitude towards Su Jin. They knelt in reverence, bowing to Su Jin, expressing their thanks for his blessing and salvation. In an ancient and pure dialect of the Black Crystal language, Su Jin spoke with authority and solemnity to the gathered clan. "Fight for me, and I shall restore your glory." His voice resonated through the air, as if imbued with a mysterious power. "For our king we fight. Undying loyalty even in death." Led by the elder Ronald, the Black Crystal clan shouted fervently, their voices echoing with conviction. They were willing to pledge their loyalty to Su Jin, even at the cost of their lives. In that moment, their faith and determination were as solid as rock. Unshakable, as their restraints vanished, the members of the Black Crystal clan regained their strength, effortlessly leaping into the air, landing gracefully above. This spectacle left the surrounding humans in awe. The individual strength of the Black Crystal clan was vastly superior to that of humanity. The Black Crystal clan, once a civilization adrift in the cosmos, had faced countless dangers and challenges. Throughout their long years of wandering, they had forged themselves into elite warriors, seasoned by battle, regardless of age or gender. After recognizing Su Jin as their sole king, each of their gazes became fearfully resolute. The spirit of the entire clan shifted, as if they had rediscovered their backbone. Even more astonishing was the innate strength and martial prowess that the Black Crystal clan possessed. Their bodies were as resilient as iron, with each member being a natural martial artist. Coupled with their impressive mental prowess, they were more than 10 times stronger than humans of the same level. However, their awakening abilities were not as varied as the dazzling talents of humanity, which blossomed in myriad forms upon reaching adulthood. Though there were no A-grade superhumans among the Black Crystal clan at present, B-grade superhumans comprised over 70% of their ranks. If an A-grade human superhuman were to face 10 B-grade superhumans from the Black Crystal clan, the outcome would indeed be unpredictable. Eugene was acutely aware of the Black Crystal clan's strength, which gave him the confidence to upend the table of the Kelvin family after subduing them. He stood at the forefront of the group with unwavering confidence, followed closely by Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, Qing Long, and the Night Crow team. The members of the Black Crystal clan marched behind them, brimming with fervor and pride. Thus, a magnificent army departed from the prison confines. Just as they stepped beyond the prison boundaries, they unexpectedly encountered an elderly man clad in a white robe, accompanied by a group of researchers in white lab coats. The elder's sudden appearance disrupted their forward momentum. Ai Tsongxian? The elder's voice was filled with astonishment. Qiu Yin? Lin Wanbin? Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin exclaimed simultaneously, their faces etched with disbelief. This unexpected encounter left Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin exchanging glances, at a loss for how to explain the situation to Lin Wanbin. Master, Elder Qiu, Su Jin's voice broke the brief silence. Do you know this gentleman? Ai Tsongxian turned to Su Jin and quietly explained. He is a renowned scientist in the Federation. Qiu Yan's expression grew grave as he made a discreet gesture to Su Jin, signaling potential danger. Su Jin, encountering him like this could expose our situation. Should we? His hand lightly traced his neck, the meaning clear. Su Jin felt a wave of frustration wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly waved his hand, signaling Qiu Yin to remain calm. Elder Qiu, there's no need for such drastic measures. The moment the Black Crystal clan's airship left the base, the Federation must have received word. We need not hide any longer at that moment. Lin Wanbin's gaze drifted past them, landing on the dense crowd of Black Crystal clan members behind. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes, and he seemed to connect the dots. His expression shifting to one of alarm. You? What do you intend to do? Are you plotting a rebellion? His voice echoed in the vast space, laden with accusation. Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, Qing Long, and the others exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions revealing embarrassment and anxiety. They shared a look, yet none knew how to respond to this prickly inquiry. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Su Jin inhaled deeply, stepping forward to distinguish himself from the group. Facing the irate Lin Wanbin, he wore a composed smile. Professor Lin, is it? I believe you are not mistaken. Indeed, we are rebelling. He deliberately emphasized the word rebelling, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Then he swiftly shifted his tone. However, we are rebelling against the Kelvin family and those antiquated politicians. They have abused their power, igniting wars as if they were mere games. As he spoke, Su Jin's tone grew impassioned, surveying the crowd. Then, he shifted to a serious demeanor. Of course, the term rebellion does not aptly describe our cause. We stand with a righteous purpose, fighting for justice and fairness. Thus, I believe it more fitting to refer to our actions as a revolution. With Su Jin's declaration, a momentary silence enveloped the scene. His words struck like a bombshell, leaving every individual present in shock. Ai Tsongxian and the others regarded Su Jin's silhouette with admiration and respect. Meanwhile, Lin Wanbin's eyes widened, momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Lin Wanbin finally regained his composure, his lips trembling, his voice laced with disbelief and reproach. I recognize you. You are Su Jin, the youngest major in the Federation. The Federation has shown you immense favor. How could you commit such an act? Su Jin met Lin Wanbin's scrutiny with a calm nod. Indeed, I am Su Jin. His words exuded resolve and decisiveness. However, I have my own principles. There is no need for you to impose moral constraints upon me. I reject the Federation's bureaucratic formalities. At this, Su Jin's gaze sharpened, and he raised his voice slightly. By allowing the Kelvin family to exist, they tacitly endorse such injustice and corruption. They are complicit in this heinous crime. Therefore, they must pay the price and become the targets of our revolution. Su Jin's declaration reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, shaking them to their core. The scene fell into a hush, all present captivated by his rhetoric. Chapter 150. Target? Kelvin Headquarters, Black Pearl Archipelago. Su Jin regarded Lin Wanbin with a serene smile, his eyes reflecting a profound tranquility. He adopted a gentle tone. Professor Lin, I trust you have many questions, but the current circumstances are not conducive to a detailed explanation. I sincerely hope that once you understand the full context of this situation, you will comprehend and support our actions." His voice radiated sincerity and respect, coupled with an undeniable firmness. With that, he motioned lightly, and two black crystal warriors stepped forward, courteously yet firmly assisting the still stunned Lin Wanbin to a side. The researchers and students accompanying Lin Wanbin observed, trembling as they followed suit, rendered mute by fear. Just as Su Jin and his group prepared to advance, a colorful throng suddenly burst forth. They donned caps emblazoned with the words travel agency. Resembling stranded tourists, from among them emerged a representative, a portly middle-aged man resembling a small-time boss. He approached Su Jin with utmost respect, saying, "General Su Jin, it is an honor to finally meet you. We are tourists stranded on the airship, and given the current unclear situation, we feel exceedingly anxious. Please arrange for our safe passage to a secure location." His tone was laden with pleading and hope. "Tourists?" Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly, her face awash with confusion. "Have I not granted you ample time to evacuate? Why are there still so many individuals lingering aboard the airship?" The corpulent middle-aged man began to stutter, his gaze darting about, clearly at a loss for how to respond to her inquiry. Suddenly, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Jin's eyes, and she chuckled softly. "It seems that everyone has chosen to stay out of a desire to partake in the excitement. Am I right?" The middle-aged man, caught off guard by Su Jin's perceptive remark, could only offer an awkward smile and tacit agreement. He had come to a profound realization about the perils of curiosity. Su Jin gently shook her head, a trace of apology in her tone as she said, "I regret to inform you that I cannot permit your departure at this moment. I am preoccupied with matters of warfare." She surveyed her surroundings and continued, "Moreover, we are currently suspended over the East China Sea, with no suitable location for your safe descent. The airship will not dock until we reach our destination. Therefore, you will have to endure the inconvenience of accompanying us for the time being." With that, Su Jin bestowed a warm and harmless smile. Without pausing for a response from the crowd, she led her team through the throng, making their way towards the control room of the airship. However, as Su Jin and her team moved away, the stranded tourists erupted in anger. "The Federation has truly lost its way. How could such a person be appointed the youngest Major General? We must expose his true nature to everyone on Blue Star." The sentiment of outrage spread like wildfire among the crowd, with tourists brandishing various devices to capture the moment, some even initiating live broadcasts on their phones, determined to bring this situation to light. Inside the captain's room, the atmosphere was tense. Ai Songxian and others wore worried expressions, their brows furrowed as they gazed at Su Jin, their voices laced with concern. "Su Jin, do we really not need to confine those tourists? Some of them are rather bold and could easily capture our situation on camera." Yet Su Jin appeared remarkably composed, a slight smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. "There is no need. If they wish to record, let them do so. The dissemination of those images will serve to achieve the effect I desired." A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. As if she had anticipated this outcome all along, Ai Songxian and the others exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe Su Jin's words. Isn't this a bit too reckless and ostentatious? If they embellish the story, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. "Misunderstanding?" Su Jin scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. "What of it? If someone finds me displeasing, they are always welcome to come and eliminate me. I intend to seize this opportunity to showcase my strength and demonstrate just how formidable I can be." As she spoke, she raised her fist, a spirited smile illuminating her face. At times one must endure, and at others, one must be audacious. The Su Jin of now was no longer the youth who needed to bide her time in silence. Having inherited the legacy of the entire Black Crystal clan, this newfound power instilled within her a sense of confidence and fearlessness. She aimed to convey to all, "Do not provoke me without cause." The group exchanged glances, ultimately accepting Su Jin's rationale, though doubts lingered in their hearts. Under Su Jin's guidance, everyone in the captain's room swiftly found their positions, preparing to confront the challenges ahead. Ronald, the elder of the Black Crystal clan, was appointed temporary Grand Elder by Su Jin and busily coordinated the distribution of personnel across the 9 escort ships, ensuring everyone was positioned appropriately. Once all was prepared, Su Jin took her seat upon the captain's throne. Propping her chin on one hand, her gaze resolute and determined, her voice resonated with undeniable authority. "Coordinates: 786, 733. Our objective is the headquarters of the Kelvin family, the Black Pearl Archipelago. All hands, set sail. With Su Jin's command, the entire fleet sprang into action. The airship gradually accelerated, ultimately vanishing into the skies above the East China Sea, leaving only an expanse of emptiness and silence in its wake. The airships of the Black Crystal clan had once carried their entire lineage through the vast cosmos in search of a new home. Their capabilities and speed were beyond question. In the blink of an eye, they could effortlessly reach any location on Blue Star. Black Pearl Archipelago, headquarters of the Kelvin family. General Yago, grievously injured, staggered back to his family estate. After handing over the battered mech to the maintenance department, he disregarded his own suffering and hurriedly made his way to Leonardo's study, prepared to plead for forgiveness. Leonardo, a figure of legendary status within the family, possessed unfathomable strength and an unusually long lifespan. He had witnessed the family's rise and fall through generations, yet maintained an air of humility. Whether in internal or external affairs, he insisted on being addressed as young master rather than head of the family. But none were unaware that he was the true helmsman of the Kelvin clan. Young master. The mission has failed. General Yago stumbled into the study, collapsing to his knees, his dignity evaporating in that instant. Leonardo's expression darkened. He had evidently anticipated the outcome of the mission. The utter failure of the plan had subjected the family to profound humiliation at the hands of their enemies, and an inexhaustible fury simmered within him. Witnessing Yago in such a disheveled state, he could no longer contain his emotions. You worthless fools! How could you, an A-grade Esper, lead the elite mech forces of Radiant technology to such a complete rout? Oh, right, you're still alive. So it cannot be termed a total annihilation. But I must ask, why did you not perish there? General Yago, once a formidable A-grade Esper, now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, trembling as he lay on the ground. He dared not utter a word, silently enduring Leonardo's wrath. Leonardo, incensed by Yago's pitiful demeanor, seized a priceless antique bronze artifact from the table and hurled it at Yago's forehead with force. Yago dared not employ his powers to defend himself. Enduring the blow, instantly, a gaping wound opened on his forehead, blood gushing forth. You cowardly wretch! Leonardo bellowed uncontrollably. You lack the courage to face the Azure Dragon in a fight to the death. Useless, useless. His voice echoed through the study, filled with disappointment and rage. Chapter 151. Seizing the moral high ground. Young master, I believe the primary responsibility for this failure lies with the intelligence department. General Yago spoke solemnly, a trace of resentment and grievance in his tone. Leonardo furrowed his brow slightly, signaling him to continue. The intelligence department failed to mention that the Federation possesses a mech unit of comparable strength. Yago's voice grew increasingly fervent. The technology utilized by that mech unit is on par with ours. And they even outnumber us 2-1. He paused before continuing. Moreover, the involvement of General Azure Dragon was unforeseen by the intelligence department. As a general of the Federation, he launched an attack against us without receiving any orders, completely shattering the norm. Who could have anticipated that he would form such a profound camaraderie with Su Jin in just a few days? A glimmer of helplessness and frustration crossed General Yago's face as he poured out his grievances, expressing all his frustrations. That sudden emergence of the mech unit was like a tiger on the prowl. Coupled with Azure Dragon's intervention, we stood no chance of victory. We initially believed we held the advantage in this plan, only to find ourselves at a disadvantage at every turn. Our intention was to catch the enemy off guard, but we ended up being the ones caught unawares. Leonardo listened intently to Yago's account. His brow furrowed. He rapidly analyzed the reasons behind their military failure in his mind, gradually beginning to agree with Yago's perspective. The intelligence work was indeed a crucial element, and they had clearly committed a significant error in this regard, drastically misjudging the strength of their adversaries. Alas, rise. Leonardo's tone softened as he gestured for Yago to stand. He understood that while this defeat was unfortunate, the blame could not be placed solely on Yago, who was a high-ranking combatant within the family. Being overly harsh would only foster resentment. Yes, young master. Yago exhaled in relief, cautiously getting to his feet, his movements betraying a hint of trepidation. Once steady, he could not help but ask with concern, Young master, how shall we proceed from here? Certainly, we must seize the initiative and turn this defeat around. Leonardo scoffed. a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He understood that in this civilized society, there existed a set of rules. Pure brute force was not omnipotent. Wit and strategy were equally vital. We must position ourselves on the moral high ground, Leonardo continued, and report the violations committed by the Red faction during the military exercises to the Federation. They brutally slaughtered our Kelvin family mech forces and even left you gravely wounded. This is intolerable. As he spoke, Leonardo's emotions escalated, and he slammed his hand on the table, resolutely declaring, "We must demand a reasonable explanation from the Federation's military. They must surrender the true culprits and face severe consequences." At that moment, he embodied the essence of justice, exuding an aura of righteousness that was inviolable. Young master, brilliant. Iago seized the opportune moment to flatter without hesitation. Internally, he silently cheered for the plan. Originally, their mission aimed to sound the first trumpet of dominance, showcasing the formidable strength of the Kelvin family. Yet, unexpectedly, the outcome was nothing short of disastrous. However, if they adhered to Leonardo's current strategy, they might salvage some losses and perhaps even eliminate the obstacles on their path to supremacy. This exemplifies the cunning nature of political struggle, an art of compromise and strategy. Iago contemplated that as long as they could bribe a few key federal legislators and skillfully manipulate public opinion, figures like Qinglong would inevitably find themselves ensnared, all becoming scapegoats. This thought, he could not suppress his inner smugness. Humph! This is the fate that befalls those who offend the Kelvin family. Leonardo narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort, a trace of a sinister smile gracing his lips. Indeed, those ruffians cannot possibly compare to our esteemed family. Iago followed suit, his face radiating piety and reverence, as if every word from Leonardo's mouth were a profound truth. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of fortune for being able to follow such a sagacious head of the family. Leonardo was far from a mere brute who only knew how to swing his fists. On the contrary, his intellect bordered on the supernatural, wielding strategies and schemes as if they were mere child's play. Whether in shadowy plots or open maneuvers, he navigated them with effortless ease. Whenever the family faced adversity, he remained cool-headed, offering unique insights and strategies that guided them to victory. It was precisely for this reason that the Kelvin family, under his astute guidance, had steadily ascended to the pinnacle, evolving into the most illustrious family within the Federation. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared across the Black Pearl Islands, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of their discussion. The sound sliced through the serenity like a sharp blade. Enemy attack! The echo reverberated through the islands, carrying an inexplicable urgency and crisis. Each member of the Kelvin family felt a jolt in their hearts. This alarm was familiar. The family conducted annual war drills, and this shrill sound signaled the commencement of such exercises. However, they had received no notification of any drills, which meant this was a genuine enemy assault. Young master, who dares to attack the Kelvin family? Iago queried, disbelief etched across his face, his voice trembling slightly. Leonardo rose slowly from his seat, his expression devoid of panic, replaced instead by calm determination. Stay calm. He spoke in a low voice, exuding a reassuring strength. Let us first ascertain the situation. He strode with steady steps towards the window. With Iago close behind that moment, countless individuals, like them, cautiously peered out of the windows, gazing skyward. Outside, they beheld a shocking sight. Numerous colossal airships blotted out the sun, casting an impenetrable shadow over the entire Black Pearl Islands. These vessels loomed like dark clouds, imparting a weighty and oppressive sensation. Moreover, they had arranged themselves in an unusual formation. A flagship stood at the center, flanked by 9 escort ships, each connected by cascading blue light curtains that seemed to tether heaven and earth. These curtains formed an intricate net, completely severing the Kelvin family from the outside world. At that moment, the Black Pearl Islands appeared ensnared within a colossal octagonal cage. If one could survey from above, they would undoubtedly be awed by this astounding spectacle. Leonardo and General Iago stood by the window, gazing at this earth-shattering scene. Why, young master? Iago's eyes widened in disbelief. Those airships in the sky, they appear to belong to the Black Crystal clan? Upon hearing this, Leonardo's countenance darkened, and he lifted his gaze to the heavens. The Black Crystal clan's airships? How could they possibly be here? Weren't they supposed to be on display? He murmured. a wave of inexplicable oppression swelling within him, as if he were ensnared in an invisible prison. Just as both men were engulfed in confusion, a sudden explosion echoed through the sky, a plain yet authoritative voice resonating across the islands. "Kelvin family, I have arrived. Come forth and meet your demise." This audacious proclamation ignited the fury of the Kelvin family members like a spark igniting dry hay. They pointed angrily at the sky, transformed into agitated cats, hurling insults as if to vent their pent-up grievances. Yet, despite their furious tirades, they remained clueless as to the identity of their aerial adversaries. Leonardo, however, detected a familiar essence within that voice. A fragment of memory surged forth in his mind, the visage of a young man he had encountered only twice. The fortunate lad who had been awarded the title of the youngest major general in the Federation. "Sujin," Leonardo exclaimed, disbelief evident in his tone. Upon hearing this name, Yago was equally astonished. "Young master, do you mean to say that the one calling out from the sky is Sujin? Though he is the youngest major general, how could he command the airships of the Black Crystal clan?" Leonardo did not respond immediately, his gaze still fixed on the airships above. While his mind churned with tumultuous thoughts, he furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly that Sujin is merely a youth. How could he possess such immense power? "I suspect he is but a puppet thrust into the limelight, with the true mastermind lurking elsewhere." Leonardo's expression hardened as he turned to Yago, stating, "We must go out to confront them and discover who possesses such audacity to provoke the Kelvin family." With that, Leonardo strode purposefully toward the exit, Yago trailing closely behind. As they moved, Leonardo swiftly issued a series of commands. "Activate the family defense system. Immediately engage all automated turrets and energy shields. All combat personnel, enter combat readiness, equip your weapons, and prepare for battle. Non-combat personnel, please proceed swiftly to the underground shelters." The entire family is now on high alert. With the orders given, family members sprang into action, plunging the Kelvin family into a tense yet orderly state of combat readiness. Naturally, Leonardo would not merely bring Yago to negotiate. He promptly summoned the strongest and most formidable members of the Kelvin family, assembling a grand contingent to confront the unwelcome adversaries. As this group ascended to the heights, their robes billowed fiercely in the wind, resembling fluttering battle flags. There was not a trace of fear upon their faces. Rather, they radiated the unique confidence and pride of the Kelvin family. This pride emanated from their very core. As if to declare to their foes, regardless of the peril faced, the Kelvin family shall never retreat. Leonardo strode with head held high, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Taking a deep breath, he called out in a resounding voice toward the distant airships, "So it is you, Sujin? I refuse to believe you can command the airships of the Black Crystal clan. Please, let those behind you reveal themselves. I wish to engage in a true dialogue with them." Meanwhile, within the captain's chamber, all eyes were fixed on Sujin. Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong war mocking smiles. It seems Leonardo does not believe that all this is your doing. Ai Tsongxian jested, thinking there must be someone more powerful pulling the strings behind you. Who would have thought that the esteemed Leonardo could misjudge the situation? Not only Leonardo, but even those who fought alongside Sujin found it hard to believe. Sujin's sudden commandeering of the Black Crystal clan's airships and the swift assault on the Kelvin family felt surreal. Sujin, what is your perspective? They inquired, wondering if they should engage in discussion. Sujin smiled slightly, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Indeed, we should ensure they understand their fate clearly. Otherwise, they may repeat the same mistakes in their next lifetime. His words, laughter erupted among the group. Sujin stood calmly, stepping out from the captain's chamber, with Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong following closely behind, forming an unspoken bond of camaraderie. They arrived at a spacious platform, which gradually descended, exposing them to the gaze of all Kelvin family members. Leonardo's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the 5 figures emerging onto the platform. Recognizing each familiar face left him momentarily stunned. "How can it be you?" Leonardo exclaimed, astonishment and confusion evident in his voice. Sujin smiled slightly, retorting, "Why not us? Is our enmity not worthy of such an encounter?" Leonardo furrowed his brow, scanning the faces of Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Qinglong, and others before returning his gaze to Sujin. Who among you is truly in charge of this assault on the Kelvin family? Why thrust a mere child into the spotlight? He questioned, clearly skeptical of the young man's capacity for significant achievements. Or is there another mastermind? Please let the true orchestrator step forward. I believe we must have a serious conversation. Leonardo's tone bore a hint of provocation and reluctance. Yet, Su-jin merely smirked dismissively. Leonardo, stop guessing. The puppet master you seek is none other than me. Leonardo was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed coldly, humph, merely a child. Su-jin, unfazed, smiled lightly. I understand your disbelief, but I possess a means to make you believe. With that, he casually extended a finger, pointing towards an island in the Black Pearl archipelago below. In the next instant, the flagship unexpectedly fired a cannon at that island without any warning. A black energy projectile sliced through the sky, striking the island with pinpoint accuracy. An explosive fireball erupted from the island, and in an instant, it vanished from existence. This spectacle caused Leonardo and the members of the Kelvin family to widen their eyes in shock. Their faces contorted with a mixture of fury and despair. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to ignite with rage. Chapter 153. The Outbreak of War. To the death, bastard! Leonardo roared, his voice laden with uncontrollable fury. Do you have no humanity? That island was home to innocent civilians. Yet, Su-jin merely gazed at them quietly, his deep-set eyes betraying not a hint of emotion, as if the destruction unfolding before him was entirely anticipated and within his control. There was no trace of guilt or wavering on his face, resembling a merciless judge. Then, he slowly opened his hand, a semblance of innocent mirth gracing his features. I apologize. I was unaware that civilians resided there. Upon hearing his words, the anger on Leonardo's face intensified. However, Su-jin shifted his tone, growing cold and resolute. Nevertheless, today, every member of the Kelvin family must perish. Thus, whether or not civilians inhabit that place is of no consequence now. His words, though delivered in a calm manner, were laced with a murderous intent that sent chills down the spines of all present. His gaze exuded a sense of determination and ruthlessness, as if he had already pronounced the death sentence upon the Kelvin family. This coldness and resolve seemed far beyond his age. Leonardo inhaled deeply, striving to quell his agitation. He gestured for his passionate kin behind him to quiet down, his gaze firmly fixed on Su-jin. In that moment, he began to believe that everything Su-jin had claimed might indeed hold truth. The Kelvin family had thrived on the Black Pearl archipelago for nearly a millennium, every inch of land and every blade of grass intertwined with their lineage. Although doubts lingered in his heart, Leonardo dared not gamble. He feared that should he voice his skepticism again, Su-jin might simply point, causing yet another island to vanish from the map. He locked eyes with Su-jin, his tone grave. I believe what you say is true, but do you comprehend the implications of your actions? You are mobilizing the Black Crystal Clan's airships without the Federation's orders and recklessly attacking the Kelvin family. You are violating the rules. Do you understand how severe the consequences may be? Su-jin chuckled softly, his smile tinged with derision and disdain. Am I the one breaking the rules? What about your Kelvin family, who indiscriminately slaughtered Federation soldiers during military exercises? Is that not a violation of the rules? You instigate war at will, treating it as a game, while the Federation's laws are likely less than mere toilet paper in your eyes. Your arrogance is such that it deserves eradication. Even in the absence of a Federation mandate, is it not reasonable for me to seek your destruction? Su-jin's retort rang with authority, rendering Leonardo momentarily speechless. His complexion turned a shade of deep anger, as if Su-jin's words had struck him like a stinging slap. Leonardo's fury blazed within him, yet he could not deny that Su-jin's words had struck a nerve. Never had he imagined that a child would dare to confront him in such a manner. Meanwhile, in a corner of the airship, a peculiar group of scientists and tourists were broadcasting the unfolding scene through the ship's windows with their cameras. Who do you think is speaking the truth? Who cares? A fight is about to break out. Awesome. I doubt there will be a fight. Aren't they just exchanging barbs? A murmur of discussions ensued as some contemplated. Others reveled in the chaos, and some focused on interacting with their fans in the live stream. This broadcast had now swept across the entire Blue Star, creating a considerable uproar. The Federation had dispatched airships to the Black Pearl archipelago to intervene in this farce. However, many still hoped for a clash, particularly those families unwilling to bow to the Kelvin family. eager to witness what depths the Kelvin family might reveal. Leonardo glared fiercely, pointing at Sujin, his voice brimming with rage and confusion. "Do you wish to oppose the Kelvin family to the bitter end?" Sujin nodded expressionlessly, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. "Certainly," he smirked coldly, "to preserve the peace of this world. I will cease only when your Kelvin family is utterly eradicated." Upon hearing this, Leonardo's eyes narrowed, glinting dangerously. He snorted disdainfully through his nostrils. "With just you few and those antiquated airships of the Black Crystal clan? How audacious! Mind your tongue." In response to Leonardo's mockery, Sujin merely smiled faintly, retorting, "If you do not believe, then let us await the outcome." As soon as he finished speaking, the platform they occupied began to rise slowly, taking them back into the airship. With the ship's doors closing gradually, Sujin and his companions began to fade from the crowd's view. Leonardo recognized that, at this juncture, there was no turning back. Determined to strike first, he resolved not to allow Sujin and his group to take the initiative. He abruptly gestured with his hand, issuing a loud command, "Fire at will. Bring them down." Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, the Black Pearl Archipelago unleashed a barrage of high-energy laser cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and plasma beam towers. Initiating a ferocious assault, blazing beams of laser sliced through the sky, akin to scarlet swords aimed at the enemy ships. The entire sky was illuminated by the brilliance of these weapons, resembling a grand light and shadow spectacle. The tourists who were live-streaming shrank back into corners, terrified of being struck by stray projectiles and reduced to ashes. However, they soon realized that their fears were unfounded. At some point, a resplendent energy barrier had materialized around the airship, deflecting all attacks. Although the barrier quivered continuously, it seemed capable of holding firm for an extended period. In the captain's chamber, the atmosphere was tense and grave. Everyone anxiously watched Sujin, awaiting his decision. "How do we respond?" someone asked urgently. "The Kelvin family's firepower is overwhelming. We are in a precarious position." Yet Sujin, with a calm smile, appeared unfazed. "I have long had a plan." He confidently strode to the center of the hall. Placing his hands firmly on a control console, a black crystal pedestal slowly rose from the floor. Upon this pedestal lay a black scepter, as thick as an arm and half a meter long. Its top adorned with a multifaceted black crystal. The crystal shimmered with a profound dark light, as if harboring mysterious power. In an instant, the entire captain's chamber was enveloped in this radiant glow, casting a shadow of darkness upon everyone's faces. The moment the black scepter appeared, the temporary elder Ronald, accompanied by a multitude of Black Crystal clan members, knelt upon the ground. Tears of excitement shimmered in their eyes as they spread their palms open. Pressing their foreheads to the floor in reverent worship, Sujin grasped the scepter from the black crystal pedestal, and all anomalies dissipated, restoring tranquility to the captain's chamber. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Sensing something was amiss, Ronald then raised his head, cautiously reminding, "My king, this black crystal scepter can only be wielded by one who possesses the purest royal blood of the Black Crystal clan." At his words, all eyes turned towards Sujin, realizing he intended to use the scepter for some formidable attack. However, Ronald's statement brought forth a crucial realization. Sujin was human, yet this scepter required the royal blood of the Black Crystal clan to function. Did this not imply that the profoundly mystical scepter in Sujin's hands was nothing more than a mere stick? "That is not a problem." Sujin's lips curled into a confident smile. No sooner had he spoken than a series of crackling sounds erupted from his body, as if his bones were reconfiguring and his muscles were transforming. He swiftly switched to the Black Crystal Sacred Body mode, emanating an overwhelming aura. Concurrently, the Black Crystal scepter in his hand began to undergo a dramatic transformation. As if infused with immense energy, the scepter surged from its original half-meter length to nearly 2 meters. Brimming with newfound strength, the dark light emanating from the scepter intensified, taking on a nearly tangible black hue, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. Within the captain's chamber, this mysterious power surged like a tide, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Even Qinglong, an A-class superhuman, felt an unprecedented pressure. Taking a deep breath, Sujin began to chant in the purest dialect of the Black Crystal language, "Source of darkness, root of power, His voice was deep and resonant, capable of penetrating the soul. As he chanted, the entire flagship began to tremble with a resounding roar. As the crowd stared in astonishment, the vessel's hull began to split apart gradually, revealing a dark cannon tube several dozen kilometers in diameter that slowly extended, aiming directly at the Black Pearl archipelago below. Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yan, and Zhao Wenyuan's expressions changed drastically. They had witnessed this scene before. In that moment, they gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "The Dark Annihilator!" Their voices trembled with shock and dread. They had never anticipated that the scepter in Su Jin's hand was, in fact, the key to activating this terrifying weapon. Chapter 154. The Biohazard Giant. At that moment, while Su Jin was aboard the colossal flagship of the Black Crystal Clan, unleashing the Dark Annihilator, the 9 surrounding frigates were not mere bystanders. They acted as loyal guardians, swiftly erecting a formidable barrier, as if to trap the Kelvin family members within. Simultaneously, they unleashed a barrage of firepower to suppress the resistance below, granting Su Jin precious time to wield the Dark Annihilator. The instant the Dark Annihilator manifested, a terrifying energy began to coalesce violently around it. Compared to the Grand Elder of the Black Crystal Clan, the energy fluctuations and accumulation speed of the Dark Annihilator under Su Jin's command were far more rapid and domineering. This might be attributed to Su Jin's unique Black Crystal Sacred Body. It was precisely because of this extraordinary physique that the Dark Annihilator displayed unprecedented might in his hands. After all, even the purest royal bloodline could not be compared to the Black Crystal Sacred Body. Eugene harbored a bold conjecture. The creator of this horrifying weapon, the Dark Annihilator, might very well be a Black Crystal clansman who had awakened the Black Crystal Sacred Body. At that moment, he seemed to resonate with the weapon in a mysterious manner. As the energy of the Dark Annihilator continued to coalesce, the entire Black Pearl archipelago was enveloped by an unusual force field. The air thickened, making it necessary for individuals to exert effort to breathe. This oppressive atmosphere made everyone feel as though a guillotine hovered above them, poised to fall at any moment. Leonardo and the high-ranking members of the Kelvin family turned pale. Sensing an unprecedented crisis, before that terrifying energy, they felt as though they were mere ants before divine wrath. This could not continue. If that cannon fired, we would all perish. One person shouted nervously, fear evident in their voice. Leonardo furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing. He quickly made a decision and urgently instructed Yago beside him. Yago, immediately assemble a mech squad and personally lead them to stop it. Yago's eyes were resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, he replied, understood. He then swiftly turned to depart. He piloted his not yet fully repaired mech and quickly gathered a 1,000-strong mech squad. With a roar, they soared into the sky like a band of valiant warriors, charging towards the terrifying Dark Annihilator with the determination to destroy it. However, Leonardo did not place all his hopes solely on Yago's assault team. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a golden horn from his bosom. His expression solemn and grave, he declared loudly, I, Leonardo Kelvin, the 12th head of the family. Today, as the family faces life and death, I implore the heads of past generations to grant me strength and protect the Kelvin family for eternity. Upon finishing his words, he sounded the horn. The melodious yet deep tone seemed to transcend time and space, transforming into an invisible sound wave that slowly rippled outward, gradually enveloping the entire Black Pearl archipelago. In that moment, a mysterious power seemed to gather above the islands. The next second, the 11 largest islands within the Black Pearl archipelago trembled violently. It felt as though a colossal dragon was rolling beneath the earth, heralding the emergence of a formidable force. With a resounding crash, the entire archipelago shook. The 11 towering islands, as though struck by the hammer of a deity, crumbled and fractured, creating a breathtakingly alarming sight. At the core of the islands, a metallic coffin stood silently, guarding some ancient secret. On top of the coffin, a multitude of tubes resembling veins of life continuously delivered a green liquid. However, the violent tremors caused these tubes to rupture, and the green liquid gushed forth like a spring of life, saturating the earth. Wherever it flowed, wild grasses and flowers seemed to be infused with magical power, growing wildly from the crevices, instantly becoming robust and lush, as if they had endured decades or even centuries of maturation. The metallic coffin shook more violently. Suddenly, The lid was thrust open by an overwhelming force, and bioengineered beings resembling zombies surged forth. Initially, these beings bore a semblance to ordinary humans, but they soon underwent astonishing transformations. It was as if they had been infused with some mysterious gas, their bodies expanding at a visible rate. This expansion was not merely an increase in size. It was as though every cell within them was rapidly proliferating, every inch of their skin stretching. Only when their height reached an astounding 20 meters did this swelling gradually cease. However, this rapid expansion evidently placed immense strain on their bodies. The skin of the bioengineered giants was riddled with spiderweb-like fissures, from which a yellow-green, mixed blood oozed, appearing both eerie and terrifying. Their faces underwent drastic changes, with human features utterly vanishing, replaced by distorted, grotesque, and horrifying visages. Standing atop the shattered islands, these bioengineered giants resembled monsters emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear at first sight. Their emergence not only shattered the tranquility of the Black Pearl Archipelago but also brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to the humans present. On the flagship, Sujin, Ai Tsongxian, and others gazed at the suddenly manifested bioengineered giants, their shock palpable. They had never imagined that the Kelvin family possessed such means. Su Jin's exclamation echoed in the air. Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yin exchanged furious glances, an uncontrollable rage flickering across their faces. Ai Tsongxian slammed the table, furiously declaring, "Those bastards of the Kelvin family. They have secretly violated federal laws, conducting human experiments to create these monsters." Qiu Yin gritted his teeth and added, "Human experimentation is utterly inhumane. They care not for the lives of those subjects, driven solely by their selfish desires. To cultivate such bioengineered giants, they must have sacrificed at least 100,000 lives." Meanwhile, the scientists and tourists stranded on the flying vessel paled upon witnessing the bioengineered giants below, with some fainting outright from the terrifying visages. Lin Wanbin trembled, pointing downward and exclaiming, "Human bioengineering experiments are not only inhumane but also a desecration of human dignity. Each experimental subject is a living person, stripped of their freedom and treated like mere lab rats. The Kelvin family will stop at nothing for power." At that moment, he suddenly understood why that young general named Su Jin had taken such drastic measures. Filled with righteous indignation, Su Jin's gaze fell below. The Kelvin family deserved their fate. At that moment, the atmosphere aboard the flagship became exceptionally heavy. Leonardo's revealed trump card intensified everyone's hatred and condemnation of the Kelvin family. Chapter 155. All cards revealed. The bioengineered giants emitted deafening roars, akin to the howls of wild beasts, brimming with ferocity and savagery. They then utilized their terrifying leap to bound high into the air. This leap propelled them several hundred meters into the sky, as if they were breaking through the heavens, leaving onlookers agape in midair. The silhouettes of the bioengineered giants appeared as dark shadows, swiftly closing in on the flying vessel. Their target was the vessel's robust defensive layer. In an instant, the bioengineered giants collided headfirst against the defensive layer with a thunderous impact. Under the force of this terrifying blow, the defensive layer began to tremble violently, as if the entire flying vessel were being shaken by this force, instilling fear in everyone aboard. The energy fluctuations across the defensive layer surged erratically, the azure light flickering intensely, as though it could be torn apart by this power at any moment. The giants' assault imposed unprecedented pressure on everyone aboard the flying vessel. They charged like frenzied beasts, seemingly devoid of physical limits, continuously battering the defensive layer. With every impact, the hearts of those on the vessel raced. Fearing the defensive layer might collapse, after summoning the bioengineered giants, Leonardo did not pause. His deep-set gaze glimmered with determination and resolve as he led the high-ranking members of the Kelvin family swiftly away from the elevated platform. Their figures vanished from view, only to reappear in another shocking manner. A pure white mech suddenly descended onto the battlefield, its crown-like adornment sparkling brilliantly, resembling a king ruling over all. This was the mech piloted by Leonardo, whose imposing stature was particularly striking in the fray. Following closely behind were a dozen similarly formidable mechs, acting as loyal sentinels behind Leonardo. These mechs stood an astonishing 30 meters tall, towering like giants on the battlefield. They were massive mechs that could only be operated by A-level superpowers. Their presence undoubtedly added further unpredictability to the battle. The space surrounding these mechs warped, conjuring images of oceans, swords, beasts, and other phenomena, showcasing the immense power of A-level superpowers. However, under the unique circumstances of the Dark Annihilator, their mental domains faced significant restrictions. The once expansive mental domain, capable of covering hundreds of kilometers, has now shrunk to a mere 10-meter radius around the mech. Should anyone venture beyond this boundary, the mental field would collapse under the unbearable pressure. How regrettable! The Kelvin family's power at the Black Pearl headquarters amounts to little more than this, Leonardo sighed inwardly. A flicker of discontent crossing his face. It is entirely the fault of our adversaries, who act in such an unpredictable manner, daring to launch a surprise attack. One of the family's senior members expressed his outrage. Indeed, if it were not for their antics, we would not find ourselves in such a dire predicament. Another senior member interjected, his tone laced with helplessness. A resolute glimmer shone in Leonardo's eyes. He understood that this battle would be exceptionally arduous. Sujin's sudden strike had disrupted all his plans, forcing him to respond hastily. Confronted with the full barrage from the Black Crystal Clan's flying ship, he felt far from assured of his ability to withstand the onslaught. Yet, for the glory and survival of his family, they must fight with all their might. The mech forces led by Yago had already initiated a feigned attack, while the biomassive giants began their cover assault. But all of this was merely a cog in Leonardo's grand design. His true objective was to lead the A-class superhumans to seize the flagship and capture everyone aboard, in any conflict. A spearhead composed entirely of A-class superhumans could undoubtedly pierce the very heart of any enemy. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the flying ship's protective shield shattered under the impact of the biogiants. Akin to a colossal soap bubble bursting, Leonardo beheld this scene, a glimmer of elation flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Now is the moment. Let us charge together." It seemed he had anticipated this outcome. For as the shield was breached, his A-class superhuman mech forces and Yago's contingent of 1,000 troops surged forward like two gleaming swords, simultaneously striking at the flying ship. The forces swiftly divided into two paths. Leonardo led the A-class superhumans directly toward the flagship, while Yago directed the others to the 9 escort ships. This was Leonardo's scheme. Once they breached the flying ship's defenses, their numerical advantage would allow them to storm aboard and eliminate the enemy one by one. In stark contrast to the thrilling tableau before him, Sujin appeared remarkably composed, a smug smile gracing his lips. How foolish, they have indeed fallen into my trap. With a mere thought, the black crystal scepter in his hand erupted with blinding radiance. Simultaneously, the Dark Annihilator's energy accumulation surged to more than tenfold, as if infused with a potent force. The smile on Leonardo's face had yet to fade when it abruptly froze in place. He stared in astonishment at the massive cannon gathering energy, which now seemed to be operating on fast forward, amassing a dazzling energy sphere at an astonishing rate. Boom, accompanied by a deafening roar. The energy sphere was unleashed, its brilliance enveloping Yago, the biogiants, and Leonardo himself. Even more astonishingly, upon striking its target, the energy sphere did not diminish. Rather, it continued to descend with unstoppable force upon the Black Pearl archipelago. It can accelerate even further? Within the captain's chamber, everyone felt an unusual wave of energy fluctuations from the outside, their astonished gazes turning towards Sujin, of course. Sujin nodded, a triumphant smile lighting his face. Since the Dark Annihilator is under my control, its speed is dictated by my will. I merely slowed it down intentionally to lure them in. Only by having them all rush forward to intervene do I stand a chance to ensnare them all. But this is far too rapid. Zhao Wenyuan could not help but exclaim, recalling that when the Grand Elder had commanded it to fire, if it had been this swift, I doubt I would have had time to prepare before being reduced to dust. He reminisced about the perilous moment he faced the Dark Annihilator alone. Had it not been for the special abilities of the powerful mech phoenix of the underworld, which siphoned energy from surrounding mechs to heal him, he would have perished long ago. Now, under Sujin's manipulation, the Dark Annihilator's power and speed were comprehensively augmented, leaving Zhao Wenyuan struggling to fathom how any adversary could survive such might. How could he possibly compare to me? Sujin chuckled, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield. The Dark Annihilator's energy sphere resembled a miniature radiant sun, crashing into the heart of the Black Pearl archipelago. Its luminosity illuminated the entire sea, even causing those aboard the flying ship to have their eyes stung and tear up instantaneously. Boom. The air above the Black Pearl archipelago seemed to warp under the weight of this tremendous force, spiraling into vortexes of turbulent energy. The moment the energy sphere collided with the archipelago, all islands trembled in unison. Chapter 156, Annihilation. A deafening explosion reverberated across the expanse, as if heaven and earth were quaking at that instant. The energy sphere detonated, producing a blinding flash of light that was impossible to gaze upon. Following this, a colossal shockwave surged forth from the point of impact, rapidly radiating outward. Trees and structures on the islands were effortlessly torn apart as if they were mere sheets of paper, with splintered debris soaring through the air before plunging into the sea. Towering waves were thrust up to heights of dozens of meters, forming gigantic walls of water, only to be instantaneously vaporized into mist, which then vanished in an instant. Moments later, the sea's surface continued to churn, and the area that once constituted the Black Pearl archipelago had even begun to witness the bizarre phenomenon of seawater rushing back in. When the onlookers' vision gradually returned to normal, they realized that the Black Pearl archipelago had vanished from sight. As the crowd slowly emerged from their shock, their reactions varied, yet each face bore the unmistakable mark of disbelief. The members of the Black Crystal clan felt this spectacle was only to be expected, deepening their admiration for Su Jin.S. Eugene, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong exchanged speechless glances, their eyes reflecting profound terror. Qiu Yin trembled as he pointed toward the direction where the Black Pearl archipelago had once stood, his voice hoarse. There is nothing left. Ai Tsongxian furrowed his brow, absently stroking his chin, murmuring to himself. It is hard to imagine that the Black Crystal clan, possessing such a terrifying weapon, was once defeated by us. Was it timing? Was it fate? Su Jin quietly stood to the side, gazing intently at the ocean below. Yet, witnessing such a result still sent a shiver down his spine. He inhaled deeply, remarking, "Indeed, the vast world is full of wonders. It seems that beyond the blue star, there exists a broader and more splendid realm." Qinglong stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, a complex array of emotions reflected in his gaze. "Brother Su, you possess the power to alter everything." At this moment, aboard the flying ship, each individual was lost in their own thoughts. Zhao Wenyuan and the Night Raven squad appeared dazed, realizing they had not even had the opportunity to participate. As the entire Kelvin family had been reduced to ashes, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted from beneath the sea, followed by a colossal water column soaring skyward like a dragon, reaching heights of dozens of meters. The water column burst apart in midair, transforming into countless glistening droplets that scattered in all directions. Amidst the cascade of droplets, a battered mech gradually became visible. The mech's head, adorned with a tattered crown askew, was once the emblem of Leonardo's sovereignty. Now, this former paragon of majesty, once pristine and immaculate, lay in ruin. One arm and one thigh had vanished, leaving exposed mechanical structures that intermittently sparked with brilliant fire. The cockpit of the mech slowly opened, revealing Leonardo's disheveled figure. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that everything he once knew had disappeared, and an inferno of rage ignited in his gaze. He bit down on his lower lip until it bled, crimson trailing down his chin, yet he remained oblivious. Leonardo howled to the heavens, unleashing the boundless fury within him. His voice echoed across the desolate sea, filled with despair and defiance. Finally, overwhelmed by rage, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. His demeanor calming slightly, tears of blood streamed down his cheeks as he trembled, pointing toward the distant flagship, struggling to utter a few words. "How ruthless you are! You have obliterated the 1,000-year legacy of the Kelvin family in an instant." That terrifying blast not only annihilated the entirety of the Kelvin family, but also vaporized all A-class superhumans piloting mechs, along with the bio-giants. These had been the family's ultimate trump cards. Yet in this moment, they were as fragile as cards, utterly decimated by a single strike. Had it not been for the A-class superhumans of the family who selflessly shielded Leonardo in the final moments, erecting a barrier of life for him, he would have surely been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Leonardo raised his gaze to the sky, anger and defiance flickering in his eyes. He raised his arm high, his voice resonating across the sea. Su Jin, you shameless scoundrel. If you have the courage, then come down and face me in single combat. Hiding up there does not make you a hero. Let us engage in a true battle. Below on the flying ship, everyone gazed in astonishment at Leonardo. They had assumed that after such a cataclysmic strike, no one could have survived, yet Leonardo had miraculously endured. Even more astonishingly, he chose not to take the opportunity to hide away and survive, plotting revenge for his family. Instead, he boldly stepped forward to provoke them. Qinglong furrowed his brow, scoffing. Does he not comprehend the simple truth that victors write history? Still shouting for a duel. What a deluded fantasy. He turned to descend and deal with the last remaining remnant of the Kelvin family. However, Su Jin suddenly called out to him. Brother Qinglong? Wait a moment. Since he has specifically named me, I shall grant him the opportunity he desires. The crowd gasped in shock, hurriedly dissuading her. No, Su Jin, this is far too dangerous. Although Leonardo is gravely injured, he is still an A-class superpowered individual. How could you, a mere C-class, possibly contend with him? Su Jin smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with an unyielding determination. She softly replied, Do not worry, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Since Leonardo yearns for a fair contest, I shall fulfill his wish. She paused momentarily, a glint of coldness flashing in her gaze. Moreover, I have vowed to annihilate his entire family, and I shall see that promise through. Such matters, I do not wish to delegate to others. With that, she resolutely turned and exited the captain's chamber. Zhao Wenyuan gazed at Su Jin's receding figure, a bitter smile curling his lips. Heh? He remains unchanged, still the same as ever. He realized that Su Jin harbored a deep-seated obsession with the annihilation of entire families. Could this be considered an unwavering commitment to her original purpose? Su Jin, hands clasped behind her back, leaped from the mothership, standing resolutely before Leonardo, her feet resting upon a swarm of skeletal bats, exuding an imposing aura. Leonardo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Jin would truly come alone. However, as he sensed with his mental power that Su Jin was merely a C-class superpowered individual, a sinister smile spread across his face. Since you have willingly come to seek your demise, I shall not hold back. You shall pay in blood for your debts. With a thought, his mental domain suddenly unfurled. Su Jin felt a sudden brightness before being enveloped in a world entirely composed of blinding white flames. In this realm, the flames roared ferociously, as if intent on consuming everything. Leonardo stood amidst the raging inferno, his hair and brow ablaze with pure white fire, resembling a sovereign of flames, both majestic and imperious. He coldly regarded Su Jin, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Welcome to my mental world. This shall be your place of demise. Leonardo's voice reverberated through the flames, imbued with an air of unassailable dominance. Yet, in the face of this searing blaze and Leonardo's taunts, Su Jin remained remarkably composed. She surveyed her surroundings, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and a spirit of exploration. So this is the mental domain of an A-class superpowered individual. Su Jin mused softly, even intrigued. I have never experienced it firsthand. Seeing Su Jin's unperturbed demeanor only stoked Leonardo's fury further. He roared. You must be insane. What audacity does a mere C-class superpowered individual possess? Su Jin merely smiled slightly, a provocative glint in her eyes. If that is your belief, then come, let us see for ourselves. Seeking death. Leonardo's eyes turned crimson with rage as he abruptly struck towards Su Jin with a palm. A blazing white flame imprint swiftly coalesced, hurtling towards Su Jin with devastating force. During its flight, this flaming imprint continuously absorbed energy from its surroundings, expanding in size. In an instant, what was once an ordinary flame imprint transformed into a colossal flame hand measuring 10 meters, its intricate patterns clearly visible. This giant hand bore the weight of destruction as it bore down upon Su Jin. The fiery giant hand descended slowly, generating waves of oppressive heat. Standing beneath it, Su Jin felt the near-scorching temperature, her body's hairs curling slightly in response to the intense warmth. Yet, in the face of this inferno capable of melting all, there was no trace of fear in Su Jin's eyes. Calmly, she snapped her fingers, the crisp sound echoing through the air. Instantly, hundreds of skulls appeared out of thin air, swiftly aligning and forming an impenetrable shield-like formation before her, effectively blocking the oncoming colossal flame hand. From a distance, Leonardo observed this spectacle, a scornful smile curling his lips. To him, this was merely a desperate struggle on Su Jin's part. He was determined to teach this presumptuous opponent a lesson, to make it clear that even in his diminished state, he was not someone a mere C-class could trample upon. Leonardo took a deep breath, channeling his mental power to elevate the temperature of the flames to a new zenith. Then, in an instant, he transformed his palm into a fist, intending to crush Su Jin within the fiery grasp. On the flying ship, the spectators witnessed this unfolding scene, their hearts tightening in apprehension. They understood that although Leonardo had miraculously survived the explosion and his rank had fallen from A-class to B-class, the adage "a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse" held true. He could still wield formidable mental domains and unleash devastating attacks. I must jump down to save him. Qinglong was the first to succumb to his impulse, turning to leap from the flying ship. Yet at that moment, Zhao Wenyuan stepped forward, blocking the impetuous Qinglong. Wait. Su Jin is not a reckless individual. If she has the confidence to confront Leonardo one-on-one, she must have her own means. Let us wait and observe. Qinglong halted, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, anxious not to miss any detail. I believe in her. Ai Zongxian's voice was resolute, her focus unwavering on the combat below, perspiration beating in her palms. Stay calm, said Xiao Yin, confidence lacing his tone. Su Jin is not so easily defeated. I have known her for so long, yet I have never witnessed her fight with all her might. Let us hope this time we can witness her true strength. Xiao Yin watched the battle with keen interest, his expression devoid of worry. At that moment, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. A cacophony of teeth clashing and grinding echoed ominously from the fiery giant hand. To the astonishment of the onlookers, skulls flickering with ghostly blue flames emerged from within the flaming grasp. Ravenous like wolves, gradually gnawing away at the fiery hand. In the midst of their shocked gazes, the skulls voraciously devoured the flames at a visible pace. Su Jin stood atop the skeletal bats, encircled by the skulls. Though these were mere mechanical constructs, the scene evoked the imagery of a legendary fiend that preyed upon 10 children. Yet in this world, distinctions of righteousness and malevolence were blurred. Combat styles were as varied as one's imagination, and Su Jin's approach was relatively normal by comparison. However, the crux of the matter lay not in the eccentricity of the scene, but in the fact that Su Jin's mechanism not only withstood the flames but consumed Leonardo's attack entirely. This sight left all spectators dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the impossibility of the event unfolding before them. How could this be possible? Leonardo's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack had been devoured by the enemy. Such an absurdity was unprecedented in his experience. His heart brimmed with shock and confusion. Su Jin smiled gently, yet chose not to elaborate. Her gaze revealed an inscrutable depth, as if she had already discerned the essence of Leonardo's assault. Although Leonardo's attack appeared breathtaking, the flames were ultimately naught but a deceptive construct of mental power. Compared to true fire, they were worlds apart. Su Jin understood that mental power belonged to the realm of life, while the death energy she wielded was its natural nemesis. She assessed silently that, had Leonardo been at his peak, his formidable mental prowess might have posed a challenge to her death energy. However, in his current diminished state, he was hardly the formidable A-class superpowered being he once was. With this realization, a hint of disdain crept onto Su Jin's lips. Describing Leonardo's current state as weak and powerless was undeniably a pti in her eyes. He was no longer the fearsome A-class superpowered individual he once was, but merely a slightly stronger opponent than a B-class, incapable of exerting the pressure expected of an A-class. This disregard was not born of arrogance, but rather an objective assessment of reality. As Leonardo sensed the contemptuous gaze of Su Jin upon him, a surge of fury welled within. He inhaled deeply, channeling his mental power with all his might, preparing to unleash another ferocious blaze. He could not believe that his previous failure was merely due to insufficient temperature. This time, he was resolute in demonstrating his true strength to Su Jin. Yet, Su Jin would not grant him such an opportunity so easily. With a subtle smile, she snapped her fingers once more, The sound of that snap. Leonardo's heart sank in terror as countless enormous figures suddenly appeared above him. These figures were skeletal giant apes. Their arms disproportionately massive, almost constituting half of their own size, creating an unsettling visual, yet exuding an indescribable aura of intimidation. In that moment, these skeletal giants clasped their arms around themselves, transforming into colossal spheres, and came crashing down upon Leonardo from above. Clearly derived from the upgraded guardians, Su Jin's utilization of them was uniquely ingenious. She did not restrict their use to defense, but instead harnessed their durability, resilience, and weight for offensive maneuvers. Leonardo suddenly felt the sky darken, as if night had fallen. He quickly looked up to witness the colossal skeletal apes plummeting like meteors, their destructive momentum aimed directly at him. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his eyes glimmering with alertness. With no time to ponder further, Leonardo instinctively raised his hand to defend against the oncoming attack, with a thunderous bang that echoed through the air. A colossal skeleton ape crashed down heavily upon Leonardo. He let out a muffled groan, his form swaying slightly, yet he managed to keep his footing. However, this was merely the beginning. Before he could regain his senses, more skeletal apes plummeted down in succession, one after another, piling their weight atop him. Leonardo clenched his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the pressure. Yet, as the burden continued to mount, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming load. A stream of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the corners with crimson. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, as if he might collapse at any moment. "How does it feel, Master Leonardo?" Su Jin stood nearby, observing the scene with cold indifference. A smirk of satisfaction graced his face, as if he were relishing a meticulously orchestrated performance. Leonardo emitted a chilling scream, his voice laden with frustration and helplessness. He felt as if he were sinking into an abyss of despair, surrounded by resistance, while the enemy lay just within reach, yet utterly unattainable. This sense of powerlessness pushed him to the brink of collapse. Su Jin, watching intently, sparkled with excitement in his eyes. To him, Leonardo was not merely the renowned heir of the Kelvin family, but rather a living target for testing the might of his machines. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, and how could he not feel exhilarated? "It seems I need to add a little more spice," Su Jin remarked, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he began to select new machines. The upgraded Thunder Wolf, a skeletal wolf, had yet to be employed. Rubbing his chin, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, countless skeletal wolves, their eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue flames, suddenly materialized around Leonardo. These skeletal wolves bared their gaping maws, revealing sharp fangs, and without hesitation, lunged at Leonardo. The sickening sound of teeth sinking into flesh echoed in succession as the skeletal wolves bit into him, their razor-sharp fangs embedding deeply into his body. Leonardo writhed in agony, yet the skeletal wolves seemed to cling to him with an unyielding grip, refusing to release their hold. Blood gushed forth from his wounds as if it were a mere trifle, cascading down in a torrent, creating a crimson trail in the air. His face grew as pale as a corpse, on the verge of expiration. Meanwhile, Su Jin remained an indifferent observer, satisfied with the performance of his creations. The display of Death Star technology exceeded his expectations. He never anticipated they could suppress an injured A-class powerhouse. Moreover, they had yet to reach their limits, with significant potential for enhancement. It was no surprise. The mechanical constructs of Death Civilization, a civilization of higher order, were indeed a dimensional strike against the strong of Blue Star. At this moment, Leonardo was no longer the lofty heir of the Kelvin family, but rather a lamb led to slaughter. This sensation filled Su Jin with immense delight, a satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. Leonardo's plight was utterly tragic. He struggled to support the immense weight of the skeletal ape. Rendered immobile, helplessly, he watched as the skeletal wolves appeared from thin air, each one viciously pouncing upon him, tearing at his flesh. Blood flowed profusely, his skin pale and his eyes filled with despair. The onlookers aboard the flying ship witnessed this harrowing scene, their hearts heavy with pity, some unable to bear the sight of such brutality. Where on earth did Su Jin acquire so many skeletal machines? Elder AI, perplexed, pondered aloud. Could it be that Blue Star has successfully developed wormhole rings? If so, I'd like to have a go at one. Don't be ridiculous, Elder AI replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. There are no such wormhole rings. It's merely a concept. We haven't even begun testing. Then how could Su-jin possibly conceal so many machines? Su-jin was simply waving his hand, conjuring forth such an abundance of machinery, each not insignificant in size. This left everyone deep in contemplation over the nature of his methods. Could it be that he has awakened the legendary spatial talent? Qinglong asked, astonished. Zhao Wenyuan nodded gravely, agreeing, it is indeed possible. Su-jin might have truly awakened some form of spatial ability. My goodness. Mechanical talent, physical prowess, and now spatial abilities. With so many talents combined, could he be a reincarnation of a prodigy? Exclaimed Qiu Yin, evidently shaken by Su-jin's hidden depths. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions about Su-jin's extraordinary capabilities, their faces alight with astonishment and curiosity. To them, Su-jin was an enigma, each display of his power leaving them astounded, as if he were a vessel harboring countless mysteries awaiting revelation. One could only imagine that if an ordinary person were to master even one of his abilities, they would undoubtedly be hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. Amidst the awestruck gazes, the battered Leonardo struggled to lift his head, his furious gaze piercing through to Su-jin. You despicable! You rely solely on these external machines to bully others. Is this truly your skill? His voice trembled with unyielding resentment and humiliation. Su-jin chuckled at the remark, recalling a time when he had defeated Leonardo in a solo competition, the latter's defiance echoing in his mind. Why, as a mechanic, what else should I use to fight if not my machines? Do you expect me to engage you in hand-to-hand combat? How utterly ludicrous. His tone dripped with mockery. Leonardo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su-jin. Unable to accept that he had been bested by a mere mechanic, he stammered, a machinist? Aren't mechanical talents merely auxiliary abilities? How can you be so formidable? What of auxiliary talents? Remember, there is no such thing as the weakest talent. Only the weakest superhuman, Su-jin countered with a smile, his gaze imbued with depth and determination. Leonardo managed a bitter smile, his eyes revealing a glimmer of understanding. It seems your machines and the technology you wield do not originate from Blue Star. Do they? He had never heard of any products on Blue Star capable of consuming mental energy. Indeed, Su-jin admitted openly. As Leonardo's life neared its conclusion, he was willing to answer a few more questions, ensuring his demise would not be shrouded in confusion. Deep within, Su-jin couldn't help but mock himself. I really am too kind-hearted, always unable to resist considering others. Upon hearing this, Leonardo revealed a hint of relief in his smile. If that is the case, my defeat is not entirely unjust. He paused before continuing, surely, the civilization backing you is of an extraordinary caliber. That must be why, at such a young age, you became a C-class superhuman, capable of defeating the Black Crystal clan and earning the title of the youngest major in the Federation. His voice carried a sense of resignation and bitterness as he mused, though I have lost to you. It is merely to your machines and the alien civilization behind you. As for you personally, I still refuse to accept my defeat. Was he mistaken? Su-jin was simply a child of Blue Star, born to ordinary folk. There was no alien higher civilization supporting him. He spread his hands, raising an eyebrow with a smile. He offered no further explanation, knowing it was far too complicated. His accomplishments were earned through diligent effort and intellect. Step by step, Leonardo exhaled slowly, as if releasing his final wish. He stared unwaveringly at Su-jin, his voice low yet resolute. The Kelvin family has now reached its inevitable end, but I cannot accept such a conclusion. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he continued, for years, we spared no effort to ensure the Kelvin family's dominance over Blue Star, engaging in secret dealings with interstellar merchants to acquire vast quantities of precious resources and advanced technologies. Yet, these invaluable resources and technologies have languished in the Kelvin family's vault, never to be utilized. Leonardo's voice grew faint, but he fought to maintain clarity. Such treasures, if buried without use, would be an immense waste. You, come closer. I wish to reveal the precise location of the vault and the key to unlock it. He struggled, summoning his last reserves of strength to gaze intently at Su-jin, his deep-set eyes seemingly pleading. If you listen to my words, I can depart in peace. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Su-jin's eyes. What did he desire most at this moment? Undoubtedly, it was those resources and technologies that could make him stronger. With them, he could continuously forge more advanced machines, thereby enhancing his own might. Yet, a flicker of suspicion emerged in his heart. He scrutinized Leonardo, his tone laced with skepticism. The ancients of the Dragon Kingdom often say that a dying man speaks good words. But will you truly be so generous as to share the secrets of the vault with me? After all, I am the one who annihilated your entire family, though you think I, in this pitiful state, have the luxury to scheme? Leonardo retorted with a bitter smile, a spark of defiance in his eyes. I simply cannot bear to see those precious treasures sealed away in the earth, unknown to anyone. Thus, I wish to disclose the location of the vault to you. He inhaled deeply, continuing, the vendetta of a destroyed clan is one that cannot be borne. However, our Kelvin family has entangled itself with you, which could be seen as a manifestation of karmic retribution. I harbor no grievances. Leonardo's voice was deep and sincere, revealing a profound sense of resignation and acceptance of fate. If you are able to inherit the Kelvin family's treasury, it could be considered a continuation of our family in some sense. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of pleading flashing in his eyes. But I have but one request. After you acquire the treasury, spare the remaining innocent branches of the Kelvin family on Blue Star. Listening to Leonardo's words, Su-jin stroked his chin in contemplation, then gradually approached, finding this proposition considerably more reasonable. However, just as he drew closer to Leonardo, the latter's eyes suddenly glinted with a cunning chill. Leonardo softly coaxed, "Come a little closer. I fear you may not hear me clearly." A bit closer. Su-jin, appearing rather foolish, continued to draw near, ultimately leaning in to listen intently. At that moment, the onlookers aboard the flying ship sensed something amiss. Chiu-yin slapped his thigh in alarm, exclaiming, "Oh no! That kid Su is far too careless. He may have fallen for that old monster's trick. A centipede, despite being dead, does not stiffen. How dare he approach that old demon so closely?" Qing Long also recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly turned to rescue him. Eugene leaned in closer to Leonardo, his focus entirely consumed by the imminent revelation of the treasury's secrets. Leonardo slowly began to speak, his tone hushed and enigmatic. The location of the treasury lies concealed beneath the sea at coordinates 6,759, 8892, 10 meters down, where you will discover a hidden entrance. Entering therein will lead you to the treasury's grand door. He paused, a flicker of cunning lighting his gaze as he solemnly warned, "Remember, do not attempt to force open the door with violence, nor mispronounce a single word of the key, or else the treasury's self-destruct mechanism will activate immediately." Impatiently, Su-jin pressed for the key. "What is the key?" Leonardo smiled faintly and articulated a complex and elusive sequence of tones. Su-jin, wholly focused, diligently memorized the key. Yet, in that moment of intense concentration, he let down all defenses. Leonardo's expression suddenly morphed into a grotesque snarl as he darkly chuckled, "I assure you, every word I utter is the truth. However, you may have the life to listen, but not the life to claim." No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly opened his mouth, revealing a dark, cannon-like orifice in his throat. Su-jin's eyes widened in shock, his body failing to react in time. "Be careful." At that instant, Qing Long rushed in, immediately spotting the weapon in Leonardo's mouth. He instinctively reached out, attempting to thwart the impending assault. Yet, distance proved an insurmountable barrier. He was still some way from the two. In that fleeting moment, the weapon in Leonardo's mouth coalesced into a blinding laser, aimed directly at Su-jin's forehead. With a resounding explosion, a fiery blast engulfed Su-jin's head. Flames raging wildly. "Ha ha ha!" Leonardo laughed maniacally. "You are still too young, believing my fabrications so easily." However, as the smoke gradually cleared, Leonardo's smile abruptly froze in place. He was aghast to find no gaping wound on Su-jin's shoulder, nor any sign of his head having been destroyed. Instead, Su-jin's head remained intact, now adorned with a single horn protruding from his forehead, his skin transformed into a lustrous black crystal, resembling a radiant black gem. Despite some alterations to his features, Su-jin's visage was still vaguely recognizable. Eugene grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He raised a hand to touch the horn on his forehead, jesting, "Oh dear, that attack was truly formidable." Yet why does it feel like merely a scratch? You. Leonardo's throat seemed choked, his gaze fixed on the inhuman Sujin, stunned into silence. What's wrong with me? Sujin retorted, I'm not dead. Are you surprised? He paused before continuing. Did you think I would fall for your tricks so easily? Have you never heard the old saying in the Dragon Kingdom? A dog cannot change its nature of eating excrement. Do you honestly believe I would trust you? You old dog? Sujin's words struck like a barrage of arrows. Eugene. Are you all right? Qinglong hurriedly arrived, his initial worry transforming to astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. He had expected to find Sujin perished, his heart laden with grief. Yet, upon seeing the peculiar black crystalline transformation upon Sujin's head, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, Qinglong let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Sujin's innate physical talent had protected him at a critical moment. Rest assured, brother Qinglong, I was merely pretending to be deceived, Sujin explained with a sly smile, and then turned sharply, his keen gaze piercing toward Leonardo, curiosity and inquiry flickering in his eyes. However, I am genuinely surprised. You, old dog, are remarkably resilient. You appear on the brink of demise, yet somehow cling to life. I have long suspected your peculiarities. Have you perhaps activated some sort of blood-locking cheat? Chapter 159. The Secret of the Blood-Locking Cheat. Without waiting for Leonardo's response, Sujin snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, the skeletal machine seemed to receive a command, retreating in unison back to their dimensional factory. Immediately, his gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he seized Leonardo by the throat with blinding speed. His arm transformed into a hard black crystal in an instant, akin to an iron claw, firmly constraining Leonardo's neck. Rendering him immobile, Leonardo's complexion swiftly shifted to a shade of blue-purple, as though he were enduring the agony of asphyxiation. Strangely, even after 5 minutes had elapsed, he still clung tenaciously to life, albeit faintly. This, Qinglong, standing behind Sujin, gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at Leonardo, filled with incredulity. Sujin's gaze was intense, fixated on Leonardo as if probing for some hidden truth. Suddenly, he tore off one of Leonardo's arms. In an instant, a torrent of wires and green liquid erupted from the severed limb. A cyborg, Qinglong exclaimed, his voice laden with shock. The onlookers aboard the ship were equally stunned, their mouths agape as they processed the unfolding scene. Waves of astonishment washing over them, Sujin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. How intriguing, Leonardo. I never anticipated you to be a cyborg. The esteemed Kelvin family is, in fact, under the dominion of a cyborg. To further verify this revelation, he swiftly and decisively tore off the remaining intact limbs. Only when Leonardo was reduced to a mere torso did his secrets fully unravel. Sujin discovered that Leonardo had not been entirely mechanized. Rather, only parts of his body had undergone such transformation. This revelation ignited a spark of fascination in Sujin's eyes, as if intrigued by this unexpected discovery. Cyborg, Sujin murmured, his voice laced with complex emotions. In this era of advanced technology, cyborgs were not an entirely novel phenomenon. Yet, despite the technological advancements enabling the easy modification of human bodies, few willingly chose this path. For once one entered the realm of cyborgs, it signified a relinquishment of the myriad emotions and experiences of being human. Those who had ventured into modification might have initially harbored a yearning for immortality, only to ultimately realize that eternal life was not as splendid as they had imagined. In this age of technological explosion, countless brave pioneers opted to become cyborgs, striving to transcend the limits of life, to fulfill humanity's long-held dreams. However, upon truly acquiring endless life, they discovered themselves unable to experience joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. The flavors of life became insipid and dull. As time marched on, these cyborgs found themselves increasingly unable to endure the ceaseless void and solitude. They lamented that life was worse than death and ultimately chose to terminate their own existence. Beyond the loss of emotion, becoming a cyborg brought forth numerous other dilemmas. For instance, when part or all of the body is replaced with machinery, does the original self still exist? This existential crisis deterred many from pursuing such a path. To this day, many of the shortcomings associated with being a cyborg remain unresolved by technology. The drawbacks of being a cyborg far outweighed its superficial benefits. Society gradually began to shun this choice. Those brave enough to attempt modification not only failed to gain societal acceptance and respect, but were instead scorned and marginalized. Ultimately, they were stripped of their humanity, relegated to a group ostracized by society. Leonardo, the leader of the Kelvin family, was expected to be a figure standing atop the world, wielding boundless wealth and power in the eyes of outsiders. Yet, the reality was far from such. Despite his seemingly unattainable riches and influence, he found himself at the bottom of the social hierarchy, not due to a lack of wealth or strength, but rather because of the secret he desperately sought to conceal. He was a cyborg. The irony of this situation was unmistakable. Leonardo was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, he went to great lengths to hide his true identity, fearing that its exposure would result in the loss of everything he had. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had been ruthlessly stripped of his modesty, laid bare before the prying eyes of the onlookers. An unprecedented sense of shame and fury surged within him. Accompanied by an indescribable feeling of humiliation, with reddened eyes, he glared furiously at Sujin and, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "You don't understand. You know nothing. The reason I have become this way is entirely for my family. How dare you mock me?" His voice was laden with resentment, as if he aimed to purge all the indignities he had suffered. Sujin merely scoffed, shaking his head lightly. "I am not mocking you, Leonardo. I am merely pondering whether, if the Kelvin family were to learn of your true identity, they would continue to regard you with the same respect as they do now. Would they still honor you as their master?" His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Leonardo's heart. Leonardo fell silent, his gaze turning bewildered and helpless. The exposure of his identity as a cyborg would bring irrevocable disgrace upon his family. It seemed unlikely that anyone would willingly allow a cyborg to lead them. Though he was loath to admit it, Sujin's words landed like a heavy hammer upon his heart. "However, do not fret too much." Sujin continued nonchalantly. "Now that your family is no more, this secret is known only to you and me." He paused briefly before adding, "Moreover, after your demise, I am not one to gossip. I will not speak of it elsewhere." Leonardo's laughter turned to blood as it escaped his lips. Sujin displayed a hint of cold amusement, saying, "So you may depart in peace." Having uttered those words, Sujin ceased his prattle, his fingers curling slightly as he prepared to strike. He aimed at the position of Leonardo's heart and, with a swift motion, grasped. Yet, the moment his hand made contact with Leonardo's chest, he distinctly felt the cold, hard presence of machinery. With a forceful pull, he astonishingly extracted a mechanical heart from Leonardo's chest. Stripped of his heart, Leonardo was left gasping for breath. Astonishingly, he was not yet dead. With a heart so mechanical, it appears you are indeed difficult to kill, Sujin remarked in wonder. With a steely glint in his eyes, he clenched his fist and struck fiercely at Leonardo's head. The force of the blow shattered Leonardo's skull into fragments, akin to a watermelon splattering upon the ground. With crimson and ivory fluids erupting into the air like a blossoming firework, Sujin felt the life force dissipate from his hand. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last. "You have met your end," he murmured. Chapter 160. The Advancing Coalition. Sujin did not expend much effort in disposing of Leonardo's corpse. He casually cast it into the vast ocean, allowing it to become sustenance for the fish. Subsequently, he returned to the airship with Qinglong. Upon their arrival, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and others immediately gathered around, their faces etched with concern. "Sujin, are you unharmed?" Sujin chuckled lightly, shaking his head, his gaze radiating confidence and composure. "What could possibly be wrong? The matter has been resolved, unless, of course, Leonardo, without his heart and head, manages to crawl out from a fish's mouth." He spread his hands in an innocent gesture, eliciting laughter from the others, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The conversation soon shifted to Leonardo. "Unbelievable! Leonardo was a cyborg," exclaimed Qiu Yan. "No wonder he lived so long. It's practically cheating. Even a normal person, no matter how many genetic drugs they consume, cannot compare. It's no surprise this old monster has managed to survive so long." Qiu Yin marveled. Indeed, while the technology for cyborgs has its many flaws, Leonardo managed to conceal his true nature flawlessly, leaving no traces behind. Perhaps he discovered a way to transcend the technological limitations, Ai Tsongxian speculated, stroking his chin, or perhaps he did not find a loophole, but rather, his identity was so unique that no one dared to speculate. Thus, he could maintain his faade so successfully in front of the public. This aligns with the principle of the darkness beneath the lamp. Zhao Wenyuan proposed another possibility. As the group engaged in lively debate. Su Jin cleared his throat, interrupting their discussion. Leonardo is dead. Further debate is futile. What should our next course of action be? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Su Jin, their faces adorned with teasing smiles. We all followed you here, you decide, and we shall comply. Su Jin smiled awkwardly. If that is the case, let us temporarily settle here. He paused briefly before continuing. Now that the Kelvin family has been obliterated, the federal authorities and those prominent families will surely harbor trepidation towards us. Henceforth, wherever our airship ventures, it may cause their nerves to fray, prompting them to act impulsively. Therefore, it is best to remain low-key and observe the situation. After the storm has passed, we can devise a new plan. In addition to these crucial reasons, he also yearned to access the Kelvin family's treasury, utilizing its vast resources to bolster his own strength. Upon hearing Su Jin's proposal, the group nodded in agreement. Ai Tsongxian spoke up. Su Jin is correct. Word of today's events will spread rapidly, and various factions will undoubtedly respond. We are uncertain of their stance towards us, so it is prudent to proceed with caution. Qiu Yin could not help but express his astonishment. Incredible. Who could have anticipated that the Kelvin family would be so swiftly annihilated? We have truly made a significant impact. His face radiated excitement, as if he were still caught in a dream, utterly incredulous. Let us not celebrate too soon, Qinglong interjected with a wry smile, shaking his head. I have received the latest news. The federal government is in chaos. The 4 major military districts are mobilizing simultaneously, heading this way with full force. This was the greatest trouble they were about to face. His brow furrowed, clearly troubled by this unexpected news. Could it be that the Federation has labeled us as rebels? Zhao Wenyuan inquired with concern, exchanging glances with Qinglong, both their expressions laden with helplessness and gravity. The notion of the Federation's generals collectively becoming rebels sounded absurd. The others began to grow anxious, fearing the unfolding situation. Yet, Su Jin remained remarkably composed. With a slight smile, he declared, I am rather eager to see just what caliber of troops the Federal Army possesses. Not a trace of fear marred his countenance. Truth be told, he had never regarded the Federal Army with any seriousness. With the Black Crystal Tribe's airship at his command, he felt emboldened to traverse the entirety of Blue Star. At this moment, Su Jin was yet to realize that the terror he had incited within the federal government and various families had already eclipsed the fear once instilled by the Kelvin family. Those families and factions, long coveting the Kelvin family, had employed every conceivable means, both overt and covert, yet had been unable to shake its foundations, only to see it grow stronger, leaving them feeling suffocated. However, the sudden upheaval left everyone in shock. The Kelvin family had been utterly destroyed overnight. Moreover, it was accomplished with the airship of the Black Crystal Tribe. How could such news fail to instill dread? The entire process of the Kelvin family's downfall was even live-streamed online. This was nothing short of a ghost story. At this moment, the various families and factions realized they could no longer operate under the old strategies. If they chose to remain passive now, they feared that once Su Jin and his allies regained their footing, they might turn against them one by one. Thus, the various families urgently conferred, collectively petitioning the federal government to form a coalition to venture towards the mysterious Black Pearl Islands. Their aim was to gamble that Su Jin and the Kelvin family would be too battered from their fierce clashes, allowing them to reap the benefits and alter the course of events. Thus, the real situation was far more severe than Qinglong and the others had imagined. They were not only encircled by the Federation but also by various families. When the coalition they formed arrived at the Black Pearl Islands, everyone turned pale, their expressions becoming stricken with fear, for they had confirmed time and again that their eyes were not deceiving them. The Black Pearl Islands had vanished from Blue Star. One could only imagine the extent of the Kelvin family's devastation. The group was gripped by terror and quickly resolved to launch a full-scale assault against Su Jin and his companions, as the coalition of the federal government and various families surged forth like a tidal wave. The dark and vast mechanical army surrounded Su Jin and his companions completely. Peering through the porthole, they soon realized they were ensnared in the sea of the populace, their hearts tightening. Why goodness! Not only the Federal Army, but even the Stark family, the Long family, and the Leaf family have arrived, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with barely concealed fear. Faced with this sudden escalation, the expressions of the group turned grim. Yet, Su Jin appeared remarkably calm, his face still adorned with a serene smile. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice steady and confident. There is no need for alarm. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the moment we activate our airship's defensive shield, whether they can breach it remains to be seen. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, swiftly scanning the encircling coalition. To the eyes of others, those fearsome airships and mechas appeared daunting. However, to Su Jin, they were nothing more than mere scraps of metal, utterly unworthy of consideration. He internally compared the technological prowess of these machines to that of the once mighty Kelvin family, and the disparity was nothing short of staggering. The core technologies possessed by the Kelvin family were beyond the reach of these ordinary military enterprises. In his eyes, these so-called high-tech contraptions were mere child's play. The term rabble sufficed to describe this coalition of forces. How could they possess the audacity to approach him? They feared the Kelvin family yet showed no trepidation towards him, the one who sought to obliterate them. What sort of reasoning governed their minds? Thus, in the face of the enemy sharpening their blades, he maintained an air of calm and composure. With a mere flick of his thoughts, the defensive shields of the airships unfurled instantly. He took his seat upon the captain's throne, resting his chin upon one hand, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. Chapter 161. A logically flawed argument. The moment Su Jin activated the defenses coincided precisely with the coalition's assault. Multicolored beams struck the defensive shield, causing ripples to dance across the azure barrier, and then, there was nothing more that was akin to a tickle, merely stirring slight waves. Su Jin smiled, seamlessly switching to the mode of the black crystal holy body. Raising the black crystal scepter aloft, the massive barrel of the dark annihilator slowly emerged from the ship's hull. A terrifying energy began to accumulate instantaneously, surpassing even the wildest imaginations within mere breaths. The coalition's members were struck with terror, their faces betraying their fear. It was unfathomable to them what catastrophic consequences would arise should that shot be fired. The imposing figure of the dark annihilator materialized, its profound black barrel resembling the gaze of death itself, silently observing the coalition ahead. In that fleeting instant, the coalition's onslaught intensified. They desperately sought to breach the defensive shield and prevent the activation of this dreadful weapon. Yet, that impregnable barrier stood as an insurmountable chasm, leaving them utterly helpless. As energy swiftly gathered, a sphere of energy pulsating with black lightning came into view for all to witness. The faces of the coalition soldiers were etched with fear and helplessness. They could almost sense the shadow of death gradually descending, enveloping each heart. That single shot, while not likely to annihilate them all, would certainly claim the lives of at least 1/4 of their ranks. In such a life-or-death moment, none dared to wager their lives on a mere 75% survival rate. Fear spread like wildfire through the coalition, causing some of the less resolute soldiers to waver. Ultimately, one could no longer bear the immense pressure and chose to flee. As the number of deserters grew, those families that had merely sought to seize the opportunity began to scatter and retreat. The higher echelons of the Federation and the representatives of prominent families could only watch in helplessness as the morale of the coalition crumbled. In their desperation, they were compelled to send a signal of surrender to Su Jin's airship. Upon receiving the request for capitulation, a triumphant smile graced Su Jin's face. He raised his hand, halting the energy accumulation of the Dark Annihilator. However, the colossal weapon remained steadfastly erect, showing no signs of retracting. Su Jin had no intention of causing excessive slaughter, lest he earn eternal infamy on Blue Star. Yet, he would not be caught off guard. He intended to wield the Dark Annihilator as a deterrent. Ensuring that all were aware he was not one to be trifled with at that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill, with only the dark barrel coldly gazing at each member of the coalition. As if declaring its dominion. Seemed there was still room for negotiation. Songshin's brow relaxed slightly, his tone betraying a hint of ease. Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong also exhaled in relief, their taut nerves beginning to unwind. The four stood upon the observation deck of the airship, gazing into the distance. The coalition had ceased their frenzied assault. Standing in opposition to humanity, becoming the enemy of all, was not what anyone desired. The coalition clearly recognized that continuing the fight was unwise. Since resolution through force was unattainable, perhaps sitting down for peaceful negotiations was the best course of action. To convey sincerity, the Federation government and various prominent families swiftly acted, each appointing a representative to negotiate with Su Jin aboard the airship. Eugene nodded slightly, signaling his agreement. With a mere thought, a gap opened in the defensive shield, just large enough for these individuals to pass through. Inside the airship's conference room, the atmosphere was tense yet solemn. Eugene, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, Qing Long, and the members of the Night Crow team occupied one side of the conference table, while representatives of the Federation and prominent families sat opposite them. Additionally, a third party was present, the research team led by Lin Wanbin, along with tourists stranded on the airship for various reasons. The conference room was engulfed in silence, all eyes fixated on the speaker. It was the representative of the Federation government and an old acquaintance of Su Jin's from the celebration banquet, Cui Jinshan. Taking a deep breath, Cui Jinshan slowly began, "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please elucidate your actions? Why did you unilaterally seize the airship of the Black Crystal clan and annihilate the Kelvin family?" His voice reverberated within the conference room, tinged with inquiry and bewilderment, yet devoid of condescension or aggression. "The Kelvin family sought our demise, leaving us with no choice but to retaliate," Su Jin replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. His tone was calm yet resolute, as if recounting an immutable truth. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing his words. According to this young man, they were the victims? Their eyes widened, searching Su Jin's face for any hint of deceit. Cui Jinshan furrowed his brow. Solemnly confirming, "Is that all? No further reasons?" His gaze remained fixed on Su Jin, attempting to extract more information from his expression. Eugene met his gaze and solemnly nodded. "In simple terms, they forced my hand. I was merely compelled to retaliate." His voice exuded an undeniable conviction. Cui Jinshan turned to the representatives, engaging in hushed discussion. Their faces reflected confusion and contemplation, clearly struggling to reconcile Su Jin's claims, yet finding no grounds for rebuttal. After deliberation, Cui Jinshan once again directed his gaze towards Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qing Long. A flicker of skepticism lingered in his eyes, as if seeking further clarification from them. He opened his mouth, hesitating momentarily as he contemplated how to phrase his inquiry. However, before he could pose his question, Ai Tsongxian and the others nodded in agreement, affirming, "Everything Su Jin has stated is factual. His stance and perspective fully represent us." Their voices resonated with conviction and trust. Upon hearing this response and noting the seating arrangement centered around Su Jin, the representatives experienced a moment of realization. They finally understood that this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, the true master of the fleet. This revelation sent shockwaves through their minds. They struggled to comprehend why figures like Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qing Long, renowned within the Federation, would willingly heed the command of a mere boy. What charm or capability did this youth possess to garner such unwavering loyalty? In their eyes, Su Jin's entire persona began to take on an imposing, inscrutable stature. His age could no longer serve as a metric for judgment. Cui Jinshan, sitting upright, spoke in an even tone. "Given that you were compelled to retaliate, do you not believe your methods were somewhat excessive? Perhaps even cruel?" Su Jin responded earnestly, "I believe not. You may investigate. I am the sole survivor of my family. The Kelvin family sought my life, which equated to the annihilation of my entire kin. My retaliation against their clan is entirely reasonable, is it not?" The representatives and the third-party attendees were left speechless by Su Jin's reply. His reasoning seemed somewhat specious, yet it was undeniably coherent. Chapter 162. The Shock of the Delegation. "Then, since you have avenged the Kelvin family, can the airship of the Black Crystal clan be returned to the Federation?" Cui Jinshan inquired, attempting to maintain a placating tone. "After all," he continued, "such a dangerous weapon is unsuitable for individual control. For your safety and the safety of society as a whole, these airships need to be properly secured. Rest assured, should you surrender the Black Crystal clan's airship, we guarantee that you will not be held accountable for your actions. Furthermore, we can assure you that such incidents as with the Kelvin family will never recur," he further pledged, hoping to alleviate Su Jin's concerns. However, in the face of such enticing promises, Su Jin merely smiled faintly, his eyes revealing an inscrutable nuance. Upon hearing Cui Zhenshan's words, he could not help but stifle a laugh. Tio surrender the heirship of the Black Crystal Clan? Wasn't that akin to severing his own escape route and placing himself at the mercy of others? I cannot acquiesce to surrender the heirship of the Black Crystal Clan, Su Jin replied without hesitation. For they are now truly mine, and none other possessed the right to claim them. His tone was resolute and unwavering, as if declaring an unalterable reality. Upon hearing this response, Cui Zhenshan and the other members of the delegation suddenly found their expressions darkening. Although they were aware that the conditions they proposed were somewhat childish and absurd, they did not anticipate that Su Jin would refuse so decisively. After all, in their view, an official identity should carry a certain degree of deterrence. However, the youth before them seemed unconcerned by this. Su Jin. Lin Wanbin suddenly rose, his voice tinged with anger. What do you mean by tightly holding onto the Black Crystal Clan's flying ships? His questioning reverberated in the conference room. Drawing the attention of all present, Lin Wanbin surveyed the room and continued. Are you trying to incite war? Or do you intend to launch a terrorist attack? His words abruptly heightened the tension, and everyone held their breath, intimidated by his audacity. They would never dare speak so boldly. Lin Wanbin glared at Su Jin, awaiting his response. I am aware that the Kelvin family once harbored ill intentions towards you. But that matter has been resolved, has it not? Lin Wanbin's tone softened slightly, yet remained laden with skepticism. What purpose do you have in keeping these flying ships? Is it that the federal government cannot protect you? His questions came one after another, each striking at the core of the issue. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Or do you wish to amass military power and become a warlord? Lin Wanbin's tone grew stern once more. Ai Tsung was your teacher. Is this how he instructed you? Were you taught only reactionary thoughts? Lin Wanbin's words became increasingly sharp, causing the audience to sweat nervously, fearing they might provoke Su Jin and face dire consequences. Yet, Su Jin maintained a calm demeanor in response to Lin Wanbin's inquiries. Professor Lin, Su Jin finally spoke, his voice steady and powerful. You are mistaken. I am a person who cherishes peace. What you have mentioned does not reflect my thoughts or actions. He paused before continuing. Moreover, I have already stated that only I am qualified to possess these flying ships. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanbin immediately countered. What qualifications do you possess? These ships are the spoils of war, earned through the blood and sweat of our soldiers. By what right do you believe you are entitled to them? Cui Zhenshan and the other members of the delegation exchanged glances, admiration flickering in their eyes at Lin Wanbin's retort. They felt he had articulated their sentiments. Indeed, Su Jin, Cui Zhenshan echoed with righteous indignation. These ships are the spoils of the Federation. You cannot claim them as your own. The crowd nodded in agreement, perceiving Su Jin's stance as mere sophistry. Nevertheless, Su Jin's expression remained as tranquil as a placid lake, concealing his inner thoughts from prying eyes. This can be easily proven. Eugene spoke calmly amidst the audience's bewildered gazes, then clapped his hands. From outside, a figure entered with measured steps. Ronald, the temporary Grand Elder of the Black Crystal Clan. His arrival was akin to a bombshell, instantly stirring a tempest within the conference room. The Black Crystal Clan? The crowd exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Although the Black Crystal Clan belonged to a humanoid species, their distinctive feature, a diamond-shaped black crystal on their foreheads, rendered them unmistakable. In that moment, everyone recognized Ronald's identity, their shock palpable. Eugene, you are committing a crime. Lin Wanbin accused, heartbroken. You have unlawfully released a criminal of the Federation. In the face of Lin Wanbin's accusation, Su Jin merely smiled gently, gesturing for him to calm down. Do not rush. Let us first hear what he has to say. He turned to Ronald, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Ronald immediately understood, kneeling before Su Jin and, using a translation device, proclaimed in Blue Star language, Su Jin, my king, is the sole supreme ruler of the Black Crystal Clan. I, Ronald, as the Grand Elder of the Black Crystal Clan, along with all 3,452 members, pledge to offer everything to our king. His voice was resolute and reverent, each word resonating with loyalty and admiration for Su Jin. Ronald recognized that his performance would determine whether he could shed the title of temporary elder and truly become the Grand Elder of the Black Crystal Clan. The sole supreme ruler of the Black Crystal Clan? The attendees were left in utter astonishment upon hearing this title. Except for Su Jin's team, the others in the conference room could not conceal their bewilderment, exclaiming, How could you become the king of the Black Crystal Clan? Su Jin smiled faintly, a touch of bashfulness in his expression, and explained, perhaps it is due to my overwhelming charisma that I have garnered the support of the masses, thus becoming the king of the Black Crystal Clan. Consequently, the question of ownership regarding these flying ships becomes quite clear, does it not? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their minds seemingly short-circuited. They stared at Su Jin in disbelief, filled with confusion and astonishment. Su Jin had actually become the king of the Black Crystal Clan. When did this happen? Su Jin. Lin Wanbin struggled to accept this sudden revelation, loudly demanding, are you of the Black Crystal Clan or of humanity? In response to Lin Wanbin's inquiry, Su Jin remained composed. I have already stated that it is my strong charisma that has led me to become the king of the Black Crystal Clan. He paused before continuing. I can assure everyone that I am 100% human. If you do not believe me, I can provide a DNA sample for verification. Then are you a traitor? Lin Wanbin blurted out. As the conversation reached its climax, Su Jin's tone turned severe. Professor Lin, please be mindful of your words. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation. With that, he abruptly stood and slammed his hand on the table. Chapter 163. The Frenzied Division. Cui Zhenshan listened to the two engage in heated debate, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. He rubbed his furrowed brow, fully aware of the complexity of this argument. He and the delegation members understood that the Black Crystal Clan's flying ships would likely never be reclaimed. Henceforth, Su Jin would wield this fearsome power, undeniably becoming a force they could not afford to ignore. He was essentially a lawless outlet. In the absence of a better solution, after deliberation, Cui Zhenshan and the delegation had no choice but to temporarily acknowledge Su Jin's ownership of the Black Crystal Clan's flying ships. They realized that forcibly reclaiming them was impossible, as they lacked the confidence to confront Su Jin directly. Unless Su Jin were alone and unprotected, they might find an opportunity to act. Cui Zhenshan took a deep breath and looked gravely at Su Jin. Raising 3 fingers to solemnly propose, Su Jin, since you are unwilling to return the Black Crystal Clan's flying ships to the Federation, we must establish 3 principles. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, indicating for him to continue. Please proceed. Cui Zhenshan spoke in a low tone. First, you may not arbitrarily sail the Black Crystal Clan's flying ships beyond the confines of the Black Pearl Archipelago. This is to maintain regional stability and peace. Second, without the permission of the federal government, you may not lead the Black Crystal Clan into any city. We must ensure public safety and order. Third, until the federal government makes a ruling, you cannot find any pretext to eliminate forces that oppose you. We must uphold the integrity and authority of the law. After hearing these conditions, Su Jin nodded in agreement. I can accept all these terms. Although these stipulations effectively confined him within the boundaries of the Black Pearl Archipelago, Su Jin felt little discontent. He had intended to focus on enhancing his strength in this location and had no desire to wander aimlessly. Thus, these restrictions held little impact for him. Su Jin's reasonableness surprised every member of the delegation present. They suddenly realized that he was not an unmanageable individual. As long as they engaged with sincerity and calmness, discussing matters with him was not a difficult task. This realization lifted a significant weight from their hearts, leading them to believe that Su Jin would not easily lose control nor become a warmonger, terrorist, or villainous warlord. As the atmosphere relaxed, the expressions of the crowd gradually softened, in the ensuing discussions. Both parties amicably deliberated further details, with Su Jin agreeing to all proposed demands, undoubtedly enhancing the sense of security among the attendees. Cui Zhenshan, wearing a warm smile, inquired of Su Jin, Mr. Su Jin, do you have any other requests? We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Su Jin nodded slightly and said solemnly, I do have one more request. Although the Kelvin family has been eradicated, their enterprises around the globe are still controlled by their collateral relatives. Upon noticing this, Cui Zhenshan immediately understood and interjected, Mr. Su Jin, are you concerned that these collateral relatives may pose a threat to you? Rest assured, we shall clear any obstacles for you. The crimes of the Kelvin family are well documented. We will not tolerate their remnants continuing their nefarious deeds. His words were earnest and full of confidence. The crowd echoed their agreement, each expressing their determination to stand against evil. I may not have expressed myself clearly. Su Jin realized that the group might have misunderstood his intentions, so he clarified. He paused before articulating more explicitly, what I mean to say is, since I was the one who eliminated the Kelvin family, The enterprises they left behind should theoretically belong to me, correct? However, I currently lack sufficient manpower to manage these enterprises. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Su-jin smiled and proposed to the audience. If any of you are interested in these enterprises, feel free to suggest a reasonable price, and we can negotiate an exchange. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor, taken aback by Su-jin's audacious proposal for an exchange. Such matters of profit-sharing are typically conducted in private. Yet, here was Su-jin, brazenly laying it all out in the open, and with a plethora of democratic figures present, it rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Su-jin remained unfazed. He had no desire to squander time and energy dealing with the fragmented legacy of the Kelvin family scattered across the globe. At this juncture, with delegations from the federal government and various families assembled. It was indeed a rare opportunity to resolve all issues in one fell swoop. Amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, Cui Zhenshan, representing the assembly, inquired, "Mr. Su-jin, what do you wish to exchange for these assets?" Without hesitation, Su-jin responded, "Here is the list of resources I require. Feel free to take a look. The resources are valued at current market prices, and as long as you provide resources of equivalent worth, you may acquire the Kelvin family's assets from me." With a mere thought, the attendees' smart devices pinged with a detailed list of resources. They collectively lowered their heads to scrutinize the document, their eyes swiftly scanning each item. They soon realized that the list comprised only common minerals and basic materials, devoid of anything rare or precious. This revelation brought a wave of relief over them, the tension that had initially gripped them. Fearing Su-jin would demand exorbitant prices, dissipated in an instant. After a brief calculation, they concluded that if they adhered to Su-jin's proposed conditions and exchanged resources at current market value, not only could they easily procure the required materials, but they would also enjoy a healthy profit margin. This realization elicited an unmistakable joy on their faces. Whispers filled the venue as various families and conglomerates began clandestinely discussing how to divvy up the Kelvin family's global assets. "The Kelvin family's holdings in Long Country shall belong to the Stark family," declared one representative with conviction. "The assets in South America will be claimed by the Hayter family," another chimed in. Expressing their intent, "The Southeast Asian assets will be taken over by the Zeiss Group," yet another eagerly proclaimed. The crowd buzzed with excitement, each voice vying to stake their claim. Noticing the burgeoning enthusiasm, Cui Zhenshan cleared his throat a few times, attempting to maintain decorum. Meanwhile, Su-jin maintained a serene smile, quietly observing the exhilaration on their faces. He mused to himself, "Perhaps you think you're making a great deal, but I will never be at a loss." For Su-jin, the manufacturing cost of machinery in the dimensional factory was far below market prices. With just a single material, he could produce tenfold the machinery. Consequently, he was indifferent to these seemingly enticing assets and their long-term profitability. He was unconcerned about minor losses and was focused solely on a direct harvest. As the discussions progressed, the attendees grew impatient, eager to return and seize control of the assets. They urged Cui Zhenshan to expedite the negotiations. With a slight smile, Cui Zhenshan addressed Su-jin, "Mr. Su-jin, let us conclude today's discussion here. Should you have any needs in the future, please feel free to contact me, and I will endeavor to assist you on behalf of the federal government." "Thank you, Counselor Cui," Su-jin replied graciously. The negotiations concluded on a pleasant note, and the attendees rose contentedly, each feeling as though they were leaving with a bountiful harvest. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd, slowly approaching Su-jin. Her expression was complex, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Stella?" Su-jin exclaimed in surprise. "Am I so unappealing?" Stella said with a hint of melancholy. "I sat there for so long, and you didn't even notice me." Feeling a bit awkward, Su-jin scratched his head and explained, My apologies, you were dressed rather conservatively today, and I didn't notice at first." He took a moment to observe Stella, noting that she was clad in a rather conventional combat uniform, which completely concealed her once attention-grabbing curves, making it difficult for him to recognize her immediately. Internally, he sighed, acknowledging that it wasn't entirely his fault, as today's Stella was a stark contrast to her previous alluring persona. The features that had once captivated him were now obscured, and without the display of her exquisite form, how could he have possibly taken notice? Chapter 164. The Kelvin family's treasury. Upon hearing Su-jin's explanation, Stella smiled seductively. She slowly unzipped her top, revealing a glimpse of flawless skin. and teased, "Now, can you recognize me?" Su Jin was taken aback by this sudden display and quickly averted his gaze, looking up at the ceiling, his tone laced with embarrassment. "Miss Stella, please don't do that. I was merely joking." Stella's expression turned complex as she studied Su Jin's face, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her eyes. Reflecting on their encounter last month, she recalled having attempted to recruit him, only to be met with his unwavering refusal. At that time, she perceived him as a naive youth, utterly incapable of contending with the formidable Kelvin family. Yet now, the once powerful Kelvin family had become a relic of the past. While this young Major General of the Federation had ascended to become a dominant force, the rapidity of these changes left her feeling as though she were caught in a dream. "Miss Stella, what are you pondering so deeply?" Su Jin remarked, unable to resist teasing. "Are you once again contemplating having me marry into your Stark family and bear children with you?" Stella snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile. "Heh, how could I even dare to entertain such thoughts now? Your current status is beyond what we in the Stark family could aspire to." Her tone carried a hint of self-deprecation, coupled with a resigned acceptance of the reality. Compared to just a month prior, Su Jin's standing had undergone a dramatic transformation. Even if he were to propose joining the Stark family, whether they would accept him remained uncertain. In fact, it was entirely plausible that the Stark family could ultimately be subsumed by Su Jin. The risks involved were akin to inviting a wolf into one's home, and Stella had long abandoned that notion. Su Jin, discerning her thoughts, merely smiled faintly without elaborating. "Su Jin," Stella said with a grave countenance, "I hope I can still address you as I did before." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "The Stark family's friendship with you is unwavering. Should you ever find yourself in a predicament, the Stark family will unhesitatingly assist you through it. This is not merely my sentiment, but a decision made by the entire family." Stella had come as a representative of the family precisely because of the profound connection they shared with Su Jin. The Stark family sought to solidify a closer alliance with him through this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Jin displayed a profound smile. "I shall cherish the friendship of the Stark family." He was neither a madman nor a warmonger. He understood well that having more friends was advantageous and that having fewer enemies was preferable. With the Stark family extending an olive branch, he was more than willing to accept it. Now, he stood on equal footing with the Stark family, and the alliance they forged carried no implications of superiority or inferiority. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Stella stood to bid farewell. She was eager to return to her family to gather the resources listed for the exchange of the Kelvin family's legacy. After all, Su Jin had mentioned that it was a first-come, first-served basis. Once the delegation departed from the airship, the coalition surrounding it swiftly disbanded, and the entire process concluded as if it were a farce. Within a mere 2 hours, the waters surrounding the Black Pearl Islands returned to tranquility, as if no upheaval had ever transpired. Lin Wanbin's research team and the tourists stranded on the ship were, under Su Jin's arrangements, evacuated alongside the coalition forces. Their role as battlefield journalists had been fulfilled, and with the hostilities concluded, their continued presence aboard the airship would only waste provisions. The following day, sunlight pierced the ocean's surface, casting reflections upon the rippling waters. Su Jin, Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qinglong discreetly boarded a small submarine, delving into the mysterious waters of the Black Pearl Islands. Their destination was a secret treasury hidden beneath the waves. According to the coordinates provided by Leonardo, at the seabed coordinates 6759, 8892, they were to descend an additional 10 meters to reach the treasury's entrance. Su Jin fixated on the submarine's sonar screen, guiding the group forward. After meticulous searching, they finally discovered a concealed entrance nestled beside a deep cliff. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Jin's eyes as he rubbed his hands together, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. How exhilarating! I wonder what treasures lie within the Kelvin family's treasury. His words conveyed a sense of curiosity about the unknown. He relished the thrill of opening a blind box. The others, too, were swept up in this anticipation, eager to witness the marvels that awaited them. Their small submarine navigated through the narrow waterways, just barely fitting through the hidden entrance. After traversing a long, dim passage, they arrived at a dead end. Unable to proceed any further, Su Jin decisively maneuvered the submarine upwards, and as the vessel ascended, they entered a cavern that was nothing short of extraordinary. One by one, they disembarked from the submarine, stepping onto the enigmatic cave floor. Their attention was immediately drawn to a colossal metallic door. This door was intricately constructed from countless gears, both large and small. Its complexity dazzling to behold and almost overwhelming. Even the world's foremost experts in lockpicking would likely find themselves at a loss before this intricately designed metallic gate. Standing before it, Su Jin inhaled deeply and began to recite, word by word, the secret incantation provided by Leonardo. The phrases were peculiar and tongue-twisting, as if imbued with some ancient and arcane magic. As his words resonated through the air, the countless gears adorning the gate began to turn slowly. The sound of clanking echoed through the cavern, as if revealing a long-buried secret. Gradually, the movement of the gears came to a halt, and in the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the gate creaked open. The ease with which it yielded sparked a flicker of doubt in Su Jin's mind. Why, he pondered, opt for such an archaic method of unlocking when advanced techniques like facial recognition, iris scanning, or fingerprint identification were at their disposal? Merely a vocal command without any voiceprint verification seemed rather trivial for such a treasure vault. To ensure safety, Su Jin summoned a group of skeletal automatons to lead the way. These mechanical skeletons advanced through the dimly lit passage, creating a secure path for the others. Only after they had traversed a considerable distance did Su Jin signal for the group to follow. They navigated the cave with utmost caution, ever vigilant for potential traps. Fortunately, after a lengthy journey, they encountered no unforeseen incidents. The atmosphere was oddly quiet and secure, and it appeared that the Kelvin family had not implemented any intricate security measures here. An epiphany struck Su Jin. Perhaps the Kelvin family was overly arrogant, never considering that someone might dare to challenge them. Throughout their history, they had always been the ones to scheme against others. Their immense power had fostered a blind confidence. Chapter 165. The mouse enters the granary. With utmost caution, Su Jin and his companions passed through the metallic gate and stepped into the Kelvin family's treasury. They meandered through several warehouses, discovering that this so-called treasure vault resembled a vast underground base. Constructed entirely from a special alloy, it was impervious to deformation under water pressure. Upon opening one of the warehouses, they were greeted by mountains of food supplies, while various rare genetic reagents were neatly displayed in transparent cabinets, glimmering enticingly. The armory was stocked with an array of laser weapons, various models of mechas, and an assortment of war machines, all of the most advanced types. There were even vast quantities of rare ores, all classified as strategic materials banned from trade by the Federation. Good heavens, the Kelvin family is truly affluent. Chuyen exclaimed, astonished by the depth of their wealth. Zhao Wenyuan surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor, his gaze lingering on the armory for a moment before shifting to Su Jin. The items here could easily equip hundreds of thousands of troops. It seems the Kelvin family has long aspired to dominate the entire Blue Star. Unfortunately, now it all belongs to us, does it not? Su Jin nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. A thought occurred to him that aptly described the Kelvin family. Their previous emperor had perished before achieving half of his ambitious goals. While their aspirations were grand, they had succumbed before realizing them. I also noticed a library earlier, Qinglong interjected excitedly. The quality and quantity of the martial arts literature here far surpasses anything I've encountered. This place also houses the most advanced laboratories, filled with extensive research materials. It is highly likely that these belong to the radiant technology mastered by the Kelvin family, AI Tsongxian added, eager to delve into research. Feel free to take whatever catches your eye from this treasury, Su Jin generously offered, his enigmatic smile radiating warmth. Just leave the ores to me. I have a particular use for these stones. His gaze revealed a unique fervor. The group exchanged bewildered glances at Su Jin, noting his peculiar fascination with these basic materials, eschewing finished products for raw materials. However, Su Jin offered no further explanations. After a brief farewell, he made his way to the vast warehouse marked as the ore zone. Upon entering, Su Jin was greeted by a magnificent sea of metal. This warehouse was so expansive it rivaled 100 football fields. Its edges seemingly lost in a distant haze. The space was filled with meticulously stacked blocks of refined metals, each arranged with precision. The variety of materials was astounding, some familiar to Su Jin, while others were entirely unknown. Regardless, their sheer quantity was staggering as he realized that all of this now belonged to him. An indescribable excitement surged within him, He felt as if he were immersed in an endless treasure trove. Akin to a mouse that had fallen into a granary brimming with food, in that moment, he perceived himself as the happiest person in the world. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his exhilaration. Focusing intently, a massive black hole suddenly formed around him, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. This mysterious void appeared to lead to another realm, devouring all surrounding light and instilling a sense of awe. A powerful suction emanated from the black hole, akin to a vacuum, drawing in the materials Su Jin desired into a pocket dimension. Those precious ores and metals vanished without a trace, transported to his dimensional factory. Standing beside the black hole, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He understood that the manufacturing conditions for Death Star technology and Black Crystal technology were exceedingly stringent, and he was not yet capable of large-scale production. Thus, he opted for a more pragmatic approach, Blue Star technology. Although simpler, it perfectly aligned with his current needs. Rapid and mass production of machinery. The dimensional factory roared to life. 3 production lines surged into action. Mechanical arms whirling and sparks flying. Since he had ascended to the rank of a C-level superpowered individual, the factory had not only expanded its production capabilities, but its speed had dramatically increased alongside his mental fortitude. Now, whether it was simple machine guns, spray guns, shotguns, or more advanced weaponry such as grenades, mortars, missiles, and even higher-tier floating cannons, beam missiles, and sniper cannons, he could manufacture them at an astonishing pace. Su Jin sought not merely the potency of individual machines but an overwhelming numerical advantage, aiming to produce as many machines as possible to generate sufficient mental resonance, propelling him toward a breakthrough. His current C-level prowess, while formidable, paled in comparison in high-stakes combat. If he did not prioritize upgrading soon, he would merely be a bystander in future conflicts. On a clear morning 2 weeks later, Su Jin sat in meditation within the now considerably less crowded ore zone. During this time, he had taken up residence there, fully immersed in his grand manufacturing endeavor. In truth, he had inadvertently consumed an excessive amount of materials, causing the dimensional factory to operate incessantly. His head felt heavy, and despite the relentless hum of machinery in his mind, sleep eluded him. Of course, it wasn't solely the noise. The factory's operation demanded vast amounts of his mental energy. He felt increasingly fatigued, struggling to find rest. Thus, he resorted to closing his eyes, envisioning the skeletal dragon formed by his mental energy as a means to recuperate. Currently, 50% of the ores had been fed into the dimensional factory, rendering this area much more spacious than before. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed in his mind, as if something monumental was undergoing a transformation. The golden sea of consciousness surged violently, undulating like the tumultuous waves before a storm. The skeletal dragon spiraled within the sea, emitting jubilant roars, seemingly engaged in a mysterious metamorphosis. Su Jin watched intently, his heart brimming with anticipation. Just then, a sharp crack echoed, and to his astonishment, another dragon head sprouted from the skeletal dragon's body. This newly emerged head was entirely composed of electromagnetic energy, surrounded by swirling blue mist. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of magnetic storms, the blue electromagnetic mist danced around, resembling a flickering blue flame, continuously shifting in shape and density, radiating a captivating glow, rendering the entire dragon head both ethereal and tangible. The blue and white eyes of the dragon gleamed with an authoritative light, seemingly embodying divine majesty. Another head. Su Jin stared in disbelief at the dual-headed dragon swirling in his sea of consciousness, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Unlike the previous skeletal dragon, this newly formed head brimmed with electromagnetic energy. Yet, astonishingly, the electromagnetic energy and death energy coexisted harmoniously within the dragon's body, exhibiting no signs of repulsion, instead cohabiting in an unexpectedly harmonious manner. Chapter 166, A Breakthrough to B-Level. The dual-headed dragon. Su Jin fell into deep contemplation. The last time he resonated mentally with the machines of Death Star technology, his mental energy manifested as a skeletal dragon. Now, resonating with the numerous machines produced by Blue Star technology, had altered the manifestation of his mental energy, resulting in the emergence of an additional head composed of electromagnetic energy. He pondered the connections behind it all. Could it be that the manifestation of my mental energy is influenced by the technological products with which I resonate? This notion stirred something deep within Su Jin. As if he had brushed against a profound mystery, Eugene discovered that the manifestation of his mental power was remarkably distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Even after solidifying, it could still undergo transformations, leaving him utterly astonished. Typically, the manifestation of mental power is regarded as the most genuine reflection of one's innermost self, akin to a mirror that reveals each person's true visage. However, such a reflection ought to be stable and enduring, rather than shifting like the features of a human face in accordance with one's whims. The abrupt changes left Eugene somewhat at a loss. To his surprise, his mental power had evolved into a two-headed dragon, an unexpected transformation indeed. Nevertheless, despite feeling caught off guard, he could distinctly sense that the dual-headed dragon's form was significantly more powerful than the previously singular bone dragon. Its strength had soared to unprecedented heights. The newly emerged electromagnetic dragon head finally ceased its transformation, its scales shimmering and moving with the fluctuations of the electromagnetic field, resembling a vivid, three-dimensional work of art. This intertwining of reality and illusion was breathtaking. The two-headed dragon let out a resonant roar above the sea of consciousness, striking a chord deep within it. That moment, the original skeletal dragon's body underwent a tremendous metamorphosis. With one half retaining its bony form while the other transformed into a texture reminiscent of electromagnetism, resulting in a bizarre state of fusion. The two dragon heads, one symbolizing death and the other representing electromagnetism, stood in perfect balance. The death energy dragon head presented itself in a skeletal guise, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura, as if it were a harbinger from the underworld, silently radiating an awe-inspiring power. In contrast, the electromagnetic dragon head dazzled with a brilliant blue light, surrounded by crackling electromagnetic waves that seemed to harbor the power of annihilation, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Each dragon head exhaled its breath. The scenes were starkly different. The death energy dragon head released a chilling breath, summoning a gust of cold wind that seemed to solidify the surrounding space in its icy grip. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic dragon head unleashed powerful electromagnetic waves that painted the area in a deep blue hue, enchanting all like a scene from a sci-fi dream. The two-headed dragon soared through the sea of consciousness. The energy it contained surged forth, akin to the tides of the ocean. Yet, an unexpected pain abruptly interrupted Eugene's reverie. The two-headed dragon, which had been coiling within his sea of consciousness, suddenly burst forth. The dragon's silhouette shot out from above his head, swirling above him with an air of majesty and mystery. The tranquil space was thus transformed. A sensation of chill and tingling enveloped Eugene's entire being, as he felt two distinct energies intertwining and clashing. Shortly thereafter, the dragon silhouette dove down, re-entering Eugene's body and merging with him. In that instant, Eugene became a colossal two-headed dragon, leaping into the air and spiraling upward, exuding an overwhelming power that left onlookers in awe, the realm of unity between spirit and form. This was the ultimate testament to his mental power ascending to B grade. Upon reaching B grade, a superhuman could achieve perfect integration of their mental power with their being, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities and becoming immensely powerful. In that moment, Eugene appeared as a legendary deity, standing tall amidst the world, gazing down upon all. After circling gracefully in the air, the two-headed dragon descended elegantly. As it landed, Eugene's figure gradually emerged. Restoring his original appearance, he took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes, within which swirled a vortex of gray and blue, gradually dissipating into the clarity of his gaze. Had he finally crossed the threshold into B grade? Eugene whispered to himself, his tone betraying an unmistakable joy. He gently spread his palm, and with a mere thought, a chilling death energy coalesced in his hand. Following that, with another mental shift, the death energy instantaneously transformed into electromagnetic energy. Akin to a magic trick that dazzled the senses, Eugene seemed captivated by this game of power transformation, repeating the process countless times until he finally ceased his actions, feeling satiated. The threshold for B grade was 4,000 essence points. Upon reaching this level, one could easily contend against C-grade warriors piloting mechs, akin to a humanoid Gundam. This newfound strength filled Eugene with an unprecedented sense of empowerment. B grade was also referred to as the national level, and those who attained this realm possessed the capability to single-handedly challenge an entire nation, provided there were no B grade or higher beings within that nation. Such beings transcended the imagination of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, as Su Jin's mind continuously resonated with the machines within the interdimensional factory, his essence points soared at an astonishing pace. This speed felt akin to riding a rocket. At last, my mental power has reached B grade. Su Jin took a deep breath, a wave of indescribable accomplishment swelling within him. As the youngest major general in the Federation, he could now consider himself truly worthy of the title. His eyes sparkled. In the Federation, ranks above major general came with strict requirements, namely that one's mental power must reach B grade, while generals required a dash grade. Eugene vividly recalled how, when he was merely a C-grade superhuman, critics online had derided him for being unworthy of his title, mocking him as a mere vase who had risen to prominence by luck, questioning whether he truly possessed the strength to bear the mantle of the Federation's youngest major general. Not only had he shattered the record for the youngest major general, but he had done so as a C-grade superhuman, which was undoubtedly a subversion of the established order. Yet, it was precisely this disruption that led to more skepticism than admiration from the public. Ding! A crisp notification sounded in Su Jin's mind, and this familiar sound brought him great joy. He knew that whenever he made a breakthrough in his mental power level, his system, mechanical overlord, would awaken new talents. What would it be this time? Filled with excitement and anticipation, Su Jin focused his thoughts and eagerly summoned the system panel. A pale blue light curtain unfolded before him, neatly presenting 4 options, each radiating a mysterious and alluring glow. 1. Interdimensional Armory. 2. Core of Mechanical Overlord. 3. Essence-devouring nano-insects. 4. Mechanical Regeneration. Mechanical Regeneration. Su Jin's eyes lit up as he focused on this option, immediately prompting a detailed introduction of the talent to appear. Name: Mechanical Regeneration. Description: a revolutionary technology for mechanical repair and regeneration that can instantaneously restore damaged mechanical components through mental power and restructure them when necessary. Function: rapid repair. For damaged mechanical parts, mechanical regeneration can swiftly identify the damaged areas and initiate repair procedures. Structural reconstruction. In cases of severe damage or inadequate performance, mechanical regeneration can reorganize the mechanical structure, replacing it with components of equivalent quality. Chapter 167. The 4th talent, Mechanical Regeneration. Su Jin's gaze deepened as he meticulously reviewed the comprehensive introduction of mechanical regeneration, and a glimmer of understanding began to dawn within him. He smiled slightly and promptly prepared to conduct an experiment. With a mere thought, he deftly summoned a small, intricate robot from the interdimensional space. Rising to his feet, he unhesitatingly stomped down, crushing it to pieces. Fragments scattered, yet anticipation flickered in Su Jin's eyes. He gazed at the pile of wrecked parts on the ground, internally channeling his mental power to activate the mysterious mechanical regeneration talent. As his mental energy delicately touched the shattered components, a wondrous event unfolded. The crushed robot parts suddenly trembled, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, as blue electric sparks flickered between the fragments. Moments later, those once fragmented pieces miraculously reassembled, restoring the robot to its original pristine form. A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Su Jin's eyes as he maneuvered the newly restored robot through a series of simple tests. The robot executed various movements with remarkable agility, its functions operating flawlessly. This truly is a miraculous skill. Su Jin couldn't help but murmur in admiration, astonished that he could indeed breathe life back into machinery. He carefully assessed the mental power expenditure during the repair process, discovering it to be negligible. Within less than a second, his mental power had fully replenished. Eugene mused that perhaps only when repairing a large quantity of machinery would he encounter a shortage of mental power. Imagining the battlefield scenario where his enemies had exerted tremendous effort to defeat his mechanical battalions, only for him to command them to rise again with a single thought, he couldn't help but envision the bewildered expressions on their faces. A triumphant smile inadvertently curling his lips. The profession of a mechanic has always been synonymous with exorbitant costs. After each battle, the remnants of numerous machines litter the battlefield, akin to a desolate post-war scene, and restoring them would lead to a swift depletion of finances. Sometimes, rather than facing the agony of bankruptcy, a mechanic would prefer to perish alongside their machines on the battlefield. However, this formidable dilemma had now ceased to be an issue for Su Jin. With the awakening of his mechanical regeneration talent, he no longer needed to fear financial ruin. damaged machines could be revitalized with a mere thought, blossoming anew. Since his ascension to B grade, his mental power surged forth like a torrential flood, overflowing with vigor, and all his talents experienced a remarkable leap in quality. Within the interdimensional armory, the original 3 production lines had now expanded to 4, with production efficiency skyrocketing. Moreover, the core of mechanical Overlord had also undergone a thorough optimization following his promotion. All mechanical designs had been meticulously refined, significantly reducing raw material costs while enhancing the power of the machines to unprecedented levels. As for the devouring nano-insects, their numbers have reached unprecedented heights. With but a thought, Su Jin can summon these minuscule creatures to engulf his surroundings within a 100-meter radius like a tempest, rendering them omnipresent and inescapable. He reflects on his own assets. A surge of ambition swelling within him, he muses that, in the entire Federation, he should now be regarded as a formidable force. Departing from the Ore district where he had immersed himself for over half a month, he finds that none of his companions have been idle during his seclusion. Ai Tsung has been engrossed in the laboratory, delving into the vast trove of radiant technology materials left by the Kelvin family. Qiu Yin has requested a portion of Su Jin's biological tissue to commence genetic research. Zhao Wenyuan, meanwhile, leads his Night Crow squad, diligently patrolling the expansive seas of the Black Pearl Islands day after day. While also engaging in rigorous training, Qinglong is deeply immersed in the ocean of the library, tirelessly studying the martial arts manuals treasured by the Kelvin family, striving to absorb more essence of martial arts to refine his own skills. When Su Jin finally appears before them, they momentarily pause their tasks to converse with him, before returning to their respective endeavors. They exhibit no excessive astonishment at Su Jin's seclusion lasting over half a month. In this world, it is commonplace for individuals to retreat for years, even decades, in pursuit of higher realms. To them, Su Jin's brief hiatus may merely suggest a lack of patience for prolonged seclusion. However, they remain oblivious to the earth-shattering transformation that has occurred within Su Jin during this mere half-month. He has successfully broken through to the B-level realm, achieving a significant advancement in his cultivation. Su Jin refrains from boasting about his accomplishments. After bidding farewell to his companions, he returns to the flagship of the Black Crystal Clan. He summons Ronald, the temporary elder of the Black Crystal Clan. During this time, Ronald has diligently undertaken the management of the entire Black Crystal populace, ensuring everything operates smoothly, with each individual fulfilling their duties without a hitch. Su Jin surveys his surroundings, observing the smiles on the faces of the Black Crystal people, each engrossed in their tasks, radiating a vibrant and harmonious atmosphere. It is difficult to discern that they were once a bellicose and aggressive race. Turning to Ronald, Su Jin's gaze conveys a sense of approval. "You have worked hard, Ronald," Su Jin expresses sincerely. Ronald bows slightly in respect, responding, "It has been no trouble, my king. Everything today stems from the freedom you have bestowed upon us. Compared to our previous days of wandering among the stars, living in uncertainty, our current existence is akin to a dream our ancestors yearned for." His tone is filled with gratitude, and as he speaks, his eyes begin to glisten with emotion. Su Jin gently pats Ronald's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, remarking, "This is what you all deserve. You fought for me, so I ought to return your freedom. It is only fair." He pauses before continuing, "Although, at present, your freedom is limited to my vicinity." A hint of helplessness laces Su Jin's words. Initially, in his impulsive decision to wage war against the Kelvin family, he had used freedom as a condition to enlist the Black Crystal Clan as soldiers. Yet, when the time came to fulfill that promise, he found himself compelled to impose certain limitations on that freedom. After the war, keeping the Black Crystal Clan by his side became the most prudent choice, as Su Jin could not guarantee what chaos might ensue if their freedom were fully restored. At least during this period of their allegiance to him, he could effectively regulate their actions. "My king, please do not say such things," Ronald interjects, taking a deep breath, his expression solemn, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. "To remain by your side and serve you is the greatest honor for all of us in the Black Crystal Clan." He pauses, seemingly searching for more fitting words, then continues, "Our lives, our strength, and indeed everything we possess belongs to you. At your command, we would willingly brave fire and water, without hesitation." At this point, deep reverence and loyalty shine in Ronald's gaze. Very well," Su Jin replies, somewhat taken aback by Ronald's fervor. Chapter 168. The Three-Headed Dragon. The Black Crystal Dragon Head. By the way, Sujin shifts the conversation, his expression growing serious. Could you allocate a patrol ship for me? I have an important purpose. This mission is the core of his current endeavor. Upon hearing this, Ronald momentarily appears stunned, his face quickly shifting to one of astonishment. Of course, my king. Not only a patrol ship, but even our lives belong to you. Whatever arrangements you wish to make. You need not consult me. His voice is filled with loyalty and respect. Eugene smiles gently, raising a hand. It is best to inform you nonetheless. He understands that for the Black Crystal clan, a ship is not merely a mode of transportation or a weapon of war. It is a sanctuary in their hearts, a space essential for their existence. Now, as he intends to requisition a ship, it would inevitably cause some logistical inconveniences. Will there be any issues with personnel allocation? Sujin inquires with concern, a flicker of worry crossing his brow. My king, rest assured, Ronald promptly replies, his expression resolute. Personnel allocation is not an issue at all. We currently have only over 3,000 clan members. Allocating a patrol ship will not cause any disturbances. At this point, a faint smile of irony surfaces on his face. The once mighty Black Crystal clan has dwindled to merely 3,000 members, occupying less than 1/5 of the ship's capacity, leaving most of the ships idle. Hearing Ronald's explanation, Sujin's concerns ease somewhat. That is good, he nods, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Ronald does not question Sujin's specific use for the ship, as in his view, a king's command is beyond reproach, its validity unquestionable. He swiftly arranges for a patrol ship, presenting it to Sujin with utmost respect, the entire process executed without a hint of delay. Eugene takes control of the ship, dismissing the unrelated personnel before maneuvering the massive vessel to descend slowly into the depths of the ocean. Currently, his range of activity is confined to the area surrounding the Black Pearl Islands. To avoid unnecessary complications, the only place he can venture is the vast expanse of sea below. As the ship delves deeper underwater. Reaching a depth of 200 meters, Sujin focuses his thoughts, and a colossal black hole slowly materializes under his mental command. The 500-meter Black Crystal Clan patrol ship gradually vanishes, consumed by the black hole, disappearing into another dimension. The entire process is silent and seamless. For Sujin, the Black Crystal Clan's ships serve three purposes. First, to wield them directly for formidable combat power. Second, to utilize the devouring nano-insects to consume the black crystal stones aboard the ship to enhance his own black crystal sacred body. And third, to place the ship into the dimensional factory for reconstruction, creating machinery that wholly belongs to him. However, he has already dismissed the second option, as while the black crystal stones aboard a ship are numerous, they are insufficient for elevating his black crystal sacred body from a lower to a mid-tier level. Consuming them would only provide a slight enhancement, rendering it a waste. Now, to validate a hypothesis in his mind, the correlation between the number of dragon heads formed from mental energy and the types of machines resonating with him, Sujin resolves to expend a patrol ship, casting it into the dimensional factory for reconstruction, utilizing black crystal technology to manufacture a substantial batch of machinery. When the population of the Black Crystal Clan increases in the future, he will devise a way to accommodate them. Within the dimensional factory, the cacophony of machinery resounds as the massive patrol ship is swiftly dismantled into its raw materials by the factory's formidable capabilities. Subsequently, the mechanical sovereign core issues commands, and 4 production lines spring into action, rapidly operating according to the established plan. Within a mere 10 minutes, the colossal patrol ship is entirely disassembled and sent into the furnace for reconstruction. The production plan employs black crystal technology, swiftly producing a large array of new machinery, firearms, and mechs, which are neatly stored in the warehouse of the dimensional space. As these machines come to fruition, Sujin experiences a remarkable resonance of spirit. His essence value begins to soar at an astonishing rate, and upon reaching a critical threshold, an audible crack resonates in his mind. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberates within his consciousness. As the death energy and electromagnetic energy two-headed dragons roar, their necks suddenly swelling into a massive bulge. As the number of resonating machines continues to rise, that bulge erupts violently, and a brand new dragon head emerges. This newly formed dragon head is entirely black, resembling a gigantic black gemstone, radiating a dazzling, dark luminescence. When it exhales its dragon breath, a multitude of diamond-shaped black crystal fragments cascade down like fine rain. Both beautiful and awe-inspiring. Indeed, it is true. Su Jin's eyes widen in astonishment, his gaze fixated on the three-headed dragon soaring within his consciousness. He observes that death energy, electromagnetic energy, and black crystal energy, three distinctly different forces, intertwine and flow within the dragon's body, exhibiting no signs of rejection, instead maintaining an extraordinarily stable equilibrium. The oppressive aura emanating from the three-headed dragon is evidently more potent than before, inspiring a profound sense of reverence. In this moment, Su Jin is utterly convinced that the manifestation of his mental energy is far more extraordinary than merely an ordinary S-level. A ripple of emotions stirred within his heart. At present, I have only integrated the technologies of 3 civilizations. If, in the future, I were to master the technologies of even more civilizations and create a wider array of machinery, would it not imply that the number of heads on this dragon could continue to multiply? Contemplating this, Su Jin's heart brimmed with astonishment and anticipation. The addition of more heads might render this dragon even more imposing and magnificent, but what if the number of heads were to swell into the hundreds? Merely envisioning such a scenario sent a shiver of trepidation through Su Jin, as if the very essence of his sanity were being eroded by this overwhelming shock. However, he quickly steadied his agitated heart and resolutely thought, "What is certain is that as long as I persist in mastering the technologies of diverse civilizations, my mental manifestation will grow ever more formidable." He could scarcely fathom how powerful this mental manifestation would ultimately become as he continued to gather the technologies of the universe's myriad civilizations. A mental manifestation with boundless potential for growth. Such a concept transcends ordinary imagination. With this thought, Su Jin's heart was filled with an urgent and fervent desire. He was eager to begin collecting the technologies of more civilizations. To strengthen his mental manifestation further, a spark of inspiration flashed in Su Jin's eyes. Didn't Master possess the radiant technology data obtained from the Kelvin family? I must hasten to learn it. With this in mind, he swiftly made his way to the treasury, eager to find Ai Tsongxian. When Su Jin hurriedly appeared before Ai Tsongxian, the elder raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at the clock on the wall and then back at his returning disciple. He inquired with curiosity, "Why have you returned? Is there something urgent?" Su Jin promptly stated his purpose. "Master, I have come to learn about radiant technology from you." Chapter 169. The Tip of the Iceberg, Radiant Civilization. You wish to learn radiant technology? Ai Tsongxian was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. Eugene, please spare me your jest. Even if you genuinely wish to learn, I must possess the ability to teach. He sighed and continued, in the past half-month, I have barely scratched the surface of radiant technology. The knowledge of the radiant civilization is vast and profound, far beyond the technology of our blue star. With my current capabilities, digesting this information is akin to climbing a mountain. At this point, a hint of frustration crossed Ai Tsongxian's face. However, upon hearing this, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, "Where is the data, Master? Why not allow me to give it a try?" Ai Tsongxian regarded him thoughtfully, then nodded, saying, "Go ahead and try. Perhaps you will uncover something. Your extraordinary talent in alien languages may reveal insights that elude me." With this, he too felt a flicker of expectation towards Su Jin. The realm of deciphering alien technology. Su Jin's abilities had indeed humbled his master. After all, Su Jin had once managed to decode the advanced civilization metal plate of the Death Civilization in just one night. Such capability was nothing short of prodigious. "Follow me," Ai Tsongxian instructed, leading Su Jin to a materials room. This room spanned over 1,000 square feet, filled to the brim with years of research data from the Kelvin family to prevent theft. These invaluable materials were preserved solely in paper form. Upon seeing the towering mountain of documents before him, Su Jin felt a rush of apprehension. Yet he understood that within these materials lay endless wisdom and mysteries, waiting for him to unearth. "Master, this data is far too complex. Perhaps I should abandon this and study from the source instead." Gazing at the mountain of documents, Su Jin was overwhelmed and resolutely opted to forego delving into the intricate details. He recognized that the materials were rife with redundant information, detailing the entire experimental process of the Kelvin family, and he lacked the patience to sift through it all. Time was of the essence. He needed to start directly from the source. After contemplating for a moment, AI Songxian led Su Jin toward the core area of the materials room. He had not anticipated that Su Jin would take such an unconventional approach by choosing to overlook the research data. Typically, such precious research materials would prevent future generations from taking unnecessary detours, and one would be remiss not to examine them. However, Su Jin was no ordinary individual, and AI Songxian did not voice any objections to his request. Had it been anyone else, AI Songxian would have promptly dismissed them. He pointed to a stone tablet on a central pedestal, stating, "This is the source of all research." Curiously, Su Jin approached to inspect it, noticing that the tablet was adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions. Yet, to him, these characters were as inscrutable as arcane symbols, akin to the cryptic text on the Death Star technology metal plate he had encountered previously. He looked up at AI Songxian and inquired, "Master, do we have any linguistic materials from the Radiant civilization? Without them, I fear I cannot decipher this tablet." AI Songxian nodded and turned to retrieve a hefty stack of documents. These were the relevant materials downloaded by the Kelvin family from the game Interstellar. Downloaded from a game? Su Jin nearly laughed aloud. He was astounded that this game, which he usually played for entertainment, had become a crucial source of research materials at this moment. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and accepted the documents with seriousness. AI Songxian smiled gently, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding and appreciation for the game. "Do not underestimate it, Su Jin. The power of Interstellar far exceeds the imagination of the average person. IT is not merely a game. It is a wondrous world for exploring civilizations and experiencing history." He paused before continuing. "Within this game, you can uncover traces of existing or extinct civilizations. If you possess enough patience and enthusiasm, you may even delve deeply into a civilization's essence and learn its language." AI Songxian's tone brimmed with reverence for the game, and he lamented, "For most, Interstellar may just be a pastime, but for researchers like us, it is undoubtedly a treasure trove brimming with endless knowledge." As he spoke, he handed a thick stack of documents to Su Jin. "These materials may prove beneficial to you. Feel free to study here at your leisure. And should you encounter anything unclear, we can discuss it together, ensuring your progress accelerates." Su Jin accepted the materials, nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood, Master. I will make good use of these resources." Once AI Songxian departed, Su Jin settled onto the ground amidst a towering stack of documents. He immediately immersed himself in learning, starting from the introductory section and employing his unique quantum reading method, turning pages at an astonishing speed. Had anyone been present to witness this scene, they would likely have found it hard to believe he was genuinely reading, perhaps thinking he was merely playing around. However, for Su Jin, this distinctive quantum reading method was the most efficient approach. He did not need to consciously memorize the contents of the texts, for the mechanical sovereign core would retain everything and subsequently relay the information to his mind. As he perused more and more books, the information inscribed on the mysterious stone tablet gradually unfolded before him, no longer an indecipherable enigma. Time slipped away, and after a few hours had quietly passed, Su Jin finally turned the last page of the advanced section. That moment, the radiant technology recorded on the tablet was now as familiar to him as the back of his hand. Even more astonishingly, the mechanical sovereign core not only analyzed this technology but also extrapolated a plethora of foundational technologies from the radiant civilization. Although the information on the tablet represented merely the tip of the iceberg within the vast knowledge system of radiant technology, Su Jin had mastered it thoroughly. Even if placed amidst the radiant civilization, he could achieve the academic standing of an exemplary elementary student. Excitement and awe shimmered in Su Jin's eyes. This learning experience had broadened his horizons and yielded rewards beyond imagination. Taking a deep breath, he marveled. The level of the radiant civilization is undoubtedly not inferior to that of the Death civilization. In fact, in certain respects, it may even surpass it. His assessment was grounded not only in this learning experience, but also in a profound comparative analysis and insight into both civilizations. To him, the heights of both the Radiant and Death civilizations had transcended those of Blue Star's upper-tier civilization, the Sealer civilization. They belonged to a category far more powerful than mere galactic civilizations. They were cluster-level civilizations. The information inscribed on the tablet, within the expansive knowledge system of the Radiant civilization, was perhaps but an insignificant fraction, barely qualifying as kindergarten-level knowledge. Yet, for the civilization of Blue Star, such knowledge represented a dimensional assault, a pinnacle that would take millennia of effort to even approach. Chapter 170. Photonic Energy Collector. The technology of the radiant civilization appeared remarkably extraordinary to Su-Jin, exhibiting significant differences from any civilization he had previously encountered. He was astonished to discover that the very foundation of this civilization stemmed from a mysterious force known as the power of faith on this planet. Every member of the radiant civilization held a profound reverence for the exalted essence of light. They proudly regarded themselves as the children of light, firmly believing that as long as they harbored faith in the brilliance of light, they would never succumb to the encroachments of darkness. Consequently, photonic energy exhibited a remarkable resilience, an indomitable characteristic that was difficult to extinguish. Su-Jin's eyes sparkled with curiosity and astonishment. He had never anticipated that faith, a seemingly ethereal and elusive concept, could be harnessed in such a tangible manner, giving rise to a civilization of such dazzling brilliance. In theory, the power of faith represents an inexhaustible energy source, akin to a boundless treasury. However, this power bears a significant drawback. It can only be generated by those with deep-seated devotion. Regrettably, even within a society like the brilliant civilization, where faith is universally embraced, the truly devout are but a mere handful. After all, each individual harbors their own desires and aspirations, making unwavering commitment difficult to achieve. Yet, despite the fact that the pious believers constitute only a small fraction of the population in the brilliant civilization, the faith they generate is sufficient to propel the ongoing development of the entire civilization. These devout individuals enjoy elevated social status, their treatment far surpassing that of ordinary citizens, almost akin to a superior class. Such a position undoubtedly serves as a compelling incentive for many to strive for piety. In fact, the proportion of devout individuals in the population has been steadily rising year by year. The book Interstellar, held by Su-Jin, meticulously documents information regarding the brilliant civilization. After perusing the materials, he could not help but express genuine astonishment. At this moment, he profoundly grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase "the world is vast and filled with wonders." This realization further solidified his determination to leave Blue Star and explore the boundless cosmos. He yearned to witness firsthand the expansive and infinite world. Moreover, with his current B-level superhuman abilities, he possessed adequate strength to safeguard himself even in the unknown universe, minimizing the risk of unforeseen dangers. Immersed in the knowledge inscribed on the stone tablet, Su-Jin felt his spirit merge completely with the ancient script. Once he had thoroughly comprehended all the techniques outlined, he exited the repository and hurriedly made his way to the research lab. Eager to share his discoveries with Ai Tsongxian. "Master!" Su-Jin burst through the door, his voice brimming with excitement. "I have fully grasped the content of the stone tablet." Ai Tsongxian looked up, gazing at his young yet exceptionally talented disciple, his face etched with disbelief. "You must be joking. How could you have made such progress in less than a day?" Su-Jin, anxious, waved his hands. "Master, how could I jest about such matters?" As he spoke, he swiftly grabbed a tablet, his fingers dancing across the screen to sketch detailed diagrams and data analyses. "Look, this is analogous to the Death Energy Collector. The brilliant technology also possesses a device known as the Light Energy Collector." Su-Jin's fingers traced a mechanical design resembling a sunflower, its core function being the collection of the power of faith. Ai Tsongxian raised an eyebrow, incredulously staring at the design on the tablet. Can it truly absorb the power of faith? He was aware that the driving force behind brilliant technology was indeed the power of faith. Yet this energy was intangible and elusive, making its collection exceptionally challenging. The Kelvin family, after centuries of research, had only managed to establish a massive factory, sprawling in size, to barely collect a modicum of faith power. Unfortunately, that factory had perished along with the Black Pearl Islands. Now, the seemingly inconspicuous sunflower that Su-Jin showcased appeared almost like a child's toy. Ai Tsongxian found it difficult to fathom its extraordinary capabilities. "Master, if you doubt it, I can demonstrate the machine's function right here." Su-Jin's gaze was resolute as he looked at Ai Tsongxian, confidence resonating in his voice. Without hesitation, he turned towards the experimental platform, beginning to select and assemble the necessary materials. Although these materials were rare, the Kelvin family, having studied brilliant technology for many years, had ample reserves. Now, these precious materials had become Su-Jin's to utilize. A testament to the Kelvin family providing for others. His hands moved with practiced skill and speed. Even without relying on the interdimensional factory, His practical abilities were commendable. Within a mere 20 minutes, a brand new light energy collector was assembled, standing over a person's height like a sunflower, quietly poised in the laboratory. AI Tsongxian gazed at the marvelous machine before him, scratching his head with a wry smile. Su Jin, your craftsmanship is indeed commendable. But the question remains, where shall we find those who embody the light of faith? Su Jin paused at the inquiry, finally recognizing the crux of the issue. Indeed, while the machine could collect the power of faith, the source of that faith posed a significant challenge. They did not have any adherents of the faith under their command. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and asked, Master, how did the Kelvin family previously resolve this issue? The Kelvin family once sent a group of its members to the sacred city of Vatican for cultivation, successfully nurturing a cohort of believers. AI Tsongxian replied slowly, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the feasibility of this method. Regrettably, those individuals have all perished. If we were to start anew in cultivating believers, who knows how long it would take? Indeed, there are genuine, devout believers of the light within the Vatican. But in this restless era, those capable of settling down to cultivate are few and far between. He shook his head, a hint of disappointment and helplessness in his tone. Su Jin fell into deep thought after hearing this. Moments later, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Perhaps, we need not seek out believers to acquire the power of faith. AI Tsongxian was taken aback. Looking at Su Jin with confusion, what do you mean? Instead of responding directly, Su Jin waved his hand, sending the light energy collector into the interdimensional factory. He quietly waited for 5 minutes before retrieving the light energy collector. When it reappeared, AI Tsongxian was astonished to discover that the sunflower's flowerhead was now aglow with a radiant white light. Each plump light particle resembled seeds embedded in the flowerhead, emitting a dazzling brilliance. AI Tsongxian stared in disbelief at this spectacle, rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was not hallucinating. He immediately rushed forward to begin studying the light energy. This condensed light energy, born of the power of faith, was not the same as energy derived from sunlight. The disparity in energy levels between the two was vastly greater than 100,000 times. Su Jin watched AI Tsongxian engrossed in research. A silent smile gracing his lips, he was reciprocating the favor, using his own abilities to give AI Tsongxian's research a boost. Chapter 171. I want to ascend, Su Jin quietly observed AI Tsongxian. Fully engrossed in his scientific endeavors, a faint smile gracing his lips as he refrained from interrupting his passionate master. For a prolonged period, AI Tsongxian had been distracted from serious research due to Su Jin's influence. Su Jin tiptoed away, returning to the ore district. In the ore district, his eyes lingered over various ores before ultimately selecting a substantial collection of rare materials. He meticulously sent these materials into the interdimensional factory, his face betraying a mixture of anticipation and determination. Having mastered brilliant technology, he commenced the creation of a series of machinery. The designs exuded a sense of sacredness, forming a stark contrast to the dark aesthetic of Death Star technology. Each mechanical creation radiated authority and solemnity. Laser swords of light, the mecha of the White Knight, and laser cannons resembling scepters. Su Jin immersed himself in the joy of creation, unwittingly producing a vast array of weapons and machines. At this moment, the interdimensional factory was filled to the brim with diverse mechanical equipment, all masterpieces crafted from Blue Star technology, Death Star technology, Black Crystal technology, and the current brilliant technology. Gazing at his amassed wealth, Su Jin felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The quantity of these mechanical devices had approached 1 million, an astonishing figure. With such a formidable arsenal, he believed that conquering a surface-level civilization would not pose a significant challenge. Of course, he was no warmonger, eager to invade other civilizations at a whim. Crack. As the manufacturing and accumulation of brilliant technology machinery continued, the resulting spiritual resonance once again transformed Su Jin's consciousness. He felt this resonance surge within him, a wave of inexplicable excitement rising in his heart. It was a marvelous sensation, as if a profound connection existed between him and these machines, rendering them an integral part of himself. Vibrating in harmony with his own spiritual energy, in that moment, Su Jin suddenly sensed a shift in his spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on the transformation. Within his consciousness, the three-headed dragon formed by his spiritual energy began to undergo another metamorphosis. The majestic forms of the three dragons trembled slightly, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power, and soon after, a new dragon head gradually emerged above them, coalescing into shape. This newly appeared dragon head exuded an air of authority and enigma, surpassing the other three in grandeur. Its emergence seemed to imbue the space with an unexplainable sense of solemnity and mystery. The dragon head's skin shimmered with a pure golden hue, akin to molten gold flowing with sunlight, radiating a warm and resplendent glow that was difficult to gaze upon directly. This gold was not the mundane kind perceived by the average eye. It possessed a depth akin to the first light of dawn, warm yet not blinding, as though it could cleanse the soul. The dragon whiskers floated gently, resembling golden tassels swaying gracefully in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Surrounding the dragon head was a faint halo of light, reminiscent of a sacred aura, evoking a sense of reverence. It seemed to embody the very essence of the power of faith, continuously radiating warmth and a sacred brilliance. Deep within his soul, Su Jin was profoundly shaken by this force. What he felt was not merely a potent energy, but rather a sacred and tranquil presence. This existence appeared capable of penetrating the dust of time, reaching directly into the human heart. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his excited emotions. Slowly, he opened his eyes and beheld a whirlpool of black, white, blue, and gray hues swirling within his pupils, reflecting his formidable mental strength. The spiritual energy of the four-headed dragon manifested, spiraling majestically in the air, its majestic and enigmatic form intimately connected to Su Jin's spirit. Simultaneously, nearly 1,000,000 machines stood in orderly rows within the other-dimensional factory, resonating with Su Jin, becoming inseparable from him. This resonance of mental energy made Su Jin feel as if he had merged into a colossal network of power alongside the mechanical army in the other-dimensional space. He could vividly sense the heartbeat of each machine, akin to the rhythm of his own heart. This marvelous connection made him feel no longer an isolated individual, but part of a vast force alongside these nearly 1,000,000 machines. With the amplification of this power, Su Jin felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through him. After experiencing yet another leap in strength, Su Jin reveled in this newly acquired formidable power. At the same time, he made a resolute decision. He summoned all the core members of his team, Ai Tsongxian, Xiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, Qinglong, and the temporary elder Ronald, who were all gathered at this moment. The vast conference room, capable of accommodating hundreds, now hosted only these 6 individuals. Su Jin sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. He took a deep breath and solemnly announced to everyone, "I am prepared to leave Blue Star." As the words fell, the others were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. "Why?" Almost in unison, the others exclaimed, except for Ronald. Hearing Su Jin's intention, Ronald was filled with excitement, raising his fists and declaring, "Our king is mighty. Your renown shall surely spread across the starry sea." Su Jin, his gaze resolute, explained, "Blue Star is too remote. My life should not be confined here." The others felt a jolt at his words. Ai Tsongxian could not help but voice, "Isn't this decision too hasty?" Su Jin shook his head, scanning each face before him and countered, "Will you not accompany me?" With furrowed brows, Ai Tsongxian cautioned, Interstellar travel is fraught with unknowns and dangers. Perhaps you should reconsider." However, Su Jin merely smiled slightly, radiating confidence. He gently released his mental energy, and in an instant, an invisible force enveloped the entire conference room. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if they were being crushed by an unseen mountain. Even more astonishingly, for dragon heads' ethereal silhouettes faintly emerged behind Su Jin, roaring and twisting, exuding a heart-stopping aura of dominance. Qinglong's expression was particularly complex. As an A-level superhuman, he sensed an unprecedented aura of danger emanating from Su Jin. This shallow pool can hardly contain the great dragon that is about to soar. Qinglong could not help but emit a long sigh. Zhao Wenyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Jin, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Su Jin, have you already broken through to B-level?" Su Jin smiled faintly and nodded affirmatively. In that instant, the entire conference room seemed to freeze, with only the sound of their breaths echoing. Each person present collectively inhaled sharply, waves of astonishment churning in their hearts. A 19-year-old B-level superhuman? Such talent and strength were simply unprecedented. Recalling how Su Jin had only recently broken through to sea level during the Heavenly Palace defense battle, and now, merely 3 months later, he had achieved another breakthrough. The speed of his ascension was utterly unfathomable. The crowd remained stunned by this revelation, enveloped in a profound silence. Ai Tsongxian was the first to shatter this stillness. Earnestly addressing Su Jin, "Su Jin, the dangers of interstellar travel far exceed your imagination. Even though you have now become a B-level superhuman, it does not guarantee absolute safety in interstellar travel." He paused before continuing. In the past, there were those on Blue Star who chose to venture out alone, but they never returned, all having gone missing. You possess such astounding talent and strength. Becoming an A-level superhuman is within reach, and you may even touch the legendary S level. Why not wait until you are powerful enough to traverse a star domain before risking interstellar adventures? Chapter 172. Farewell, Blue Star. Target. The stars and the sea. Ai Tsongxian's question acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of contemplation among the others, who turned their gazes towards Su Jin. Awaiting his response, Ronald's eyes flickered with alternating anticipation and concern. While he yearned for the king's renown to echo through the stars, he was far more preoccupied with the king's safety. The king's strength was paramount. The power of a B-level superhuman seemed somewhat inadequate in the vastness of space. The average level of the Black Crystal clan was B-level, and although he understood that the king's actual combat power far surpassed mere classification, he still believed Ai Tsongxian's words held merit. Attaining sufficient strength was indeed the safest choice. Meeting the gazes of the assembly, Su Jin slowly spoke. "Though I find it difficult to articulate, if I remain on Blue Star, I fear I may never break through to a level." His tone conveyed a deep sense of helplessness. Above Blue Star, the Federation indeed possessed numerous metallic tablets documenting alien technology, and Su Jin believed he had the capability to trade for them. However, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Even if he mastered this alien technology, how could he manufacture machines without sufficient resources? If he could not create enough machines to resonate with him mentally, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would forever remain barred from ascending to higher realms. The others gazed at Su Jin, and from his resolute expression, they comprehended that his words were not mere rhetoric. Thus, they realized that Su Jin had ample justification for departing Blue Star. Su Jin surveyed the room and continued, "However, for safety's sake, not everyone can accompany me." He took a deep breath and elaborated. "I will take Ronald to scout a path for everyone. Once we find a suitable place to settle, I will return to bring everyone over." Unlike the others, who had lived on Blue Star for so long, establishing interpersonal connections and friendships, Su Jin was unencumbered, free to embark on an interstellar journey at a moment's notice. "Yet, you venturing out alone gives us great unease. Perhaps we should accompany you?" The others voiced their concerns in unison. Su Jin smiled and shook his head, reassuring them. "There is no need for concern. With Ronald and a portion of the Black Crystal clan, I will have ample protection." He turned to Ai Tsongxian and Qiu Yan, stating earnestly, "Master, Elder Qiu, your research remains incomplete, and the environment and resources here are more conducive for your in-depth studies." Then he addressed Zhao Wenyuan and Qinglong. "Uncle Zhao, Brother Qinglong, you must stay behind to protect them and ensure their safety." Finally, he added, "We shall leave a portion of the Black Crystal clan, the mothership and several escort ships. We need to maintain a significant presence here to deter those with ill intentions, ensuring they do not act against you." Su Jin's meticulous arrangements elicited admiration from the others, who marveled at his maturity beyond his years. They exchanged knowing smiles. Qiu Yan casually remarked, "Now that the Kelvin family has been completely eradicated, I doubt anyone would dare to challenge us again, right?" Yet Su Jin shook his head slightly, his expression grave as he countered, "Do not let your guard down. Compared to the Kelvin family, our current existence poses an even greater threat to them. Should we reveal any weakness, the opportunistic Federation and various families will immediately pounce upon us like hungry wolves, seeking to eliminate us all." He paused before continuing. "Let us not forget that our stability here is largely due to the deterrent presence of the Dark Annihilators. Without the threat of this power, our enemies would likely rush in without hesitation, which is why I must leave the mothership behind." After further deliberation, the group rose to prepare, strategizing on how to contend with the forces on Blue Star once Su Jin departed. Half a month later, Preparations for interstellar travel were complete. Su Jin's gaze was resolute as he observed Ronald and the 100 black crystal warriors lined up behind him, clad in battle armor and carrying all necessary supplies for their journey. Each of them was filled with enthusiasm. Ronald stepped forward, respectfully reporting, "My king, all is ready. We await only your command to set forth." His voice conveyed an eager anticipation for the impending adventure. Su Jin nodded, without a hint of hesitation. "Since we are prepared, let us embark." At his command, Ronald promptly acknowledged and turned a gesture to the 100 warriors of the Black Crystal clan. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes of his compatriots, they were about to follow their king on a journey to conquer the starry seas. Su Jin stood at the ship's entrance, casting a lingering glance back at the crowd that had come to see him off. His gaze swept over the faces of Ai Tsongxian, Qiu Yin, Zhao Wenyuan, and Qing Long, stirring within him a tide of indescribable emotions. "Master, Old Qiu, Uncle Zhao, Brother Qing Long," Su Jin called each of them by name, a tender smile illuminating his face. "Take good care of the home and wait for my return. Trust me, you won't have to wait long." With that, he beamed widely, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth, and vigorously waved his right hand. "Stay safe. Take care of yourselves." Ai Tsongxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke, his voice trembling. "Goodbye, kid." Qiu Yin fought back tears, managing a faint smile in response. "Remember, if you can't win, run. Don't be reckless." Zhao Wenyuan barked a warning. Qing Long stood silently, his gaze complex as he watched Su Jin, a silent understanding passing between them. Amidst the choked farewells, Su Jin turned and stepped into the ship. He stood before the porthole, arms crossed, gazing at the diminishing blue star, silently vowing, "This journey shall surely lead to skies of endless possibility." In the globally watched Black Pearl Islands, countless individuals witnessed, through various channels, a breathtaking sight, a warship soaring skyward, piercing the clouds. Prior to this, many speculated that the ambitious Su Jin's next move would involve an invasion of some unfortunate faction. They anticipated that Su Jin would leave the Black Pearl Islands. But little did they expect that the ship would not move laterally, but rather ascend vertically. Thus, it departed from Blue Star. This scene left everyone astounded, deeply shaken by the unexpected maneuver. The Federation and major families were quick to express their confusion. Was the ship's navigation system malfunctioning? In that instant, countless minds began to stir, eager to investigate this sudden turn of events for potential gain. However, when they discovered that it was merely a warship and not a flagship, their enthusiasm was doused with cold water. They realized that Su Jin's forces had not been materially weakened and remained formidable, not easily bullied. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Su Jin had leaped from this confined pond, choosing instead to voyage into the vastness of the Starry Sea. No longer entangled in the intrigues of Blue Star's factions, his gaze and ambitions had already turned towards the grander cosmos. Chapter 173. The Lavin's Nexus. Su Jin sat regally upon the captain's throne, his deep-set eyes fixed upon the boundless expanse of stars beyond the porthole, his thoughts drifting like stardust, ethereal and profound. In this cosmos, dotted with twinkling stars, he needed to chart a clear path. Lest he wander aimlessly in the vast sea of stars, he slightly lifted his head, shifting his gaze from the star map to Ronald beside him, and calmly inquired, "Ronald, where are we currently located? Please summarize our situation." Ronald promptly responded, his finger tracing the star map to a flickering light. "Your Majesty, we are presently within the Milky Way galaxy, specifically in the 9th star domain of the Val clan." He paused before continuing, "The 9th star domain lies at the edge of the observable universe, and the Val clan is a remote territory within this domain. Here, the true rulers of the Milky Way are the Sealer civilization, albeit their control is not particularly strong." Ronald's expression grew serious. Because of this, the governance within the Milky Way is quite chaotic. Many wandering civilizations have transformed into interstellar pirates, scavengers, and pioneers, their activities exceedingly frequent. He inhaled deeply, cautioning, "Thus, Your Majesty, we must remain highly vigilant towards any individuals or groups that approach us." Upon hearing this, Su Jin's brow arched slightly, revealing a keen intensity. "So, you imply that our current position resembles a forgotten corner. A chaotic no-man's land?" "Indeed," Ronald nodded gravely. "The Milky Way is far from the peaceful and tranquil image that Blue Star inhabitants perceive. It is, in fact, rife with chaos and conflict. He carefully observed Su Jin's demeanor as he continued. The physique of Blue Star inhabitants is exceptionally unique, enabling them to awaken various talents, which piques the Sealer civilization's interest in you. Ronald swallowed hard, his voice dropping somewhat. They often select promising Blue Star individuals, either to assimilate them into their civilization or to sell them as slaves. The mere mention of the word slave caused his voice to involuntarily dip lower. Su Jin's pupils constricted abruptly, his breath catching for a moment. Memories of his master's proud declaration that Blue Star was a magnificent source of human resources flashed through his mind. In retrospect, the term human resources was merely a euphemism, concealing deeper implications. However, Su Jin did not reveal excessive emotion. He took a deep breath to steady his feelings, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chaos may not necessarily be a bad thing. He began slowly, his tone imbued with resolve and determination. A great person once said, "The greater the storm, the more precious the fish." This tumultuous Milky Way may indeed be the optimal place for us to seek opportunities. "Your Majesty speaks wisely," Ronald replied, his eyes filled with reverence. He hadn't anticipated that this young king would not be daunted by the predicament, but instead exhibit a rare fortitude and vision. Su Jin shifted the conversation back to pressing concerns. "However, what we lack most at this moment is information. In this vast expanse of space, we cannot meander aimlessly like headless flies. Ronald, do you know of any place where we can acquire a wealth of useful information?" His eyes sparkled with determination, his mind already formulating initial plans. Beyond exploring the mysteries of the unknown cosmos, Su Jin harbored a grand ambition: to amass a collection of advanced civilization technologies and rare raw materials. To achieve this goal, he needed to identify a thriving commercial nexus, a bustling hub where various factions congregate and trade flourishes. Yet, the stark reality loomed before him. He possessed almost nothing. The currency of Blue Star became worthless beyond its borders, akin to scrap paper. Thus, prior to departing Blue Star, he had deliberately loaded the ship with local specialties, various mineral resources from Blue Star, which he planned to sell to earn his first pot of gold. "There is indeed such a place," Ronald finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. "There exists a large air hub known as the Lavin's Nexus, where forces from all sides converge and commercial transactions are exceptionally vibrant. There, you may be able to uncover any information you desire. It should align perfectly with your needs." Upon hearing this, Su Jin's eyes gleamed with interest as he countered, "Have you frequented that place before?" Ronald awkwardly shook his head. No, we have never been." "Why not?" Su Jin's curiosity was piqued. Ronald explained, "Our Black Crystal clan's population is simply too small." The former Grand Elder always worried that frequent appearances in such bustling places would easily attract unwanted attention. "After all, as a civilization reduced to wandering, we are highly sought after in the slave markets. Thus, we have consistently avoided places like the Lavin's Nexus. I have only heard rumors about it, and it was only because you inquired that I thought of it." As he spoke, Ronald glanced nervously at Su Jin, fearing that his response might provoke displeasure. "I see." Yet, Su Jin merely smiled slightly, indicating his understanding. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Lavin's Nexus would become his next target. However, he felt a sense of exasperation towards the late Grand Elder Mario of the Black Crystal clan. That individual had been exceedingly cowardly, only daring to lead the Black Crystal clan in aimless wanderings through the cosmos, selecting soft targets like Blue Star to exploit. Theo put it bluntly, they were not a free wandering civilization fleet, but rather akin to beggars. With a hint of playful sarcasm, Su Jin inquired, "Since Lavin's Nexus is so perilous, why would you dare to inform me of it? Are you not afraid that I might lead you there, and you would end up being targeted and captured?" Without hesitation, Ronald crossed his arms over his chest, responding with a resounding voice, "Not afraid. I believe that our king will surely sweep away all obstacles, banishing all malevolent spirits, and lead the Black Crystal clan towards a new era of glory." His eyes shone with fervent admiration, evidently speaking from the heart. During his time on Blue Star, he had absorbed much culture and now generously offered his learned praises to Su Jin. Hearing this, a smile crept across Su Jin's lips. With a thought, a virtual star map materialized before him. He swiftly inscribed the words Lavinus Hub onto the star map, which immediately magnified and precisely pinpointed a specific celestial body. After confirming the coordinates and location details, Su-jin unhesitatingly began to maneuver the starship into acceleration. Chapter 174. Apologies, I do not sell. Attention everyone. The starship is about to initiate the acceleration procedure. We shall enter the transition corridor at light speed. During this process, severe vibrations may occur, so please find your seats and fasten your seatbelts immediately. The voice of the artificial intelligence reverberated throughout the vessel. Clear and composed, upon hearing this reminder, everyone aboard the starship sprang into action. They swiftly located their seats, deftly secured their metallic seatbelts, and then anxiously held their breath, awaiting the imminent transition. With a profound and enduring horn blast, the starship began to tremble violently. The metallic walls and floor seemed to quiver under the intense vibrations, causing hearts to race, as Eugene was experiencing such a scene for the first time. At the moment the starship accelerated, he felt a tremendous force abruptly thrusting against his back, as if attempting to push him deep into his seat. The starship of the Black Crystal clan roared to life. With all engines operating at full power, expelling a long stream of flames from its rear, reminiscent of a resplendent fire dragon dancing in the night sky. When the speed of the starship reached a critical point, space appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a shimmering rift glowing with ethereal light. The starship plunged into it without hesitation, and with a slight jolt, the entire vessel completely immersed itself in this mysterious spatial corridor. The rift swiftly sealed behind the starship, as if nothing had transpired, leaving only the twinkling starlight in the cosmos. It is estimated that it will take another half-month to reach the destination. Levinus Hub. Please, pilots, remember to rest and manage your driving time wisely to avoid fatigue while operating the vessel. The voice of the artificial intelligence resonated once more, reminding every individual aboard. Listening to this comforting prompt, Su-jin felt a slight dizziness clouding his mind. The sensation caused by such high-speed travel made him feel somewhat nauseous, despite his physical prowess having reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. This experience of flight was a first for him, and his body was still striving to acclimate to this unprecedented sense of velocity. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Ronald approached after the starship stabilized. Concern etched across his face. The Black Crystal clan had wandered through the cosmos for many years, becoming accustomed to such high-speed travel. However, he worried that the newly appointed king, Su-jin, might not adapt well to this environment. Su-jin pinched the bridge of his nose, appearing somewhat fatigued. It's fine. I just need a bit of time to adjust. This dizziness will pass shortly. His voice was slightly subdued, and he looked rather lethargic. In that case, I shall not disturb you further. Ronald bowed respectfully and returned to his position as first officer, his gaze still filled with worry. For the next half-month, Su-jin remained aboard the starship. His daily needs were meticulously attended to, from food and drink to everyday tasks, leaving him free from concern. This allowed him to deeply appreciate that without the attentive care of the Black Crystal people, his solitary journey through the stars would have posed significant challenges for self-sufficiency. Fortunately, Su-jin could directly deposit energy crystals into the interdimensional factory for refueling, alleviating any worries about the starship's endurance during interstellar travel. Theoretically, as long as he desired, the starship he piloted could continue soaring until it reached the universe's end at last. The rumbling of the starship's engines began to subside, and its speed noticeably diminished. Everyone could feel the change. Welcome to Levinus Hub, the center of interstellar communication and a melting pot of various civilizations. As the Black Crystal clan starship gently entered the vicinity of Levinus Hub, an automated announcement played a melodic introductory message. This voice was not issued by the starship's onboard artificial intelligence, but rather a mandatory introduction implanted by Levinus Hub for all vessels entering its airspace. Su-jin stood in the captain's chamber, slightly raising an eyebrow. He understood that this seemingly cordial welcome concealed a subtle warning. It implied that Levinus Hub possessed the capability to easily breach the starship systems, controlling the fate and presence of every visitor. Thus, anyone entering this locale, if possessed of even a modicum of rationality, would refrain from reckless actions. He strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, his deep gaze penetrating through the glass to the outside world. In the starry expanse, various starships traversed, differing in size and style. Not far off, several colossal structures floated amidst the cosmos, ablaze with light, as if showcasing the vibrancy and bustle of this place to every visitor. For Su Jin, who had not encountered the outside world for half a month, all of this felt remarkably novel. A strong desire for exploration surged within him, yearning to experience the lively atmosphere firsthand. Every detail, every difference, ignited a profound sense of intrigue and excitement within him. Your Majesty, we are currently situated at the periphery of Levinus Hub, still a considerable distance from the core area. Ronald stood beside Su Jin. Speaking with utmost respect, Su Jin scanned the surroundings, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. He nodded, urging Ronald to continue. The majority of the structures here are built by several prominent families and their affiliated forces. Ronald elaborated, gesturing toward some distant edifices. Su Jin followed Ronald's, his face revealing an expression of keen interest. It sounds rather intriguing here. Shall we venture down for a stroll? Although he currently had no currency on him, he thought it would be fine to explore without making any purchases. Of course, Your Majesty, Ronald replied promptly, then turned to arrange the necessary details. Shortly thereafter, Su Jin brought the starship to a steady halt within the spaceport. He descended with Ronald and a contingent of black crystal warriors, leaving only a small group behind to guard the vessel. As they stepped onto the spaceport's surface, a tall, gaunt extraterrestrial approached them with enthusiasm. This alien possessed only 4 fingers and bore a resemblance to a lizard, evoking the impression of a lizard turned sentient. Is this your first visit to Levinus Hub? The lizard person inquired with a broad smile in the universal tongue. I can act as your guide for just a single black iron coin. His gaze flitted among the group before finally settling on Su Jin. With eyes the size of walnuts glimmering, he continued, let me guess, this distinguished gentleman must be seeking a good buyer for the Blue Star people in his charge. Pausing briefly, he added, leave that to me. I happen to know several influential figures looking to purchase exceptionally gifted Blue Star individuals. I'm afraid I am not currently in the market for selling myself, Su Jin replied with a calm smile, articulating in fluent universal language. He gently pushed past the obstructing lizard person and strolled confidently alongside Ronald. The lizard person, momentarily bewildered after being brushed aside, scratched his bald head in contemplation. Chapter 175. Attack of the Interstellar Pirates. The lizard person stood in place, pondering for quite some time before suddenly slapping his forehead in realization. I understand now. That Blue Star person is actually the leader of this group, while the others are merely his subordinates. It appears that this is a Blue Star individual sent by their master to procure supplies. He gazed toward the direction where Su Jin had vanished, his eyes reflecting a profound envy. To be entrusted with such faith by a master, this Blue Star person must undoubtedly be remarkable. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Jin gently touched his cheek, turning to Ronald beside him. Ronald, do I resemble a slave? Why did that individual immediately ask if you intended to sell me? Upon hearing this, Ronald quickly waved his hands in a flurry of panic. Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand. That short-sighted lizard clearly failed to perceive the regal aura emanating from you. All right, enough. Su Jin interjected with a chuckle. I am not blaming you. I know you meant no harm, that I am merely curious why. After my response, the lizard person's eyes suddenly became filled with such envy. Taking a deep breath, Ronald's tense demeanor finally relaxed somewhat. He contemplated for a moment before slowly explaining. Perhaps that lizard person mistakenly believed you to be a trusted aide of an immensely powerful figure, thus regarding you with admiration and awe. He looked up at Su Jin, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Though Blue Star individuals are often viewed as slaves on many planets, subject to arbitrary commerce, it is undeniable that some exceptionally gifted individuals manage to rise above, earning the favor and employment of influential figures. These individuals are often entrusted with significant responsibilities, representing those powerful figures in various affairs. Consequently, many people envy such Blue Star individuals for their ability to escape a life of subservience and enjoy a life of comfort. As one who also occupied the lower echelons of interstellar society, Ronald deeply understood the envy and yearning reflected in the lizard person's gaze. I see, Su Jin replied, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He mused that perhaps he could leverage this to masquerade as an agent of a powerful figure, pulling the tiger's skin to expand his own banner. Unbeknownst to Ronald, who continued to enthusiastically serve as a guide, Su Jin was already formulating his plans as he detailed the surrounding sights. His face radiated excitement, despite his own provincial background and limited travels, having spent the majority of his life aboard the spacecraft. However, in comparison to Sujin, his knowledge was significantly broader. The esteemed elder, Mario, during his lifetime, frequently screened documentaries for them, showcasing the glorious epoch of the Black Crystal Clan, featuring precious footage left by a traveler traversing the cosmos. Thus, he could recognize and name many things on the streets, provided they were not overly novel. Suddenly, as Sujin and the others strolled through the bustling streets, the spaceport trembled violently. The crowd erupted into terrified screams. Quickly scattering in frantic panic, Sujin stood frozen, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Ronald, however, swiftly regained his composure, grabbing Sujin by the arm and urging the group to flee, exclaiming, "King, quick! We must find a safe place to hide. A grave danger has arisen." Eventually, they discovered a secure refuge, huddling beneath a concealed wall, their faces reflecting their lingering shock. Sujin surveyed the surroundings, observing the expressions of his companions, and furrowed his brow. "What calamity has befallen us?" he inquired gravely. Ronald, panting heavily from their harrowing escape, stammered, It could be an attack on the Lavin's hub, or perhaps it's an incursion by interstellar pirates. In any case, it is exceedingly perilous." At that moment, at docking bay 223 of the hub spaceport, a menacing spacecraft crashed violently onto the scene. The ship resembled a spiny sea urchin, its dull gray exterior glinting ominously in the sunlight. Exuding a fierce presence, the hatch burst open, revealing a towering brute with a single braid, his skin as hard as stone, muscles bulging grotesquely. Wielding a colossal iron hammer, he laughed maniacally. "Lads, this time, we shall strike it rich." Following him, a motley crew of bizarrely shaped interstellar pirates surged toward the various structures. Despite the spaceport's rapid activation of its defense systems, a pale green energy shield enveloped the buildings like an eggshell. But it was all too late. The sea urchin-like vessel had already forcefully penetrated the spaceport before the defenses could be fully deployed, rendering them utterly ineffective. It was akin to attempting to don armor only to be brutally interrupted mid-gesture. The events transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving little room for reaction. "Esteemed guests, I am the administrator of the Bullhorn Market." A deep, resonant voice echoed through the broadcast system, reverberating through every street of the market. "We are currently facing an assault by interstellar pirates. Please remain calm and do not panic, as any disorder may lead to chaos and trampling incidents." The administrator's tone was steady and resolute, as if such attacks were commonplace for them, and they possessed ample capability to respond. Eugene glanced around, his brow furrowed. "We should seek a more secure hiding place. These pirates typically desire wealth and will likely depart once they have plundered." He pondered the pirates' motives, internally lamenting his misfortune. To be beset by pirates upon his arrival was truly wretched luck. However, just as this reassuring broadcast concluded, a series of ear-splitting explosions erupted above the market. Whoosh, 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 fireworks burst into the sky, forming a pattern that sent chills down the spine. It resembled a withered flower, upon which coiled a menacing snake. Even more horrific was the fact that the snake appeared to writhe, emitting a ghastly cackling sound, seemingly mocking every individual present in the market. "The withered serpent?" Ronald gasped in horror, his eyes wide with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. "We are doomed." His voice quavered with despair. This was the most infamous pirate gang in the galaxy. "They were not merely after riches," Ronald continued, his voice trembling. "They revel in slaughter. Wherever they go, devastation follows, leaving no survivors." Hearing this, Su Jin's heart sank. He decisively rose to his feet. "We must return to the spacecraft immediately. Remaining here would be tantamount to awaiting our demise. Given the ferocity of the withered serpent, the local defenses will likely be inadequate." He swiftly led the trembling Black Crystal Clan members, darting along the walls in haste. They retraced their steps urgently, but the market had already lost its previous vibrancy and prosperity. Smoke billowed everywhere. Chaos reigned supreme. Multicolored beams of light twisted and danced in the air, while the sounds of explosions and anguished screams intertwined, painting a horrific tableau. Chapter 176, The Administrator's Despair. At the Bullhorn Market. In the management center's bunker, The atmosphere was tense and solemn as the market manager hastily assembled an emergency response team. People gathered in this fortified shelter, preparing to withstand the impending unknown threat. Have the distress signals been sent out? The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling as he urged the technicians. The technicians wore grave expressions, their fingers flying over the console in an attempt to breach the signal jamming. Yet, their efforts seemed futile. Manager, the situation is dire. One technician suddenly exclaimed, "Our entire area has been engulfed by signal jamming." What? The manager gasped, incredulous at the advanced nature of the pirates' jamming devices, rendering their signals utterly impotent. Indeed, manager, another technician added, the enemy's jamming technology is at least 2 or 3 levels superior to our communication systems. The manager pounded the table in frustration. How is this possible? Our communicators are the finest in the galaxy. How could those pirates possibly intercept them? He felt as though he had been deceived. Had he purchased a counterfeit? Yet, the technology of communicators was well established. To intercept such signals would require even more advanced jamming technology. How could these interstellar rogues, wandering the cosmos, possess such high-tech devices? The manager's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Yet the turmoil within him proved difficult to quell. What should we do? He asked haltingly, his voice betraying his helplessness and confusion. Should we consider retreating? As the market's administrator, he understood his duty and responsibility to stand firm until the end. However, faced with such a formidable adversary, fleeing appeared to be their only option. Yet, he knew all too well that if they fled without a fight, severe repercussions would follow. He scanned the room, observing the anxious and hopeful gazes of those around him. His heart filled with internal conflict. We cannot remain here and await our demise. The manager finally resolved, his voice firm and resolute. We must prepare to evacuate. No, manager. The technicians cried out in desperation. The space around us has been disrupted by the pirates' jamming devices. The ship's jump engines cannot be activated. The manager spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Who are these pirates? How do they possess such advanced equipment? His voice trembled with incredulity and rage. The manager's complexion paled instantly. His mental defenses crumbling. Yet, even in this dire predicament, a glimmer of hope remained. Their only chance lay with the headquarters. Once headquarters detected the high-energy reactions from this location, they would recognize the severity of the situation and dispatch a rescue team. The Lavin's hub, a vast and prosperous commercial center, often attracted daring pirates seeking easy pickings. These pirates acted swiftly, robbing and fleeing, making it difficult for the escort teams to pursue. In the past, the manager would not have panicked. For pirates typically sought only to steal and did not harm lives. But this time, the situation was starkly different. The assailants were the notorious Withered Serpent pirate gang. Unlike other pirates, they appeared to revel in the thrill of killing, with robbery merely a secondary pursuit. Faced with such deranged marauders, fleeing became the manager's only option. Oh no. One of his subordinates suddenly cried out, "The pirates have breached our core area. They seem to know our exact location and are heading straight for the bunker." My heavens! We are truly finished. He fixated on the surveillance feed, his face draining of color, replaced by a pallid hue. The manager's heart sank. Perhaps we could attempt to negotiate with them, the manager suggested. Fists clenched against his chest, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. What if they are in a generous mood today and only desire money? He silently prayed that this unrealistic wish would materialize. Following his instructions, his subordinates swiftly transmitted a message to the advancing pirates. However, the pirates seemed oblivious to any communication, continuing their wanton slaughter. Like reapers, they wielded their blades with lethal precision, rendering those once revered as masters within the market utterly fragile. One slash after another, they fell like mere vegetables, cleaved into pieces with disconcerting ease. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the manager's heart ached with despair, and in a moment of desperation, a thought flashed through his mind. Quick! He issued a frantic command, urgently ordering the broadcast to issue an emergency summons. He offered a substantial reward to our guests, beseeching them to come forth and protect us. As soon as the order was given, the market's loudspeakers blared to life, their voices echoing across the vast expanse. Attention, esteemed customers. The situation is dire, and we urgently require your assistance. The Star Thieves are rampaging, and we cannot negotiate with them. Please, take up your weapons and join us in repelling the enemy. The market will provide generous rewards for your bravery. At this moment, the manager found himself with no other choice but to grasp at straws. He silently prayed for a hero among the customers to rise and rescue them from this peril. However, the fleeing patrons, upon hearing the broadcast, were overcome with disbelief. They were the very ones in need of protection. Yet now they were being asked to defend the market, an utterly absurd predicament. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, accompanied by the might of thunder. The stone-skinned giant appeared as if a war god had descended, wielding a colossal hammer, transforming into a whirlwind of destruction. His figure darted through the marketplace, mercilessly obliterating all who dared to impede his path. His skin, as tough as meteorite, seemed to don an impenetrable armor. Bullets and beams striking him vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the abyss, only to ricochet back with astonishing speed, delivering fatal blows to those foolish enough to challenge him. The screams of agony rose in a cacophony, rendering the people in the market utterly vulnerable before this force of annihilation. Those who lay grievously injured but still alive were swiftly met with a final, crushing blow from the stone-skinned giant. Their bodies reduced to a gruesome pulp, exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Above the giant's head, his braids danced with his every movement, and with each swing of his hammer, a triumphant smile graced his face, his laughter resonating like thunder, reminiscent of the refreshing satisfaction after a summer's hearty gulp of chilled beer. Our leader is mighty. Our leader is formidable. Behind the stone-skinned giant, a throng of star thieves cheered him on, their eyes bloodshot with a ravenous thirst for slaughter. Yet, they understood their leader's rules all too well. Until he had his fill, they dared not claim any kills for themselves. Chapter 177. A fortuitous encounter. This is hardly satisfying, the stone-skinned giant grumbled, licking his lips. An expression of unfulfilled desire etched upon his face. I need to smash a few notable figures. There, a subordinate immediately responded, eagerly approaching with a tablet in hand. Boss, it is said that there is a bunker in this market where the higher-ups and esteemed guests are taking refuge. If we go there for a good slaughter, it would not only satiate your bloodlust but also yield considerable spoils. Ha ha! What a splendid idea! The stone-skinned giant's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he waved his colossal hammer. Then let us proceed there, brave warriors, come seeking riches. Why must you take our lives? If you grant us a path to escape, we shall offer abundant treasures to ensure your satisfaction. The market manager's voice, laced with desperation and fear, suddenly echoed in everyone's earpieces. This plea caused the star thieves present to momentarily pause, turning to their leader, the stone-skinned giant, awaiting his judgment. The giant, however, replied with a disdainful sneer, "Humph! How can one grow rich without bloodshed? Only by both profiting and killing can one truly experience satisfaction. Do you think we are beggars, easily swayed by a few coins?" His words dripped with a deep-seated cruelty and avarice, further igniting the excitement among the surrounding star thieves. Listen closely, my minions, the stone-skinned giant proclaimed loudly. Slay them all, and everything here will belong to us. Do we need their charity? Brother is right. The throng nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty glint. Leading the charge, the stone-skinned giant strode confidently at the forefront of the group. His hammer swung with ferocious might, obliterating any obstacles in his path. With each strike, barriers crumbled into dust. If one blow was insufficient, he would deliver another. Before such brute force, even alloy walls seemed pathetically fragile. Meanwhile, Sujin and his companions heard the desperate cries on the broadcast but paid them little heed. Though intrigued by the potentially generous rewards offered by the market, Sujin understood all too well that one must have the means to earn a living in order to spend it. He was not well acquainted with the strength of the Withering Serpent star thieves, but judging by Ronald's panicked demeanor, it was clear that the Withering Serpent was indeed a formidable presence. The official forces of the market had already proven inadequate to withstand them. And with this band of black crystal warriors, their capabilities were far from comparable. Charging recklessly would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall, a sure path to demise. Thus, despite the allure of the promised riches, Sujin remained composed, resisting the urge to recklessly rush into danger. Ah, we can't go on, my king. Your pace is simply too swift for us. just as Su Jin focused intently on their escape. Ronald and the group of black crystal warriors were panting heavily, each one drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. Su Jin glanced back at their weary forms. Speechless, he snapped his fingers. And instantly, each black crystal warrior found a backpack materializing behind them. These were jetpacks designed to assist them in swift movement. With the aid of these backpacks, their speed surged, as if propelled by the very wind itself. They lifted off the ground, gliding through the air, rapidly catching up to Su Jin's pace. Gazing at Su Jin's calm and collected figure, admiration filled their eyes. To them, their king was invincible. Observing the explosive power and ensuing chaos, Su Jin deduced that the enemies likely ranged primarily at B level, with only a few reaching a dash level. As he sprinted, Su Jin maintained a cool demeanor, analytically assessing, if we do encounter them, I should possess sufficient means to defend myself. He furrowed his brow, continuing to contemplate. However, the Star Thieves are notorious for their bloodlust and cruelty, often disregarding everything in battle. So their actual combat capabilities may exceed expectations. Su Jin's pace remained unwavering. His mind racing. At present, my greatest concern lies with their equipment level. The suppression of technology can sometimes be far more formidable than mere prowess. With the enhancement of the mechanical Overlord core, Su Jin could utilize all known information to deduce the most reliable conclusions. He would neither fall into blind arrogance nor excessively overestimate his opponents. While there were many superpowered individuals in the galaxy, truly high-level ones were exceedingly rare. C level and B level could be considered entry-level, akin to that of ordinary people. A level could be regarded as elite. As for the legendary S level, they were akin to rare species. Not easily encountered. Su Jin understood well that S-level beings, above a level, were revered as world-destroying entities. With their individual power, they possessed the capability to obliterate life on a planetary surface. Such figures were highly esteemed guests in any faction across the cosmos. Through his interactions with Ronald, Su Jin had gained a deeper understanding of the power hierarchy in the galaxy. Just then, as Su Jin was lost in thought, a towering figure suddenly entered his line of sight. He sensed the violent force emanating from the individual, a disquieting pressure that made his heart race. He swiftly gestured for the black crystal warriors to halt. Thanks to his timely warning, the warriors narrowly avoided a chaotic collision. However, the crowd before them descended into chaos upon the sudden stop of the imposing figure. A throng of peculiar followers collided with one another, cries of dismay ringing out, "Ouch! I ran into something. It hurts so much. Who stepped on my foot? Damn it!" The stone-skinned giant, hearing the cries of his subordinates, furrowed his brow. He raised his colossal hammer high and, with a casual swing, crushed a hapless minion into a bloody pulp. This action promptly restored order to the chaotic ranks. Su Jin scrutinized this peculiar group and quickly recognized their identity: the Withering Serpent Star Thieves. Their skin bore the mark of the Withering Serpent at various positions, identical to the pattern of the previous explosion of fireworks. The stone-skinned giant's pale eyes fixated on Su Jin, his voice cold and merciless. "Because of you, I lost a brother. Therefore, you must die." He pointed at the ground, where the remains of the minion he had just slain. Su Jin, taken aback, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? How can you blame me for this?" The members of the Withering Serpent, upon hearing their leader insulted, exchanged serious glances. Though they wished to laugh, they dared not show it, stifling their amusement. The veins on the stone-skinned giant's forehead bulged, his pupils instantly dilating with rage, as if a volcano on the verge of eruption. He bellowed each word with fury. "You seek death.